Chapter 1. I have become the villain. In the year 1512 of the sea calendar, the first half of the Grand Line was known as the Paradise of the Seas. Following the demise of the pirate King Roger, the latter half became infamously dubbed Pirate Hell. "Hey kid, how much longer do you intend to sleep?" Hearing a voice calling out, Yi Feng reluctantly opened his eyes and muttered, "Where am I?" He recalled that while crossing the street, the green light had abruptly turned red, and then everything went bright before he found himself here. Yi Feng felt as though he lay upon a wooden plank. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of any other individuals, save for a somewhat familiar burly figure standing at the bow of the ship, who spoke in a gruff voice. "This is the South Sea." Surveying his surroundings, Yi Feng realized he was surrounded by water. With trembling hands, he slowly rose to his feet and turned to face the voice. Upon seeing the face and physique of the man before him, Yi Feng was taken aback and involuntarily exclaimed, "What the hell? Isn't this the future arch-nemesis of the protagonist, Marshal D. Teach?" He then incredulously inquired, "What is your name? Are you a pirate?" Teach, with an amused expression, replied, "Kid, before asking for your savior's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Feng said, "I'm sorry, my name is." Just as he was about to utter his name, a sharp pain pierced through his head, causing him to clutch it with both hands. Suddenly, a myriad of memories flooded into his mind. To his astonishment, Yi Feng realized he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece. The previous owner of this body shared the same name and had been captured by human traffickers, destined to be sold to the celestial dragons. However, they encountered a sea cyclone along the way, which had presumably brought him here. By a twist of fate, he was rescued by the very villain he had just recognized. From his previous life as a One Piece enthusiast, Yi Feng understood Teach's ambition to acquire the dark fruit. After enduring years in the Whitebeard Pirates, he ultimately violated the crew's cardinal rule: do not harm your comrades, and seized the dark fruit, amassing formidable subordinates in the 6th level of Impelled Down, emerging as the greatest victor of the Marineford War. He had killed his own father to obtain the Quake fruit, rising to the apex of the 4 emperors, embodying the most ambitious and aspiring individual. Seeing Yi Feng crouched on the ground, clutching his head in pain, Teach, with a concerned expression, asked, "What's wrong?" After 3 or 4 minutes, Yi Feng stood up, his face reflecting a sense of helplessness as he said, "My name is Yi Feng, but I've forgotten my surname." Teach paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, then you shall be my little brother from now on. I am Marshal D. Teach, and since you seem to have forgotten your name, let me give you one," Teach said after a moment's thought. "From now on, you shall be called Marshal D. Yi Feng. How does that sound?" "Ha ha ha." That signature laugh confirmed his identity. Yet Yi Feng was astonished to learn that he had been saved by him. What was even more shocking was Teach's acceptance of him as a brother. It seemed he was destined to become a villain, but regardless of the path ahead, he would ensure that when the time came for Teach's demise, he would save him. As Yi Feng pondered these matters, Teach, noticing his silence, remarked with a hint of displeasure, "What's the matter, kid? Do you have a problem with the name I gave you?" Having resolved his internal struggle, Yi Feng finally regained his composure and realized Teach had misunderstood his silence as dissent regarding the name. No, I didn't mean to keep you waiting. I was just recalling some things. Since I currently lack a name, I will go by Marshal D. Yi Feng." Upon hearing Yi Feng's acceptance of the name, Teach spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, don't you think him quite talented?" Just as Yi Feng was about to retort, a sudden tremor rocked the small boat. He quickly grasped the helm and shouted, "What is happening?" A colossal shadow, spanning dozens of meters, erupted from the sea. Had he not been a viewer of One Piece previously, he would have been utterly astonished at the sight of this beast. This was one of the series' characteristic creatures, a sea king, often measuring dozens or even hundreds of meters in length. While Yi Feng marveled at the sea king, Teach, with a cold sneer, stood at the ship's bow and glared at the creature with piercing eyes, commanding, "Get lost." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of dominance radiated from Teach, causing the massive sea king to retreat in fear. Yi Feng watched in awe as the enormous creature, frightened by Teach's authoritative shout, plunged back into the depths of the ocean. This reminded him of the scene in One Piece where Shanks had saved Luffy, using nothing but a fierce gaze to intimidate a sea king back into the sea. Stunned, Yi Feng asked, "What just happened?" Teach turned to him and explained that, "My friend, is the legendary conqueror's Haki. So, Yi Feng, do you want to learn it?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded earnestly. "Brother, I want to learn." In the world of One Piece, there existed only 2 types of individuals. The first being the celestial dragons, and the second being those who became powerful in the sea through their own efforts. Since Yi Feng had no access to the former, he resolved to choose the latter path and strive to become a formidable force upon these waters. After all, he possessed something others did not: knowledge of all the plot lines within One Piece. That would be his greatest asset. However, he couldn't help but wonder why most transmigrators received golden opportunities or magical rings with wise mentors, while he had nothing at all. Yi Feng continued to inquire, "Brother, what year is it now?" Upon hearing his address, Teach erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. It is the year 1512 of the sea calendar." Chapter 2. Slavery. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a bright light upon the ocean that resembled an enormous mirror. A massive sailing ship drifted upon the surface of the sea. Yet the scene aboard the ship was far from serene. It was marked by a river of blood and dismembered limbs, a stark contrast to the tranquility above. The battle aboard the ship had concluded. At this moment, only 4 individuals remained: Yi Feng, Teach, a cook, and a navigator. In order to navigate the seas, sustenance and an experienced navigator were essential, as they could be a matter of life and death. Teach then called out to Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, come with me for a moment." At that time, Yi Feng was hunched over at the ship's bow, retching. Having been a sheltered individual in his previous life, he had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. The closest he had come to such horror was an anime, but nothing could compare to the reality before him. Upon hearing Teach summon him, he hurried over and asked, "Brother, what is it?" Teach, unfazed by Yi Feng's earlier heaving, said, "Come, let me show you what true darkness looks like." After 2 or 3 minutes, under the guidance of the navigator, they finally arrived at the ship's lower hold. Yi Feng stood frozen, mesmerized by the sight before him. The hold was filled with numerous iron cages, occupying nearly the entire area of the ship. As Yi Feng approached, he realized that some cages contained people, while others held animals. It seemed the human traffickers captured anything they could. With a loud thud, Teach knocked the navigator unconscious with a punch and turned to Yi Feng, instructing, "You go to the first floor while I check the second." After Teach departed, Yi Feng picked up a metal rod and approached the iron cages. Inside, some individuals struggled while others cried out. When he reached the last cage, he discovered a child sitting on the ground, head resting on the bars, utterly motionless. As Yi Feng pondered whether the child was dead, Teach returned from the second floor, dragging a seemingly lifeless person with him. Teach laughed heartily. "Come, Yi Feng, let me introduce you to our new companion. This is our ship's doctor. He goes by the name of Doc Q." Teach then turned to Doc Q, saying, "Doc Q, this is my little brother, Marshal D. Yi Feng." To his surprise, Yi Feng realized he had encountered the future harbinger of death, Doc Q. After a brief introduction between Yi Feng and Doc Q, Yi Feng pointed at one of the iron cages and said to Teach, "Brother, I want to take a look inside." Tiki uttered a casual affirmation, raising his right hand to apply a thick layer of black paint, before striking the iron cage with a powerful punch. The steel cage crumpled as if it were mere paper, creating a sizable breach. He then commanded, "Yi Feng, step inside." At that moment, the figure on the ground, Du Q, addressed Tiki, "Captain, could you accompany me to retrieve my weapons and mount?" Tiki nodded and remarked to Yi Feng, "Once you've finished, come find me in the captain's quarters. I have something to discuss." Having said that, Tiki and Du Q promptly departed. Yi Feng nodded and continued towards the iron cage, as the earlier commotion had roused a significant number of people, many of whom cast their gazes in this direction. Upon reaching the children, Yi Feng was astonished to discover that one of them was alive. Looking up, he was taken aback to find that the child was a girl, a quintessential little lowly. Yi Feng crouched down before her and inquired, "What is your name?" The little girl, with her large eyes fixed on Yi Feng, seemed poised to speak, but suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Upon witnessing her fainting, Yi Feng rushed forward, cradling her in his arms, and exclaimed, "Hey, what's wrong?" At that moment, Yi Feng recalled that Du Q was not a doctor, but might possess some medical knowledge. Thus, he swiftly picked up the little girl and a princess, Carrie, and dashed towards the captain's quarters. Upon arriving at the door and opening it, he found Tiki seated in the captain's chair, an array of items strewn across the table. Disregarding the items, Yi Feng gently placed the little girl on the sofa and addressed Du Q. "Can you check on her condition?" Tiki, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Yi Feng, who is she?" "I have no idea," Yi Feng replied. After a couple of minutes, Du Q, still looking rather unwell, stated, "It's nothing serious, she just fainted from hunger after not eating for too long." Hearing this, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and called for the head chef to prepare a meal. Once he had taken care of these matters, Yi Feng turned to Tiki and asked, "What about that slave? Should we eliminate her as well?" With a serious demeanor, Tiki responded, "Indeed, they must all be killed. If we don't, we'll find ourselves in trouble when it reaches the celestial dragons." At that precise moment, the little girl on the sofa stirred awake, peering around before retreating her head back. Noticing her awakening, Yifeng turned to her and asked, "Am not busy, what is your name?" The girl, clearly frightened, stammered, "I am aware." "What are you? What happened to the people on the ship today?" Tiki erupted in laughter, declaring, "We are pirates." Du Q chimed in, "The people outside were all slain by us." Seeing Aware recoil in fear, Yifeng hurriedly said, "Come on, don't scare her." He then took Aware's hand and told Tiki and Du Q, "Let's get some rest." Subsequently, they found a random cabin on the ship and entered. Inside, Yifeng tidied up the bedroom briefly before gently laying Aware on the bed and said to her, Chapter 3, Training. Yifeng placed Aware on the bed and stepped out to fetch the meal prepared by the head chef, presenting it to her. "Here, let's eat." Aware looked at Yifeng, still somewhat bewildered, and asked, "Why are you being so kind to me?" With a calm demeanor, Yifeng replied, "If I told you I was once like you, would you believe me?" Aware gazed at him in disbelief and asked, "Could it be that my big brother is also a slave?" Yifeng did not respond directly, but smiled at her, saying, "Hurry and eat, the food will get cold." Aware, understanding his implication, lowered her head and began to eat. Approximately half an hour later, Aware finished her meal, her big eyes gazing at Yifeng with a pleading expression. "Can you be my brother from now on?" Yifeng, momentarily taken aback, replied, "What did you say?" Aware, with a serious look, articulated each word. "Can you be my brother?" After a brief pause, Yifeng solemnly declared, "I am Marshal D. Yifeng, and from this day forth, you shall be my sister." Then he continued, "It's time for bed, sister. You can sleep in the bed tonight, while I'll take the sofa." The following morning dawned bright and fair. Yifeng rose to find Aware still fast asleep, so he quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Upon emerging, he saw Tiki standing at the ship's bow, who greeted Yifeng. "Yifeng, did you sleep well last night?" Yifeng gazed at Tiki, still grappling with the notion that this would be the notorious Blackbeard in the future. At present, Tiki appeared far from the grotesque image he had envisioned from his previous life. He seemed youthful, likely devoid of ambition at this stage. Suddenly, Tiki inquired, "Yifeng, what is your dream?" With a serious countenance, Yifeng fixed Tiki with a piercing gaze and declared, "To be the strongest in the world." Tiki erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha. You have quite the ambition. Allow me to assist you." He added, "My brother, I now have only a year to teach you Haki. Whether you learn it or not depends on your fortune. After a year, I must venture to the new world to pursue my own dreams." Yifeng thought to himself that he must hasten his training to find the dark fruit. Thus, over the ensuing year, Yifeng first mastered observation Haki. Then he progressed to the basics of armament Haki, and remarkably, his swordsmanship reached the initial level of Sword King. As for Aware, upon Tiki learning that she was his adopted sister, he also guided her in Haki training. Consequently, she mastered observation Haki and was on the verge of grasping armament Haki. However, this little girl proved to be an undeniable swordsmanship prodigy, attaining an intermediate level of Sword King. Both of them pondered, could sword training truly be this effortless? Yet, Yifeng emerged as the greatest beneficiary during this year, as he awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Tiki and Du Q could only watch in disbelief, their hearts racing, wondering if these two children were indeed monsters. For this year, Yifeng was merely 6 years old, while Aware had just turned 5. At this moment, in a certain sea area of the South Sea, a pirate ship floated upon the waves, where dozens of burly men surrounded two 5- or 6-year-old children. One particularly large man addressed the slightly older Yifeng. "You little brat, who are you? What are you doing here? Do you not know that we are the infamous Hungry Wolf pirates?" Then he remarked, "I am indeed the Hungry Wolf Growl." At this moment, Yifeng, sporting a broad smile, replied, "The bounty on Hungry Wolf Growl is 46 million. How fortuitous that we are bounty hunters." Indeed, these two youngsters are Yifeng and AI Wei Air. A month prior, they found themselves devoid of funds, as Blackbeard had ventured into the New World, leaving them a trove of treasures that Yifeng had used to construct a ship. Consequently, they were left with not a single belly. With no options left, they seized the opportunity presented by the bounty hunter profession. Interestingly, the Hungry Wolf pirates marked Yifeng's inaugural bounty as a hunter. A moment of silence ensued among the crowd, each person exchanging glances before erupting into hearty laughter. The captain of the Hungry Wolf pirates, Growl, chuckled and said to Yifeng and AI Wei Air, "Ha ha ha, you two little brats, bounty hunters? You crack me up. While I'm in a good mood, why don't you hurry home and have your milk?" Yifeng heard them mocking him, yet he remained silent, merely offering a calm smile. Then, he suddenly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing everyone on the ship, except for Yifeng, AI Wei Air, and the Hungry Wolf Glar, to collapse like a row of dominoes. Yifeng calmly remarked, "Is there still a need to return home now?" The trembling Glau, with legs quaking, stammered, Could this be the legendary conqueror's Haki? He then fixed his piercing gaze upon Yifeng. Night Maple did not respond to his words, but turned to Avril and said, "Stand here for a moment. I will resolve this matter swiftly. We shall have our meal tonight." The enraged wolf, Growl, glared at Night Maple, feeling ignored, and shouted, "Little brat, do not think that a mere conqueror's Haki can intimidate me. I am a man with a bounty of 46 million. In an instant, Growl's body underwent a transformation. His muscles swelled dramatically. His hair began to grow wildly. His hands morphed into claws, and a wolf's tail sprouted from his back, turning him into a werewolf. Yet, in his eyes, Night Maple discerned an unmasked thirst for blood. With a howl directed towards the sky, Growl declared, "Brat, die," and charged at Night Maple. Remaining remarkably composed, Night Maple drew his sword and thrust it forward with precision, the blade clashing violently against Growl's claw. As Night Maple engaged in battle with Growl, the pirates aboard the ship awakened and rushed towards him. With a swift kick, Night Maple sent Growl sprawling, then swiftly turned to pierce a nearby pirate with his sword. Turning to Avril, who stood aside, he instructed, "Avril, please eliminate those insignificant foes." Avril, responding promptly, said, "Understood, brother. Do hurry, for I am quite hungry." Growl, now even more furious after being kicked, charged at Night Maple once more, as if intent on tearing him apart. Growing increasingly impatient, Night Maple looked at Growl and remarked, "I had intended to enjoy myself a little longer, but it appears that will not be possible. Thus, I bid you farewell." Night Feng raised his sword to the heavens and proclaimed loudly, 10,000 swords technique. Cleave the heavens. Chapter 4. The proud Miranda, a razor-sharp sword aura severed the captain of the hungry wolf pirates, Glar, in twain. After the deed was done, Night Feng gazed upon Glar's bisected form and contemplated. Although he had never intended to take a life, this was indeed a world where humans preyed upon one another. Thus, having traversed to this realm, he could only accept his fate. He then approached and retrieved a bag from behind, skillfully decapitating Glar and placing the severed head within the confines of the sack. Turning to Aviel, who had just finished dispatching the remaining scoundrels, he said, "Let us proceed to claim our bounty and then indulge in a grand feast." Subsequently, they found themselves outside a naval base on Mozank Island in the South Sea. Yifeng addressed Avril, saying, "Please wait for me here for a moment while I go inside to collect my bounty. Once I return, we shall indulge in a grand feast." With that, Yifeng grasped the bag and turned towards the naval base. Upon entering, he was astonished to discover the multitude of administrative offices within. Although he had previously observed the naval base in the anime One Piece, he had never encountered such an extensive array of facilities before. Night Maple was momentarily dazzled when at that moment, a young girl dressed in a short skirt, seemingly of similar age to Night Maple, approached him and inquired, "Hey, little brother, are you lost?" Night Maple gazed at a little girl, who was nearly the same age as him, a quintessential little lowly, and couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder it's One Piece. There are truly numerous beautiful women within. However, Night Maple also took note of her words, questioning how it felt to be addressed as little friend by a child of similar age. When Yifeng heard these words again, a bright smile graced his face as he gently replied, "We are of similar age. Do you really find it appropriate to call me little friend?" The young girl huffed and retorted, "I shall indeed call you little friend. What can you do about it? Let me tell you, my father is Rear Admiral Vern of the Naval Headquarters. Are you feeling frightened now, little brother?" Night Feng gazed at the proudly defiant expression on his face, then darkened his brow as he approached, lifting him effortlessly onto his shoulder and striding towards the adjacent rest area. The exuberant Miranda, perched upon his shoulder, began to pummel Night Feng's back with her tiny fists, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down at once. Do you not know who I am? I am Miranda, the boss around here. Release me immediately." The force of her punches was hardly sufficient to tickle Night Feng. However, he could not endure her fidgeting atop him. Thus, he delivered a light smack to her pert backside and warned, "If you continue to squirm, I shall strike again." With that single swat, Miranda settled down, contemplating to herself, "This trick of mine is infallible. I shall surely manage you." She then disregarded the bewildered naval officers nearby, for in their eyes, this little tyrant, Miranda, was now being carried by a boy of similar age, Night Feng, towards the rest area, rendering them utterly incredulous. Night Maple, with an air of composure, carried Miranda and strolled towards the seating area. Upon arrival, he casually selected a chair and placed the proud Miranda on his lap. With a swift motion, He delivered 3 playful slaps, declaring, "You called me little brother and flaunted your pride. Now I shall humble you." After a brief pause of 2 to 3 minutes, he inquired, "So, how much longer do you intend to linger on my lap?" Miranda, still dazed from the first slap, lay on Night Maple's leg, unsure of her next move. It was only upon his question that she regained her senses. With a sudden leap, she sprang from his lap. Her face flushed crimson as she pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, You dared to strike my behind. I shall retaliate." With that, she charged at Night Maple, her hands flailing. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Miranda, what are you doing?" Everyone, including Night Maple, turned to locate the source of the voice. Emerging from the crowd was a tall figure with silver hair, exuding an aura of authority, and bearing a long scar that stretched from his left ear to his lip, remnants of an encounter with Rayleigh during the pursuit of Roger, under the command of Admiral Garp. The surrounding Navy personnel saluted, addressing him as Admiral. It seemed the messenger had reported the unfolding events to Admiral Vernay. Nodding, Admiral Vernay assured, "It's fine, everyone disperse." He then turned to Miranda, asking, "Why did you run away from home again?" Miranda sprinted into Admiral Vernay's embrace, pouting her cheeks and pointing at Night Maple, shouting, "Daddy, this person just hit me. You must teach him a lesson." Admiral Vernay ruffled Miranda's hair with his rough hand, questioning, "Oh, is that so? Wasn't it you who sought trouble first?" Understanding his daughter's temperament, Admiral Vernay expressed skepticism. "Are you sure he initiated the conflict?" Affectionately, he tousled her hair before turning his gaze towards Night Maple, asking, "Young man, what is your name?" Night Maple, contemplating the situation, recognized Admiral Vernay as a figure from the legendary battles of his past life. Despite lacking a clear memory of him, the distinct scar was memorable. For Admiral Vernay was one of the 5 admirals assigned to dismantle the O'Hara plan under the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Noticing Night Maple's silence, Admiral Vernay grew slightly irritated and reiterated, "Hey, you little brat, what is your name?" Responding to the inquiry, Night Maple finally said, "I am called Night Maple." Admiral Vernay paused, then asked, "Do you only possess a given name, without a surname?" After Night Maple calmly nodded, he spoke, "Indeed, that is correct. My parents were tragically murdered by pirates while on a business trip at sea when I was merely 3 years old. Hence, I chose my own name. As for my surname, I seem to have forgotten it." Both General Vern and Miranda gazed at Night Maple with astonishment, scarcely believing their ears, and were utterly taken aback by the revelation of such a tragic background behind his otherwise composed demeanor. At that moment, General Vern looked at Night Maple with a hint of sympathy and inquired, "Would you consider joining the Navy? I could take you under my wing as my disciple." Yi Feng smiled and then said, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary as I have a 5-year-old sister to care for. I apologize." Just as Admiral Verna was about to speak further, a sudden voice called out, "Brother, where are you?" Instantly, Yi Feng, Admiral Verna, and his daughter Miranda turned their gazes in that direction. Admiral Verna noticed a little girl, roughly the same age as his daughter, holding a sword, and he thought to himself, that must be his sister. As Yi Feng noticed Ai Wei'er entering, he waved and called out, "Ai Wei'er, I am over here." Ai Wei'er hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Brother, my legs are sore from standing outside. What have you been doing? Have you exchanged the money yet? If so, let us hasten to dine, for I am on the verge of starvation." Night Maple, with a look of helplessness, remarked, "I never anticipated this place to be so vast. Thus, I became lost." Aver, aware of her brother's somewhat poor sense of direction, chose to trust his words. At this moment, Admiral Verna cast a glance at Aver, confirming that she was indeed the sister Night Maple had mentioned, and suggested, "You two could join the Navy together." Upon hearing that her brother was accompanied by 2 others, Aver inquired, "Who are you?" Suddenly, Miranda leaped from Admiral Verna's arms and exclaimed, "This is my father, Admiral Verna of the Naval Headquarters." She then added, "My name is Miranda. What is yours?" Aver, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Hello, I am Aver." At this juncture, Admiral Verna, still in disbelief, looked at Night Maple and asked, "Could it be that you are bounty hunters?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, that is correct, and there is also this." He then removed a bloody bag from his waist and handed it to Major General Vern. Continuing, he added, "This is the severed head of Glarl, the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates. Take a look." Major General Vern accepted the bag that Yi Feng had presented. Upon opening it, he discovered a human head within. After examining it closely several times, he confirmed that it was indeed the head of Glarl, the captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates. thus, somewhat incredulously. He fixed his gaze upon Yifeng and asked earnestly, "Are you certain that you killed him?" Yifeng nodded and replied, "Yes, indeed. It was I who committed the act." "What of it? Is there an issue?" Admiral Verne, somewhat incredulous, gazed at Yifeng and said, "Please, follow me." He then proceeded towards the naval base training grounds. After Yifeng uttered a simple affirmation, the three children promptly followed in the footsteps of Admiral Verne. Upon arriving at the naval training base, they discovered an expansive circular training ground. The personnel present saluted and greeted Admiral Verne with respect. Chapter 6. The 6 Techniques of the Navy. Once they reached a spacious area, Admiral Verne turned to Yifeng and said, "Come forth, unleash your full potential. I wish to witness the extent of your capabilities in vanquishing the ravenous wolf, Growl." Yifeng nodded and remarked, "No problem, but do exercise caution." Night Maple drew his 3-foot-long sword from behind, twirling it gracefully before raising it high into the air and declaring loudly, "Be cautious." 10,000 Sword Technique, Sword. Heaven Slash. Although it was a somewhat unconventional choice to unleash such a powerful move right from the outset, given that his opponent was a seasoned vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, it was imperative to employ a formidable technique at the beginning. Otherwise, the ensuing battle would prove exceedingly arduous. Soon after, the smooth blade of his sword coalesced in the air into a sharp sword aura, aimed directly at Vice Admiral Werner. Sensing the formidable force behind this strike, Werner swiftly employed the iron block technique from the Navy's 6 styles to counter the blow. However, he underestimated the sword's might, resulting in several cuts across his body and leaving his attire in tatters. The surrounding Navy personnel, witnessing their vice admiral being wounded by the evidently young Night Maple, were taken aback, struggling to believe their own eyes as if they had yet to awaken from a dream. One astonished soldier exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Is this real?" Another, hearing this, gave him a swift kick and retorted, "Now, take a good look." At that moment, Night Maple swung his sword once more, charging towards Vice Admiral Werner, and landed a strike upon Werner's left hand. Indeed, it was true that he bore no weapon in that hand. However, it remained unscathed, protected by a layer of armament Haki. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng leaped back to his original position and remarked, "Armament Haki." Rear Admiral Werner, slightly taken aback, responded, "You are familiar with Haki as well?" Yifeng nodded slightly and said, "Look." The long sword in his hand suddenly transformed, its blade turning pitch black. At this moment, General Verne's eyes reflected not merely surprise, but an astonishment so profound it seemed his very eyeballs might burst from their sockets. Trembling, he exclaimed, How old are you now?" Night Maple calmly replied, "I suppose I must be around 6 years old now." Upon hearing these words, Admiral Vernal felt a wave of despair wash over him, exclaiming inwardly, "Good heavens! A mere 6-year-old child can engage me to such an extent. After all, I have lived for over 40 years. How is this even possible? Is this child a prodigy, or perhaps a monster, certainly not of this world?" At such a tender age, he had already mastered the art of armament Haki, and the sword energy he displayed earlier was indicative of a budding sword king. One must ponder, who could possibly learn Haki and attain the level of a sword king at just 6 years old? Such a remarkable individual must serve in the Navy. Should he choose the path of a pirate, the Navy would be rendered obsolete. The surrounding naval officers were equally astounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. At this moment, Night Maple turned to Admiral Vernal and asked, "Do you believe me now? If so, I would appreciate it if you could exchange that person's head for some berries." Night Maple observed the astonished expression on Admiral Werner's face, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having revealed too much. Had he been too imposing? Meanwhile, Admiral Werner pondered how to entice Night Maple into the Navy. After a minute or two, Miranda rushed over, waving her small hand in front of her father's eyes, and exclaimed, "Hey, Dad, you're not stunned into silence, are you?" Finally regaining his composure, Admiral Werner turned to Night Maple with a beaming smile and declared, "I believe you. I will immediately send someone to convert your bounty into cash." He then summoned a sailor and instructed, "Go to the hall and exchange the head of the hungry wolf pirate captain, Growl, for 46 million berries." Once these matters were settled, he cast a glance at his daughter Miranda and resolved upon a daunting decision. With a smile still gracing his face, he inquired, "Night Maple, have you had your meal yet?" Yeffin replied, "I have yet to dine." Admiral Verne then inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this question, both Avril and Miranda perked up their ears, listening intently. Yifeng candidly replied, "Not at the moment, but it seems this matter does not concern you, does it?" Admiral Vern's face finally revealed a hint of embarrassment, though after decades of life experience, he had encountered far greater adversities. Undeterred by this minor awkwardness, he fixed his gaze upon Yifeng and inquired, "What are your thoughts on my daughter, Milan?" Night Maple finally discerned the meaning behind the words of Admiral Vern. However, he had never encountered such a cunning tactic of employing his daughter to entice her into the Navy, so he nodded and feigned compliance, saying, "That sounds splendid." Seizing the moment before Night Maple could retract his statement, Admiral Vern promptly declared, "In that case, let the two of you become engaged for now. When you grow older, you may wed." Yifeng was taken aback by the unexpected determination of General Verna, who had even resorted to involving his own daughter. Just as Yifeng was about to say something, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and Aver suddenly clasped Yifeng's right arm, casting a glare filled with deadly intent at General Verna as she declared, "My brother belongs to me. He can only marry me when he grows up." Chapter 7. The shock of the warring states. Yifeng was taken aback by the swift agreement from General Verna. He couldn't help but ponder the legitimacy of his daughter Miranda. Just as Yifeng was about to voice his refusal, a fragrant breeze swept through the air. Avel shot a fierce glance at General Verna before seizing Yifeng's right hand and declaring possessively, "Brother is mine. When he grows up, he can only marry me." She then cast a similar glare at Miranda, conveying the sentiment that her brother belonged solely to her. Beside them, Miranda blushed and turned to her father, General Verna, asking, "Dad, am I really your biological daughter?" However, General Verna feigned ignorance to her inquiry, gazing at Yifeng with a nonchalant expression and lamenting, My daughter. Ever since her mother passed away after giving birth, her character has been shaped solely by my indulgence. If she were to marry you and were to err in any way, you must support her." Before General Verna could finish, Miranda shyly covered his mouth with her small hand, pleading, "Dad, please stop talking." At that moment, a naval officer hurried over, presenting a large bag to General Verna and reporting, "General, I have exchanged the head of your enemy, Captain Growl of the Hungry Wolf Pirates, for 46 million berries." General Verna gently set Miranda down and took the bag of money from the soldier. He then turned, offering the bag to Yifeng, stating, "This bag contains 46 million berries. Do take a look." Night Maple withdrew his right hand, which had been embracing Avril, and calmly smiled as he accepted the pouch of coins handed to him by Admiral Verner, saying, "No need. I trust you." He then added, "If all is well here, I shall take my leave." Sensing Night Maple's intention to depart, Admiral Verner hurriedly urged, "You must seriously consider what I just told you. I shall wait right here." As he spoke, he seized Miranda, who stood off to the side, and placed her next to Night Maple, exclaiming, "Look at you two standing together, a perfect match." This display even prompted the nearby Navy officers to express their discomfort at this man's fervent promotion of his daughter. At that moment, Avril could no longer contain herself and tugged insistently on Night Maple's hand, leading him toward the entrance of the naval base. Realizing he could not detain Night Maple, Admiral Verner rushed back to his office, picked up the communication snail on his desk, and skillfully dialed the number. Meanwhile, in a place known as Marie Ford within the Grand Line, two figures occupied the office at the top. One was a middle-aged man wearing a dog-headed hat, munching on a bag of berries while dozing off, while the other, with a beard styled into small braids, wore an imposing expression as he reviewed documents on his desk. A charming little sheep on the desk was munching on papers tossed by the man with the braided beard. At that moment, the communication snail rang, prompting him to answer. "Hello, what is it?" On the other end, Admiral Verner solemnly reported, "I have discovered two exceptionally talented children." The man with the braided beard was none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku, while the drowsy man beside him was the formidable Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, who had repeatedly cornered the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, with his powerful fists. Sengoku contemplated, could these be two wielders of natural devil fruit abilities? He quickly inquired, "Oh, what powers do they possess?" Admiral Verner replied, "Neither of them is a devil fruit user." Disappointed, Sengoku asked, "Then what abilities do they have that make you hold them in such high regard?" Verner responded swiftly, "One is a boy who has mastered armament Haki and is a novice sword king. The other, a girl of whom I am uncertain regarding her abilities, but I can assert that she possesses the strength of a mid-level sword king. They are 6 and 5.5 years old, respectively." Sengoku, not quite catching the details, remarked, "Oh, so they are merely two sword kings?" After a brief pause, he incredulously asked, "Did you just say how old they are?" Verner reiterated, "The boy is 6, and the girl is 5.5. Sengoku, now serious, stood up and slammed his hand on the table, startling the little sheep munching on the documents and waking Garp from his slumber. Garp, alarmed, exclaimed, "Who? Is the Golden Lion attacking again?" Ignoring Garp, Sengoku urgently confirmed with Werner, "Werner, are you certain that everything you just said is true?" Chapter 8. Preparing to head to the East Sea. Admiral Werner, equally serious, assured Sengoku through the communication snail, "I stake my life on it. They are indeed 2 children. However, I also inquired if they would join the Navy, but they did not provide a definite answer. I attempted to retain them, but was unsuccessful." Sengoku inquired, "Do you know their names?" After a moment of contemplation, Werner replied, "The boy's name is Night Maple, and the girl's seems to be Avril." Upon hearing their names, Sengoku instructed Werner, "All right, I understand. If they come to you, you must ensure they stay with you. Even if it requires binding them, you must assist me." After ending the call, Garp, munching on a snack, glanced at Sengoku and asked, "What is it? You seem rather pleased. Have you hidden some delicious treat? Hand it over." Just as Sengoku was beginning to feel elated, Garp's interruption incited his ire, and he retorted, "Get out of here. There is nothing for you to eat. Instead of loafing around, go catch some pirates." Garp, unfazed, replied calmly, "What? Are you granting me a 2-year vacation? Fine, I'll pack up and head home to see my grandson. Farewell." He moved toward the door, but before he could reach it, Sengoku's fist struck the ground in frustration. "Get lost. When did I say you could take a vacation? Repeat that. And I'll issue a demon-slaying order for your windmill array and dock your pay for a year, forbidding you from eating any snacks." Hearing the threat of a year without snacks silenced Garp, who turned to Sengoku and asked, "What was that about on the phone? Spill it, I want to know too." Sengoku recounted, "Oh, Admiral Werner mentioned he encountered 2 children on Mozambique Island in the South Sea. One has mastered Haki and is a novice Sword King, while the girl has reached the mid-level Sword King realm. The most astonishing part is that the boy is 6 years old, and the girl is just 5.5. Garp's jaw dropped, causing the snack in his hand to fall to the ground as he stared at Sengoku in shock, exclaiming, "What did you just say? A 6-year-old child has learned Haki and is a novice Sword King? And the girl has attained mid-level Sword King status?" Sengoku, observing Garp's astonishment, responded gravely, "Yes, indeed, a 6-year-old and a 5.5-year-old. Garp shouted incredulously, "Have my ears deceived me? Are Sword Kings now as common as cabbages? And even more alarming, the boy has mastered Haki." Meanwhile, outside the naval base on Mozambique Island, Avril pulled Night Maple along, and after 2 or 3 minutes of walking, they reached a secluded area. She turned to Night Maple and said, "Brother, you must promise to keep your distance from that enchantress." Yifeng gazed at Ai Wei and said, all right, I shall only marry you when I grow up. Does that suffice?" Upon hearing Yifeng's promise, Ai Wei leaped with joy and exclaimed, "Yes, this is your promise to me, so please do not forget it." With a face full of affection, Yifeng gazed at Ai Wei and said, "Come on, let us not dwell on those matters for now. Let us indulge in a grand feast." Upon hearing Yifeng's invitation to dine, Ai Wei promptly cast aside the earlier thoughts and exclaimed joyfully, "Let us hurry and enjoy our meal." Subsequently, in an exquisite restaurant, Yifeng observed Ai Wei as she savored a chicken leg and remarked, "Take your time. No one is going to snatch it away from you." In response to Yifeng's suggestion to eat more slowly, Ai Wei playfully stuck out her tongue and declared, "It has been ages since I last enjoyed a chicken leg. Today, I intend to indulge myself thoroughly." Yifeng picked up a chicken leg from the table and said while eating, "Once we finish our meal, I have something important to discuss with you." After a while, half an hour later, Yifeng and Ai Wei had finished their meal and headed towards the inn where they were staying. Upon arrival, Yifeng turned to Ai Wei and declared, "Wei, I have made my decision. I am going to the East Sea." Upon hearing Yifeng's intention to go to the East Sea, Ai Wei inquired, "Brother, what do you intend to do there?" Yifeng expressed, "I intend to go there for training, as I currently lack sufficient strength to protect myself and safeguard you." Upon hearing this, Ai Wei replied, "All right. I too wish to witness the wonders of the East Sea." Yifeng explained, "I am going alone this time. You should join the Navy." Chapter 9. The Spendthrift. Sister Ai Wei immediately protested, "No, I want to go as well." When Yifeng heard these words, a hint of reluctance crossed her mind as she replied, "I too wish for you to accompany me, yet the peril there is far too great." Avril immediately leaped into Yifeng's arms, embracing her tightly as she declared, "I am unscathed, I fear nothing, and I shall go regardless." Night Feng, with an expression of resignation and seriousness, remarked, My journey this time is truly perilous. Hence I cannot take you along. Ai Wei, observing her brother's grave demeanor, responded, If I join the Navy, will you accompany me? Upon hearing his sister's agreement, Yifeng joyfully nodded and replied, Of course. How could I possibly resist such an adorable sister in the Navy? He then reached out to embrace Ai Wei, adding, Before that, we must embark on a journey to a certain destination. Ai Wei inquired, Brother, where are we going? Night Feng gazed eastward and replied, The windmill town of the East Sea. Indeed, Night Feng was bound for the hometown of the naval hero, Admiral Monkey D. Garp. He wished to witness the destined child of the future pirate king, Monkey D. Luffy. Turning to Ivale, Night Feng declared, Before we head to the East Sea, let us check on the progress of our grand ship. Subsequently, within a shipyard on Mozambique Island, Night Feng handed his purse to the manager and inquired, Here. This is the final deposit of 10 million berries. When will our ship be completed? The shipyard manager accepted the last 10 million berries from Night Feng without counting to verify its amount and replied, Esteemed customer, the vessel you requested will be ready in 2 days. However, although the manager did not count the money in front of Night Feng and Ivale, he discreetly weighed the purse in his hand to ascertain its heft. Upon hearing that he could retrieve the ship in 2 days, Yifeng nodded and replied, Very well. I shall return in 2 days to collect it. However, could you assist me in launching the vessel into the sea? The payment is not a concern. The shipbuilding manager smiled and promptly agreed, saying, No problem at all. Yifeng turned his head and said to his sister, Ai Wei, Let us proceed to purchase a map first, and then we shall acquire some provisions. As Night Maple gently held Avial's hand, they strolled towards a marketplace. Amidst the bustling street, the pair meandered for nearly half an hour, finally completing their shopping endeavors. The following morning, after rising and freshening up in their inn, Night Maple and Avial began to pack their luggage. After an arduous half hour, they succeeded in organizing the considerable heap of belongings. However, upon inspection, Night Maple discovered that his own luggage, along with the ship's supplies and provisions, accounted for merely 410 items, while the remainder was entirely composed of Avial's possessions. Night Maple felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, contemplating the prospect of this young girl possessing the potential of a future fashionista akin to Nami. He quickly turned to Avial, exclaiming, Dear sister, have you truly spent all our money on clothing? Avial, with an expression of guilt, waved her small hand dismissively, retorting, How could that be? I still have plenty of money left. Yifeng cast a sidelong glance, and with a tone of disbelief, inquired about the small, flat pocket where Ai Wei often kept her money. Then why don't you take out that money for me to see? Ai Wei instinctively covered the small pocket on her garment, feeling a surge of anxiety and at a loss for words. Yifeng noticed the beads of sweat on Aver's forehead and sighed with a familiarity that suggested he had long since grown accustomed to such situations. Alas! Speak up. This time, we have only a few dozen belly left. Aver, increasingly anxious and trembling, dared not look him in the eye as she stammered, There are still 3 remaining. Yifeng gazed at Ai Wei in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? Please repeat that. How much is left? This time, Ai Wei remained silent, merely extending 3 small fingers in response. Yifeng beheld the 3 outstretched fingers, his heart sinking further into despair. If Nami could be deemed a miserly guardian of wealth, then his sister, Avril, was undoubtedly a spendthrift. Just a mere day had passed since yesterday, and she had squandered 35 million, leaving her with a mere 3. Yifeng gazed at Ai Wei and inquired, What have you purchased? Ai Wei extended her little finger to count as she replied, I merely acquired a few garments, some bags, and a handful of cosmetics. I also tended to our sword and purchased 2 outfits for you, and that was all. Yifeng glanced at Ai Wei with a look of helplessness and said, Forget it. Let us embark on another adventure as pirate hunters. Once we reach the sea, we shall see if there are any reckless pirates about. However, he continued, Eyeing the mountain of luggage, we should find someone to help us with this load. With that, he made his way towards the shore. Noticing Yifeng's indifference to the situation, Ai Wei playfully stuck out her tongue and followed him. Chapter 10. Journey to the East Sea. I consider myself a failure. Scarcely aware of whether the sun shines brightly or not, for time is a luxury I cannot afford. My parents were unable to provide support, my education was lacking, and I found myself alone in the city, searching for a glimmer of hope for the future. I sought numerous jobs, yet none accepted me. Perhaps no one desires a person who struggles with speech, shies away from interaction, and fails to exhibit sufficient capability. I endured 3 consecutive days subsisting on merely 2 loaves of bread, the pangs of hunger robbing me of sleep at night. Fortunately, I had prepaid a month's rent, allowing me to remain in that dim underground room, spared from the biting chill of winter's winds outside. At last, I secured a job, keeping watch overnight in a hospital's mortuary. The nights in the hospital were colder than I had anticipated. The corridor lights were unlit, casting shadows everywhere, with only the faint glow from the rooms illuminating my path. The atmosphere was unbearable, as we occasionally received bodies encased in plastic bags, assisting in their transfer to the mortuary. Though it was not an ideal job, it afforded me the means to purchase bread, and the quiet hours of the night could be devoted to study, for few ventured to the mortuary unless there were bodies to deliver or cremate. Alas, I lacked the funds to buy books, and at present, the prospect of saving money seemed bleak. I owe my gratitude to a former colleague. Had he not resigned unexpectedly, I might not have even obtained this position. I dreamt of the possibility of rotating to day shifts, as I now slept through the sun's ascent and awoke with the arrival of night, leaving my body somewhat frail and my head occasionally throbbing painfully. One day, a new body was delivered. I overheard that it belonged to my former colleague who had resigned. Curiosity piqued. I discreetly opened the drawer and unzipped the body bag after everyone had left. The deceased was an elderly man, his face pale and mottled, etched with deep wrinkles, appearing rather frightening in the dim light. His sparse hair had turned mostly white, and he was entirely unclothed, devoid of even a scrap of fabric. The website updates slowly. Please download the Xingwen reading app for the latest chapters. I noticed a peculiar mark on his chest, a dark bluish hue, the specifics eluding description due to the insufficient light. I reached out to touch the mark. It felt unremarkable. Gazing at this former colleague, I pondered whether I would end up like him if I continued down this path. I spoke to him, saying I would accompany him to the crematorium the next day, personally ensuring his ashes were taken to the nearest free cemetery to prevent the caretakers from carelessly discarding them by a river or into the wilderness. This would cost me a morning's sleep, but thankfully, Sunday was approaching, allowing me to recuperate. After uttering those words, I zipped the body bag shut and returned it to the drawer. The room seemed to darken even further. From that day forth, each time I fell asleep, I was haunted by dreams enveloped in mist. I sensed that something was about to transpire, a foreboding feeling that soon, entities, perhaps not entirely human, would seek me out. Yet, no one would believe me. They assumed that in such an environment and line of work, my mental state had become unstable, warranting a visit to a doctor. A male patron at the bar turned his gaze towards the suddenly silent storyteller and inquired, what happened next? This man, in his 30s, donned a brown woolen coat and light yellow trousers, his hair neatly flattened. Beside him rested a humble dark round hat. He appeared rather ordinary. Much like most patrons in the tavern, black-haired, with pale blue eyes, neither strikingly handsome nor unattractive, lacking any distinguishing features. The storyteller, a youth of 18 or 19, stood tall and lean, with similar black hair and pale blue eyes, yet his features were sharp, capable of captivating attention. He stared at the empty glass before him and sighed, and then I resigned and returned to the countryside, coming here to regale you with tales. As he spoke, a smile crept across his face, tinged with mischief. The male patron paused. Were you just spinning a yarn? He chuckled, prompting laughter to erupt around the bar. As the laughter subsided, a gaunt middle-aged man looked at the somewhat embarrassed patron and remarked, outsider, how could you believe Lumian's stories? He spins a different tale every day. Yesterday, he was a hapless fool jilted by his fiancée due to poverty, and today he is a mortuary attendant. Another regular chimed in, yes. He speaks of 30 years on the east bank of the Serensa River, then 30 years on the west, nothing but nonsense. The young man, Lumian, propped himself on the bar with a smile, saying, you know, this is not a fabrication of mine. It's all penned by my sister, who has a penchant for storytelling and is a columnist for a literary magazine. He then turned towards the outsider, extending his hand with a radiant smile. It seems she writes quite well. My apologies for the misunderstanding, replied the man in the brown wool coat, unperturbed, as he rose with a smile. An intriguing story. What is your name? Isn't it common courtesy to introduce oneself before inquiring about another? Lumian replied with a grin. The outsider nodded. I am Ryan Koss. These two are my companions, Valentine and Leah. He gestured towards the man and woman seated beside him. In the Star Literature reading app, a man in his late 20s with yellow hair dusted with a hint of powder, has eyes that are a shade deeper than the blue of lake waters. He is clad in a white waistcoat, a blue fine woolen coat, and black trousers, clearly having put considerable effort into his appearance before stepping out. His demeanor is notably aloof, as he scarcely glances at the surrounding farmers and herdsmen. The woman accompanying him appears considerably younger than the two men. Her long, light gray hair is intricately styled into a bun, adorned with a white veil that serves as a hat. Her eyes, matching the hue of her hair, sparkle with unabashed amusement as she gazes at Lumian, seeming to find the recent events rather entertaining. Beneath the glow of the tavern's gas wall lamp, the woman named Leah reveals a charmingly sculpted nose and elegantly curved lips, a beauty that undoubtedly stands out in the rustic setting of Korta Village. She wears a white, form-fitting cashmere dress, paired with a cream-colored jacket and a pair of mazir-long boots, each adorned with silver bells that jingle melodically as she walks, capturing the attention of many men who gaze at her in awe. To them, such fashionable attire is reminiscent of the larger cities like Baijer and the capital, Trier. Lumian nods to the three outsiders, introducing himself. I am Lumian Li. You may simply call me Lumian. Li? Leah exclaims. Is there something wrong with my surname? Lumian inquires curiously. Ryan Kos interjects to clarify for Leah. Your surname is rather fearsome. I nearly lost control of my voice just now. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the farmers and herdsmen, he elaborates. Those familiar with sailors and merchants know of a saying that circulates across the 5 seas. It is better to encounter pirate generals or even kings than to cross paths with someone named Frankly. That individual also bears the surname Li. Is he truly frightening? Lumian asks. Ryan shakes his head. I cannot say for certain, but with such a legend surrounding him, it must hold some truth. He shifts the conversation back to Lumian, saying, Thank you for your tale. It merits a drink. What would you like? A glass of green fairy, Lumian replies without hesitation as he sits back down. Ryan furrows his brow. Green fairy absinthe? I should remind you that absinthe is harmful to the human body. It may lead to madness and hallucinations. I did not expect the fashionable trends of Trier to have reached here. Leah adds with a smile, so the people of Trier enjoy green fairy as well. For us, life is already sufficiently arduous. We need not concern ourselves with a little more harm. This drink allows our spirits to find greater relaxation, Lumian remarks. Very well, Ryan concedes, turning to the bartender for a glass of green fairy and adding a request for a glass of spicy heart. The latter is a renowned fruit brandy. Why not serve me a glass of green fairy as well? I was the one who revealed the truth to you, and I could divulge the full story of this fellow. A thin, middle-aged man named Pierre protests. Outsider, I can see your skepticism towards the authenticity of that tale. Lumian retorts loudly. Pierre, you would go to great lengths just to score a free drink. Before Ryan can respond, Lumian adds, why can't I tell the story myself? That way, I could enjoy another glass of green fairy. Because they do not know whether to believe you, Pierre replies smugly. Your sister loves to tell the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Those who lie repeatedly inevitably lose their credibility. Very well, Lumian shrugs as he watches the bartender slide a pale green drink before him. Ryan looks at him, seeking confirmation. Is that acceptable? No problem, as long as your wallet can cover the cost, Lumian responds nonchalantly. Then another glass of green fairy. Ryan nods in agreement. Pierre's face lights up with a grin. The generous outsider. This fellow is the village's biggest prankster. You should steer clear of him. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister, Aurora, and he has not left since. Imagine, he was only 13 at the time. How could he possibly work as a mortician? Well, the nearest hospital is in Daly, down the mountain, and it takes an entire afternoon to reach. Pierre adds. Brought back to the village? Leah questions sharply, tilting her head, producing a tinkling sound. Pierre nods. He adopted the surname Li after following Aurora. Even his name Lumian was given by her. What it originally was, I have forgotten. Lumian takes a sip of absinthe, chuckling as he speaks, seemingly unbothered or ashamed by the revelations of his past. Chapter 11. The red-haired pirate crew Avel clenches her teeth in anger as she glares at Yifeng. Repeat that. How am I small? Yifeng smiled at Ai Wei Air and said, I believe we have arrived. It is time to rise. Ai Wei Air nodded in satisfaction, replying, Humph. At least you are perceptive. She then began to change her clothes in front of Yifeng. Upon witnessing his sister's actions, Yifeng swiftly turned away, yet inadvertently caught a glimpse and muttered, Indeed, it is quite flat. Just as Ai Wei Air finished changing, she heard her brother's quiet remark about her figure. Upon hearing those words, Ai Wei Air's lips twitched, and with a dark expression, she turned to her brother and said, My dear elder brother, would you be so kind as to repeat what you just said? Night Maple turned around with a look of confusion, only to be mesmerized by his sister, Avril, who was already dressed. This time, his sister Avril donned a delicate light blue dress, complemented by a pair of charming sandals instead of high heels. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders, resembling that of a little fairy. Observing her brother's dazed expression, Avril felt a sense of satisfaction and secretly thought to herself, "Humph, this little one shall not be subdued by you." She then approached and embraced her still-dazed brother, resting her head on his shoulder and sweetly saying, "My dearest husband, shall we be on our way?" Night Fong, regaining his composure, playfully tapped the top of Aver's head, eliciting a sharp yelp from her as she instinctively recoiled. Clutching her head in pain, grimacing, she revealed her discomfort. Night Fong then remarked, "I am your brother, so cease your unfounded thoughts." With that, he grasped his sword and strode confidently out of the ship. A few minutes later, Aver emerged from the cabin, sword in hand. As Yifeng and Ai Wei-er approached the island along the bridge by the dock, Ai Wei-er tugged at Yifeng's hand and said, "Brother, look over there." They beheld a magnificent red sailboat, already moored at the edge of the dock. The prow of the vessel was intricately crafted to resemble the head of a Chinese dragon, complete with a dragon's tail at the stern and adorned with decorations resembling dragon claws along its sides. Atop the mast fluttered a pirate flag featuring a skull with crimson hair, the emblem of the red-haired pirates. Ai Wei-er then added, "There must be pirates in this village." The night shift remarked, "Indeed, there exists a formidable pirate." In the depths of his heart, Yifeng pondered that, just as in the original narrative, the infamous red-haired pirates had indeed arrived. As Yifeng and Ai Wei-er made their way to a tavern in Windmill Town, the sounds of laughter wafted through the air. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a lively scene. A large group of patrons was gathered, indulging in merriment and libations. At the bar, a young man clad in white, distinguished by his iconic crimson hair, was seen drinking heartily from a wooden mug. Before him stood a small boy, approximately the same age as his sister Ai Wei-er, sipping on juice. When the door of the tavern creaked open, the entire assembly turned their gaze towards the entrance, momentarily mistaking the newcomers for mere children. One among them, a rotund fellow with a chicken leg in hand and a green bandana wrapped around his head, approached Yifeng and Ai Wei-er, inquiring, "Young ones, to which household do you belong?" Before Yifeng could utter a word, Avril interjected, declaring, "We are bounty hunters." The rotund figure alongside the patrons of the tavern, including the future Monkey D, Luffy, was momentarily taken aback, and then the entire establishment erupted in laughter, with the exception of Shanks. Ha! If one were to determine who laughed the loudest in that tavern, it would undoubtedly be young Luffy, who reveled in joy. For moments earlier, Shanks had laughed in precisely that manner, and now Luffy found himself in a position to laugh at others, surpassing the merriment of every other patron. The hefty man doubled over in laughter, let his chicken leg tumble to the floor as he looked at Yifeng and exclaimed, "Ha ha, just the two of you little ones claiming to be bounty hunters? Let me tell you, I am a pirate. Come and catch me if you can. Ha ha." As Yifeng and Ai Wei-er perceived the mocking laughter directed at them, they indignantly exclaimed, "Silence." Their demeanor shifted dramatically, and in a swift motion, Yifeng drew the long sword that was sheathed at his back, sweeping it forward in a fierce arc. The plump man closest to Yifeng sensed the impending danger through his observation Haki, yet he was unable to activate his armament Haki in time to shield himself. Had the sword struck him, it would have surely spelled his demise. Just as the blade was about to cleave into him, Shanks, who had been seated at the bar, sprang into action. With a deft movement, he brandished his own sword, deflecting the lethal sword energy aimed at the hefty man. However, while he successfully intercepted the attack directed at the plump fellow, the residual force of the sword energy cleaved the bar in two. Subsequently, Shanks fixed his piercing gaze upon Yifeng, his eyes imbued with the power of Haki, and spoke amidst the stunned crowd. "I apologize for the transgressions committed by myself and my crew." With a respectful bow, he addressed Yifeng and Ai Wei-er, uttering a sincere, "I am sorry." Upon encountering Shanks, Yifeng bowed in apology and casually remarked, "It's quite all right. After all, we are not here to apprehend you for a bounty." Chapter 12. The first meeting with Luffy. Hearing Yifeng's words of reassurance, Shanks stepped forward, embracing the young boy's slender shoulders with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. In that case, we shall be friends from now on." He then turned to the astonished crew and the prostrate Brook, declaring, "Brothers, let us commence a celebration." With an arm around Yifeng's shoulders, Shanks made his way to a bar stool, addressing Yifeng, "Young lad, would you like to drink?" Yifeng, unreservedly, requested, "Bring me a glass of rum, and for my sister, a glass of milk, please." He gestured toward Abel, who had followed him to sit down. Shanks called out to the bar's interior, "Madam, please serve me a glass of rum and a glass of milk. Thank you." He then turned to Yifeng and inquired, "Young brother, from which place do you hail?" Night Maple remarked, "We hail from the South Sea." Shanks then inquired, "And how old are you this year?" The surrounding individuals, including the youthful Luffy, attentively listened. Night Maple responded nonchalantly, "I am 6 years old, and my sister is 5. Upon hearing this, Shanks gazed at Night Maple in astonishment and said, "Based on the sword energy you casually wielded earlier, your mastery of the sword must at least be at the level of a junior sword king." Yifeng nodded without hesitation and stated, "Indeed, my swordsmanship is at the initial level of sword king." He then shifted the topic, adding, "However, my sister's proficiency surpasses mine. She is at the intermediate level of sword king." At this revelation, Shanks and those nearby were rendered even more astonished, pondering in their hearts, "Is this truly a human?" At merely 6 years old, he has already attained the status of Sword King. Moreover, his sister's abilities are even more extraordinary. The most astonished among them was Shanks, who, having only achieved the title of Great Sword Emperor after the age of 30, was already regarded as a genius. Yet now, witnessing a 6-year-old at the initial level of Sword King and the even more formidable 5-year-old at the intermediate level, he couldn't help but reflect that at his own age of 6, he was likely still playing in the mud. Standing nearby, little Luffy, unable to comprehend the intricacies of swordsmanship, approached Yifeng and inquired, "What were you just talking about? I didn't understand a single word." Just as Shanks was about to respond, a beautiful woman with green hair and an apron emerged from the back of the bar, carrying a tray adorned with 2 glasses of rum and a glass of milk. As Yifeng gazed upon the scene, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he mused to himself that this must be the woman most deserving of being the Pirate King's wife. A fleeting glance at Shanks revealed a hint of inscrutable tenderness in his gaze. Machino placed the rum and milk on the counter, preparing to depart when she noticed the bar, recently cleaved in 2 by Yifeng's sword. Turning to Shanks, she inquired with a touch of astonishment, "What on earth happened here?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately stood up and responded, "I apologize. I accidentally struck you with my sword just now. Please tell me how much it costs, and we will compensate you." Just as Yifeng was about to reach out to Aver, who was seated beside him, he realized that she was no longer there. It dawned on him that all their money had been spent by his sister, leaving them with a mere 3 belly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yifeng was preparing to borrow money from the red-haired pirate crew sitting nearby when suddenly, the bar's door burst open. A middle-aged man wielding a long knife stormed in, shouting fiercely, "Hurry up and bring me some liquor. I am Graham, the notorious mountain bandit with a bounty of 3 million. If you don't serve me quickly, I'll be sure to carve you up with my blade." Night Maple disregarded the mountain bandit Graham and turned his gaze towards the enchanting Machino, inquiring, "I wonder if 3 million is sufficient to compensate for the losses incurred by your bar?" At that moment, Machino, still taken aback and unsure of how to respond, merely nodded and replied, "It is enough. Quite sufficient." Yifeng rose and turned towards the bandit Graham, who was lounging with his legs crossed. As Yifeng approached, Graham, noticing the young boy before him, disdainfully remarked, "Where did this little brat come from? While I am in a good mood, you had better scram. If you don't leave, I will turn you into minced meat and feed you to the fish in the sea." Night Maple paid her no heed, instead quietly inquiring, "What was the bounty you mentioned earlier?" The bandit Graham, under the impression that Night Maple had been intimidated by the mention of his reward, boisterously reiterated, "I am a man with a bounty of 3 million. Upon hearing this, Yifeng exclaimed, "Exactly," before anyone could react. He swiftly dispatched the man who had just proclaimed a bounty of 3 million. With practiced ease, he drew a bag from behind him, severed Graal's head, and placed it within. Handing it to the somewhat dazed Machino, he stated, "Here, this is compensation for your bar." Observing this, Shanks thought to himself that Yifeng would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable individual. Nonetheless, Yifeng's intervention allowed the young Luffy to successfully consume the gum-gum fruit. Chapter 13. The Butterfly Effect. At that moment, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, pointed at a box on the bar's table and exclaimed, "Captain, we have a problem. The devil fruit inside the box is missing." Upon hearing this, Shanks immediately glanced at the bar table, discovering that a single box lay open. Its contents vanished. Just as the red-haired pirates began searching for the missing item, Luffy ambled over to Shanks, saying, "Hey, Shanks, are you looking for that fruit in the box?" Shanks promptly asked Luffy, "Hey, Luffy, did you see the purple fruit that was in the box on the table?" Luffy paused for a moment before realizing, "Are you looking for a purple fruit with patterns on it?" The hefty Riki nodded, staring at Luffy. Not that one. Where is it now? Luffy replied, I already ate it, but the taste was quite strange. In a sudden flurry, Shanks turned Luffy upside down, gripping his legs and shouting excitedly, Spit it out. Spit it out. You can't eat that. A peculiar scene unfolded as Luffy's legs elongated from being inverted, causing his face to plummet to the ground. Upon witnessing Luffy's transformation, Shanks collapsed onto the floor, his teeth resembling shark fangs, and exclaimed, Luffy, do you know what you just consumed? Luffy, still bewildered, asked, What was that I just ate? With a furious expression, Shanks replied, That was a devil fruit. Once eaten, you can no longer swim. Luffy, unfazed, responded, Then I simply won't swim anymore. Thus, Luffy ultimately consumed the singular devil fruit destined to be his for a lifetime. At this juncture, Yifeng called out to his sister, Aviel, who was hiding behind the bar, Sister, let us depart. Upon hearing Yifeng, Aviel quickly emerged and dashed towards the bar's entrance. It was at this moment that everyone beheld Aviel's beauty, and a singular thought crossed their minds. She was stunning. However, upon recalling that she was a skilled swordswoman, they abandoned any thoughts of pursuing her. Just as Aviel was about to exit the bar, Luffy stepped forward and, with a dazed expression, remarked, You're so beautiful. What is your name? I am Monkey D, Luffy. Aviel, looking at the fool before her, smiled and replied, I am Aviel, before swiftly running out to follow Yifeng up the mountain. As she ran, Aviel turned to her brother, a puzzled expression on her face, and asked, Brother, who were those people just now? Why didn't we capture them? As Yifeng ambled up the mountain, lost in thought, he mused, They're the red-haired pirates. One of the 4 emperors. At present, we are no match for them. However, he couldn't help but wonder if this intervention might prevent the fateful event from the original narrative, where he sacrificed an arm to save Luffy, thereby bestowing upon him the symbolic hat and allowing him to embark on his own journey. Just as these troubling thoughts clouded his mind, Ivail spoke up from beside him. Brother, weren't we supposed to join the Navy? Why have we come here? Upon hearing this, Yifeng replied, Now is not the time. We must wait for someone to arrive. He sensed a mysterious force calling to him, prompting him to ascend the mountain. However, shortly after Yifeng departed from the bar, a large group of individuals stormed in, brandishing knives. One of them stood atop a table and shouted, Which bastard killed my brother? Step forward immediately. Thus, the anticipated drama unfolded once again. Just as in the original narrative, it was revealed that the perpetrator was merely a child, a wielder of a devil fruit. As devil fruit users are particularly vulnerable to seawater, they seized Luffy and dragged him to the sea, demanding that the bar's proprietress, Machino, summon the one responsible for his brother's death, or else they would toss Luffy into the depths to feed the fish. Upon hearing this, Machino rushed out in search of Yifeng and Ai Wei Air, unaware of their whereabouts as they were making their way up the mountain. Just as they prepared to contact Luffy's grandfather, Garp, they encountered the red-haired pirates, to whom they relayed the news of Luffy's capture and demanded the surrender of Yifeng, the alleged killer of Luffy's brother, Graham. However, lacking knowledge of Yifeng's location, they led their crew to rescue Luffy. Chapter 14. The mysterious devil fruit. Following the directions provided by the mountain bandit, the red-haired pirates hastened to the designated location, where they discovered a dozen individuals aboard small boats on the sea. Among them was the bound and helpless Luffy, resembling a rice dumpling. One keen-eyed pirate quickly spotted him and reported to their captain, Captain, they've arrived. Glad, Graham's brother, noticing the throng gathered on the shore, bellowed, Which scoundrel killed my brother? Swim over now, or I shall toss him overboard. He then prepared to throw the bound Luffy into the ocean. Upon witnessing this, Shanks shouted at Glad, Your brother, Graham, was slain by my hand. What sort of prowess is it to torment a child? Just as Glad was about to respond, a colossal sea king emerged from the depths, its massive form casting a shadow over the scene. The mountain bandits fled in panic, leaving only Glad and Luffy in the water. The Sea King, with its crimson eyes fixated on the bound Luffy, drew Glad's attention. Little brat, since that Sea King seems fond of you, go and keep it company, he sneered, before tossing Luffy onto the boat and leaping into the sea, attempting to swim to shore. However, he soon found himself devoured by the very Sea King that had been eyeing Luffy. As the Sea King turned its gaze toward the small boat containing the unconscious Luffy, the onlookers on the shore grew increasingly anxious, with Machino letting out a terrified scream. At that moment, a flash of red surged toward the boat. Just as the Sea King was about to snap Luffy up, Shanks, propelled by an urgent resolve, made a harrowing decision. The Sea King lunged at the boat, but upon finding nothing but a severed arm, it turned to see a red-haired man floating in the water, cradling Luffy with one hand to prevent him from falling. The Sea King, enraged, charged at Shanks, but before it could reach him, Shanks met its gaze with an imposing presence, infused with the aura of Conqueror's Haki, and commanded, "Get lost." The Sea King retreated into the depths, while a dazed Luffy awoke to find himself held securely in Shanks' left arm, his right shoulder eerily empty, stained with crimson. Luffy grasped Shanks' shirt with his tiny hands, crying out, "Shanks, where is your right hand?" Shanks offered no reply, merely smiling as he swam toward the shore. Thus began the pact between Shanks and Luffy, wherein Luffy vowed to gather 10 companions and set sail to return the hat to him. Returning to the present, Yifeng, following the call of the mysterious force, arrived at a grand tree and halted. He handed some money to Ai Wei'er before placing his right hand against the tree's bark. Observing her brother's actions, Ai Wei'er inquired, "Brother, what are you doing?" In a hushed tone, Yifeng instructed Ai Wei'er, "Do not speak." He then continued to close his eyes, attuning himself to the precise location of the object. Upon hearing this, Ai Wei'er obediently fell silent. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Yifeng, with his eyes still closed, confirmed the whereabouts of the object and finally opened his eyes, addressing Ai Wei'er, "Hand me the sword." Ai Wei'er dutifully tossed Yifeng's sword to him, which he caught deftly with his right hand. With a swift motion, he swept the sword before him, cleaving the enormous tree in two. The upper section crashed to the ground, producing a thunderous sound that startled the nearby birds into flight. Sheathing the sword, he advanced toward the now severed tree stump, discovering a crimson fruit, as vivid as blood, nestled within a hollow at its center. Yifeng stepped forward to grasp the object in his hand and sensed its call. He pondered, what could this be? At that moment, Ai Wei'er approached, gazing at the blood-red fruit in Yifeng's palm, and inquired, "Brother, what is this?" Upon seeing it, Yifeng turned to Ai Wei'er and said, "This is a devil fruit. Would you like to consume it?" Upon hearing this, Ai Wei'er immediately shook her head and replied, "No, I absolutely will not eat it. If I do, I will no longer be able to swim." Upon hearing her brother, Yifeng, mention that his sister, Aviel, had declined to eat, he promptly placed it into his pocket. He then addressed Aviel, saying, "Let us descend the mountain." Chapter 15. The first encounter with Monkey D. Garp. When Yifeng and Aviel reached the foot of the mountain, they returned to the tavern only to find it deserted. After inquiring with a nearby villager, they learned of the incident involving the bandit Graham and his brother, Grat, who had abducted the young Luffy. Without delay, they hurried towards the shore. Upon arrival, they were met with a throng of people. Immediately, Yifeng took his sister's small hand and approached to discern the situation. As they drew closer, they discovered Shanks standing there, though only his left arm remained on his shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng immediately approached Shanks with a serious demeanor and inquired, "Is what you are doing truly worthwhile?" Shanks, momentarily taken aback by the question, responded with a smile, "Indeed, it is worthwhile, for I have cornered him in the new era." The following morning, the red-haired pirates prepared to set sail, seemingly in response to an impending message from the Navy, ready to flee. Nevertheless, Shanks entrusted his straw hat to Luffy, urging him to venture out to return it to him. As the townspeople of Windmill Village gathered to bid farewell to the red-haired pirates, Shanks suddenly recalled something important while standing at the bow of the ship. He leapt down and, amidst the puzzled gazes of those around him, approached Yifeng earnestly and asked, "Could you share with me what your dream is?" Night Maple gazed at the individual before him, and after a moment's contemplation, he smiled mysteriously and uttered, "At ease, unrestrained and free." Upon grasping the meaning behind Night Maple's words, Shanks responded, "I wish you success. I shall await you in the New World." After the departure of the red-haired pirates, Night Maple and Aviel took residence in the Machino Bar for the ensuing days. Their daily routine comprised sword practice each morning, during which they also became acquainted with 2 of their friend Luffy's companions, Portas D. Ace, the son of the Pirate King, and Sabo, the future vice-captain of the Revolutionary Army. However, it was Aviel's beauty that captivated them, drawing the trio to Machino's bar day after day, much to Aviel's chagrin, as she often felt compelled to scold them. As time passed, they grew familiar with one another. On the 5th morning, after practicing swordplay on the beach for over half an hour, Night Maple and his sister Aviel were preparing to return when Night Maple, sensing a ship approaching with his observation Haki, paused and said to Aviel, "Sister, someone is coming." Aviel, hearing her brother's words, joined him at the water's edge to observe. A ship, resembling a dog's head, gradually made its way toward them across the usually tranquil sea. Originally, Garp had no intention of returning, but news from the Grand Line indicated that Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates and one of the 4 emperors, had lost an arm in his hometown. Consequently, Admiral Sengoku had dispatched Garp to investigate the matter. As Garp stood on his canine-headed warship, looking back at his hometown, Windmill Village, he sensed the presence of two children on the beach. Mistaking them for his grandson Luffy, he thought, has he finally found a little girlfriend? He promptly activated the Marine 6 styles, employing the moonwalk to soar toward the shore, for this was a matter of his family's legacy and could not be taken lightly. Upon reaching the air and discerning the features of the young boy, he realized it was not his grandson. Nevertheless, the two children bore a resemblance reminiscent of someone he had encountered before, yet he could not recall where. Nonetheless, he deemed his grandson's well-being paramount. Garp landed on the beach, surveyed his surroundings, and fixed his gaze upon Night Maple, inquiring, "Boy, what is your name?" Yifeng softly remarked, "Yifeng." Then, gazing at Yifeng, he inquired, "Have you seen my grandson?" Upon hearing Garp's words, Yifeng's eyes ignited with the spirit of battle as he declared, "Luffy is at Deepening in the mountains." In response, Garp turned to the naval warship that had just docked at the harbor and proclaimed, "I hereby grant you 3 days of leave. Return here to fetch me after that." He then directed his gaze towards Windmill Town. At that moment, Yifeng, standing behind Garp, suddenly unsheathed his sword and unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy towards Garp. Sensing the impending danger with his observation Haki, Garp swiftly leaped into the air to evade the attack and, with a glare filled with fury, confronted Yifeng, saying, "What do you intend to do, kid?" Yifeng replied nonchalantly, stating, "It is nothing, merely a desire to strike you with my sword." As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Cap, who remained suspended in midair. In response, Cap enveloped his right hand with a thick layer of armed color, effortlessly dispersing the approaching sword energy with a single punch. With mounting fury, he fixed a glare upon Yifeng and declared, "Then allow me to impart a lesson on how to respect your elders." With that, he descended from the sky, his left hand, adorned with armed color, aimed to strike Yifeng. Chapter 16. Recognized as a grandson. Upon witnessing Garp charging towards him, Yifeng bent low and, enveloping his sword with a layer of armament Haki, managed to deflect the descending punch, consequently taking 2 steps back. Standing aside, his sister Ai Wire observed her brother's retreat and prepared to draw her sword and rush forward. Noticing the armament Haki on Yifeng's sword and then his physique, Garp suddenly seemed to grasp something, laughing as he remarked, "Ha, young lad. Were you the one who vanquished the glare of the evil wolf pirates in the South Sea last month?" Night Maple nodded and said, "Yes, what is it?" Upon hearing this, Cap glanced at the sword-wielding Ai Wei, who was preparing to charge, and inquired, "Is that little girl Ai Wei your sister?" This time, Night Maple remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. After confirming with Night Maple, Cap laughed heartily and declared, "Well then, from this day forth, you shall be my grandson and granddaughter." He then turned to Night Maple and proclaimed, "From today onward, you shall be known as Monkey D. Night Maple." He gazed at Ai Wei, Night Maple's sister, and added, "You shall be called Monkey D. Ai Wei." Upon hearing the words of Garp, Yifeng, still in a state of confusion, exclaimed, "Old man, what did you just say?" In response to Yifeng's reference to him as old man, Garp swiftly appeared before him and, seizing the moment before Yifeng could react, delivered a resounding blow from his signature iron fist of love upon his head. The pain forced Yifeng to drop the sword and arrow in his grasp, crouching down while clutching his head, gritting his teeth as he lamented, "Damn, old man. That hurts." Meanwhile, Garp's thoughts drifted to how he could boast about his 2 grandsons to Sengoku. Just then, he heard Yifeng, still crouched on the ground, once again refer to him as "darn old man." This prompted Garp to deliver yet another iron fist of love, causing Yifeng to nearly shed tears from the pain. One hand pressed against his head, he pointed at the chuckling Garp and called out to his sister, "Aviel, sister, please go and teach him a lesson for me." As Yifeng finished speaking, he heard a voice calling Grandpa, and upon opening one eye, he saw his sister toss aside her sword and leap into Garp's embrace, wrapping her small legs around his waist while clinging to his neck with her tiny hands. With a beaming smile against his cheek, she exclaimed, "This is wonderful. I finally have a grandpa." Garp, taken aback by Ai Wei's sudden affection, gazed at the little girl in bewilderment. Reflecting on the information relayed from Sengoku, he felt an overwhelming fondness for her, almost surpassing his affection for his own grandson, Luffy. Meanwhile, Yifeng, squatting nearby with his hands covering his head, was utterly dumbfounded, internally raging. Is it really more about being a brother for 2 or 3 years? You just got a grandpa. At that moment, Ai Wei, with her adorably naive expression, looked up at Garp and asked, "Grandpa, Why do you have so much hair under your mouth? Garp, charmed by AI Wei Air's innocent curiosity, lovingly replied, that is not hair. It is a man's mature symbol, his beard. Later, on the hillside, Garp held AI Wei Air, who was sprawled on him, while Yifeng followed behind with a resigned expression, standing before a massive treehouse. Garp set AI Wei Air down and proceeded to knock vigorously on the door, calling out loudly. Inside, a voice boomed, which rascal wants to die? Almost immediately, the door burst open, revealing a stout, intimidating middle-aged woman with a cigarette dangling from her mouth. However, upon recognizing Garp standing before her, the woman's expression shifted, and she stuttered, Garp. Garp narrowed his eyes into slits, a dangerous glint flashing as he softly inquired, What's the matter? Deepening, you seem less than welcoming. Deepening awkwardly chuckled and quickly ingratiated herself, saying, how could that be? It is an honor for me to have you, Garp-sama. Garp continued nonchalantly, by the way, Deepening, how has Ace been lately? Deepening sank into recollection, and recalling Ace brought a frown to her face. Gritting her teeth, she said, that little rascal is doing quite well. Garp laughed heartily, exclaiming, ha ha ha. It seems my grandson is living life to the fullest. I came primarily to check on Ace and these two little ones beside me. From now on, they will be under your care, Deepening. Oh, by the way, this boy is named Monkey D. Yifeng, and the girl is named Monkey D. AI Wei Air. Upon hearing Garp's words, Deepening stood frozen in disbelief before erupting. You idiot, Garp. Don't treat this place like a daycare. I'm a mountain bandit. Garp merely smiled and waved dismissively. Oh, come now, Deepening. Do not say that. Yifeng and AI Wei Air are well behaved. They won't cause you any trouble, I assure you. Chapter 17. Rescuing people without a moment's hesitation, Deepening firmly rejected Garp's proposal, saying, No. Every time you promise that they will behave, it ends in chaos. Who knows what kind of trouble these two children might bring? Garp responded casually, Is that so? Are you certain? With an absent-minded remark, he added, It seems the 6th level of the underwater prison is short on personnel lately. He casually glanced over Deepening, and upon hearing Garp's mention of the prison, her composure began to falter. However, as Garp's eyes swept over her, she quickly relented, saying, Well, haha, I've thought it over. They can stay here. Before Yifeng and AI Wei Air could express any further thoughts, Garp patted AI Wei Air's head and declared, All right, Yifeng and AI Wei Air, from now on, you will reside here. When you grow up, Grandpa will come to see you and take you to join the Navy. He then turned and walked down the hill. Hidden nearby, Luffy, witnessing his grandfather Garp depart, rushed over with curiosity and asked, Hey, Yifeng, AI Wei Air, are you Grandpa's grandkids too? How come I didn't know that? Yifeng nodded and remarked, Indeed, we are the grandsons of old Cap Little Luffy, picking his nose. Looked at Yifeng and AI Wei Air with an expression of agreement, saying, Is that so? It turns out we are all the same. How pitiable we are. As night fell, Yifeng and his sister AI Wei Air nestled within the treehouse arranged for them by Dad Eyeing. The following morning, AI Wei Air rose early to frolic at Machino's bar, while Yifeng, as was his routine, ventured to the beach to train. He practiced diligently until afternoon, then declared, Time is fleeting. I ought to check on little Luffy. With that, he hoisted the corpse of a sea creature above his head and made his way towards the secret treehouse of Luffy, Ace, and Sabay. Upon his arrival, Yifeng was taken aback by the disarray of the treehouse, which appeared to have endured a fierce battle. In disbelief, he exclaimed, What has happened here? Luffy, Ace, Sabay. Where are you? How could it have transformed into this state after just one afternoon? In a moment of anger, Yifeng suddenly recalled a pivotal event from the original narrative. Luffy and his companions had ventured to pilfer a treasure from a band known as the Bridgem Pirates, only to be captured and taken to a nearby Refuse Mountains terminus. As he was nearing the location, he overheard two individuals conversing. One stated, I heard that the one named Luffy was beaten to a pulp by Bridgem's crew, yet still refused to divulge the hiding places of those two little brats, Ace and Sabay. The other replied, How unfortunate. He was battered beyond recognition and still wouldn't reveal anything. Yifeng suddenly stood behind the two conversing individuals, his cold gaze fixed upon them as he inquired, Could you enlighten me regarding the whereabouts of that individual named Luffy you just mentioned? Startled by the voice that emerged from behind, the two turned to behold Yifeng's emotionless and icy countenance, causing them to tremble and fall to the ground as they stuttered, W are you? Yifeng, striving to suppress the fury within, spoke coldly, I am the brother of the infamous Luffy you speak of. Alas, All I require from you is the whereabouts of that incompetent younger brother of mine." The two terrified individuals, yielding without reservation, divulged to Yi Feng the location of Luffy, stating, "He is in that small wooden cottage just ahead. If you proceed a little further, you shall find him." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng did not linger but dashed towards the small cabin they had mentioned. As he departed, the two individuals who had been terrified by Yi Feng slowly rose from the ground and murmured, "What just happened? It felt as if we were being stalked by a tiger. We must leave immediately. I cannot bear to stay here another moment." The other replied, "Indeed, we should hurry." Those eyes were utterly terrifying. I nearly lost my breath. At that moment, Yi Feng had just reached the entrance of the cabin when he heard a series of striking sounds emanating from within. Bang! "My patience is limited, kid. If you do not reveal the whereabouts of Ace and Sabay, I shall kill you." Another resounding thud followed. "In your dreams, I will never betray Ace and Sabay. If you dare, then kill me. Just wait and see how my brother avenges me." "Oh, you've got spirit. Do you think you can intimidate me? Go outside and meet your end." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng proceeded towards the small cabin. Just as he was about to enter, two individuals emerged and blocked his path, exclaiming, "Halt! Who are you, little brat? Are you unaware that this is the domain of our illustrious Brujum pirate crew?" Yi Feng uttered a single word, "Understood." One of the individuals remarked, "Knowing this, how dare you come here? Given your youth, you should leave immediately." Chapter 18. Preparing to depart for Frost Moon Village at this moment, Yi Feng could no longer afford to engage in trivial exchanges with these two petty minions. Thus, he advanced swiftly, using the sword in his hand to swiftly sever the throats of the two men. Before they could even react, Yi Feng had already cut their throats. In a desperate attempt, they clutched at their wounds, as if trying to staunch the flow of blood gushing forth. Yet, no matter how fervently they pressed their hands against the gaping wounds, the crimson liquid continued to pour out, seemingly unrestrained. In the end, both men fell to the ground, their eyes wide open, filled with a sense of unwillingness. Night Feng sheathed his sword without a glance, striding directly to the entrance, where he forcefully kicked open the wooden door. The heavy door crashed to the ground, revealing the scene within the cabin to his eyes. There, he beheld Luffy suspended from the ceiling by a rope, his face marred by bruises, and his body riddled with countless wounds, blood trickling down from his injuries as he lay there. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Luffy struggled to lift his head, tears staining his cheeks. With a trembling voice, barely above a whisper, he said, "Brother Night Feng, you have finally arrived." At that moment, within the cabin, Brugum fixed his gaze upon the intruding Night Feng and remarked, "So, you are the brother he spoke of?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng remained silent and charged directly towards the individual. In a sudden motion, he unsheathed his sword and relentlessly struck at his opponent. The ferocity of his attacks seemed to indicate an intent to carve the person before him into countless pieces. The unfortunate Brujum, on the receiving end of Yi Feng's blade, was swiftly reduced to fragments. Suddenly, two children burst through the door, each wielding an iron pipe, and with remarkable speed, they aimed their strikes at Yi Feng, exclaiming loudly, "Luffy, we've come to rescue you." Engrossed in his furious assault, Yi Feng had no defenses in place and was struck by the iron pipes, crashing against the wall. At that moment, one of the children shouted, "Sabay, I've hit Luffy. Hold on, we're coming to save you." Regaining his footing from the impact against the wall, Yi Feng glared at Ace with a fury, saying, "Ace, it's good to see you." Yi Feng approached, delivering a light punch to Ace's head. He then dusted off his clothes and gestured around, stating, "Take a good look. Where are the enemies now?" Ace and Sabay followed Yi Feng's and soon discovered several members of the Brujum pirate crew, cut into pieces. Ace, realizing the situation, stiffly turned to Yi Feng and remarked, "That's not right. The one I just sent flying was." Yi Feng gazed at Ace and calmly remarked, "You were indeed targeting me just now." Upon hearing this, Ace offered an awkward smile and replied, "Haha, is that so? My apologies then." In an instant, he appeared beside Ace, imparting a lesson of affection before casually clapping his hands and stating, I feel much better now." Behind Yi Feng, Ace, with a head full of bumps, raised his gaze and stammered, Yes, I am truly sorry." As Yi Feng gazed at the now resting Luffy, he urged, "Let us hasten our steps and find a hospital to tend to Luffy's wounds." At long last, they discovered a modest clinic in Windmill Town, where Luffy received rudimentary bandaging. Subsequently, Ace and Sabay fashioned a stretcher from 6 branches to carry him to a quaint treehouse nestled in the hills. Just then, his sister, Ai Wei-er, returned joyously from Machino's bar, only to be met with the sight of her injured brother Luffy lying on the bed, his body marred with bruises. With a face etched in concern, she rushed toward her brother Yifeng and inquired, "Brother, what has happened to Luffy?" Nightfeng merely uttered, "It's nothing. Just a minor fall." As night enveloped the world, everyone succumbed to slumber, leaving Nightfeng alone in the study, gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, his heart harboring a chilling resolve. The following morning, all arose, yet Nightfeng remained within the confines of the study. Consequently, his sister, Aviel, approached to summon him. After a prolonged period of knocking without response, she opened the door only to discover her brother's absence along with his belongings. The study lay barren, save for a solitary letter resting upon the desk. Aviel hastily approached, grasping the letter and unfolding it to reveal the words inscribed within. "My dearest sister, by the time you read this letter, I shall have departed for the place I mentioned before. I will train there for 3 years, and upon my return, I hope to see you as a naval officer. Yours affectionately, your brother, Nightfeng." Upon reading her brother's farewell, Aviel sank to the floor, lost in thought. Outside, Luffy, Sabo, and Ace noted Aviel's silence and her failure to call for her brother to join them for a meal. They hurried to Nightfeng's room, only to find it void of presence, with Aviel seated on the ground, consumed by her thoughts. Chapter 19. Arrival at Frostmoon Village. Indeed, Nightfeng's destination was none other than the abode of Zoro's master, a formidable swordsman from the original narrative of One Piece. Yifeng's destination was to seek a master and learn the art of swordsmanship. He navigated the sea towards Frostmoon Village, initially rowing his boat. However, just as he was about to set sail, a colossal sea creature emerged from the depths. This peculiar scene unfolded as the fish pulled the boat. It was the same fish that Yifeng had captured. One might say that fish had endured a most unfortunate fate, having suffered severe mistreatment during the days of its captivity, just as it was preparing to reclaim its dominion over these waters. It had recently vanquished the tyrant of this sea region, becoming its new sovereign. After reveling in its newfound freedom for merely an afternoon, hunger drove it to surface in search of sustenance, only to encounter Yifeng once more. After swimming for half an hour, Yifeng finally spotted a small island marked as Frostmoon Village on his nautical map. Upon reaching a quaint coastal harbor in Frostmoon Village, Yifeng surveyed his surroundings from the bow of his boat and exclaimed with laughter, "Ha ha ha! Is this Frostmoon Village? Ha ha! I, Yifeng, have arrived." He then addressed the unfortunate sea creature behind him with a casual tone, "Brother Fish, I hope we meet again. Farewell." Striding confidently along the paths of Frostmoon Village, Yifeng noticed that it was a tranquil and serene place. However, after wandering for quite some time, he still had not located the residence of his master, Yoshiro Sagoro, and his dedicated dojo. Half an hour had passed. Yifeng even began to doubt whether the One Heart Dojo was indeed located in this village. Could it be that I have wandered onto the wrong isle? Just as he was on the verge of frustration after walking for another 3 or 4 minutes, an elderly man appeared ahead, leaning on a cane as he continued on his way. Upon spotting the elderly gentleman, Yifeng hastily approached him and inquired, "Uncle, do you know where the Isen Dojo is located?" Immediately after speaking, a wave of nausea washed over him as he recalled his previous encounter. Realizing how he had never had the opportunity to act adorable, not even in front of Garp. Now here he was, addressing a man who appeared to be at least 90 years old as uncle. Internally, he muttered to himself, "I must brush my teeth. I must brush my teeth." The 90-year-old man, leaning on a cane, was accompanied by a 6-year-old child who had also called him uncle. The old man felt a surge of joy, as though he had been rejuvenated, feeling as if he were in his 40s. He then turned his gaze towards the endearing Yifeng, his face blossoming into a broad smile as he said, "Dear child, are you seeking the Isen Dojo to learn swordsmanship from Gung Sailang? Simply continue forward. Then take a right turn and proceed a little further. You shall arrive there." Yifeng, with great effort, held back his words and nodded to the elder, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you, uncle." Following this, he dashed forward with remarkable speed, reminiscent of his eagerness for a meal. After a few minutes, Yifeng finally arrived at the Isen Dojo. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by a quaint courtyard where a petite girl, roughly the same age as his sister Awiel, was skillfully wielding a samurai sword. For clarification, in the context of One Piece, the samurai sword is referred to as a sword. Upon seeing her, Yifeng pondered whether this girl could possibly be Guena from his childhood. He stood quietly to the side, fixated on the young Guena as she practiced her swordsmanship. He remained in place for half an hour, waiting patiently until Guena finished her training, flicked the droplets of water off her blade, and sheathed it. As she turned to enter the house, she suddenly noticed the presence of an unfamiliar figure beside her. Immediately, upon seeing Yifeng, Guena drew her sword with a wary expression, addressing him. "Who are you? What brings you here?" This little girl certainly harbored an excessive amount of suspicion. It seemed that in these 3 years, it would be necessary for me to teach her a lesson. Night Maple gazed at Guena with a subtle smile and said, "My name is Night Maple. I have come here in search of Master Gung Shirlang to learn the art of swordsmanship. Do you happen to know where he is?" Upon hearing Night Maple's response, Guena sheathed her sword and addressed him. "Ah, so you seek to learn from my father. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Guena. However, you appear to be of a similar age to mine, so you shall henceforth be my little brother. This young girl wishes to assume the role of an elder sister. It seems I must teach her a lesson, but first, I must join the dojo. Once I am a member, heh." Yifeng gazed quietly at the graceful figure of Guena, unable to suppress his thoughts. If she were to continue growing, she would undoubtedly become a stunning beauty. Guena then led Yifeng into the depths of the dojo, where he beheld a figure wearing large round glasses, standing before a group of children of similar age to himself. In Chapter 20, Apprenticeship, when Gung Silang noticed his daughter approaching with a child, he glanced at Yifeng. The other children, upon seeing a peer standing outside, also turned their attention to the unfamiliar figure. As Gung Silang's sharp gaze met Yifeng's, he perceived a sword within Yifeng's eyes, a blade capable of piercing through all. Gung Silang mused inwardly, "This child is certainly extraordinary." Just as Yifeng began to feel unnerved under Gung Silang's scrutinizing gaze, mistakenly assuming that his master might be of an unconventional persuasion, Guena, sensing the awkwardness between them, approached her father. She pointed towards Yifeng and said, "Father, he is Yifeng, who wishes to become your disciple." Upon hearing Guena's words, Gung Silang found himself puzzled. A child so young seeking to learn the art of the sword. Surely he must already have a master. He continued to scrutinize Yifeng for a moment longer before inquiring, "Yifeng, have you studied the way of the sword before?" Upon hearing the words of Gung Silang, Yifeng recalled that he had been practicing for 3 years since his rebirth. Thus, he replied to Gung Silang, "Indeed, I have trained for 3 years," which would have begun at the age of 2. Gung Silang, slightly furrowing his brow, pondered to himself that starting sword practice at such a tender age would imply the presence of a master. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction and retorted, "If you began your sword training at 2, then who is your esteemed master?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng fixed his gaze on Gung Silang and stated with conviction, "I have no master. I began perusing numerous books on swordsmanship at the tender age of 2. It was this curiosity that led me to practice the art of the sword, yet I found myself lacking guidance for improvement. Upon learning that there exists a swordsmanship expert in Shuangyue village, I journeyed here with the hope of finding a mentor to impart their knowledge." Gung Silang, upon hearing Yifeng's words, felt a surge of joy within. If a master were to take on such a gifted disciple, his own legacy would surely endure. Thus, he inquired of Yifeng, "What is your purpose in studying the way of the sword?" Upon hearing the words spoken by Gung Silang, Yifeng responded with a commanding tone, declaring his intent to protect those he cherishes. Gung Silang, taken aback by Yifeng's reply, revealed a hint of astonishment on his face and then inquired, "Do you understand what is most essential on the path of the sword?" Yifeng then added, "A heart possessing the mindset of a champion." Upon hearing this, Gung Siro nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Do you understand what the will of the sword signifies?" Yifeng responded, declaring, "With the sword in my hand, I shall sever all that lies before me." Gung Shiro gazed at Yifeng and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Aha! From this day forth, you shall remain here." Thus, Yifeng dedicated himself to the art of swordsmanship beneath the crashing waves each day. Meanwhile, a green-haired boy, none other than Zoro from the realm of One Piece, joined shortly after Yifeng's arrival. At this moment, Zoro, undeterred, grasped a wooden sword and advanced toward the wooden dojo, striking at the targets with unwavering determination, all while biting down on a hefty set of dumbbells. This sight caused Yifeng to ponder the absurdity of it all. Had this been in his own world, a mere ordinary person would have surely suffered a broken jaw. As Yifeng continued his sword training, Kuina sprinted toward him from the shoreline, clutching a small parcel in her hands. Breathless, she reached Yifeng and said, "Here, you forgot to bring your lunch again." Yifeng took the package handed to him by Guyina and remarked, "Nana, you truly have a thoughtful nature. Once we are wed, you will undoubtedly make a wonderful wife." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Guyina's face flushed crimson as she stammered, What are you saying? There are still years to go." How embarrassing. Just as Guyina was about to respond, Yifeng reached out and embraced her. Although she initially intended to struggle, she ultimately closed her eyes. As Yifeng's face inched closer to hers, Zaro suddenly dashed over and exclaimed, "Yifeng? Guyina? What are you two up to?" Hearing Zaro's voice, Guyina instantly pushed Yifeng away and fled towards the dojo. The depth of their relationship could be attributed to Yifeng's persistent encouragement over the past year, instilling in Guyina the belief that women could also reign supreme at sea. Consequently, their bond gradually evolved into something more profound. Yifeng stepped forward and delivered an irksome punch to Zaro's head. Zaro, feeling the sting, exclaimed, "Ouch. That hurts. Yifeng, what are you doing? Did I provoke you?" "Hey, Yifeng, I challenge you." Night Fang's ire had yet to dissipate when he heard Zaro's challenge. With a calm demeanor, he extended a single finger. Gazing at Zaro, who held a bamboo sword in both hands, he remarked, "I shall compete with you using merely one finger. Unleash your full strength, for otherwise, you shall miss your chance." With that, Night Fang raised his right index finger, poised against Zaro. Chapter 21, The Delayed System, or rather, the Jade Pendant. Night Maple smiled, reflecting on the fact that he was initially a novice sword king, yet over the course of the past year, his mastery had progressed to the intermediate level. How could he possibly lose? To even consider using a mere finger was a sign of respect towards his opponent. Zoro, observing Night Maple extend a single finger, recalled that even when battling his master, Gungshiro, and Kuina, he wielded a sword. Now, witnessing Night Maple's audacious claim of defeating him with just a finger, he coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe that by not drawing your sword and merely using a finger, you can vanquish me? Should you perish, do not blame me." Without waiting for Night Maple to respond, he unsheathed his sword and charged at him. As Yifeng beheld Zoro charging towards him with his sword drawn, he remained steadfast, not flinching an inch. With a mere extension of a solitary black finger, he effortlessly intercepted the oncoming blade. This astonishing display left Gungshiro, who was observing from the shadows, utterly astounded. The manifestation of armament Haki was unmistakable. Gungshiro, a former Navy Rear Admiral, had severed ties with the Marines following a certain incident. At that moment, he was engulfed in shock and riddled with questions. Who had imparted such mastery of Haki to him? After all, Yifeng had mastered armament Haki at such a tender age. However, Zoro was even more taken aback. The fact that Yifeng had indeed halted a sword strike with nothing but a finger was remarkable. A genuine sword, when swung, could inflict serious harm. Infuriated, Zoro retaliated with a fierce kick aimed squarely at Yifeng's abdomen. Yifeng shook his head, observing that Zoro was still unwilling to relent. He turned around and kicked Zoro aside, then swung his sword towards the sea, unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy that sliced through the air at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a vast vacuum created a gaping hole in the ocean, with the water above taking several moments to fill the void. Both Zoro and the secretly observing Gungshiro were left dumbfounded. Particularly Zoro, upon witnessing this spectacle, realized the disparity between himself and Yifeng. With a hint of reluctance, he gazed at Yifeng and declared, "I concede defeat, but mark my words, I will surpass you one day. Just you wait." After comprehending Yifeng's prowess, Zoro began to train relentlessly, biting down on a dumbbell while striking a wooden post with his wooden sword each day. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Yifeng took his sword and approached the edge of the sea to refine his swordsmanship. Upon returning to the dojo, he encountered Kuina, who was crouched with her head buried in her knees, weeping. Yifeng approached her and gently stroked her hair, softly inquiring, "Nana, what troubles you? Why are you crying here?" Kuina lifted her head, and upon recognizing Yifeng, she leapt into his embrace, releasing her pent-up emotions as she sobbed, "Today, someone told me that girls cannot achieve success in swordsmanship." After a brief pause, she clutched her chest and continued, "Moreover, I have begun to develop physically, and my father says this will affect my speed." Yifeng whispered softly, "You consider this significant? Clearly, you have yet to encounter Nami, Hancock, or Robin." Yifeng embraced the aggrieved Guyina, his face etched with concern as he spoke gently, "Nana, do not be disheartened. What is it about being a girl? Who says that a girl cannot become a formidable swordmaster? Mastery of the sword is not merely about strength, it is about skill and, more importantly, the comprehension of the sword's essence. What truly matters is possessing a heart that yearns to become a powerful swordmaster. A girl can indeed rise to be a powerful sword wielder. I believe in you, and you can as well." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Guyina felt deeply moved, gazing at him with gratitude as she replied, "Thank you, Yifeng." Night Feng entered his room and lay on the bed, contemplating that the next scene would likely be the tragic fall of Guyina. The plot of One Piece is truly enigmatic. The following day, Night Feng positioned himself in the corner of the staircase leading from the first to the second floor. As anticipated, Guena, burdened by a rather hefty whetstone, rushed down the stairs. For reasons unbeknownst to him, she lost her footing on the final step and began to tilt precariously. In that moment, just before calamity struck, Night Feng sprang from his hiding place and caught Guena, preventing her from falling. As Yifeng gazed at the unconscious Guyina nestled in his embrace, he softly inquired, "Nana, how much longer do you intend to remain in my arms?" Upon awakening and recognizing Yifeng, Guyina wrapped her arms around his neck. Tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Yifeng, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought I was going to perish." Night Feng gazed at Guyina, who was clinging to his neck, and gently patted her back, expressing a tinge of remorse as he spoke. "I am sorry, Nana." Then, with unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze upon Guyina and declared, "Rest assured, Guyina, as long as I, Night Feng, exist in this world, I solemnly swear that I will not allow you to shed a single tear." Gradually, Guyina succumbed to slumber in Night Feng's embrace. He tenderly carried her back to his room and gently laid her down on her bed. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully saving Guyina. Reward, a divine-grade jade pendant." Chapter 22, The Nine Suns Scripture. Upon hearing those words, Yifeng abruptly sank to the ground, a visage marked by despair. After a span of half an hour, Yifeng sprang to his feet with a sudden vigor. Retrieving his sword from within his abode and dashing towards the seaside adjacent to Frost Moon Village at an astonishing speed of 80 miles per hour. Zoro, who had been tirelessly training at the wooden post beside the dojo, caught only a fleeting glimpse of a gust of wind. Momentarily taken aback, he recognized it was a person and hastily pursued the direction in which Yifeng had fled, arriving to witness a scene that left him utterly astounded. After Yifeng dashed onto the beach, he drew his sword and unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes upon the surface of the sea. The sharp waves of sword energy cleaved the tranquil ocean into a myriad of fragments. In a short while, the sea finally settled, revealing a multitude of fish floating upon the water's surface. Some had been directly slain, while others had succumbed to the shock. After venting her frustrations, Yifeng sheathed her sword with a flick, casting not a single glance at the wreckage she had wrought upon the sea. She strolled towards the Isen dojo, passing by the astonished Roronoa Zoro, whose jaw seemed on the verge of dropping. Without provocation, she landed a swift punch on his head before dashing away. Stunned, Zoro remained on the beach for 3 or 4 minutes, blinking in disbelief. Finally, he regained his senses and, with a fierce roar directed at the direction in which Yifeng had vanished, shouted, "Damn it! Yifeng, why did you hit me? Come back here. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Yifeng returned to his room in the Isen dojo, closing the door behind him, without even removing his shoes. He sank onto the bed, shutting his eyes to immerse himself in the echo of the voice that had resonated in his mind moments ago. Indeed, just as he was on the brink of slumber, the sensation deepened. Yifeng discovered a jade pendant of a vibrant green hue nestled within his mind. Was it not the ancestral heirloom of his family? He recalled vividly the moment before his transmigration, when he was walking along the road, oblivious to the traffic lights, only to be struck down by a speeding truck. Yet, in that moment of demise, he clutched a jade pendant in his hand. Was this not the very same pendant? Could it be that this object facilitated his journey across worlds? Regardless, he thought, now he was a man endowed with a system. At last, he could revel in the same flamboyant and audacious lifestyle as other transmigrators. However, after a brief bout of laughter, Yifeng's mirth dissipated as he realized the jade pendant lay motionless in his mind. Enraged, he bellowed inwardly at the heavens, "Where is the promised mysterious elder? Where is the legendary system that was supposed to astound? What use is a mere broken jade pendant to me?" In that instant, Yifeng's consciousness wavered, and he collapsed onto the bed. When he next awoke, he found his master, Gungsurong, and Guyina watching over him intently. Upon noticing that Yifeng's eyes had fluttered open, Guyina hurried to his side, grasping his hand with a look of deep concern. "What's wrong? Are you all right now? Do you feel any discomfort?" she inquired earnestly. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, his master, Gung Silang, turned to him and inquired, "What is the matter with you? Why did you faint in your own room during the day?" At that moment, Yifeng replied, "I apologize. I got a bit carried away while practicing." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Gung Silang gazed at him with a serious expression and remarked, "When practicing swordsmanship, one must maintain a sense of beginning and end. Do not be overly eager." Guyina, with a concerned look, added, "Next time, please refrain from such behavior. It worries me." Upon hearing the words exchanged between his master, Gung Sailang, and Gu Yaina, Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, it will not happen again." Gung Sailang, noticing that Yifeng had awakened, addressed his daughter, Gu Yaina, saying, "Gu Yaina, Yifeng is now awake. Let us take our leave. He ought to rest early." After listening to her father's words, Gu Yaina bid Yifeng good night before exiting the room. In the stillness of the night, as Yifeng lay in bed, his consciousness ventured into the jade pendant within his mind, discovering it to be a compendium of all martial arts. After an extensive deliberation, he finally selected a few tomes, ultimately choosing 3. The first was the heart technique, the 9 yang true scripture. The second was the agility technique, the wind god leg. And the third was the physical enhancement method, the demon god body. Night Maple, upon recalling the 9 sun scripture, found himself in possession of an ancient tome inscribed with the 4 majestic characters, 9 sun scripture. After perusing its contents, excitement surged within him, for he believed that mastering its teachings would enable him to navigate the world of One Piece with the confidence of a crab. Subsequently, he selected several volumes for Guena and placed them on the bedside, while he devoted the entire night to studying the 9 sun scripture. As dawn broke the following day, Night Maple arose early and entered Guena's chamber, where he discovered her washing her face. He addressed her calmly, "Hey, Guena, come here for a moment. I have something for you that could greatly benefit your future." He placed the tome into her hands. The 9 scripture was a specifically chosen martial art tailored for Guena. I recall, in my previous life before my demise, encountering a character from Jin Yang's martial arts novels, where the little dragon girl's master devised a unique mental discipline based on Wang Chongyang's innate skill. Yifeng spoke solemnly. "Nana, this book I have given you must remain a secret. Do not let anyone see it, nor let anyone know about it, including your father. Do you understand?" Guena, observing Yifeng's serious demeanor, took the book, flipped through a few pages, and feigned confusion. "Yifeng, what is this?" she inquired. Yifeng remarked, "This is a manual of martial arts. Take a look at it first. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come and inquire with me. Once you master it, you will be able to attain the same level of prowess as I possess. The knowledge contained within this text will prove beneficial to you, so peruse it at your leisure. Additionally, there is a sword technique. Let us focus on this for the time being." Guena flipped through the pages, her expression growing increasingly captivated as she absorbed the contents. After a while, she inquired, "Yifeng, your ability to contend with the master, was that not due in part to this knowledge as well?" At this moment, Yifeng remarked, "Of course, you should sit cross-legged first, and I will teach you the fundamentals." He explained that he was practicing the 9 yang scripture, created by the monk Zhu Yuan of the Shaolin Temple. This scripture encompasses martial arts, medicine, physiology, and destiny studies. The practice should be somewhat akin to that of the 9 scripture. Both the 9 yang scripture and the 9 scripture consist of 9 levels. Upon hearing Yifeng instruct her to sit down, Guena suddenly dashed outside, her little face turning crimson. She stood there, fidgeting nervously, her small hands anxiously twisting the hem of her garment. Blushing and trembling, she stammered, "Yifeng, isn't this a bit too fast?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng nearly stumbled. He reached out and poked his little head, saying, "What are you thinking about?" Then, with an air of narcissism, he declared, "Is your magnificent husband truly that sort of person?" Guena took a step back, feigning ignorance of him, and regarded Yifeng with disdain, contemplating how one could be so shameless. She remarked, "Yifeng, can you not have a shred of dignity?" Yifeng confidently remarked, "What is a face? Can it be consumed?" Yifeng said to Gu Yaina, "Hurry over and sit cross-legged. This time, I assure you with my name that I will not deceive you." Gu Yaina, somewhat skeptical, sat cross-legged on the bed and asked Yifeng, "What happens next?" Yifeng also sat cross-legged opposite Gu Yaina and said, "Extend your hand, palm flat. In a moment, remember that I will impart a stream of internal energy to you. You must remember which acupoints within your body this energy will circulate." Night Maple said again, "If you can no longer endure, you must call it off. Understood?" Guena nodded her head and replied, "Oh, I understand." As he extended his hand, the moment our palms met, I channeled a stream of inner energy within my body. Through our joined hands, I transmitted a slow, rhythmic flow of energy into his being, repeating this process approximately 3 to 4 times. Yifeng retracted his internal energy, lowered his hands, and asked, "Do you remember?" Noticing his silence, I pondered whether he was perhaps too young to practice and if I should wait another 2 years. At that moment, Gu Yaina, drenched in sweat, turned to Yifeng and inquired, "Senior brother, why do I feel so warm? Moreover, It feels as if there is something inside my belly, akin to what you transmitted earlier. It feels so pleasant. Upon hearing Gueno's words, Yifeng immediately engaged in a moment of mutual understanding, during which he discerned a subtle and barely perceptible surge of energy coalescing within her dantian. After a thorough reassessment, Yifeng confirmed that it was indeed the manifestation of inner strength. Yifeng was utterly astonished as he gazed upon the 7-year-old Guena seated before him. She had just begun to cultivate her internal energy, truly deserving the title of a future swordsmanship prodigy. If only fate did not cut her life short. I would wager that within a decade, even the most skilled swordsman and the world's greatest swordsman, Haki, would find themselves overshadowed. Furthermore, observing Nana seated in a meditative pose, lost in bliss, one could hardly call her merely a genius. She was, quite frankly, a marvel. It was no wonder that even a prodigy like Zaro had engaged in over 200 duels with her, yet never emerged victorious. At that moment, twilight was fast approaching. Yifeng took the towel from the wall and handed it to him, saying, "Nana, hold off on your practice for now, wipe your sweat, and let us go eat. The master is already waiting for us." Guyaina, borrowing the towel, casually wiped her face and instinctively extended her hand, saying, "Let us go, brother. It's time for our meal." Nightphone grasped her hand and led her towards Master Gung Silang's room. Upon pushing the door open, they found the master squinting his eyes into crescent shapes, smiling as he gazed at Nightphone and Guyaina. With a sigh, he remarked, displaying a look of resignation, "Nana has also grown up." Chapter 24, Daily Cultivation in the Dead of Night. After finishing dinner and giving Guyaina a few instructions, Nightphone returned to his room to commence his practice of the 9 Yang True Scripture. Fortunately, he had already memorized the scripture, otherwise he would have had to read it twice each time. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, Nightphone softly recited the 9 Yang True Scripture. In stillness, radiance ascends, in motion, one source. Chi rises, and form follows. Intent moves, and spirit solidifies. Thus, with thought, spirit leads, and form follows Chi's ascent. Cultivating form strengthens, refining essence fortifies. Nurturing Chi enhances, and honing spirit lightens. Stabilizing form and Chi is the foundation for traversing the cosmos. Concentrating spirit is the basis for soaring. First, comprehend the dynamics of advance and retreat. Then, delve into the roots of motion and stillness, for therein lies the path to mastery. Advance emerges from concealment and then ascends. Retreat aligns and is already in motion. With stillness as the essence, though the body may rush, the heart remains tranquil. The essence of stillness is aptly named the external breath. Thus, form and Chi can traverse freely, and spirit transcends the earthly realm, leading to the grand completion of the 9 Yang. As Yifeng recited these incantations, a faint glow radiated from his body, and he practiced slowly throughout the night. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke, and as the first light of day emerged, Yifeng gradually opened his eyes, taking a deep breath and exhaling a cloud of murky air. Yifeng exclaimed with joy, "At last, I have transcended and reached the second level of the 9 Yang True Scriptures." Yifeng washed his face, picked up the bamboo sword placed on the table, opened the door, and stepped outside. He stood within the dojo, scanning the surroundings, but found no trace of Guyaina. Subsequently, Yifeng made his way towards his room. As Yifeng opened the door, he discovered that she was still sleeping, her small mouth slightly agape, enveloped in her blanket. After observing her for a moment, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. Yifeng stepped outside, and after a brief interval, returned with a sprig of dogtail grass in hand. Stealthily, he brushed the grass against her delicate nose. Guena promptly yanked the grass away with her hand, turning her head away and pulling the blanket over it, resuming her slumber. As Yifeng observed that she had drifted back into slumber, he gently removed the blanket that covered Guyaina's head and playfully patted her small face. He then remarked, "Little pig, it's time to wake up. If you sleep any longer, the sun will shine upon your backside. We must venture out to practice our swordsmanship." At that moment, Guyaina, still groggy, tugged at the blanket with her tiny hand and sleepily replied, "Yifeng, you are the best. Please let me sleep a little longer." Yifeng, with a look of helplessness, remarked, "If you do not rise soon, I shall have no choice but to summon your master." Guyaina, lifting the covers, replied with a drowsy expression, "I understand, but please do not rush me." After Yifeng urged to hurry, he exited. A short while later, the door swung open, revealing Guyaina, who emerged with a bamboo sword in hand, exhaling a breath of warmth. With a languid tone, she said, "Let us go." Yifeng and Guyaina walked together towards the training grounds, where numerous wooden stakes were half buried in the earth, while some appeared to have been severed by a sharp object. Yifeng and Gu Yaina stood before a new wooden post. After taking a deep breath, they gripped their bamboo swords tightly and struck the post ahead. A sharp crack echoed as the wooden post splintered, and the bamboo sword in their hands also suffered damage. The sound caught Nana's attention, and she turned to see the broken post and the damaged sword, her expression filled with concern. Yifeng. This marks the 432nd post and the 678th bamboo sword you've broken. Didn't Master advise you against striking the posts? Why have you damaged another one? Yifeng, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, it must be that the sellers of wooden stakes and bamboo swords have cut corners. Indeed, that must be it. After a moment's contemplation, he added, you continue your practice. I shall return home for a while. Gu Yaina interjected, Yifeng, could you perhaps offer a different excuse? This is not the first time, after all. Yifeng picked up the broken bamboo sword and made his way to the dojo. Upon entering, he noticed Gongshiro seated there, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Good morning, Master, I greeted. Gongshiro replied with an indifferent tone, very well. Tomorrow I shall teach you a sword technique. Whether you can master it depends on your own fortune. Oh, understood. Master, I shall take my leave now. I took up a custom-made iron sword, as I was unaccustomed to the katana available here, and had sought the local blacksmith's assistance. It was crafted in the likeness of the sword, Yuan Hong, from the animated series Qin's Moon that I had watched in my previous life. As I walked out of the dojo, I pondered that I no longer truly needed swordsmanship, with the 9-yang sword classic contained within my jade pendant. Alongside the mental cultivation of the 9-yang true scripture, I would undoubtedly become the foremost expert in the world upon reaching mastery. I reflected that my 9-yang true scripture had already reached the 2nd level, while my 9-yang sword classic was still at the 1st. After a while, Yifeng arrived at the edge of a precipice, where he sat cross-legged, laying the sword flat upon his legs, and began to meditate with focused intent. Time seemed to elapse without notice. Yifeng opened his eyes. By the time he returned to the dojo, night had already fallen. He made his way to Gongshiro's room and, upon opening the door, discovered Gongshiro and Gu Yaina waiting for him to dine. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, Gu Yaina interjected, Senior brother, where have you been? Why have you returned so late? Gongshiro smiled broadly but remained silent. Nightfeng said apologetically, I'm sorry, I lost track of time while cultivating. I will be more mindful next time. He then sat down at a small round table to dine. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room and began to organize his belongings. Once he had finished packing, he pondered the fact that in a year he would return to Windmill Town. I wonder how Abel is faring there now? Chapter 25, Slaying the Heavens early in the morning, after a night of rigorous training, Nightfeng awoke. Ever since he commenced his practice of the 9-yang scriptures, he had seldom indulged in sleep. After freshening up, he made his way to Master Gong Sailang's chamber. Upon arrival, he discovered his master awaiting him, wielding 2 katana. Approaching respectfully, Nightfeng slightly bowed and greeted. Disciple Nightfeng pays his respects to Master. Master Gong Sailang tossed one of the swords towards Nightfeng with a smile and said, There is no need for such formality with me. Follow me. Yifeng took a sword and followed Gong Sailang until they arrived before a grand tree that had stood for several decades. Master Gong Sailang turned to Yifeng and said, Observe closely. With that, the master seemed to transform, embodying the essence of a sword. His garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind. He then raised the sword in his hand and, with a delicate yet decisive motion, struck forward. This seemingly effortless stroke cleaved the massive tree, whose girth was equivalent to that of 3 men, in 2. Upon closer inspection, one could see a deep fissure, several meters in length, carved into the ground. Even the clouds above appeared to part in response. Nightfeng, astonished, exclaimed, Wow, such an extraordinary technique must be learned. If I do not learn it, what difference is there between me and a salted fish? Once I master it, I can show off. Soon. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by and the children in the dojo. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that their master, Gong Sailang, had created such a formidable sword technique over the years. All eyes were fixated on Gong Sailang, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. Meanwhile, Nightfeng, with his eyes closed, was still reminiscing about how his master had executed that striking blow. Hey, Nightfeng, are you completely stunned? One of the children in the dojo inquired. Yes, he must be dumbfounded. Otherwise, why would he have his eyes closed? Another child chimed in. Hearing the chatter of his disciples, Master Gong Sailang turned to them and firmly stated, Silence, all of you. Recognizing their master's displeasure, the disciples quickly fell silent. Night Maple. Do you comprehend it? How much have you learned? The master inquired, observing Night Maple, who was deep in contemplation with his eyes closed. Yifeng opened his eyes and confidently declared, I have mastered it all. In his heart, he chuckled, for he possessed the extraordinary memory granted by the jade pendant. Such trivial knowledge was hardly beyond his grasp. His mentor, Gung Surong, expressed skepticism and inquired, Are you certain you have truly learned it? Deep down, he pondered how one could possibly grasp a sword technique he had painstakingly crafted over the years with merely a single glance. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he continued, Yifeng, I intended to test your abilities with this swordsmanship, yet your arrogance in believing you could master my years of dedication with just one viewing is preposterous. Pray, do not jest. It is entirely reasonable for Yifeng to harbor doubts about Gung Sailang, considering that the swordsmanship he had painstakingly developed over many years was mastered by a mere 6-year-old after a single glance. I, too, would find it hard to believe. However, with our advantages, what is there to fear? Gung Sailang, still somewhat skeptical, remarked, then demonstrate it for me to see. Knight Maple grasped his abyssal rainbow sword, lifting it gently into the air. He took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. After a couple of minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. With the sword held before him, he executed a graceful slash forward. He then stood still, sheathed his sword, exhaled, and opened his eyes in one fluid motion. Initially, there seemed to be no change, but suddenly, transformation commenced. First, the tree that had just been cleaved in two was reduced by the sharp sword energy to mere fragments no larger than a palm. The ground was also scarred. Yet, it was deeper and longer than the earlier slash made by King Shiro. The sky itself bore a significant rift. This mirrored the sword technique just demonstrated by King Shiro. Yet it was far more potent and commanding. All present, including King Shiro, the dojo disciples, and Guena, were left in stunned silence. Two among them were rendered utterly speechless. King Shiro, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, It seems I was mistaken to label him a genius. He learned it after just one glance. You must be a prodigy. Deep down, he pondered whether he had squandered these years in vain. Guena felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She began to contemplate that if Knight Maple had indeed mastered her father's most formidable sword technique, did that not mean she would have to marry him? Kung Shiro, observing Guena's infatuation, silently wondered if he had truly grown old. Knight Maple gazed at Master Gung Shirlang and inquired, What is the name of this sword technique? Gung Shirlang, astonished that Knight Maple had mastered his most formidable swordplay in a single attempt, felt a surge of excitement. At last, someone was worthy of inheriting his legacy. With a gentle smile, he replied, This sword technique is called Heaven Slash. Yifeng raised the sword in his hand towards the heavens, exclaiming, Heaven Slaying? What a domineering name. In the subsequent year, Yifeng diligently practiced the Nine Suns Sword Manual, advancing to the 2nd level. He then cultivated the Nine Suns True Sutra to the 4th level, where his inner strength flowed ceaselessly. Chapter 26. Departure. That evening, Yifeng lay on his bed, contemplating that the time had come for him to depart. Although he pondered leaving, a twinge of reluctance lingered within him, reluctance for his mentor, Gung Sailang, who had imparted wisdom over the years, for his beloved Nana, and for Zaro, the clumsy yet endearing companion. He had grown fond of all the members of the Isen dojo. However, the time to leave had arrived. For all gatherings must eventually come to an end. The following morning, after completing his morning rituals, Yifeng sought out his mentor, Gung Sailang. Upon encountering him, he remained silent, gazing intently for 3 or 4 minutes before finally addressing his mentor, Master, I have achieved my goal, and I believe it is time for me to depart. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Gung Sailang appeared to have anticipated this moment. With a solemn tone, he replied, Yifeng, I have long known that one day you would leave. This small eastern sea is not your stage. Your stage belongs to the New World. Upon hearing his master's words, Yifeng nodded earnestly. Knight Feng suddenly lifted his head to gaze at Master Gung Sailang and said, Master, I am going to bid farewell to Gu Yaina. Master Gung, upon hearing Knight Feng's words, nodded and regarded him with the eyes of a father-in-law, saying, Go ahead. Take a moment to say goodbye to Gu Yaina before you leave. After departing from his master's chamber, Knight Feng turned and made his way towards the place where Gu Yaina often practiced, pondering how he ought to say farewell to her. Upon arrival, he discovered Gu Yaina standing there, her bamboo sword aimed at the wooden post ahead, deeply engrossed in her training. Upon noticing Knight Feng's presence, she immediately set down her sword and rushed over to him, exclaiming, Knight Feng, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be practicing by the seaside? Then she added, Oh, by the way, I've already cultivated the first layer of the 9 manual you gave me. How impressive is that? Yifeng gazed at the charming Gu Yaina before him, gently pulling her into his embrace as he softly murmured, Nana, I must take my leave. Indeed. Upon hearing his words, Guyaina trembled slightly in his arms and whispered, "Will you return?" Upon hearing Guyaina's words, Yifeng fell into silence. Noticing that Yifeng, who was holding her, had suddenly become quiet, Guyaina, despite already knowing the answer in her heart, could not help but ask him a question. At that moment, Guyaina turned to Yifeng and said, "Will you allow me to walk alongside you?" Upon hearing these words, Yifeng embraced Guyaina tightly and whispered to her, "I am truly sorry, but my destination this time is the New World. My current strength is insufficient. Should anything happen to you there, I would be engulfed by regret." Night Maple contemplated for a moment and then addressed Guyaina, who was nestled in his embrace, saying, "If you can master the 4th level of the 9 scriptures by that time, then come to the New World and seek me out." Upon hearing Night Maple's words, Guyaina tightened her grip around him and earnestly nodded, "I will certainly reach the 4th level. You must wait for me." At that moment, Night Maple suddenly recalled something and hastily retrieved a book titled The 9 Sword Classic from within his grasp, placing it into Guyaina's hands. "Nana, this is the 9 Sword Classic, which complements the 9 scriptures I previously entrusted to you. Should you cultivate both to perfection, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of the sword path." Guyaina gazed at the 9 Sword Classic in her hands, recalling Night Maple's words, and felt an even stronger reluctance to part from his embrace. After a few minutes of struggle, Guyaina finally extricated herself from Night Maple's hold, took his hand, and declared, "Let us go. I will now prepare your belongings." Yifeng and Guyaina walked hand in hand to Yifeng's room. She meticulously arranged all his belongings and prepared some food along with drinkable fresh water for him. After another half an hour, Yifeng and Guyaina arrived at the dock, where they were greeted by a large crowd, including his master, Gung Shiro, and a group of disciples from the swordsmanship dojo. Zoro, drenched in sweat, noticed that Yifeng had only a single bundle beside him and, seeing no boat in sight, confronted him, saying, "Yifeng, how do you intend to set sail without a ship? Are you planning to swim across the sea?" Yifeng cast a faint smile at Zoro, then turned his head towards the sea and whistled. From the depths of the once tranquil ocean surfaced a colossal figure. Suddenly, a massive sea king, measuring over 20 meters in length, emerged from the water, leaving those nearby in utter astonishment. Zoro, his mouth agape in disbelief, exclaimed, "Ah, a sea king. Could it be that your steed is a sea king?" Yifeng nodded at Zoro, then leaped onto the head of the emerging sea king. This sea king was indeed a fateful encounter for Yifeng. A year prior, it had been wounded by another sea king that had come from the South Sea, only to be rescued by Yifeng at the shoreline. Chapter 27. The First Encounter with Nami. Night Maple addressed the crowd at the dock, reassuring them, "Fear not, for this creature is summoned by me for our vessel." Upon hearing his words, one of the disciples among the onlookers exclaimed loudly, "Master brother, how formidable you are! You have even tamed the sovereign of the seas, the Sea King, as your steed." A year prior, all the disciples of the One Heart Dojo had witnessed Night Maple effortlessly mastering the unparalleled swordsmanship of their master, Gung Shiro, and frequently imparting his knowledge of the technique to them. Thus, they had long acknowledged his esteemed position as the master brother of One Heart Dojo. Night Maple waved at the people on the shore and said, "Farewell, everyone. I shall return." Subsequently, Night Maple tapped his foot, prompting the sea creature beneath him to gesture forward. He instructed, "Set sail." Beneath the feet of Yifeng, the colossal sea creature glided slowly towards the ocean. Just as Yifeng was about to depart, Zoro rushed to the dock, calling out loudly, "Yifeng, wait for me. I shall diligently hone my swordsmanship, and when the time comes, I will undoubtedly defeat you. I am destined to be the world's greatest swordsman." Upon hearing the words of Zoro behind him, Night Maple turned and addressed him, "Zoro, I shall await your challenge in the New World, yet I assure you, victory will still belong to me." After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned around, and the Sea King beneath him quickened its pace until Yifeng's figure vanished from the sight of the crowd. Guyaina, watching Yifeng's disappearing silhouette, fixed her determined gaze upon Zoro and said, "Zoro, in 3 years, I believe I shall set sail as well." Upon hearing Guyaina's words, Zoro nodded, but then pondered a question and addressed Guyaina, "If we both leave, will we leave our teacher all alone?" Guyaina glanced at Zoro and replied, "Aren't you departing later than I?" Zoro shook his head resolutely and declared, "No, I too must embark on a journey. I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman." Standing beside them, Gung Shiro sighed in exasperation at their conversation and said, "Ah, it seems that a woman cannot be kept. Now another one wishes to leave." Do you truly have the heart to abandon me, a lonely old man? He contemplated the prospect of being alone in the One Heart Dojo, possibly feeling the pangs of solitude. Meanwhile, Yifeng reclined upon the head of the Sea King, leisurely crossing his legs, contemplating whether to head to Kokoyashi village to defeat Arlong and rescue Nami, or return to Windmill Village. As Yifeng mused, he floated atop the Sea King for several days. The fresh water and edible provisions he had brought from Frostmoon Village had long since been depleted. Just as he began to think about dinner for the evening, he suddenly spotted a grand, magnificent ship appearing ahead. He nudged the Sea King beneath him with his foot and instructed, "Little bull, you may return to the East Blue now." After Night Maple uttered these words, he rose to his feet, grasped the sword beside him, and activated the technique of Lingbo Weibo, effortlessly leaping onto the surface of the sea, where he stood serenely before making his way towards the magnificent luxury ship. A year ago, Yifeng had already mastered the exquisite art of Lingbo Weibo to perfection, thanks to the profound teachings of the Divine Illumination Sutra. Night Maple arrived aboard the grand vessel, where the nobles were indulging in a lavish banquet. Seizing the opportunity, he incapacitated an unfortunate soul, stripped him of his elegant black evening attire, and donned it himself. With a glass of red wine in hand, he retreated to a secluded corner, just as hunger began to gnaw at him, and he contemplated seeking sustenance. His gaze was abruptly captivated by a striking figure not far away, a youth with vibrant orange hair, clad in a deep crimson garment, also holding a glass of red wine. However, Night Maple instantly discerned her true identity and murmured, "Ah, it is none other than Nami. Truly, one of the heroines from One Piece. Indeed, she is exquisite." Yifeng lifted his wine glass and rose to his feet, making his way towards the direction where Nami was seated. Upon reaching her side, he settled down next to her and inquired, "Would you care for a drink?" Nami, noticing Yifeng beside her, couldn't help but think to herself, how handsome. Her gaze, adorned with golden-studded brilliance, swept over Yifeng's figure. Ultimately, two words resonated in her mind, "wealthy gentleman." With a slightly husky voice, she replied to Yifeng, "Certainly." Upon hearing these words, Yifeng chuckled softly, thinking to himself how remarkably pretentious it was. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, the boat suddenly began to sway. In that moment, Nami, who was seated beside him, lost her balance and fell into Yifeng's embrace, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Instinctively, Yifeng reached out his hand and grasped something soft. When he instinctively squeezed it, Nami, cradled in his arms, let out a delicate gasp. Upon hearing this sound, Yifeng immediately understood what he had touched. However, at such a tender age, she possessed such allure. One could only imagine how captivating she would be as she matured. Just then, the door to the banquet was flung open by a panicked sailor, who rushed in, stammering, "It's bad, it's bad. We've encountered a pirate crew." The nobles at the banquet, upon hearing that pirates were approaching, fell into a state of chaos. Meanwhile, Nami, who had been nestled in Yifeng's embrace, felt the weight of her modesty compromised. Suddenly, she sprang up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot Yifeng a murderous glare. Fully aware that he had realized her femininity, gritting her teeth, she warned him, "If you dare to speak of this, I will not let this matter rest." After delivering her threat, Nami turned and dashed toward the other side of the room. Chapter 28. Setting sail, Yifeng paid no heed to Nami's words and, taking the sword beside him, strode out towards the world beyond the door. As Yifeng stepped onto the deck of the grand vessel, he beheld a pirate ship exceeding 100 meters in length, its mast proudly displaying a black pirate flag emblazoned with a skull and crossed swords, billowing in the wind. Countless pirates adorned the ship, some wielding knives, others brandishing firearms. They leapt into the sea from the towering vessel, swimming towards Yifeng's yacht. Among the crew stood a robust captain, bald with a long scar etched across his face, who raised his sword high and bellowed to his crew, "Lads, behold this magnificent ship. Fortune awaits us. Let us toil diligently. Tonight we shall feast." His words ignited a fervor among the pirates, who surged forward with renewed zeal. For it had been ages since they encountered a vessel as opulent as this one. The pirates, now engaged in fierce combat with the ship's sailors, quickly demonstrated the inevitable outcome. The sailors stood no chance against the ruthless marauders. At that moment, the majority of the crew had already succumbed, leaving behind only a handful of nobles who hastily surrendered all their wealth onto the deck before plunging into the sea. It was then that the pirate captain, upon witnessing the gleaming treasures scattered across the deck, proclaimed loudly to his men, "Quickly, gather the gold and bring it aboard." Without hesitation, the pirates obeyed, hauling crates of gold back to their ship. Just then, the captain's gaze fell upon a figure lounging nonchalantly, legs crossed, observing the scene. He gestured towards Yifeng, instructing a few of his men, "Seize that fellow and bring him to me." The pirates, having received their captain's command, approached Yifeng with intent. As Yifeng observed the group of pirates approaching her, a subtle smile graced her lips as she gently unsheathed her abyssal rainbow sword, elegantly sweeping it forward. The moment the pirates drew near, they felt an unsettling loss of control over their own bodies. In the blink of an eye, the realization struck them, but it was already too late, for heads rolled down the deck, their bodies collapsing in unison. Blood saturated the entire deck, and upon witnessing this scene, the pirate captain became increasingly agitated, inwardly lamenting his misfortune at encountering such a formidable opponent. From the swift and elusive swordplay he had just witnessed, he knew he stood no chance against her. After a few minutes of contemplation, the pirate captain cautiously approached Yifeng, seated with an air of composure. Yifeng watched as the captain made his way towards her. Leaning against the chair with his left hand, he tilted his head and coldly inquired, "Why have you come alone? Aren't your comrades joining you?" Ferdinand, having approached her, spoke with a hint of trepidation, "My lady, I offer you all the treasures of my crew. Please spare my life." Upon hearing the words of Firdu, Yifeng mused that he had anticipated yet another bloodbath today. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He coldly addressed Firdu, assuring him, "Rest assured, I have no desire for your treasures. All I require is a ride." Firdu, taken aback by Yifeng's statement, quickly nodded and replied, Of course. Stay as long as you wish." Then, recalling something, he inquired of the seated Yifeng, "May I ask your esteemed name, my lord?" At that moment, two pirates appeared, restraining a woman with orange hair, and reported to their captain, "Captain, this person is disguised as a man and has attempted to steal from us." Upon hearing their words, Firdu waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "Dismember her and feed the pieces to the fish." Suddenly, Yifeng, seated nearby, interjected, "Release her." The two pirates, bewildered by the command from their captain, hesitated until Firdu bellowed, "Did you not hear? Let her go at once." They complied and freed Nami, who immediately raised her head and spotted Yifeng, rushing toward him. As Nami approached, before she could utter a word, Yifeng embraced her with one hand, resting it upon his leg. In Chapter 29, seizing Nami's first kiss, Yifeng proclaimed, "She is my woman." Then, addressing Firdu, he commanded, "Bring this ship alongside. I shall make it my chamber. Ensure it is tidied, and clear the deck of all these items." After Yifeng finished speaking to Fei Air Duo, he stood up, wrapped his arms around Nami's waist, and proceeded towards the master bedroom of the ship. Once Yifeng departed, one of Fei Air Duo's subordinates approached him and inquired, "Boss, why must we heed his words?" Upon hearing his subordinate's remark, Fei Air Duo delivered a swift kick to him, his expression darkening as he replied, "If we disregard his counsel, we shall all perish today." He then turned to the nearby pirates and commanded, "You lot, dispose of the deceased aboard this vessel and cleanse the area." Night Maple cradled the bewildered Nami as they entered the opulent master's suite of the grand ship. Upon arrival, he released her and carelessly tossed aside his sword, then flung himself onto the sumptuous bed. At that moment, Nami finally regained her composure, her eyes wide with horror as she gazed at Night Maple rolling about on the bed. Trembling, she stammered, Who are you? Why do those pirates outside heed your command?" Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed her mind, intensifying her fear. With trepidation, she asked, "Are you their leader?" Hearing Nami's words, Night Maple paused his playful antics and offered her a slight smile, replying, "Do I appear to you as their leader?" Nami scrutinized the figure sprawled on the bed, noting that he seemed to be of a similar age to herself. It was implausible that he could be the captain of this pirate ship. Her confusion deepened as she inquired, "Then why do those pirates obey you? Have you offered them money?" Yifeng shook his head and replied to Nami, "I have not given them a single berry, for I possess strength." Nami harbored a flicker of disbelief in her heart. After all, what prowess could one so young possibly possess? Then, recalling that she still had a significant sum of money yet to collect, she hastily said to Yifeng, "I've just remembered, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to exit the room. Meanwhile, Yifeng, upon hearing Nami's intention to depart, sprang from the bed and swiftly embraced her before she could step outside, tossing her onto the bed. Seizing the moment before Nami could react, he pounced on her, pinning her hands atop her head. Leaning in closer, Yifeng wickedly whispered, "Little one, have you forgotten what I just said?" Nightphone gazed intently at Nami, who was blushing fiercely beneath him, and articulated each word with deliberate clarity. "I just said that you are my woman." As Nami processed his declaration, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she suddenly felt a warmth on her lips. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized that her long-cherished first kiss had been claimed by a boy she barely knew. 2 pure tears trickled down the corners of her eyes. Sensing the stillness beneath him, Nightphone opened his eyes and was met with the sight of Nami's tears. Realizing that his jest had gone too far, he gently released her and wrapped his arms around the sobbing Nami, softly murmuring, "I am sorry. I did not mean to." Upon hearing his apology and the words, "I did not mean to," the weeping Nami struggled free from his embrace, sitting beside him, and coldly retorted, "So, you did it intentionally." Yifeng smiled gently as he embraced Nami, whispering softly in her ear, "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a beautiful woman, and that is why I have fallen for you." Upon hearing Yifeng's heartfelt confession, Nami's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. She gazed at him and replied, "If you wish for me to be your girlfriend, it is impossible without at least 200 million. Night Maple heard Nami exclaim about the 200 million and, in a moment of impulsive affection, planted a kiss on her cheek, proclaiming loudly, "No problem. Any amount will do." One might wonder why Night Maple reacted this way upon seeing Nami. It is rooted in his past life, where he cherished 2 characters from One Piece above all, Nami, with her youthful exuberance and endearing charm, and Robin, who exuded an aura of aloofness and commanding presence. Nami, taken aback by the sudden kiss, felt as though she would never find a husband in this lifetime. Then, recalling something, she turned to Night Maple and asked, "By the way, I haven't asked yet, what is your name?" As Night Maple was questioned by Nami, he suddenly recalled his oversight in not introducing himself. He turned to Nami and said, "I am Monkey D. Night Maple. What is your name?" Upon hearing his self-introduction, Nami discreetly committed his name, Monkey D. Night Maple, to memory and replied, "I am Nami. By the way, from this moment forward, I am your creditor, and you are in debt to me, as you owe me 400 million berries." Night Maple was acutely aware that although Nami was exceedingly avaricious, he had not anticipated such an extent of greed. What had he done to incur a debt of 400 million? Confronting Nami, who appeared utterly bewildered, he inquired, "Why do I owe you 400 million? Let me be clear, unless you elucidate this matter, I shall not part with a single belly." Upon hearing Night Maple's question, Nami extended her hand towards him, saying, "Allow me to clarify. Let me calculate for you. Today alone, I have incurred fees for shock, emotional distress, and the cost of my first kiss. Moreover, you did embrace me earlier, which also merits compensation. And let us not forget the 200 million belly you just promised me. By my calculations, that brings the total to 500 million. Chapter 30. My girlfriend Night Maple overheard Nami discussing a multitude of expenses and was reminded of the substantial amount of gold aboard the pirate ship he had encountered earlier. He thought to himself that it would not be an issue to utilize some of it. Furthermore, Night Maple was acutely aware of Nami's intentions for acquiring such funds. Consequently, he rose from his bed and made his way outside, only to have Nami, believing he was frightened by her demand for 500 million berries and attempting to flee, seize him around the waist. She exclaimed loudly, "You're not thinking of running away, are you? If you don't have 500 million, 200 million will suffice. But the final amount cannot be reduced any further." Upon hearing Nami's words, Yifeng gently pried her hands from around his waist and turned to her, saying, "Rest assured, I never mentioned fleeing. I merely intend to approach that group of pirates to request some money." Upon realizing Yifeng's intention to ask for money, Nami promptly released her embrace and urged him, Go on. The sooner you leave, the sooner you shall return. Farewell." Yifeng opened the ship's door and stepped outside, where he beheld a pirate ship over 100 meters long, securely tethered by 2 immensely thick adamantine chains to the bow of the luxurious vessel. Without hesitation, Yifeng traversed along one of the iron chains and approached the pirate ship, addressing one of the pirates. "Go summon your captain." The pirate on guard, having just witnessed his leader bowing and scraping before this youth, understood the gravity of the situation and, upon hearing the command to fetch his captain, promptly dashed into the cabin, exclaiming loudly, Captain! A distinguished person seeks your presence outside." After a few moments, a figure emerged from the cabin, hastily adjusting his trousers. Frodo had been deeply engrossed in a passionate encounter with a noblewoman captured from this very ship. Just as the situation was reaching its climax, the shouts from outside startled him, leaving him nearly incapacitated with fright. In a flurry, he hurriedly exited, his attire still askew. Yifeng observed Fei Duo rushing towards him, her pants barely secured, and a knowing smirk crossed his mind, aware of her recent escapades. However, it was of no concern to him. He fixed his gaze on Fei Duo and commanded, "Fetch me 500 million berries, swiftly." Startled by the audacious request for such a staggering sum, Fei Duo, still adjusting her trousers, found herself seated abruptly on the ground. Even the nearby pirates, who overheard the mention of 500 million, were taken aback. In that moment, Yifeng recalled that they were in the East Sea, not the Grand Line, where no pirate crew possessed such vast financial resources. Night Maple pondered for a moment before addressing Frodo, saying, "Then take as much as you can afford." Having just risen from the ground, Frodo heard Night Maple's words and, feeling a pang of sympathy, extended 2 fingers towards him, saying, "My lord, I possess merely 200 million berries, and that includes the recent haul." He then added, "We have not conducted any business for several months. Look at my subordinates. They are so famished that their bones are protruding." As Yifeng observed Feyerdu feigning poverty before him, he glanced around at the pirates aboard the ship, many of whom appeared to be nothing more than skin and bones from hunger. With a sigh, he turned to Feyerdu and said, "In that case, grant me 100 million berries." Just as Feyerdu registered Yifeng's request for such a sum, he prepared to utter a response. Night Maple suddenly addressed Frodo, saying, "If you are unwilling, then just give me 200 million. As he prepared to say something further, Frodo, overhearing Night Maple's demand for 200 million, immediately shook his head and responded, "No, 100 million is sufficient." He then turned away, anxious that the esteemed gentleman might reconsider his decision, and hastily instructed the nearest pirate, "Go summon 2 individuals to the treasure vault and fetch me 100 million berries. Be swift." Before long, 6 men emerged from the cabin, 2 of them carrying a chest. Night Maple gazed at the boxes and addressed Frodo, saying, "Place the boxes aboard my ship." True to their leader's command, the pirates dutifully carried the boxes onto the deck of the vessel where Night Maple stood. Observing from the ship, Nami noticed 5 or 6 pirates approaching, each bearing a large chest. As these rogues deposited the boxes onto Night Maple's ship, they suddenly caught sight of a woman sprinting towards them, who immediately leapt onto the chests. Chapter 31. Journey to Cocoa Village. Night Maple boarded the ship and addressed the pirates, instructing them to return. He then turned to Nami, who was perched atop a large chest, and said, "I can offer you 100 million berries now, with the remainder to follow." Although Nami felt a twinge of reluctance at the mere 100 million berries offered, she recognized that it was sufficient to purchase the village of Kokochia. Yet, returning at this moment was not an option. With a fleeting glance, she smiled at Night Maple, who, despite his outward demeanor, felt a shadow of concern within. He mused that this formidable individual would indeed necessitate a departure under the cover of night. As Yifeng cast a fleeting glance at Nami, he discerned that this little thief would likely depart with the money by nightfall. Indeed, as evening descended, during their meal, Nami seized the opportunity when Yifeng was momentarily distracted and slipped a sleeping pill into his bowl. Just as they were midway through the meal, Yifeng succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the table. Nami swiftly approached, mustering all her strength to drag him onto the bed, where she tenderly cradled his face in her hands, planting a gentle kiss upon it. With a voice laced with tenderness and a hint of remorse, she whispered, "I am sorry for deceiving you. I am a thief. Thank you for granting me such a delightful day. I realize now that I have fallen in love with you." She then bestowed another soft kiss upon his cheek and continued, "I have something of great importance awaiting me. Once I have attended to it, I shall return to you and become your girlfriend." Just as Nami stepped out of Yifeng's bedroom, the young man, who had been rendered unconscious by the sedative, opened his eyes and murmured softly, "Fool, you belong to me, now and forever. Even in the next life, you cannot escape." Nami, with an unexpected surge of strength, had managed to transport 3 large chests filled with 100 million berries onto a small boat. Subsequently, the little vessel, bearing Nami's silhouette, gradually vanished into the embrace of the moonlit night. Night Maple slowly watched as Nami's figure gradually faded from his sight. Deep down, he had already anticipated her intentions, and thus he made a significant decision. With his sword slung over his back, he dashed towards Feldo's pirate ship. In an agile leap, he soared above the deck and shouted below, "Feldo, come out." Inside the ship's cabin, Feldo was preoccupied with unfinished business when Night Maple's sudden shout startled him, nearly causing him to falter. Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily donned his trousers and rushed onto the deck, scanning the surroundings and finding no one. He cursed aloud, "Which scoundrel dares to call for me? If I catch you, I shall cast you into the sea for the Sea Kings." Upon hearing the words of Ferdo standing on the deck, Yifeng struck downward with his sword, narrowing his eyes into a slit as he addressed Ferdo below. "What did you just say?" The sharp sword energy sliced directly into the bow of the ship, transforming its pointed tip into a flat edge. As he prepared to confront the scoundrel who had called out to him, he suddenly witnessed a blade descending from above, leveling his pirate ship's prow. Ferdo, filled with dread, raised his head in astonishment to behold Yifeng hovering above, and he promptly knelt to the ground, speaking with a hint of trepidation. My lord, I did not mean to address you." Night Maple had little time for idle chatter, so he coldly instructed the kneeling Firdu, "Fetch me a maritime chart of all nearby waters, swiftly." Firdu, still on the ground, understood the request from the esteemed individual above him. "Yes, a chart of all the local seas," he relayed loudly from the cabin. "Bring it to me, now." A few minutes later, Night Maple received the parchment chart brought by Firdu. After a brief inspection, he pinpointed the exact location of Kakaxia village. Casually tossing the chart back to Firdu, he remarked, "I appreciate your hospitality over the past few days. I must take my leave now." With those words, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he turned and gracefully glided across the surface of the sea, employing his exquisite movement technique. Firdu and the other pirates watched in fear, pondering which devil fruit user possessed the ability to traverse the ocean, no, to run upon it. After a day of running across the sea, Yifeng finally arrived at his destination a day earlier than Nami, her hometown, Kokoyasi village. Upon entering Kokoyasi village, Yifeng made sure to disturb none of its inhabitants and stealthily infiltrated the lair of the Arlong pirates. Drawing from the experience of his previous life, Yifeng headed straight to Arlong's office, only to find Arlong reclining in his chair, fast asleep. Yifeng beheld Arlong slumbering before him and, employing the ethereal steps of Lingbo, silently approached his presence. Yifeng raised his sword high, the tip pointing downward, and plunged it downwards with force. The chair shattered, and even the floor was left with a gaping hole. Arlong sensed the impending danger at once and leaped aside. Yet he was a moment too late and was still struck by the sword's fierce energy unleashed by Yifeng. Night Maple gazed at his sword in astonishment, realizing that he had not pierced Arlong directly to death. He looked at Arlong on the ground and remarked, "Well, not bad. It seems you are not as weak as I had imagined." Arlong, clutching the spot where Night Maple's sword energy had struck him, turned his cold gaze towards Night Maple and inquired, "Who are you, boy? I recall we have no enmity. Why do you seek to take my life?" Chapter 32. Arlong without a nose. As Yifeng prepared to strike again, he heard Arlong's words and looked at him with a mixture of disdain and resolve. "Who I am is of little consequence," he replied coolly. "What truly matters is that you have bullied my girlfriend for years. This debt must be settled properly." Arlong, nursing his wounds, erupted into laughter upon realizing that Yifeng was seeking vengeance for Nami. "Ha! So you are little Nami's boyfriend?" he exclaimed, before fixing Yifeng with a challenging gaze. "Kid, your strength is impressive, but you are still no match for me. Why not join my evil dragon pirates? I can make you the vice captain. I assure you, there will be plenty of wealth to squander, and you will enjoy a life of luxury. What do you say?" Yifeng heard Ao Long's proposition and let out a light chuckle, gazing at Ao Long with a playful demeanor. "You wish for me to join your vile dragon pirate crew, and you even offer me the position of vice captain? Is that true?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ao Long sensed the possibility and quickly replied, "Indeed, that's correct. So, will you join us?" As Yifeng observed Ao Long's reaction to his words, he coolly remarked, "Humph. Just a bunch of beasts from the sea. You think I would join your pirate crew? Even Jean Bei wouldn't dare to speak to me in such a manner. Who do you think you are?" Ao Long, upon hearing Yifeng's taunts, particularly the phrase about a mere group of sea creatures, felt a surge of fury. Enraged, he unleashed his full power, charging towards Yifeng's position while shouting angrily, "What did you say? You brat, I'll make you pay." Night Maple stood there, sword in hand, observing as Arlong charged towards him. He raised his weapon high and softly uttered, "The moment of celestial severance." Just as Arlong's remarkably sharp nose was about to pierce Night Maple, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Arlong's prideful nose was cleaved in two by Night Maple's blade. Gazing at the remnants of his once majestic nose, Arlong's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, revealing a ravenous thirst for vengeance. He then opened his wide mouth, exposing teeth as sharp as a shark's. Their formidable strength promising devastation. A bite from him could result in death or grievous injury. As Yifeng gazed at Arlong, whose gaping maw was about to close upon him, he maintained an air of tranquility. With his right hand raised, he brandished his sword and softly uttered a single word, "Sever." In an instant, Yifeng executed a sweeping motion with his sword, and with a resounding crack, Arlong's razor-sharp teeth were entirely sheared away. It was only then that Arlong regained his senses, retreating a few steps while casting a bewildered glance at Yifeng. Stammering, Who are you?" Yifeng gazed upon Arlong, whose nose had vanished, and with a playful tone remarked, "Ha, did I not just say? You are unworthy." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Arlong's fury escalated, and a palpable aura of malevolence emanated from his being, swirling around him like a tempest. In that moment, Arlong resembled a sea creature that had endured starvation for countless days. He touched the area where his nose once was, then turned and approached the opposite wall, retrieving a serrated blade from its perch above. After grasping it, he wielded it with a few swift motions, producing a chilling sound of crack, crack. With a sinister glare fixed upon Yifeng, Arlong declared, "You shall soon comprehend the terror of our noble fishman lineage." With that, he charged at Yifeng, brandishing the serrated blade with the ferocity of a predator lunging for its prey. This time, Yifeng did not wield his sword as he had on previous occasions. Instead, he directly unleashed the formidable conqueror's Haki. The moment this overwhelming aura erupted from him, Arlong was nearly knocked to the ground. Bracing himself with his massive blade, he gazed at Yifeng, who stood with his hands behind his back in sheer terror, and incredulously exclaimed, "Did you just employ the legendary conqueror's Haki?" However, as soon as he uttered those words, he shook his head in disbelief and continued, "This is impossible. This is not the Grand Line. We are merely in the weakest sea of the East Blue." Night Maple heard what Arlong said and disdainfully replied, "Humph. How can a mere ant like you be so certain? Is it possible that there are no others within the East Sea?" Arlong, feeling a surge of anger at Night Maple's recent words, shouted back, "Impossible, impossible. How could I possibly be defeated by you inferior beings, mere humans? I refuse to believe it." Chapter 33. The anomalous Long Yifeng gazed at Arlong, who was roaring at him, and said, "There is no way around it. This is the distinction between humans and beasts. Oh, by the way, I am not here to take your life. In a few years, if you assist me in eliminating a group known as the Straw Hat Pirates, I shall grant you your freedom. However, should you fail to eradicate them, well, you understand the consequences." Yifeng recalled something once more and turned to Arlong, declaring, "If I see even the slightest injury on Nami, you shall face a most dreadful fate. You may flee, but know this, should you choose to run, I will venture to Fishman Island and slay 100 fishmen each day. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test it. Oh, and do not inform Nami of my visit if she returns." After Yifeng finished speaking, he vanished before Arlong's eyes. Once Yifeng departed, Arlong recalled his words and, in a fit of rage, bellowed at the sky, "Bastard." This furious roar echoed throughout Cocoa Village, capturing the attention of everyone. The villagers, startled by the outburst, turned their gazes towards Fisherman Paradise, as did all the fishmen present, eager to understand the source of their leader's fury. They hurried upstairs, only to find Arlong, his teeth shattered and his beloved nose broken, evidence of a fierce battle that had transpired. An octopus fishman rushed forward to help Arlong up, astonished as he inquired, "Boss, what just happened here? Was it an enemy?" Beside him, a long-mouthed fishman glared at Arlong, demanding, "Who did this to you, boss? I will kill him." The other fishmen, standing nearby, echoed their leader's name, insisting, "Boss, tell us, shall we go and slay him now?" Arlong felt a surge of comfort from their support, yet he pondered the formidable foe he faced. Even summoning Jinbei might not guarantee victory. He decided to set his sights on the future, recalling Yifeng's mention of new pirates arriving in a few years. "As long as we eliminate them, all will be well," he resolved. Turning to his fishmen, he commanded, "From this day forth, I expect you all to show restraint. Do not provoke Nami's household any further. We shall cease collecting protection fees from them starting now." The fishmen, astonished by their leader's declaration, exchanged bewildered glances. The long-mouthed fishman stared at Arlong, asking, "What on earth happened?" Just as the octopus fishman, Xiaoba, was about to speak, the door swung open, drawing everyone's attention to Nami's arrival. Having just returned to Cocoa Village, Nami bypassed her home and headed straight to Fisherman Paradise. Upon ascending the stairs, she was met with a scene of devastation, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of Arlong, bloodied and broken, with his teeth ground down and his most formidable weapon, his nose, lost. Nami, dismissing her concern for Arlong, coldly stated, "Arlong, I have gathered 100 million berries. Now, according to our agreement, you will return Cocoa Village to me." As Arlong prepared to acquiesce to her request, a dark thought crept into his mind. Yes, if I kill him and everyone in this village when that person arrives, I can tell him that this massacre had nothing to do with him. Then, I can safely claim that 100 million berries, he mused. By the time he learns the truth, I will already be in the new world, and he will have no way to find me. Even if he does, I have Jinbei on my side. Silently, Arlong picked up the massive serrated blade he had used in his battle with Yifeng, ready to strike Nami down. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light caught his attention. He turned towards a coconut tree to find a figure standing there, wielding a sword and idly rubbing it in his hands. It was none other than the very Yifeng who had threatened him earlier. In that moment, Yifeng's cautiousness had spared him from a dire fate. Otherwise, he would have been left to lament his misfortune alone. Nightfeng cast a sharp glance at Arlong, who was wielding a large knife, momentarily paralyzing him with that gaze. It seemed to convey a silent challenge. Let us see who is swifter. Understanding the unspoken message, Arlong prudently set down his weapon. However, at that moment, a fisherman with a notably elongated mouth observed their captain's initial intent to strike Nami, only to have him relinquish the knife. Misinterpreting the situation, the fisherman concluded that Nami was threatening their leader with a bounty of 100 million berries. Filled with rage, he shouted, "You vile creature, you shall perish." Seizing Arlong's serrated blade, he aimed it directly at Nami. Upon hearing the insult directed at her, Nami turned just in time to see the jagged weapon descending toward her. Terrified, she dropped to the ground, knowing that if the blow landed, it would cleave her in two. Meanwhile, Arlong was taken aback by the misunderstanding of his subordinate, who had assumed Nami posed a threat. If that strike were to succeed in ending Nami's life, none would survive this day. In a fit of fury, he shouted at the elongated-mouthed fisherman, "Stop! She cannot die. If she perishes, we shall all follow her to the grave." Yet it was too late. The deadly blade was poised to strike Nami. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged through the air, slicing through several fishmen who stood in its path, cleaving them in half. The formidable force of the sword energy continued unabated, crashing into the fishman who had aimed to kill Nami, driving him against the wall. Arlong witnessed the aftermath. The fishman, now pinned to the wall, bore a gruesome gash that rendered him barely alive. Had it not been for the intervention of his comrades, that strike from Nightfeng would have surely claimed his life. As Arlong's furious gaze shifted toward the coconut tree, he found it eerily deserted. The remaining fishmen, witnessing the carnage, glared at the source of the sword energy, only to find a gaping wound in the wall. Searching further, they discovered nothing but a solitary coconut tree and, beyond that, the vast expanse of the sea. One fishman, skeptical, ventured outside and called back to Arlong, "Boss, there is no one here." Another fishman suggested, "Should we pursue? He can't have gone far." Arlong, his voice laced with urgency, commanded, "Return. This matter shall not be spoken of again." He then directed a few fishmen, "Take care of the wounded." To another, he instructed, "Fetch Nami's family." Finally, he beckoned two prominent officers of the Arlong pirates, Karubi and Xiaoba, "Come with me." Karubi, the soft-boned fishman known for his empty-handed fishman karate, and Xiaoba, the octopus fishman who fancied himself invincible with his six-sword style, joined him. As they entered a room, Arlong settled into a chair and recounted the events of the day to his remaining officers. Their faces twisted in anger as they absorbed his account. Karubi exclaimed, "Boss, must we obey his orders?" Xiaoba added, "Let us confront him together. Surely, we can overpower him." However, Arlong, recalling Nightfang's formidable conqueror's Haki, shook his head in resignation. "It is not a matter of numbers but of strength." At that moment, the doors swung open to reveal a figure slightly taller than Nami, with dark skin and a headband, accompanied by a man wearing a police hat adorned with a windmill, a jagged scar crossing his face. "Nokigo," he demanded. "Where is my sister, Nami?" Seeing Nami's family had arrived, Arlong gestured toward the sofa, saying, "Your sister is over there." Nokigo rushed to the sofa where Nami lay motionless. Meanwhile, Aiken, noticing Nami's stillness, prepared to draw his hidden knife to confront Arlong. As Aiken lunged forward, intent on a fatal confrontation, Nokigo called out from the sofa, "Nami is fine. She merely fainted." Without further questions, Aiken and Nokigo carried Nami home. That night, within a room in Fisherman's Paradise, Arlong lay bloodied on the ground, while a figure cloaked in black, gripping a 3-foot-long sword stained with droplets of blood, stood ominously before him. Yifeng picked up a large bag and coldly addressed the prostrate Arlong on the ground. Should today's events recur, you all shall perish. Having uttered these words, he leaped from the window. When Yifeng re-emerged, it was at Nami's abode. Stealthily, he infiltrated her home without disturbing a soul. Arriving directly at her door, he opened it quietly and stepped inside. There, he beheld Nami, unconscious on her bed with an ice pack resting on her head. Yifeng approached softly, kneeling by her bedside. He gently removed the ice pack and set it aside on a nearby table. Subsequently, he shed his black cloak and placed his sword aside. He climbed onto the bed, embraced Nami tenderly, and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her lips. Then, he pressed his forehead against hers, and a faint glow emanated from both their beings. This was Yifeng imparting his energy to Nami. For he had acquired a mysterious technique within a jade pendant that required the foreheads of two individuals to touch for the transfer of power. However, this method bore a significant drawback. The recipient's mind and spirit must be profoundly engaged, leaving them exceedingly weak post-transfer. Half an hour later, Yifeng had imparted the foundational principles of the Lingbo Weibo technique to Nami, who was left in a state of profound disorientation. He did not rise but instead fell asleep while holding her close. The following morning, Nami, still groggy, felt someone holding her and momentarily mistook it for her sister Nojiko. As she drowsily opened her eyes and threw off the covers, she discovered the absence of anyone beside her, save for the lingering warmth and scent of a man. Just as she prepared to rise and inquire about Nojiko, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and a vision of a person walking on water appeared in her mind, albeit with peculiar steps. Shaking her head, she hastily got out of bed and noticed a book resting on the bedside table, inscribed with the words Lingbo Weibo. Presuming it to be a gift from her sister Nojiko, she curiously picked it up. As she opened the first page, a small note fell out. Nami retrieved the note from the floor, reading, "My dearest Nami, by the time you see this note, I trust you have awakened. I have resolved the troubles in your village. Arlong and his cohorts shall no longer harass you, and he will even safeguard you. Furthermore, I have left the essence of my training within your mind. Please follow the teachings in the book on the table. In a few years, a group known as the Straw Hat Pirates will seek you to be their navigator. You must join them. This crew consists of 3 individuals, each with unique traits. Their captain is somewhat foolish yet possesses an insatiable appetite and the ability to stretch his limbs, a swordsman with green hair who is directionally challenged, and a fellow with an elongated nose who has a penchant for deceit. They will be your lifelong companions. With love, Yifeng." Overwhelmed with joy upon realizing that Yifeng had resolved everything for her, Nami shed tears of happiness, her eyes radiating determination as she silently vowed, "I shall train diligently. I know I will catch up to you, so wait for me." Chapter 36. The Windmill Village. Nami wiped her tears away and, brimming with excitement, dashed outside to embrace her sister Nojiko, exclaiming, "Sister, we are free now? We no longer need to fear Arlong." Nojiko, startled by her sister's sudden embrace and words, paused momentarily before processing the information. This cannot be, she thought, reaching up to touch Nami's forehead and then her own, replying incredulously, "You're not feverish, are you? Why speak such nonsense?" Nami swatted away Nojiko's hand from her forehead, cheeks puffed in indignation. "I am not ill, nor am I speaking foolishly. This is the truth. If you don't believe me, come and see." With that, she grasped her sister's hand and dashed out the door. Meanwhile, in a certain expanse of the East Sea, a colossal sea king swam beneath the weight of a dark figure. Yifeng stood upon the head of this newly captured sea king, exhilarated as he thought, "At last, I shall return to see Nami." He gave a gentle nudge to the beleaguered creature beneath him. Rubbing his sword, the Yuan Hong, in his left hand, he coldly commanded the Sea King, "Use all your might and swim swiftly. If you slow down, tonight's dinner will be you." Under the feet of the Sea King, Night Maple, upon hearing the words of the person standing above him, nearly spewed forth a mouthful of fish blood in shock. How could one possibly endure such a fate? No, it was indeed the fish that faced such a dire situation. Nevertheless, the Sea King was remarkably obedient, twisting its massive form like an arrow released from a bow, propelling itself swiftly forward. After swimming for dozens of miles, it showed no inclination to halt. Of course, if it were to stop, by tomorrow, oh no, tonight, it would be transformed into this esteemed individual's braised fish soup. I swim, I swim, I swim with all my might. At this moment, within a quaint courtyard at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a tall woman clad in a Navy uniform sat gracefully upon a chair. Her raven hair was elegantly styled atop her head, and a spider tattoo adorned her alluring left thigh. She was Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, a formidable officer and one of the substitutes for the admirals. Her renowned sword was Kinpyra, and she shared a sisterly bond with the Marine Headquarters Chief of Staff, Crane, possessing immense strength and capabilities that approached those of an admiral. At that instant, Peach Rabbit turned toward a pink-haired girl, whose physique had developed remarkably compared to her peers. With gentle affection, she addressed her. Veal, come here and take a rest. You've been practicing all afternoon. Indeed, this was our protagonist's younger sister, Avril, who had transformed over 4 years from an innocent little girl into a strikingly beautiful young lady, now serving as a Marine sergeant. As Avril continued to wield her sword against the wooden post, she heard her newly recognized sister calling for her to rest. Turning to Peach Rabbit, she offered a slight smile and shook her head, replying, "No, I cannot rest yet. The time I promised my brother is approaching, and I must devote myself to my training." With that, she resumed her diligent practice. Peach Rabbit, seeing that Avril had not heeded her suggestion, shook her head in resignation, pondering the nature of her brother. What kind of person could possess such a prodigious sister? Having just returned from the New World, Peach Rabbit had heard tales of a 6-year-old swordsmanship prodigy who had already reached the intermediate level of Sword King, an astounding achievement at such a tender age. Hastily, she had rushed over and found a small girl following the legendary Garp, a long sword slung across her back. The moment Peach Rabbit laid eyes on Avril, she was enveloped by an aura that could only belong to a Sword King, confirming the rumors she had heard. Astonished, she gazed at the 6-year-old who had attained what many could not achieve in a lifetime. Reflecting on her own journey, having only become a Sword Emperor at 26, she felt a pang of inadequacy. Returning to our protagonist, Night Maple, he finally arrived at the longed-for Windmill Town. After a 4-year absence, he stepped once more into a tavern named the Windy Bar, where the owner, Marcino, still donned her familiar attire. As Yifeng entered the bar, he promptly took a seat at the counter and exclaimed loudly to the proprietress, "Marquino, Sister Marquino, I have returned." The busy Marquino, upon hearing the familiar voice, hastily set down the glass she was polishing and turned to identify the source of the sound. Once she recognized the figure before her, she expressed her astonishment, saying, "Yifeng, where have you been all these years? We were quite worried about you. Your sister, Ai Wei Air, cried for several days over your absence. And even Xiao Lu Fei has missed you dearly." With a hint of guilt etched upon his face, Yifeng solemnly addressed Ma Chi Nua. "In recent years, I have ventured to distant lands to hone my swordsmanship, and I regret having caused you all concern. By the way, where is my sister Avril now? And what of little Luffy and the others?" Ma Chi Nua gazed at Yifeng, whose expression was laden with remorse, and felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, she spoke gently to him. "At this moment, you can only go to see little Luffy and the others." Night Maple noticed that Marquino had not mentioned his sister in their conversation, and he hurriedly inquired, "What has happened to my sister? Where is she now?" Observing Night Maple's anxiety, Marquino promptly responded, "Your sister was taken by Admiral Garp to the Navy over a year ago. If you go now, you should be able to find her, but they are all in the New World." As Yifeng addressed Magino, he said, "I shall return tomorrow. For now, I will check on how Luffy and the others are faring. Farewell." After waving goodbye to Magino, he made his way toward the residence at the back mountain. Upon his arrival, he noticed 3 children squatting ahead. Intrigued, Yifeng quietly approached to eavesdrop on their conversation. Chapter 37. Luffy's Betrayal of Friends. Little Luffy, donning a straw hat, perched upon a rock, clutching a water pipe taller than herself, expressed her disappointment to Sabo and Ace. "When do you think Yifeng will return?" Ace, hearing Luffy's words, shared in her despondency. "Indeed, weren't we promised 3 years? 4 years have passed, and he has yet to return, not even a letter." Sabo, listening to his brothers, was suddenly struck by a terrifying thought and stammered, "Why, you don't think he might have died, do you?" The chilling implication sent Luffy and Ace tumbling to the ground in shock. As Ace sat there, a sudden realization struck him, and he stuttered, "It's possible. Otherwise, why hasn't Yifeng returned in a year?" Upon hearing Ace and Sabo's grim speculation about Yifeng's demise, Luffy burst into tears, wailing, "Wah, wah, wah. Yifeng, your death is so tragic." Seeing Luffy in such despair, Sabo attempted to comfort her, saying, "Luffy, don't cry. Perhaps he is still alive." Luffy, upon hearing Sabo's words, ceased her sobbing and asked, "Really? Yifeng is still alive?" The conversation of the 3 reached Yifeng, who had been concealed in the trees. Hearing them, he felt a wave of irritation, especially at the question regarding his potential demise. He silently noted Luffy's unwavering concern for him, reflecting, "Little Luffy, how eagerly do you wish for my demise?" Just as Yifeng prepared to descend from the tree, he overheard Ace, with a mischievous glint in his eye, remarking to Luffy and Sabo, "If Yifeng hasn't died, he will surely return." However, before that, he raised an eyebrow at Sabo and continued with an even more playful expression, "We must fairly compete for his sister, Yvel." Sabo, enlightened by Ace's words, joined in the jest, grinning at Ace. "Indeed, if he hasn't returned, we can vie for his sister." Imagining Yifeng's sister's exquisite visage and flawless form, Ace and Sabo erupted into boisterous laughter. Yet, little Luffy, feeling excluded, interjected indignantly, "No, I want to participate too. I want Yvel." Ace and Sabo, realizing that Luffy was now a contender in their rivalry for Yvel, felt a wave of annoyance. Among the three brothers, Luffy and Yvel had conversed the most. However, Ace had a sudden inspiration and cheerfully said to Luffy, "I heard Yifeng has hidden a plethora of delicacies in the back mountain. Are you sure you want to compete with us for Yvel?" Upon hearing Ace mention the hidden treats, Luffy's resolve wavered, and she exclaimed, "Really? Is that true? Then I shall not compete with you. Will you tell me where he has hidden them?" As Luffy, Sabo, and Ace rose to head toward the back mountain, a voice called out from behind, "Greetings, Luffy, Ace, Sabo." The trio froze, turning slowly to see a figure standing behind them, smiling broadly while continuously rubbing a sword in her left hand. With a cheerful expression, Yifeng suddenly plunged the sword into the ground and clapped his hands on their shoulders, though each clap contained a significant portion of his strength, sending them crashing to the ground. With a smile gracing his face, Yifeng looked at the three seated figures who were smiling at Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, and inquired, "What were you just saying? I couldn't quite catch that. Would you mind repeating it for me?" Ace and Sabo were momentarily stunned by Yifeng's unexpected appearance. Only Luffy, upon seeing Yifeng, exclaimed excitedly, "That's fantastic, Yifeng. I knew you weren't dead. Just now." Ace and Sabo were talking about taking your sister and mentioned they wanted to take me to the back mountain to find the delicious treats you've hidden away. Then, Luffy, fixing his gaze on Yifeng, shouted, "Hey, Yifeng, is it true that you've hidden delicious food in the back mountain? Hurry and take me there." "I've already told you everything," they both said. Ace and Sabo had only just collected themselves from the shock of Yifeng's sudden arrival and were contemplating how to explain the situation when they realized their loyal companion Luffy had already betrayed them. Night Maple turned his head, gazing with a murderous glare at Ace and Sabo, coldly remarking, "Oh, so that's how it is?" Upon realizing that Night Maple was aware of everything they had discussed, Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and shook their heads. Ace, a hint of fear in his eyes, addressed Night Maple, "Night Maple, please, allow us to explain. It is not as Luffy has portrayed." Just as Ace was about to clarify the situation, Sabo, standing beside him, unexpectedly leaped toward Night Maple, pointing an accusatory finger at Ace and exclaiming, "It's all Ace's doing. It has nothing to do with me." Chapter 38, The Blood Fruit. Just as Ace was preparing to explain to Night Maple, he heard his loyal comrade Sabo placing the entire burden of blame upon him. Ace felt as though he was on the verge of exploding with rage, trembling as he pointed at Sabo, struggling to articulate his anger. You. Yifeng pondered for a moment, gently nodding his head. After a brief silence, he lifted his gaze and softly addressed the three of them, saying, "If that is the case, then the matter becomes quite manageable." Half an hour later, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy sat on the ground, their heads adorned with bumps. Yifeng clapped his hands, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within him. He turned to Ace, who was still gritting his teeth on the ground, and said, "Do you think I am deaf? Can you not hear me?" Then, addressing Ace, Sabo, and Luffy with solemnity, he declared, "I am telling you three, if you genuinely care for my sister, you must pursue her earnestly. Do not attempt to play any tricks. Should I discover another instance of such behavior, there will be consequences." Yifeng once again delivered a punch to each of them. Thud, thud, thud. Ace and Sabo clutched their heads, desperately holding back their tears, and with a pained nod towards Yifeng, they uttered, "We apologize. We shall not dare to do so again." At that moment, the small Luffy, enduring the swelling on his head, embraced Yifeng's leg and, with a sense of injustice, exclaimed, "It was all their idea to hit me. Moreover, I have shared everything with you." Upon witnessing the pitiful expression on Shilufei's face, Yifeng pondered for a moment and thought to himself, "Indeed, he has done nothing wrong. It is entirely the doing of Ace and Sabo. It seems she truly has no part in this matter." Nevertheless, since the conflict has already transpired, the notion of offering an apology is utterly out of the question. Night Maple organized his words in his heart, and, facing the still aggrieved Luffy who was clutching his legs, spoke earnestly. For this is the love that your brother has for you. Not only did Luffy become speechless upon hearing Night Maple's words, but even Ace and Sabo, who stood nearby, were taken aback by Night Maple's unabashedness. Night Maple turned to Luffy and inquired, Luffy, when will Grandpa return? Upon hearing this, Night Maple repeated his question about when his grandfather would come back. This sudden query startled Luffy, causing him to tremble with fear. He shook his head and replied, I do not know. Ever since Grandpa took Ivale away last time, he has not returned. Yifeng heard Luffy's words and thought to himself, alas, I had hoped to take a ride on that old geezer Garp's ship, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away. Yifeng picked up the sword from the ground, turned to Luffy and the others, spoke a few words, and then turned to walk towards the back mountain. Ever since he acquired the mysterious devil fruit last time, he had no place to store it, so he continued to tuck it back into the tree trunk. Fortunately, he overheard Ace and the others' conversation, otherwise, he would have forgotten about it. After searching for half an hour on the mountain, Yifeng finally discovered the place he had previously visited with his sister, Avril. With a swift kick, Yifeng severed the burgeoning fruit, revealing the demon fruit entwined in a crimson glow before him. In that fleeting glance, an enigmatic sensation stirred within his heart. Yifeng extended his right hand, grasping the ominous fruit of the devil. As he held it, he slowly savored its presence. Sensing that this desire was even more intense than the last, Yifeng suddenly recalled something, and thus raised his head to gaze at the pale blue sky. After observing it for 3 to 4 minutes, he lowered his head and softly remarked, It seems this is all the will of heaven. Having said that, he picked up the blood-red devil fruit, slowly brought it to his lips, took a bite, and immediately spat it out. Yifeng pondered. No wonder those who had just consumed the devil fruit in the past episodes of One Piece likened it to excrement, having experienced it himself. He found the comparison quite accurate. After a while, the wave of nausea subsided. Yifeng set his sword aside and seated himself upon a nearby tree stump, contemplating the essence of the fruit he had just ingested. As Yifeng settled upon the tree stump, he closed his eyes, and an ocean of blood materialized within his mind, at the center of which sat an individual strikingly reminiscent of himself. The bloodied figure opened his eyes and slowly addressed the true Yifeng. Finally, there is someone. Subsequently, a sinister grin spread across his face as he erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Chapter 39. The disturbing Yifeng. As Yifeng delved into his mind, he encountered a sanguine figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. This blood figure, with a sinister grin, addressed the true Yifeng, proclaiming, Congratulations, young one. You have acquired the fabled blood fruit, the king of the natural demon fruits, which has eluded seekers for 5 centuries. Develop it well. When you have reached the pinnacle of its potential, we shall meet again. After this ominous proclamation, the sanguine figure erupted into a crimson orb of light and swiftly entered Yifeng's consciousness. As Yifeng shook his head, he returned to reality, where twilight was swiftly approaching. The lofty moon hung in the sky, casting a brilliant beam of silvery light. As Yifeng was about to return home, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. Gazing at his hands, he closed his eyes, and then a strange spectacle unfolded before him. His hands transformed into a grotesque sight, resembling bloodied appendages, with sinews intertwined in a chaotic pattern. Nightfong gazed at his bloodied hands, clenching his fists with a resounding crack. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, his acute observation and keen instincts detected a multitude of ferocious beasts surrounding him. To his astonishment, there were not only chickens, ducks, and geese, but even mice. Yifeng discerned a crimson hue in their eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty desire, as if they yearned to rush forth and consume her entirely. Yifeng let out a soft sigh. After half an hour, he had finally slain them all. At this moment, the back mountain was stained a deep crimson, with the ground littered with the carcasses of animals. Although Yifeng effortlessly dispatched them, the blood that splattered stained his garments a deep crimson. Yifeng retrieved his sword from the ground, secured it upon his back, and began his descent down the mountain. As Yifeng arrived at the foot of the mountain, he resolved to take a bath first, for he was covered in blood, with even his hair stained crimson in places. As Yifeng returned to the Deepening family, he was reminded of the absence of a bathing facility at home. Descending the mountain, he hurried into the Marquino bar. Upon opening the door, he discovered Marquino bent over, sweeping the floor with a broom. As Marquino was engaged in his task, the sound of the door opening caught his attention. To his astonishment, he turned to see a figure standing at the threshold, drenched in blood and wielding a sword, resembling a fearsome demon freshly emerged from the depths of hell. The sight was so shocking that it caused Marquino to faint. Quick to react, Yifeng swiftly rushed forward and caught Marquino in a princess carry as he collapsed backwards. As Yifeng gazed at the unconscious Margarita cradled in his arms, he pondered that the scene witnessed today would likely be etched in her memory for eternity. Yifeng sighed softly, contemplating how he would explain today's events to Magino the following day. Never mind, he thought. I shall not dwell on it. Tomorrow will suffice. First, a shower is in order. He placed Magino on the sofa beside him, and then took a set of clothes he had left here, making his way to the bar's washroom. An hour later, the washroom door swung open, and Yifeng emerged, towel in hand, drying his hair. He promptly seated himself in the opposite corner of the sofa, gazing at the still unconscious Magino. With a gentle touch, he pressed his hand against her forehead, employing the Divine Light Sutra to shield himself from the visions he had just witnessed. Having completed these actions, he settled into a moment of quietude. Yifeng cast a careful glance at Magino and discovered her undeniable beauty. Leaning languidly against the sofa, his jet-black hair cascaded like clouds, while the faint sorrow lingering in the corners of his eyes resembled a misty veil. Her long eyelashes framed a pair of enchanting eyes, and her lips, as lush as cherries, drew his gaze. Ultimately, his attention settled on her inadvertently exposed shoulder, as graceful and noble as a swan, her skin as pure as fresh milk, slightly tousled hair adding to her allure. Furthermore, Magino possessed a captivating figure that could easily rival that of the Empress Hancock, with a waist that was both delicate and enchanting. Even in her unconscious state, she retained every ounce of her beauty, leaving Yifeng nearly drooling as he thought to himself, how had I never noticed Magino's exquisite charm before? Night Maple's body became engulfed in a feverish heat, intensified by the recent consumption of the blood fruit, which he had yet to master. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively extended his right hand towards Magino, caressing his long, well-defined legs, and thought to himself, the sensation is extraordinarily delightful. Just as he was poised to embark on the next step, Yifeng swiftly withdrew his hand, shaking his head vigorously. A brief bite of his tongue drew forth a trickle of blood, which jolted him back to lucidity. In a hushed tone, he muttered a curse. So close, I nearly succumbed. Yifeng hastily retrieved a tome from his jade pendant, the Ice Heart Sutra, which promises tranquility of mind akin to crystal clarity, undeterred by the weight of the heavens. He recited the verses fervently for several minutes until the tumultuous blood coursing through him finally subsided. Turning his gaze, he beheld the peacefully slumbering Marquino, tenderly kissing her on the cheeks and lips before he turned to open the door and depart. The following morning, a significant event transpired within the village. It was reported that a woodcutter, while ascending the mountain to gather firewood, stumbled upon a gruesome sight, remnants of animals strewn across the landscape, with blood seeping into the earth for 3 feet. According to the villager, this was an ominous sign of the arrival of the Shura. Early in the morning, Yifeng arrived at Marquino's bar and was greeted by the sight of Marquino attending to her patrons. Observing this scene, Yifeng mused to himself that it seemed she had completely forgotten about the events of the previous day. He called out to Marquino, "Good morning, Marquino." Appearing wholly unaware of last night's occurrences, Marquino responded politely, "Good morning, Yifeng." Chapter 40. Genetic modification time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. Yifeng stood serenely in a stretch of sea not far from Windmill Town. Ever since he had consumed the blood fruit that day, his entire bloodstream had undergone a radical transformation. It could be said that Yifeng had become akin to a Tang Sung. Any creature might desire to take a bite out of him. Fortunately, as a swordsman, he had managed to survive several encounters with sea kings over the past month. Just a few days prior, while practicing his swordsmanship by the seaside, Yifeng inadvertently nicked his hand, causing a single drop of blood to fall into the ocean. What followed left him astonished, all the sea kings in the vicinity, their eyes filled with the same murderous glint he had witnessed during his encounter with the beast on the back mountain, suddenly turned their attention towards him, seemingly intent on devouring him. It took Yifeng 3 to 4 arduous hours to fend off these colossal sea creatures, leaving a considerable area of the sea stained crimson, with various sea kings floating lifelessly upon its surface. Most astonishingly, even the formidable sea kings, typically found only in the first half of the Grand Line, had been drawn to this location. Night Maple did not engage in combat. Instead, he swiftly employed the Lingbo Weibu, and, combined with his mastery of the Wind God Leg, evaded within mere seconds. It was not that Night Maple was unwilling to fight, but rather that he felt somewhat outmatched. With his observation Haki, he discerned that the Sea King was at least 100 meters in length, prompting his hasty retreat. Had he remained to confront it, he might have fared well. But should he falter, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Moments later, indeed, a formidable Sea King, measuring at least 100 meters long and characteristic of the Grand Line, emerged, drawn by the scent of something that could enhance its strength. Upon arrival, it discovered only a few smaller sea kings, severed in two by sharp sword energy. At that moment, Night Maple sat cross-legged in the ocean, lamenting inwardly, "Why must fate treat me so cruelly? After such difficulty in encountering a natural-type devil fruit and consuming it, I have been transformed into Tangsing. Even the most despicable of rats yearn to take a bite out of me. What utter rubbish!" Yifeng lifted his head, shouting at the sky, "What purpose do you serve?" As night fell, Yifeng chose not to return and sleep alongside Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Instead, he wandered to a secluded beach. Yifeng sat quietly on the beach, gradually awakening his abilities. He focused inward, sensing the blood within his body and discovering he could control not only his own but also the blood of those weaker than him. However, Yifeng now suffered from severe blood deficiency. Every day, he purified his blood, expelling all impurities to strengthen his physique. His body had become far more resilient than before. And combined with his cultivation of the demon god's physique, ordinary blades and weapons could no longer pierce his flesh. His appearance had also transformed, once possessing jet black hair. After consuming the blood fruit, it had turned into short, snow-white locks. Even his eyes, originally dark like obsidian, now gleamed with the deep crimson hue of blood amber. One could say Yifeng had become a living, breathing otherworldly vampire-superhuman hybrid. When Makino saw his sudden transformation, she was startled, fearing he had fallen ill from malnutrition. Even worse were Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. The moment they laid eyes on him, they mockingly called him white hair. Enraged, Yifeng now greeted them daily with a punch, treating it like a mandatory check-in from his past gaming habits. Yifeng stood upon the boundless sea, his heart whispering in silent contemplation, "Now I have reached 12 years of age. The time has come to venture into the new world. It is time to set my grand plan into motion." As night descended, Yifeng arrived alone at Makino's tavern. With solemn resolve, he declared to Makino, "I must depart to the new world. Thank you for all the years of kindness and care you have bestowed upon me." Yifeng stepped forward and gently embraced Makino. Ever since he began to transform his body with the blood fruit daily, he discovered that he had grown significantly taller, rising from a mere 1.40 meters to an impressive 1.60 meters, surpassing his peers. Upon hearing the news of Yifeng's impending departure, Makino's hands trembled slightly around her cup, as if she felt a pang of loss within her heart. Reluctantly, she gazed at Yifeng, who was still holding her, and asked, "When will you return?" Night Maple heard Makino's words and embraced the beloved in his arms more tightly as he replied, "I do not know when I will return. I am sorry." Makino, in turn, wrapped her arms around Night Maple and gently reassured him, "There is no need to apologize. I will wait for you." Chapter 41. The strongest compass of humanity in the quaint town of Windmill, Yifeng discovered the sole telephone snail at the village chief's residence. Utilizing this remarkable creature, he dialed the number left by Garp, successfully connecting the call. Meanwhile, in the illustrious headquarters of the Navy at Marineford, the telephone snail on the desk of Admiral Sengoku began to ring. He answered the call, inquiring, "Hello, who is this?" Night Maple. Upon hearing a voice that did not belong to Admiral Garp, addressed it, saying, "Could you please pass the phone to Admiral Garp? I am his grandson, Marshal Sengoku." Upon realizing that it was the grandson of that old man, Garp on the line smacked his forehead, silently lamenting that there was not a single reliable individual in Garp's lineage. He loudly called out to the sleeping Garp, who was lounging on the office sofa, "Garp, don't sleep too deeply. It's for you." With that, he hurled the phone snail directly at Garp's head. Startled from his slumber, Garp instinctively extended his left hand forward, catching the phone snail with remarkable precision. After stifling a yawn, he addressed Sengoku, "Sengoku, try not to be too angry. It might lead to an early demise." He then picked up the intercom of the phone snail and inquired, "Hello, who is this?" Night Maple heard the commotion from afar and immediately recognized that it was Kapu, undoubtedly asleep once again. He called out loudly, "Hey, old geezer, can you hear me? How is my sister faring over there?" Kapu, jolted by Night Maple's boisterous voice, covered his ears. It was only after Night Maple finished speaking that he angrily responded through the intercom, "You little brat, do you think I'm deaf as well? Keep it down, you nearly deafened me." Then, shifting his tone, he continued, "Avel is doing exceptionally well here, and she has already joined the Navy. By the way, you rascal, when are you coming to the New World?" Yifeng was taken aback to hear Garp mention that his sister, Avril, was thriving and had even joined the Navy. After a moment of contemplation, he replied to Garp on the other end of the line, "I shall venture to the New World tomorrow." Garp, upon hearing Yifeng's response, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Excellent, excellent. Do hurry. I shall be awaiting your arrival." Suddenly, Garp recalled something else and chuckled as he addressed Yifeng. "My boy, do you remember the way to the New World? Or shall I come to fetch you? I've heard from Avril that you have a tendency to get lost." Yifeng overheard Cap's candid admission of his poor sense of direction and felt it was inappropriate to respond directly. Cap, on the other hand, boisterously declared, "Listen here. You old fool. I am not directionally challenged. I merely made a mistake. Do you understand? I am famously known as the strongest human compass." Upon hearing Yifeng's self-proclamation, Cap laughed so hard that he nearly collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you, the so-called strongest human compass. You crack me up. Who was it last time that couldn't even find the restroom and ended up in the ladies' room?" "Ha ha ha." Nearby, Sengoku, who was diligently working, heard Cap's boisterous laughter, which startled his pet sheep, causing him to glare at Cap in irritation. "You imbecile, Cap. Keep your voice down." Cap, however, paid no heed to Sengoku's admonition and continued to revel in his amusement. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yifeng, upon learning of Cap's restroom blunder, hastily terminated the call, his expression darkening. Fortunately, there was no one around. Had the village chief witnessed Yifeng's current state, it would have surely sent her into fits of laughter. This incident brought to mind the last time Yifeng, after consuming an excessive amount of water, had lost track of time while meditating, only realizing something was amiss when he felt a slight dampness in his trousers. Yifeng nearly accomplished what he could not achieve in his previous life. He swiftly employed the wind god leg technique and dashed to the restroom behind the Marquino bar. Upon entering, he noticed a male symbol on the door. As he opened it, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar figure squatting rather than standing, mind you, squatting. Yifeng hastily shut the door and retreated elsewhere, realizing he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. In his mind, he fervently exclaimed, "Oh no. Marquino," due to her recent menstruation, was in the midst of pulling up her pants when she noticed the restroom door had swung open. Upon seeing the intruder, she froze momentarily and then, her face flushed with embarrassment, shouted at Yifeng, who was still averted. "Ah, Yifeng, quickly get out." Upon hearing the words of Magino, Yifeng immediately grasped the situation and hastily shut the door. Yifeng leaned against the restroom door, and upon recalling the scene from earlier, a wave of heat surged within him. Alarmed, he hastily practiced the ice heart technique for a good 3 to 4 minutes before the fiery sensation within his core gradually subsided. Chapter 42. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Since that incident, Marquino's demeanor towards Yifeng had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yifeng could not recall the memories within Marquino's mind, thus the affection that once existed transformed into a deeper love. This left Yifeng profoundly disheartened. And even his sister Ai Wei'er began to sense that Marquino harbored feelings for her brother. During that period, Yifeng protected her as fiercely as an eagle guards its chick. Although time gradually dulled the sharpness of past memories, the events lingered in the air. The following morning, Yifeng hastily gathered his belongings, taking with him some fresh water and edible provisions. He leaped onto a small boat and called out to the crowd on the shore, bidding them farewell. With that, he began to row away. As the silhouette of Yifeng faded from their sight, the others at the dock returned to their routines, leaving only Marquino, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo behind. In that moment, an adult and 3 children remained, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of solitude. Silence prevailed, save for the muffled sobs of Marquino, while Luffy, Ace, and Sabo huddled together in a circle on the ground, weeping profusely. Ace exclaimed, "This is wonderful. That rascal who tormented us every day is finally gone." Luffy, wiping his tears, added, "At last, no one is here to beat us. It's fantastic." Sabo, filled with exuberance, declared, "He has left, and we can do as we please once more." With that, the trio rose simultaneously, brushing away their tears, clasping each other's hands, and skipping forward with joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. We are free again. Ha ha ha." Once they departed, Marquino finally let down her last emotional barrier, collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair, her cries echoing her helplessness. Meanwhile, Yifeng, having just left Windmill Town, was afloat in the nearby sea, his keen observation sensing the sorrowful cries from behind, which tugged at his heartstrings. After 3 or 4 minutes, he lifted his gaze toward Windmill Town, hesitated briefly, then shook his head resolutely and leapt into the sea, rushing back. At the dock, Marquino felt her eyes swell from weeping, and just as she was about to turn back in disappointment, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yifeng had already enveloped her in his embrace. Startled, Marquino exclaimed, "Yifeng, didn't you leave?" Why have you returned? Night Maple gently whispered to the cherished Margarita in his embrace, I cannot bear to part with you. With that, he planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. Margarita, taken aback by the younger Night Maple's confession and the audacity of the kiss which claimed her long-cherished first kiss, found herself shyly nestled in his arms. Too bashful to utter a word, Night Maple, with utmost sincerity, addressed Margarita once more. I am aware of your desire to venture into the new world alongside me. Here, I present to you a tome of cultivation secrets. When you have mastered its teachings to the utmost, seek me out, for in the new world, conflict is ever present. Only through the acquisition of power can you safeguard all that you hold dear. With that, he produced a precious volume of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra from his bosom and placed it into Margarita's hands. She, with a determined grasp, accepted the sacred text and, having absorbed Night Maple's words, nodded resolutely. I shall devote myself to rigorous training, striving to reunite with you in the new world as swiftly as possible. Then, emboldened by a sudden surge of courage, she embraced Night Maple's head and boldly kissed him again, proclaiming with a fierce spirit, wherever you are, I shall be your only woman. Remember this, you belong to me alone. Yifeng beheld the domineering side of Ma Chi Nua and could not suppress a smile as he addressed her. Understood, my queen. He then turned to Ma Chi Nua and added, this time, I truly must take my leave. I shall await you in the new world. Yifeng suddenly stood upon the surface of the sea, waving a hand toward Magino on the dock, before vanishing into the vast waters. When Yifeng reappeared, he found himself back on the small boat where it all began, silently contemplating. I hope you can cultivate quickly, otherwise your fate will be sealed. Yifeng rose from the small boat, grasping the sword, provisions, and fresh water aboard. He whistled towards the horizon, and before him emerged a colossal sea creature, resembling a great bovine. Night Maple suddenly leaped onto the head of the sea creature, shouting towards the sky, I have arrived in the new world. Chapter 43, Log Town. A day later, Night Maple found himself before an island known as Log Town, a place referred to as the town of beginnings and endings. This island is significant as it is the birthplace of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, who was also executed here following his surrender. Thus, this island holds profound historical importance. As Night Maple entered Log Town, the streets were bustling with a constant flow of people engaged in trade, exuding an air of prosperity and vibrancy. However, Night Maple paid little heed to the lively surroundings and proceeded directly to the Navy base in Log Town. Upon arrival, he addressed the two sentry sailors, inquiring, Excuse me, is Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters present here? One of the sentry sailors, having heard Night Maple's request for Colonel Smoker, turned to him and said, Young lad, do you have business with Colonel Smoker? Night Maple heard this, and the gatekeeper of the Navy had the audacity to refer to himself as a child, which instantly caused a flurry of black lines to appear on his face. He inwardly protested, asserting that he was now 12 years old, having already grown to a height of 1.60 meters, which made him a veritable giant compared to other children of the same age. How dare he call me a child? If I were to reveal my true age, it would surely frighten you. After venting his thoughts, he addressed the Navy soldier at the gate, instructing him, Please go inside and inform him that it is Vice Admiral Garp who has sent me. Upon hearing the name Vice Admiral Garp, the gatekeeper Navy soldier turned to Night Maple and said, Please wait here a moment. I will relay your message. Meanwhile, in an office within the Navy base, a white-haired man, meticulously combed back, sat perusing a newspaper while 3 cigars were clenched in his mouth. Draped over his upper body was an oversized coat emblazoned with the word Justice, adorned with numerous scars that served as his badges of honor. A pair of goggles hung around his neck. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Report. Smoker, absorbed in his newspaper, heard the knocking. He called out, Come in. The soldier entered and saluted, saying, Report, Colonel Smoker. A person outside claims to have been sent by Vice Admiral Garp. Upon hearing this, Smoker recalled that 2 days prior, Vice Admiral Garp had contacted him via a transponder snail, mentioning that he had a grandson named Night Maple who was to come to Navy headquarters and requested that he be brought in. He thought to himself, It must be him. After contemplating this, Smoker addressed the soldier, Understood. Please let him in. 2 minutes later, Night Maple stood before a figure seated in a chair. A man with white hair, perpetually chewing on 3 cigars as if he would never run out. As Night Maple gazed at Smoker, Smoker too was seated, observing the pristine, snow-white short hair before him, complemented by the strikingly red, amber-like eyes, and a long sword slung across his back. Fortunately, the attire adorning the individual before him was that of a young man, Otherwise, he might have mistaken her for the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Garp. Smoker's gaze lingered a moment longer on Knight Maple's head before he fixed his eyes on him and inquired, "You must be Knight Maple, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Am I correct?" He then added, "What hair dye do you use? Could you share where it was purchased?" Upon hearing Smoker's words, Knight Maple nodded and replied, "Indeed. That is correct. I am Knight Maple." Shortly thereafter, he heard Smoker inquire about the hair dye he used. With a slight twitch of his lips, he responded nonchalantly, "This is not a result of dye. Rather, it is the consequence of my training gone awry." Internally, he lamented, "Do you think I desired to appear this way? Being called white hair by Luffy and the others each day has nearly convinced me that I truly am white-haired." Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, "Calm down. Stay composed. Impulsiveness is a devil." Smoker, who had initially worn an expression of anticipation, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him upon hearing Knight Maple's explanation about his appearance being due to his training. He sighed, "Oh, is that so? What a pity." Then, addressing Knight Maple, he continued, "You should stay here for the night. We shall set off for the Navy headquarters tomorrow." After uttering these words, he called out towards the door, "Bring someone here." A Navy soldier soon entered, and upon seeing him, Smoker instructed, "Take him and find a room for him to stay." The soldier acknowledged with a simple, "Understood," and turned to Knight Maple, saying, "Please, follow me." He led Knight Maple to a well-prepared room. Turning back, the soldier said, "You may stay here for now. I will come to call you when it is time to depart tomorrow." Yi Feng addressed the naval soldier with gratitude, saying, "Thank you." He then turned and entered the room, closing the door behind him. As he surveyed the layout of the space, he observed that it resembled the modest inns he had previously inhabited. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, consisting solely of a bed, a chair, and a table. Knight Maple did not dwell on his thoughts for long. After finishing his packing, he settled cross-legged on the bed and began to delve into the capabilities of the blood fruit. Ever since Knight Maple acquired the nature-type devil fruit, the blood fruit, he had set aside the 9 Yang true scriptures, the 9 Yang sword techniques, the demon god body, and the Lingbo Weibu, wind godleg techniques, dedicating nearly every day to the study of the blood fruit's powers. He intended to keep this ability concealed from the world, using the blood fruit solely as a means of survival, reserving its use for dire circumstances. Chapter 44, Knight Maple's strength with regard to the various techniques. Knight Maple had nearly perfected them, aided by the top-tier cultivation method contained within the Jade Pendant, the Divine Illumination Sutra, which facilitated his rapid mastery of any technique. Currently, Yi Feng's agility has reached a remarkable level with his evasive technique, the Lingbo Weibu, and his offensive skill, the Function Leg, now perfectly integrated into a singular martial art known as the Storm Leg, which harmoniously combines aggression and speed. When comparing the destructive potential of his swordsmanship and leg technique, the latter slightly surpasses the former. Moreover, with the consummation of his body refinement technique, the Demon God Body, Yi Feng's regenerative capabilities have become astonishingly rapid. Should an adversary fail to eliminate Yi Feng with a single strike, they effectively forfeit their opportunity. This is particularly impressive considering it precedes the acquisition of the blood fruit's powers. Now, endowed with the demon god body and the ultimate technique derived from the blood fruit, blood reincarnation, as long as Yi Feng possesses even a single drop of blood or is in proximity to any blood, he can attain the fabled immortality akin to Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Yi Feng has now cultivated the 9 Yang sword canon to the 4th level, attaining the pinnacle of a sword master. Furthermore, the divine technique he primarily practices, the 9 Yang true scripture, has not been cultivated beyond the 4th level since it was developed in Frost Moon Village. He secretly contemplated that upon arriving at the Marine headquarters in the New World, he must enhance it further. Overall, Yi Feng's strength is now on par with that of an admiral. Indeed, it is true. A mere 12-year-old child can contend equally with the strongest combatant of the Marine headquarters, an admiral. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly terrify all the experts in the New World, leading them to believe that the strength of admirals has become commonplace, akin to winter cabbages, losing their value. Fortunately, this matter has remained undisclosed. If it were to circulate, it would be as catastrophic as a nuclear bomb. By the following morning, after an entire night of rigorous training, Yi Feng had developed numerous techniques from the blood fruit. As Yi Feng descended from his bed and completed his morning ablutions, he was suddenly greeted by a series of knocks at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Feng called out, "Come in." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a naval soldier from the previous day, who addressed Yi Feng while he was in the midst of packing his belongings. Are you ready? Yi Feng possessed only a modest amount of luggage, consisting primarily of 2 or 3 changes of clothes and his most vital sword. Having completed his preparations, he addressed the naval soldier, saying, "Everything is ready. Let us depart." As Yi Feng stepped outside, he followed the naval soldier ahead, making his way to a dock situated to the west of Rog Town. Upon arrival, he gazed upward and beheld a pale blue vessel anchored upon the sea, adorned with a seagull emblem upon its sail. There stood the naval warship Smog, its captain clad in a navy coat, a trio of unchanging cigars clutched between his lips. Leaning against the ship's railing, he addressed Yi Feng with a hint of impatience. "Why are you so late? Hurry up and come aboard. We are about to set sail." Upon hearing the words of Smoker aboard the ship, Knight Maple hoisted his luggage and soared onto his back. Rather than taking the adjacent staircase, he leaped directly onto the naval vessel. Once aboard, he addressed Smoker, saying, "Shall we depart?" Smoker, taken aback by Knight Maple's unconventional approach, noted that he had bypassed the staircase entirely. His astonishment grew, for he was acutely aware that the naval ship was positioned several meters above the dock. The sight of Knight Maple's slender shoulders prompted Smoker to contemplate inwardly. He must possess remarkable abilities. After ascending onto the ship, Knight Maple inquired of Smoker, "Might I ask where my quarters are?" Smoker, regaining his composure, responded, "Your room is the 3rd one in the left cargo hold." Upon hearing Smoker mention his room, Knight Maple proceeded towards the cabin. Following Smoker's earlier words, he directly arrived at the 3rd room of the cabin. Opening the door, he discovered a person lying on the bed. Yi Feng approached and gently patted her shoulder. Chapter 45. The blood fruit goes out of control. Yi Feng set aside his garments and the sword he held, preparing to rest when a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of a maiden, wafted towards him. As he turned his gaze forward, he discovered a woman with pink hair lying beside him on the bed. Upon witnessing this, Yi Feng extended his hand and gently tapped the woman on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, wake up. Why are you sleeping here?" The woman with pink hair raised her pristine left hand to swat away Yi Feng's hand that was attempting to rouse her. She turned over, rolling onto her side, and continued to slumber with her face turned towards him. Previously, her back had been to Yi Feng, preventing him from discerning her features. Now that she had turned, he could fully appreciate her appearance. Long eyelashes, delicate facial features, and a slightly parted mouth as she lay there in peaceful repose. In his heart, Yi Feng exclaimed, "Isn't this the former lover of Smoker, the Navy officer Tina?" He had not anticipated encountering her here. Just as he was about to rouse her from her slumber, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Yi Feng hesitated for a brief moment, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. Yi Feng gently remarked, "Let him misunderstand as he wishes." As a remarkable traveler in the realm of transmigration, particularly as a contender in the world of One Piece, he pondered the necessity of achieving something grand. Thus, a rather audacious decision took shape in Yi Feng's mind. He resolved to engage with every beautiful woman in the One Piece universe. However, he found himself hesitating, for he was acquainted with her, yet she remained oblivious to his existence. The thought of how to explain this to Tina the following day weighed heavily on his mind. After pondering for a moment, Yi Feng shook his head and silently resolved, "Let it be. Tomorrow's matters shall be addressed tomorrow. If necessary." He could simply erase that person's memories when the time came. Having made his decision, Yi Feng embraced her without hesitation. On the bed, Tina buried her head into the softness of Yi Feng, feeling a gentle warmth enveloping her face. Thus, Yi Feng drifted into slumber right there. In the dead of night, he suddenly awakened, his crimson eyes wide open. The malevolent thoughts residing within the blood fruit surged forth. Yi Feng opened his amber ruby-like eyes from the bed. As the nails on his fingers began to grow long and dark, his originally short white hair instantaneously cascaded down to his waist. In this moment, Yi Feng bore a striking resemblance to the vampire from the vampire romance he had once viewed in his past life. Yi Feng sat up and inhaled the air around him, his senses guiding him until he caught the delicate scent lingering upon Tina's fair neck. The crimson gaze of Yi Feng fixated upon the slender, alabaster neck before him, reminiscent of a wolf starved for days, now confronted by an exquisitely plump sheep. In an instant, Yi Feng found himself drooling, while the 2 outermost teeth on his upper jaw had grown beyond the confines of his lips, enveloping his lower lip. And only then did their growth cease. Knight Feng displayed a peculiar smile, then gradually leaned onto Tina, allowing drool to trickle down onto her neck, which he made no effort to wipe away, choosing instead to rub his face against her. Yi Feng gently caressed Tina, his elongated neck resembling a prelude to a sumptuous feast. Beneath the weight of Yi Feng, Tina felt as though a presence was pressing down upon her. Almost immediately, she sensed a dampness on her neck, reminiscent of a tongue caressing her skin. Terrified, Tina swiftly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by an image that would be forever etched in her memory. She beheld a face mere inches from her own, its eyes gleaming with a sinister light, as if possessed by a demon, fixated upon her with an intensity that was both captivating and fearsome. The crimson gaze of Yifeng bore down on her like that of a hunter surveying its prey, exuding an aura of irresistible allure. With a voice choked by fear, Tina pleaded, "Please, let me go." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she felt a chilling sensation envelop her neck. She realized that Yifeng was slowly licking her skin, his tongue wrapping around her like a serpent. Just as she prepared to scream for help, too cold, sharp objects pressed against her throat, piercing her flesh in an instant. A searing pain surged through her, and suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yifeng lay atop Tina, greedily drinking the blood from his neck. Suddenly, the window flew open with a gust of wind, and a refreshing breeze brushed against Yifeng's cheek. Yifeng ceased his sanguine feeding, the crimson glow in his eyes gradually dissipating, returning to their original hue. Moreover, his hair, nails, and teeth reverted to their normal state. Yifeng shook his head and beheld Tina lying before him, her complexion as pale as death, with 2 small puncture wounds on her neck, still oozing threads of crimson blood. Yifeng could scarcely believe that this was his doing. He abruptly stood up, only to inadvertently trip over the bedclothes and tumble to the floor. Raising his hands to shield his head, he exclaimed in frustration, what on earth is happening? How could I have ended up in this ghastly state?" Nightfeng suddenly recalled something important. He swiftly crossed his legs and settled onto the ground, entering the realm of his mind. There, he beheld the blood figure, an exact replica of himself, seated upon a throne forged from blood, with eyes closed and legs crossed. The figure held a goblet, not filled with wine, but with bright red blood. Abruptly, the blood figure opened his eyes, elegantly and regally sipping from the goblet. He gently pressed his lips together and, gazing calmly at Nightfeng, inquired, "How does the taste of fresh blood feel? Isn't it splendid?" Chapter 46. Explanation. Upon hearing the words of the blood figure, Yifeng's expression suddenly transformed into one of fury. He shouted angrily, "Scoundrel! What on earth is happening here?" With that, he rose and delivered a powerful kick, instantly turning the blood figure's head into a puddle of gore. Moments later, the sanguine pool on the ground gradually coalesced, reforming into the blood figure of Yifeng, who once again took his seat. With an air of indifference, he addressed Yifeng, "Do not be upset. Come, sit down and rest for a while." As he spoke, he gestured with his left hand behind Yifeng, conjuring an identical chair that mirrored the one beneath him. Night Maple spotted a chair appearing behind him, and, without a hint of hesitation, took a seat, with piercing eyes fixed upon the blood-smeared figure before him. He spoke with gravity, "You must elucidate the circumstances surrounding my transformation. Why have I become like this?" The bloodied figure nodded in acknowledgement of Night Maple's inquiry and replied, "It is because the blood fruit within you has surpassed its initial threshold, thereby transforming your body into that of a vampire." Seated and absorbing the words of the figure before him, Night Maple inquired, "Is there a possibility for me to revert to my former self?" The sanguine figure, upon hearing Night Maple's question, solemnly nodded and reassured him, "I assure you, once you ascend to the 3rd level, you will adeptly master this newfound power. At that juncture, the choice to transform or not will rest solely upon your will. However, be wary. Should you encounter excessive blood, it may lead to a recurrence of today's events. Thus, you must exercise restraint." As Yifeng listened to the blood-clad figure proclaiming that he could revert to his former self, he mused internally, "Is it necessary to exert control over my will? After all, I am a man endowed with the power of Conqueror Haki." However, a significant question soon occupied his thoughts. He gazed intently at the blood-drinking specter seated before him and solemnly inquired, "Can you elucidate why the blood fruit resides within that tree? Why did you summon me instead of another?" Shifting the focus back to the blood-clad Yifeng, he continued, "And for my final inquiry, what led you to inhabit the blood fruit?" The blood-clad Yifeng awaited this moment with great anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and offered a cryptic smile, stating, "Once you ascend to become the sovereign of this realm, I shall reveal the truth to you." He then addressed Yifeng once more, "Regarding your last question, I can provide an answer. The truth is, I am you, and you are me. Surprised, are you? For when you consumed this fruit, it bestowed upon me consciousness, granting me the ability to speak. However, I am bound to serve as its intermediary, conveying the connection between you and this cursed devil fruit." Yifeng listened intently, reluctant to divulge his reasons. He continued to address the blood man. I see. But regarding the previous question, why can you not reveal the answer to me? The blood man merely shook his head gently in response, uttering in a calm tone. Because your current strength is insufficient. He then added, by the way, the blood fruit is divided into 6 tiers. To ascend to the next level requires a significant amount of blood to serve as a foundation. Alternatively, if you can acquire the primordial blood of a powerful being from this world, it may facilitate your advancement. However, should you rely on ordinary blood, you will only ascend to the 4th tier, and any further progress will be but a distant dream. After imparting this information, the blood man concluded, that will suffice for today. If we delay any longer, your little girlfriend may very well bleed to death. Seated in contemplation on a chair, pondering how to harness the abilities of the blood fruit, Yifeng suddenly recalled Tina, who lay in bed. If he did not hurry to staunch her bleeding, she could succumb to excessive blood loss, and he would be left to rue the consequences. Upon realizing the situation, Yifeng addressed the blood figure seated in the chair, uttering, I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. He then departed from the sea of blood. After Yifeng's exit, the blood figure, with a face smeared in crimson, smiled faintly and whispered, we shall meet again. Subsequently, he transformed into a pool of blood, merging into the sanguine depths below, restoring tranquility. Chapter 47. Innate true Qi Yifeng returned from the depths of his thoughts to the stark reality before him. He turned his gaze to Tina, lying there, her long white gown stained with the crimson flow of her blood. Stretching out his right hand, he placed it gently above Tina's heart, feeling its faint, sluggish rhythm. Given the gravity of the situation, it was evident that if help did not arrive soon, her life would be extinguished. Nightfeng swiftly lifted Tina from the bed, positioning her back against the wall. He then seated himself before her, channeling the pure energy of the 9-yang true scripture that he had cultivated to the 4th level of perpetual existence. Gradually, he extended his hand towards Tina, allowing the essence of the ancient martial arts to flow into her. Since Nightfeng had refined his inner strength over the years, he had transformed it into a legendary form of innate vital energy, a feat that typically requires profound mastery and at least 2 decades of dedicated cultivation. Although Tina remained deeply unconscious, the infusion of this pure innate energy caused her heart to beat faster than before. Upon witnessing the situation, Yifeng intensified the flow of his innate true energy, softly murmuring, alas, this shall be deemed as my debt to you. After imparting a pure essence of innate true energy into the other's body and ultimately reviving him, Yifeng collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. The excessive infusion of true energy rendered him exceedingly weak. At that moment, even a mere mortal wielding a knife could easily bring about his demise. Nevertheless, Yifeng resolutely summoned the strength to rise from the bed, for the healing process was far from complete. There remained the 2 bite marks on his neck. Half an hour later, as dawn approached, Yifeng finally harnessed the power of his blood fruit ability to mend the bite marks on his neck. Yifeng, feeling weak, slowly rose to his feet. With his right hand, he pressed against the center of Tina's head. A surge of inspiration coursed through him as peculiar runes materialized on his palm, infiltrating Tina's mind and sealing away all her memories from the night. Once he had completed this task, Yifeng silently vowed to himself that such an occurrence must never transpire again. With that resolve, he gathered his belongings and took up the sword leaning against the door before stepping outside. Yifeng stood upon the deck of the naval warship, turning his gaze towards the east where the sun was about to rise. As he prepared to execute the wind god leg and leap onto the ship's roof, he suddenly coughed up blood and fell backward. Yifeng hastily plunged his sword into the deck with his right hand, kneeling on one leg as he pressed his left hand against his chest, muttering softly, damn it, I cannot even channel my internal energy. Yifeng rose to his feet and made his way slowly towards the staircase of the ship, continuing until he reached the rooftop. There, he settled cross-legged, planting his sword beside him, and promptly began to cultivate the 9-yang true scripture. After 3 hours, with the dawn fully illuminating the sky, Yifeng gradually opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. He exhaled a murky breath and softly uttered, at last, I have recovered 2/10 of my strength. I hope no disturbances arise in the coming days. Early in the morning, Smoker awoke and was greeted by the peculiar sight of Yifeng in the ship's cabin. Who addressed him? Yifeng, what are you doing up there? Upon hearing Smoker's words, Yifeng grasped the sword that was lodged in the nearby rack, rose, and leapt onto the deck. With an expressionless visage, he uttered a solitary phrase to Smoker, it is nothing, before proceeding towards the cabin. As Yifeng was about to open the cabin door, it was suddenly swung open by a woman with pink hair. The moment Yifeng laid eyes on the woman, his pupils constricted, only to return to normal as he greeted her with a polite, good morning. Tina, noticing the young man before her, reciprocated the greeting with a courteous "Good morning," and then bypassed him, making her way to Smoker. She inquired, "Smoker, how many more days until we reach the naval base?" Smoker, puffing on his cigar, replied to Tina, "We should arrive at Marineford within a day." Then, turning to her with concern, he asked, "Is something troubling you? Why the rush to return?" Upon hearing Smoker's assurance of their imminent arrival, Tina nodded and responded, "I'm not certain. Just yesterday, I felt perfectly fine, but this morning, upon waking, it felt as if all my blood had been drained, and I have an excruciating headache." She rubbed her temples as she spoke. Smoker, displaying a look of concern, asked, "Are you all right? I recall there is a ship's doctor on board. Perhaps you should see him." Tina shook her head and informed him, "I inquired earlier, but I was told the ship's doctor has been on leave for a few days." Meanwhile, standing at the doorway, Yifeng, having overheard their conversation, made his way to an empty room in the cabin. Upon entering, he tossed his belongings aside and collapsed onto the bed, secretly reflecting, "Who would have thought that Tina could absorb my pure innate energy, altering her constitution?" Chapter 48. The Man in the Black Cloak, Yifeng. Yifeng lay upon his bed, his mind in a tumultuous state of indecision, whether or not to permit Tina to join him in his cultivation. The first option, should he choose to allow her, it would undoubtedly augment his combat prowess in the future, yet it could also evolve into a source of inconvenience. The second option, if he were to refuse, all the innate vital energy he had painstakingly cultivated over the years would be rendered utterly futile. Yifeng shook his head and said, "Let us proceed with this method." After speaking, he extended his left hand and retrieved a circular iron object resembling a coin from his pocket. The front bore the inscription "Add," while the reverse displayed the word "Subtract." After Yifeng retrieved it, he tossed it into the air as if casting it to the heavens, contemplating that if it landed face up, it would signify a positive outcome, while a face-down landing would indicate otherwise. He then closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, Yifeng opened his eyes and glanced down at the ground, discovering that the coin lay on the deck with its obverse side facing up. Yifeng bent down and pocketed the coin that lay on the ground, softly murmuring, "It seems this is fate. What wisdom should he impart?" In a moment of contemplation, he entered the realm within the jade pendant. The world within the pendant was a grand circular building, filled with an array of martial arts manuals of every conceivable type. There was nothing one could imagine that could not be found there. Techniques for female practitioners, let me ponder. Yifeng sat there, pondering for a long time without arriving at any conclusion. Eventually, he shook his head in resignation and said, "Forget it. I shall not dwell on it any longer. I should have watched every martial arts film in my past life." He then turned his gaze towards the ceiling and declared loudly, "Bring forth all the female cultivation techniques." As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, a manual of martial arts specifically for female practitioners suddenly appeared before him. He sighed and remarked, "Alas, it comes so swiftly. Yet I must still choose one for myself." Yifeng had been preoccupied with selecting techniques within the jade pendant, and by the time he emerged, night had already fallen. Yifeng opened the window of the ship and gazed at the moon in the sky. He realized that night had already fallen. Earlier in the morning, he had heard Smog mention that after today, they would arrive at Marineford, and that would be their last chance. Yifeng swiftly tucked the book into his bosom, employing his agile skills to open the door and stealthily infiltrate the room that Tina had occupied the previous day. Yifeng silently approached the slumbering Tina, extending his right hand to press gently upon her smooth head, thus penetrating her mind. At that moment, as Tina lay in deep sleep, she found herself enveloped in a pitch-black void. As she pondered the nature of her surroundings, a figure clad in a dark robe materialized before her. In Tina's mind, Yifeng envisioned himself clad in a black robe reminiscent of the one worn by the character Tong Ren after defeating the first boss in Sword Art Online. Tina, gazing at the mysterious figure that had suddenly materialized before her, fixed her eyes upon him and inquired, "Who are you? Why have you appeared in my mind?" Night Maple, addressing the Tina that resides within your mind, spoke in an extraordinarily weary voice, "Mortal, do you aspire to become a figure akin to an admiral of the Navy? Do you yearn for unparalleled strength? Such a narrative you must have encountered before. Indeed, this echoes the tales from the martial arts novels I perused in my past life. The protagonist, upon his arrival in a new realm, encounters an elder who implores him, 'Young man, come and inherit my legacy. I see extraordinary potential in your bones.'" Tina, gazing at the figure cloaked in black before her, responded with skepticism, "I am not a fool. Your attempts to deceive children are better suited for others." Tina will not be easily swayed. Upon hearing Tina's words, Night Maple, concealed within the dark robe, twitched the corner of his mouth and earnestly replied, "Truly. Do not disbelieve me. I can provide proof." Intrigued by the notion of proof, Tina looked at him and inquired, "How can you possibly prove it to me?" Upon hearing Tina's words, Yifeng discerned a glimmer of hope and promptly addressed Tina, inquiring, "Did you not feel an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through you this morning, as if it were inexhaustible?" Tina, upon listening to the words of the figure clad in black robes, furrowed her brow and responded, "How do you know about my situation?" Yifeng, having heard Tina's words, replied, "I am a deity. I possess all knowledge." He then earnestly asked Tina, "Do you aspire to become a figure of great stature, akin to a general?" Tina, somewhat convinced, gently nodded towards the cloaked figure and inquired, "Are you certain you can elevate me to such a position?" Upon hearing her acceptance, Yifeng swiftly produced a tome of mystical arts from his cloak and tossed it to Tina, saying, "Devote yourself to the study of this technique, and you shall attain the stature of a general." Chapter 49. Arrival at the Bountiful Marin. After Yifeng imparted the secrets of cultivating the Xian new technique to Tina, he withdrew from his mind. Upon returning to his chamber, he unfurled his observation Haki, allowing him to perceive the movements of everyone aboard the warship. However, Yifeng paid little heed to these individuals, as he sensed that Tina was currently practicing the technique he had taught her. As he reclined on his bed, contemplating what to teach her next day, a sudden thought struck him. He sat upright, extending his left hand to stroke his beardless chin. Contemplating quietly, "It seems I recall that in my previous life, Tina was a wielder of a devil fruit power. Why then did I choose to bestow upon her this technique for cultivation? And by being foolish?" Night Maple habitually shook his head, abandoning any thought of training. He lay down on his bed, covering his head. He murmured, forget it, let it be. It's his own affair whether he trains or not." With that, he succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Night Maple stood aboard a warship, gazing at the distant sight before him. Marine headquarters, Marineford, was as colossal and magnificent as he had seen in anime from his previous life. On the towering walls of Marineford, for bold characters were inscribed, "Marine Justice." Nestled among these characters was an emblem resembling a seagull perched upon a wrench, a symbol ubiquitous in naval territories, signifying the Navy's omnipresence at sea. While the wrench represented its emphasis on technological prowess, Marineford is situated on a sizable island within the West Blue Sea, serving as the headquarters of the Navy. The island's defenses are exceedingly robust. The vast circular harbor is dotted with artillery and defensive measures, with naval soldiers perpetually patrolling the area. The high-ranking officers of the Navy are predominantly stationed here, ensuring an impregnable defense against any foolish pirate forces that might dare to assault the Navy's stronghold. However, Marineford is not merely a military fortress. Surrounding this grand castle-like headquarters is a sprawling town, predominantly inhabited by the families of naval personnel. The Navy is a direct organization under the world government, maintaining order across the world's oceans under the banner of absolute justice. Particularly, Marine headquarters at Marineford stands as one of the three great powers of the Grand Line, ostensibly tasked with upholding maritime security globally. Yifeng turned his gaze towards the not-so-distant Marineford, where four towering rectangular structures loomed, encircling the naval headquarters. Each observation tower proudly displayed a naval flag, ensuring that the movements of any enemy forces approaching Marineford could be detected well before an assault. As the warships drew nearer to the port of Marineford, a ladder was lowered from one of the naval vessels. Smoker and Tina descended side by side, followed by the officers and sailors from the ship, with Yifeng trailing behind them. As soon as Yifeng descended, he sensed an imminent danger. A sword was poised above his head. Yet a tremendous force struck the blade aside. A massive fist collided with Yifeng's head, leaving a swelling in its wake. Yifeng cast aside his sword, crouching down and covering his head with his hands as he glared angrily at Garp, who stood before him clad in a white coat emblazoned with the bold characters for justice. "You old geezer," he exclaimed. "Why do you strike me the moment you see me? I haven't provoked you in any way." Meanwhile, Smoker and Tina, standing nearby, acknowledged Garp's arrival with a respectful salute, greeting him with, "Admiral Garp, good to see you." Garp returned their salute with a wave of his hand, instructing them, "All right, you two, go report to Admiral Sengoku." Turning back to the crouching Yifeng, he remarked, "You, my boy, have significantly enhanced your strength during these past few years." Upon hearing Garp's words, Yifeng rose from the ground and gazed at Garp, saying, "You old coot, I have not been idle these past few years. By the way, where is Nana?" Garp, with a beaming smile upon hearing Yifeng's inquiry, replied, "Oh, you mean Ai Wei Air. He has now joined the Navy and has become quite a notable figure at the Navy headquarters. At just 9 years old, he has already reached the intermediate level of a swordsman and has brushed against the threshold of armed Haki. By the age of 20, he will undoubtedly attain the status of a grand swordsman. He then fixed his gaze upon Yifeng and inquired, "What level are you at now?" Yifeng heard his sister, Aviel, who had not made any progress in her swordsmanship during the 3 years of her intermediate training. It was undoubtedly a sign of her laziness. However, Yifeng chose not to disclose this to Garp. Night Maple gazed into Garp's expectant eyes and gently remarked, "I have now reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship." Upon hearing this declaration, Garp nodded, seemingly indifferent, and replied, "Oh, so you have attained the peak of swordsmanship." However, before he could finish his sentence, Garp's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, You, what did you just say?" Gasping for breath, Garp continued to fixate on Night Maple. Chapter 50. The Marine's #1. Garp recalled Night Maple's previous words, panting heavily, and grasped Night Maple's shoulders with both hands, staring at him in astonishment as he stammered, "You have reached the peak of swordsmanship." Yifeng observed Garp's expression, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gently freed himself from the grip of Garp's hands resting upon his shoulders. He then retrieved the sword from the ground. Yifeng casually swung his sword towards the heavens. A crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forth from the sword, soaring into the sky, perfectly cleaving a vast, clear cloud in two. Yifeng sheathed his sword, turning to face the astonished Garp, who was rendered speechless. From the overwhelming swordsmanship emanating from Yifeng, Garp was able to ascertain the truth of his earlier proclamation. Yifeng truly stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Although Garp was not a swordsman herself, she had once pursued the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Aboard Roger's ship, she had encountered numerous formidable swordsmen, and she had fought against most of them. Now, witnessing the formidable aura of sword energy radiating from her grandson, Yifeng, she was convinced of the veracity of his claims. After contemplating these revelations, Garp silently thought to herself, "This is terrifying. What on earth are these siblings planning? No, I absolutely cannot allow them to venture into piracy. If they become pirates, the Navy might as well cease to exist." Gathering her thoughts, Garp earnestly addressed Yifeng, saying, "Yifeng, come, I will take you to the Navy's recruitment center. Fill out a form, and you shall join the Navy." Upon hearing Garp's words, Yifeng initially believed he was to be taken to find his sister, Ai Wei. However, the truth was that he was being urged to join the Navy. In the depths of his heart, Yifeng pondered, with so many regulations to adhere to within the Navy, how could he ever venture out and explore? There were still countless enchanting ladies he had yet to behold. Yifeng hastily shook his head at Garp, exclaiming loudly, No, I refuse to join the Navy. There are so many rules to abide by. How can I roam freely?" Upon witnessing Yifeng's fervent refusal, Garp immediately delivered a punch above his head, then, with a jovial demeanor, responded, "What do you mean by refusing to join the Navy? Let me assure you, our Navy is quite benevolent. Should you choose to enlist, I shall grant you privileges." Night Maple crouched on the ground, clutching his head and gritting his teeth, preparing to berate Garp when he heard the latter mention granting him privileges. This sparked a thought, and he called out to Garp, "Hey, you old coot, what privileges can you offer me? You're not even an admiral." Upon hearing Night Maple's words, Garp flashed a confident smile and replied, "Fear not, whatever privileges you desire, I shall bestow upon you. Even Sengoku must heed my commands." Observing Night Maple's skepticism, he chuckled heartily, Who in the entire Navy headquarters does not recognize me? Go ahead and inquire who the Navy's top dog is." With that, Garp forcefully dragged Night Maple to the door of Admiral Sengoku's office. Upon reaching the office, Garp turned to Night Maple with an air of authority and proclaimed, "Night Maple, watch closely. I shall show you my standing within the Navy." After straightening his attire, Garp kicked open the door with his right leg, revealing a captivating scene inside. At that moment, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were engrossed in attending to documents sent by the world government. Just as they were about to conclude their tasks, the door was abruptly kicked open by a familiar figure. Sengoku and Tsuru instinctively braced for an attack from a reckless pirate invading their office. However, they were taken aback to see the imposing Garp striding in with his characteristic swagger, approaching Sengoku's chair without acknowledging Vice Admiral Tsuru, and boldly commanded Sengoku, "Get out of my way." Sengoku, momentarily stunned, instinctively stood up. Seizing the opportunity, Garp plopped himself into the Admiral's chair, propping his legs on the desk. And with a commanding gaze directed at Sengoku, he demanded, "What are you still standing there for? Fetch the hidden Sabay and bring me a cup of tea. Be quick. I won't ask twice. Vice Admiral Tsuru, observing Garp's audacity, remarked softly, Garp, have you been getting a bit too carried away recently? Only then did Garp realize someone was seated on the sofa beside him. He turned and exclaimed, I'm floating in the heavens, never coming down. Upon hearing this, Tsuru calmly replied, Is that so? Why not turn and see who I am? Chapter 51. The enigmatic siblings. Garp found the statement familiar. He turned to see the silhouette of the person on the sofa, and a look of horror crossed his face. Sweat beads the size of peas formed on his forehead, splattering onto Sengoku's desk. Garp quickly stood from the desk, trembling as he approached Tsuru on the sofa, awkwardly scratching his head with a hint of fear. Little Tsuru, this is the brother of Avel I mentioned to you the other day, Night Maple. He gestured towards Night Maple at the door, signaling him to come over quickly. Just as Garp finished speaking, Sengoku finally reacted, picking up a chair from beside his desk and hurling it at Garp, exclaiming, Garp, have you lost your mind? You old fossil, today I shall not hold back. Just because I don't show my might, don't think I'm a sickly cat. With that, he charged at Garp, enveloping his fist in armament Haki. Garp, who was about to explain to Tsuru, heard Sengoku refer to him as an old fossil and, noticing the Haki enveloping Sengoku's left fist, hastily coated his own right fist with Haki in response. Just as their fists were about to collide, Tsuru extended her left hand, tapping her cane against the ground twice while calmly stating, Both of you, cease this instant. As Garp and Sengoku were on the brink of conflict, they halted, retracting their powers so abruptly that they both fell to the ground from the recoil. Tsuru stood up from the sofa, approached the two of them, and lightly tapped their heads with her cane, glaring at them. One is a hero of the Navy, and the other is the Admiral. Yet you dare to brawl in the office? How disgraceful. She tapped their heads again, sternly commanding, Get up and stand aside immediately. Turning to Night Maple, who stood at the door, Tsuru scrutinized his dark coat, white hair, and amber-red eyes, which were strikingly memorable. After appraising him, she smiled and said, You must be Garp's grandson, Night Maple. Come in. After ushering Night Maple inside, she turned to the naval officers peeking from the door and called out, You lot have no business here. Leave at once. The officers, well aware that Sengoku and the hero Garp feared Tsuru the most, quickly closed the door behind them. Once the curious onlookers had departed, Tsuru turned to Night Maple and inquired, How old are you this year? Night Maple gazed upon the benevolent face of Admiral Crane, reminiscent of his own grandmother, and honestly expressed, If I am not mistaken, I should be 12 years old now. Standing nearby, Garp cast a proud glance at Sengoku and exuberantly laughed towards Admiral Crane, exclaiming, Ha! Little Crane, my grandson Night Maple has now reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Impressive, isn't it? Sengoku, overhearing Garp's declaration of Night Maple's achievement, was taken aback. Just 3 years prior, Admiral Vernal had reported that her sister was a master swordsman, while her brother was merely a novice. In a mere 3 years, Night Maple had ascended to the apex of swordsmanship. Was this even conceivable? After hearing Garp's words, Admiral Crane's fingers trembled slightly as he retorted sharply, Silence. Did I permit you to speak? If you utter another word, I shall revoke all of your military honors for this month. Turning his gaze towards Night Maple, he inquired, somewhat incredulously, Is what your grandfather Garp said truly accurate? Yifeng nodded at General He and replied, Indeed. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, General He earnestly said to him, Could you kindly show me? Night Feng closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, the hair atop his head and the garments adorning his body began to sway as if stirred by an invisible wind. A formidable aura, reminiscent of a master swordsman at the pinnacle of his craft, emanated from him, as if it sought to crush everyone present in the office. The individuals seated within, including Vice Admiral Crane, Admiral Garp, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, sensed the oppressive and razor-sharp sword intent encircling them, as if it threatened to slice them into pieces at any moment. In that moment, both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane were compelled to believe Night Feng's words. Once he regained his composure, Sengoku let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. A 9-year-old mid-tier swordsman and a 12-year-old master swordsman. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. His gaze fixated on Night Feng, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing a plump lamb. He continued, I am convinced that the two of you, before reaching 20, will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the great swordsman. We shall be able to evaluate all the pirates of the Grand Line. The era of the Navy is upon us. Ha ha. However, Vice Admiral Crane, seated on the sofa, did not share the same exuberance. After a moment of silence, she spoke with a somber expression to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, you must issue an immediate order to execute all officers below the rank of major who are aware of Knight Feng and his sister, Aver. Leave no one alive. As for those above the rank of major, enforce a strict gag order. They must not disclose a single detail regarding Knight Feng and his sister, or they will face military justice. Furthermore, their file should be classified at the highest level, accessible only to officers of admiral rank or higher. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Crane's words, both Sengoku and Garp, alongside Knight Feng, were taken aback. Sengoku was the first to react, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the celestial dragons of the world government or the 4 emperors of the New World were to learn of this, they would stop at nothing to eradicate them in their infancy. Should the world government become aware, they would undoubtedly attempt to poach individuals from the Navy, as they would never allow the Navy to grow powerful enough to establish independence. Seeing Vice Admiral Crane nod in agreement, Sengoku steeled himself. Although he felt reluctant to sacrifice the Navy personnel, he understood that their lives paled in comparison to the future of the Navy. He solemnly addressed Vice Admiral Crane. Indeed, we must not allow this matter to reach the ears of the pirates of the New World or the world government. Knight Feng, standing silently to the side, was deeply shocked. He gazed earnestly at Vice Admiral Crane seated on the sofa, silently contemplating. Truly, as the Navy's foremost strategist, she has analyzed the situation thoroughly. Yet, I am somewhat astonished by her orders. Nonetheless, it is understandable, for no one would wager the future of the Navy on such a risk. Should this information reach the 4 emperors of the New World or the world government, the former would likely attack the Navy headquarters to eliminate him and Aver, not wishing to see 2 young masters of the sword emerge within the Navy's ranks. Conversely, if the world government were to discover this, they would stop at nothing to extract him and Aver from the Navy, much like they did with Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, who was taken to serve as a celestial dragon's attendant. If they could not abduct him and Aver, they would undoubtedly resort to assassination, ensuring that the Navy would not gain additional formidable forces. Garp, standing nearby, also grasped the severity of the situation. Although he was aware of the horror that would ensue if this information leaked, he couldn't help but plead with Vice Admiral Crane. Little Crane, must we issue such a harsh command? You can simply enforce a gag order. There is no need to eliminate them all. After all, training a Navy informant takes many years. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku, despite his own reluctance, resolved firmly as he replied earnestly, Garp, this is not a time for kindness. You must comprehend the significance of this matter. If this information were to leak, do you truly believe that the mad dogs of the New World would allow your grandchildren the opportunity to grow and eventually turn against them? Those lunatics would undoubtedly unite to assault the Navy headquarters. How many lives would be lost then? Are you truly unaware of the necessity of choosing between the two? When Sengoku delivered this final statement, he nearly shouted, for the importance of this matter weighed heavily upon him. It concerned the future of the Navy. Garp, absorbing Sengoku's words, recognized the gravity of the situation and lowered his head, lost in thought. Vice Admiral Crane, seated on the sofa, rose and walked directly to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk. He retrieved a sheet of blank paper from a drawer, grasped the nearby pen, and began to write. After several minutes, he set the pen aside and, holding the densely written page, approached Sengoku. He glanced at the silent Garp before turning to Sengoku, stating earnestly, Sengoku, you must dispatch Admiral Kizaru immediately. Have him eliminate all individuals listed on this document discreetly. After handing the paper to Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane continued earnestly, ensure that Kizaru executes this cleanly. It must not attract any suspicion. If anyone inquires about the whereabouts of these individuals, inform them that they have gone on a mission. Once he had conveyed these instructions to Sengoku, he turned to the still silent Garp, saying, you shouldn't linger here either. Take Knight Feng to the Navy's administrative office to complete some formalities for his enlistment. Garp, understanding that this matter was beyond his control, acquiesced and addressed Knight Feng, calm. Let us fill out the necessary paperwork. Afterwards, I will take you to see your sister. With that, he led Knight Feng out. Once Garp and Knight Feng had departed, Sengoku, his expression somber as a still lake, gazed at the list filled with names in his hand, feeling a pang of reluctance as he turned to Vice Admiral Crane. Little Crane, must we truly eliminate all these individuals? Vice Admiral Crane remained silent, merely observing Sengoku. In response, Sengoku, weighed down by the gravity of the situation, sighed heavily and returned to his desk. He picked up the yellow transponder snail on the table and dialed a number. Once connected, he addressed the other end. Kizaru, please come to my office at once. After a few minutes, the office door swung open once more, revealing a tall, slender figure clad in a navy coat. His black curls framed a face adorned with a faint mustache, and he donned a yellow and white striped suit, complemented by sunglasses. It was the youthful Admiral Borsalino from the Navy headquarters. With a lecherous grin, Yellow Ape addressed Admiral Tsuru and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, greeting them with, "Good day, esteemed advisors. May I inquire as to the purpose of my summons? I must inform you that I am quite busy." Fleet Admiral Sengoku, unable to conceal his exasperation at Yellow Ape's laziness, recognized the gravity of the situation and spoke earnestly, "Borsalino, you must ensure that what I am about to entrust to you remains a secret. This concerns the future of the Navy, and there must be no room for error." Observing the serious demeanor of Sengoku and Tsuru, Yellow Ape realized the significance of the matter at hand and adopted a more earnest expression. "Very well. What is this pressing issue that has caused such tension among our esteemed leaders?" he inquired. Admiral Tsuru nodded to Sengoku, who then handed Yellow Ape a list. With a somber tone, Sengoku began, "From this moment on, you have 3 days to eliminate everyone on this list, without exception. You must execute this task flawlessly, leaving no trace behind. Do you understand?" Taking the list, Yellow Ape glanced at the densely packed names, his hand trembling slightly as he processed Sengoku's words. Shocked, he looked up at the Fleet Admiral, struggling to believe what he was hearing. "Admiral, are you serious?" he asked incredulously. Sengoku reaffirmed with a grave nod, "Indeed. You are to eliminate every individual on this list within 3 days, without fail." Yellow Ape's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be the directive from Fleet Admiral Sengoku? With a hint of uncertainty, he lowered his gaze to the list once more, hesitantly asking, "What warrants such drastic measures? Has something occurred that necessitates the elimination of so many Navy intelligence personnel?" As he pondered the implications, Admiral Tsuru, standing nearby, gently interjected, "I will clarify the details for you in a meeting shortly." With the list of over 500 names in hand, Yellow Ape departed the Navy headquarters. He leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light, soaring away to an undisclosed location. In Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, Tsuru and Sengoku stood by the window, watching as Yellow Ape vanished into the distance, both aware that a new era for the Navy was on the horizon. As the discussion reached its conclusion, Garp escorted Knight Maple out of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, bringing him to the Navy recruitment office. There, Knight Maple was instructed to complete the necessary forms and submit the documents to be archived in the Navy's records. After finishing these tasks, they proceeded onward. As Yifeng and Garp stepped outside, a streak of luminous light flashed across the sky. Instantly, Garp's weathered face darkened, his right fist gradually clenching, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Both Yifeng and Garp were acutely aware of the identity of that fleeting light and the purpose it served. Yet they chose to feign ignorance. After standing still for several minutes, Garp slowly relaxed his tightened fist. Without turning around, he addressed Yifeng, who stood behind him, saying, "Let us proceed to find that young girl, Avel. Ever since your silent departure, she has wept for several days." Chapter 54. The Shadow Sword. After a brief pause, Garp finally released his clenched fist, his demeanor shifting as he turned to Yifeng, now devoid of the earlier somberness, adorned instead with a warm smile. "Come," he urged. "Let us seek out Avel. Since you left without a word, she has been inconsolable, crying for days on end. It was only out of desperation that I brought her to the Navy. But now that you have returned, she will surely be overjoyed to see you." As Yifeng trailed behind Garp, he silently mourned for the innocent naval soldiers upon hearing Garp's words, whispering an apology in his heart. He then learned of matters concerning his sister and quickened his pace, longing to reunite with the little girl, Avier, who had never strayed from his side until his departure 3 years ago. After 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived alongside Garp at a small courtyard within the naval headquarters. Before he could even open the door, the sounds of combat resonated from within. Garp turned to Yifeng and remarked, "Your sister, that little girl Avier, is inside. Go meet her. I will deliver your file to Sengoku and return shortly." With that, he made his way towards the back. Meanwhile, Avier and Peach Rabbit were engaged in a duel, while a pink-haired woman observed from the sidelines. If Yifeng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Tina. Sharp sword energy sliced through the courtyard, as Avier wielded a blade strikingly similar to Yifeng's own Yanhong sword. This sword, known as the Qingying sword, was crafted by Yifeng with his sister in mind, inspired by the renowned collector Kong Shou from the spring and autumn period. Seizing an opportunity, Avier lunged forward, aiming her Qingying sword at Peach Rabbit, who wielded the formidable Kanbira. As a future Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit was on the brink of mastering the Grand Swordmaster realm. It was improbable that Avier, a mid-tier swordmaster, could best her. With a deft flick of her Kanbira, Peach Rabbit deflected Avier's blade to the ground, offering her encouragement. "You did wonderfully. You managed to withstand 50 exchanges with me. Don't lose heart. Remember, you are only 9 years old." After their bout, Tina approached, reassuring Avier. "Indeed, you performed admirably. With a few more years of practice, you will surely attain the status of a Grand Swordmaster. So, do not be disheartened." Avier sheathed her chunging sword and gently replied to Tina and Peach Rabbit. "Thank you. I understand, and I will strive to improve." Upon hearing their words, Peach Rabbit smiled at Avier and said, "Let us go." But before she could finish, she suddenly called out towards the door. "Who is it? Come out quickly." Night Maple entered the room with a sword held in one hand, uttering not a word. He unleashed a crescent-shaped sword aura directed at Avril. Upon seeing the white-haired youth, Peach Rabbit, Tina, and Avril were momentarily taken aback. Just as Tina was about to inquire about his identity, she witnessed the boy launch a sword aura toward Avril. Reacting swiftly, Peach Rabbit utilized the shave technique from the Navy's 6 forms to instantaneously position herself in front of Avril, brandishing her sword to send forth her own crescent-shaped sword aura. The two sword auras clashed, scattering the leaves strewn across the courtyard. Just as she was about to speak, Peach Rabbit noticed the boy charging toward her with his sword drawn. Chapter 55. Reunion. Peach Rabbit's eyes sharpened with intensity as she faced the advancing Night Maple. The realms of sword, the essence of sword, and the heart of sword converged, pressing fiercely down upon Night Maple. Yi Feng let out a cold snort, his expression unchanging. As a formidable sword intent, transcending all, emanated from him with unrestrained ferocity. The powerful sword energies released by both individuals coalesced the clouds above, forming a dense layer in the sky. The clash of these two potent sword domains caused a tremor throughout the naval headquarters. At that moment, everyone present in the headquarters sensed the overwhelming sword intent, turning their gazes toward the source, eager to uncover the unfolding events. In the office of Sengoku, Garp was on the verge of delivering Yi Feng's response to Sengoku when his acute observation Haki detected the fierce clash of two formidable sword domains occurring behind the naval headquarters. Even Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who were nearby, felt the intensity of the sword energies and hastily made their way towards Yi Feng, along with other admirals in the headquarters. Night Maple enveloped the blade of his sword with armament Haki, transforming the entire body of the Abyss Rainbow Sword into an inky black hue. He then struck fiercely towards the front, aiming at Peach Rabbit. Unwilling to be outdone, Peach Rabbit swiftly activated her own armament Haki and charged forward with her blade directed at Night Maple. The two remarkably sharp sword energies collided, causing the surrounding air to quiver violently. In that instant, a resounding clang echoed as their weapons met. Peach Rabbit's long knife and Night Maple's long sword clashed, the tremendous force of the impact sending both combatants staggering apart. Peach Rabbit stared in astonishment at Night Maple, contemplating silently, "Although I know not who this opponent is, the fact that he can match me in combat is no trivial matter." At that moment, Tina suddenly recalled where she had seen the man with white hair and red eyes. Wasn't he the very same Night Maple who had returned with her that morning? She called out loudly to the sword-wielding Night Maple, "Hey, Night." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Ai Wei Air, standing behind Night Maple, rushing forward. Peach Rabbit was about to inquire about Night Maple's identity when she saw Ai Wei Air sprinting towards him. She hurriedly prepared to dash forward to intercept Ai Wei Air. But it was too late. Just as she was about to warn Night Maple, she heard a voice calling out "brother," leaving her momentarily frozen. Ai Wei Air reached Night Maple, leaping into his embrace, burying her face in his chest, and cried out, "Brother, you finally came. I thought you had abandoned me." Yi Feng cast aside his sword, enveloping his sister, who clung to him like a koala, in his embrace. With a gentle pat on her back, he softly reassured Ai Wei Air, "Do not weep. How could I possibly not cherish such a delightful sister like you?" Night Maple gently adjusted the position of Aver, who was nestled in his embrace, wiping away the tears from her eyes. He comforted her softly, saying, There. Do not cry any longer. Tears do not suit your beauty." At that moment, Tina and Peach Rabbit approached together. Tina, gazing at Night Maple who held Aver close, expressed her astonishment. "I cannot believe it. You are the brother of Weir? Why did you not mention this while on the ship?" Standing beside them, Peach Rabbit, with her finely featured face slightly furrowed in displeasure, remarked, You are the brother who left Aver without a word all those years ago, aren't you? Night Maple heard the words exchanged between Tina and Peach Bunny. He swiftly adjusted the almost slipping Yule in his arms, lifting her petite form with a gentle touch, and addressed Tina, saying, "You did not inquire about my circumstances aboard the ship back then, did you?" He then turned to the visibly upset Peach Bunny ahead, adding, "The reason for my departure was due to pressing matters that required my attention. The situation was exceedingly perilous, which compelled me to leave without a word." Chapter 56. The First Encounter with Peach Bunny. He reiterated to the aggrieved Peach Bunny, "The reason for my departure was due to pressing matters that required my attention. The situation was exceedingly perilous, which compelled me to leave without a word." Aver, with her red eyes gazing at Yifeng, adorably remarked, "Brother, I have joined the Navy just as you advised me back in the day. Will you leave again upon your return this time?" Night Maple gazed at his younger sister, her adorable expression instantly captivating him. With a face full of affection, he looked at Aver and declared, "I won't leave again. This time, I have joined the Navy." Upon hearing that her brother had enlisted, Aver joyfully wrapped her small arms around Night Maple's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek, and exclaimed with laughter, "That's wonderful. I won't be alone anymore." Standing behind Aver, Tina and Peach Rabbit were taken aback to witness such a display of affection, pondering in their hearts, "Are they truly siblings?" Aver reached out her right hand to gently tousle Night Maple's hair. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Brother, why do you have white hair now? I remember you had black hair when you left." After hearing the words of his younger sister, Avril, Yifeng explained to her with a solemn expression, "During my recent cultivation, I lost my way and became like this." As Yifeng observed the anxious expression on Ai Wei'er's face, he swiftly embraced her and gently reassured, "My sister, there is no need to be anxious. It will soon pass." He then gestured towards the two individuals ahead and softly inquired, "Wei'er, might you introduce these two lovely ladies to me?" Ai Wei'er exclaimed, "Oh," and hopped down from Yifeng's side, taking his hand as she urged, "Brother, come with me. I shall introduce you to two elder sisters." With that, she led Yifeng to stand before Tao and Tina. With excitement, Ai Wei'er pointed at Tao and joyfully introduced, "Brother, this lovely lady with black hair is named Tao Tuesday. She is incredibly kind. When Grandpa Garp first brought me to the Navy, I knew no one here and had no one to converse with. For the past 3 years, she has been my companion. Moreover, she is an exceptionally skilled swordswoman." At this point, Ai Wei'er bounced back to Yifeng's side and whispered in his ear, "I heard Grandpa Garp mention that Sister Tao is on the verge of becoming a great swordsman. Quite impressive indeed." After listening to his sister, Avel introduce him to a certain individual, Yifeng turned to face the person, clad in a rose-red plaid shirt and black ultra-short shorts. She exuded an allure surpassing even Nami's most daring outfits during her shopping excursions. The ensemble was decidedly daring. Further down, she boasted long legs that could rival those of the Pirate Empress, elegantly adorned with black high heels. On the outer thigh of her left leg, there was an intricate black spider tattoo. In the depths of his heart, Yifeng mused, were he to reside in that earth he once knew, he would undoubtedly embody the essence of a rebellious young woman. His large, expressive eyes, adorned with a delicate pink hue, were strikingly beautiful, complemented by alluring crimson lips, the left corner of which bore an enchanting beauty mark. In his previous life, he had observed the wife of the captain in Run, whatever, who also possessed a mesmerizing beauty mark beneath her mouth. As for the cloak, it too was fashioned in a charming shade of pink, with the epaulets and collar mirroring this delightful color. In his grasp, he wielded an exceptionally long and renowned blade, evidently the source of the sharp sword aura he had just emitted. This famed sword, named Jinbaira, was said to be named after the deity of the Fusang Sea. It was mentioned in the Great Tang records on the western regions brought back by the monk Xuanzang, which noted that those who dared to wash their hearts in this pool often fell prey to the Jinbaira beasts. Indeed, the characters and share a similar meaning. At this moment, Yifeng recalled that Jin Pi Lu, a transliteration of the Sanskrit term, Kambira, signifies crocodile. This alternative name, Gong Pi Lu, also conveys the same meaning. Such a revelation left Yifeng perplexed. The famed blade wielded by Tao was named Jin Pi Lu, which intriguingly denotes a crocodile. Could there be a connection to crocodile, the sand crocodile from Alabasta? Moreover, the blade's hue was a striking golden yellow. Regardless of any potential affiliations, it was undeniable that Jin Pi Lu was a weapon of the Great Blade's 21 forgings, its form remarkably akin to that of the legendary demon blade. The second generation of Oich, particularly noted for its extraordinarily long hilt. It is speculated that, thus far, only Rain Shirey from Impel Down has wielded the second-generation Oich, which also belongs to the Great Blade's 21 forgings. It is rumored that Shirey employed this very sword to wreak havoc within Impel Down, ultimately leading to his imprisonment in the 5th level by Warden Magellan for the multitude of lives he claimed. In summary, a renowned sword complements a distinguished swordsman. Through their recent skirmish, it became evident that Tao Tu's prowess had indeed approached that of a grandmaster, merely a whisker away from transcending. Although she made her entrance later, it was clear that her abilities had not suddenly surged to rival those of the admirals after a few years. While the strength of the admirals had indeed escalated over time, so too had hers. Thus, at present, Yifeng sensed that Tao Tu's true power had come perilously close to that of the 3 foremost admirals. Night Feng gazed intently at Tao Tu, who in turn was observing him, her thoughts consumed by her brother, Ai Wei. Moments ago, they had engaged in a sparring match. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was evident to Tao Tu that Night Feng had also held back. What did this signify? Ai Wei's brother possessed a power comparable to her own. Tao Tu was acutely aware of her capabilities. The fact that he could match her in combat without her gaining the slightest advantage indicated that he was indeed on the cusp of being a grand master swordsman. According to Ai Wei, her brother was 3 years her senior, meaning Night Feng was merely 12 years old. Tao Tu stared at him in awe. Akin to gazing upon a monster, her mind racing in disbelief. Heavens, is he truly human? Upon first encountering Ai Wei, she had been astonished. But now to find someone of her own caliber at such a tender age was unfathomable. How could one even begin to comprehend this? At nearly 28, she had labored tirelessly to reach her current level, a feat that others regarded as the hallmark of genius. How had he achieved such mastery? After several minutes of silent mutual scrutiny, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward as neither spoke a word. Night Maple suddenly bowed to Peach Bunny, gently uttering, "Thank you. I am immensely grateful for your companionship with my sister during my absence. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my capabilities." Peach Bunny, witnessing Night Maple's gesture, quickly responded with a polite demeanor, "There is no need for such formality. I have long regarded her as my sister, so caring for her is only natural." After this exchange, the two found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. Ultimately, it was Avelle who shattered the tension. She leaned against Night Maple, gazing at her brother with a curious expression, and asked, "Brother, have you perhaps developed feelings for Sister Peach Bunny?" Turning her attention to Peach Bunny, she continued, "Sister Peach Bunny, do you also harbor feelings for my brother?" Night Maple, Tina, and Peach Bunny were taken aback by Air's shocking remark, particularly Peach Bunny, whose previously aloof demeanor transformed as her face flushed crimson, resembling a cooked lobster. Embarrassed, she turned to Air and stammered, "Air, what are you babbling about? How could I possibly, like your brother? Besides, he is only 12 years old." Night Maple cast a glance at the blushing Peach Bunny, then lightly tapped Ivy's head with his hand. With a broad smile, he remarked, "My dear Ivy, refrain from such jesting in the future. I am but 12 years of age." Ivy reached up to touch her head where Night Maple had just tapped her. Sticking out her tiny tongue in a playful manner, she replied, all right, I understand." Afterward, she took Night Maple's hand and led him to Tina, enthusiastically introducing, "Brother, this is my second sister, she." Before Ivy could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by her brother's voice. As Ivy was speaking, Yifeng noticed Tina interjecting, saying, "There's no need for introductions, we are already acquainted." Tina approached, smiling at Ivy and her brother Yifeng, and continued, "I met your brother on the boat this morning, so that's how we know each other." Upon hearing this, Ivy puffed up her cheeks and looked at them, exclaiming, "You know each other? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Just then, a loud knock interrupted her. Outside the small courtyard, a considerable number of naval soldiers and even some naval commanders had gathered, eager to discern the source of the powerful sword aura emanating from within. One curious rear admiral knocked on the door, but upon receiving no response, prepared to push it open alongside others. At that moment, a stern voice called from behind, "What are you all doing here?" Upon hearing this, they all turned to see it was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and immediately saluted, shouting in unison, reporting, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Having finally arrived at the source of the sword aura, Sengoku, alongside Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, noticed the crowd surrounding the area. Sengoku addressed them loudly, inquiring, "What are you all doing here?" A rear admiral stepped forward and replied earnestly, reporting, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we detected an exceptionally powerful sword aura, so we came to investigate." Sengoku nodded at the Rear Admiral's words and instructed, "You may all return. It's nothing. I will handle it." Upon hearing that the Fleet Admiral would personally resolve the matter, the gathered naval soldiers acknowledged with a understood and departed. Once the area was cleared of soldiers and commanders, Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru finally approached the source of the sword aura. Tsuru, upon seeing the small courtyard, understood who had unleashed the sword aura. Just as the three were about to enter, the door swung open, revealing Ivy peeking out. She was puzzled, having sensed the presence of so many people just moments ago, only to find them vanished. Inside, Vice Admiral Tsuru had also sensed the earlier crowd and called out to Ivy, "Ivy, if there is no one outside, please close the door and come back." As Ivy prepared to shut the door, she heard someone calling her name from the left. Recognizing the familiar voice, she turned to see the three figures and rushed over, excitedly exclaiming, "Grandma Tsuru, Grandpa Sengoku, Grandpa Garp." Upon reaching them, Ivy leaped into Vice Admiral Tsuru's embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek, and looked at the three with wide-eyed innocence, asking, "Why have you all come? Are you here to see my brother?" Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru exchanged knowing glances, aware of Ivy and her brother Yifeng's lineage. Before Yifeng arrived, they had taken Ivy as their goddaughter, affectionately calling Tsuru Grandma. Thus, Ivy held a privileged status within the Navy, akin to that of a bureaucratic offspring. Furthermore, there was another such offspring, Peach Rabbit, who currently held the position of Ivy's sister. Peach Rabbit appeared to have been taken in by Vice Admiral Tsuru, suggesting a sisterly bond. She was a cherished gem among the four great admirals of the Navy. The four great admirals referred to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Zifa, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, pivotal figures during the era of Joel D. Roger, guiding the very soul of the Navy. Vice Admiral Garp, revered as the Navy's hero, serves as an idol to many young naval officers and stands as a steadfast pillar within the Navy. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru shares a complex relationship with Sengoku and Garp, hinting at an entangled romantic history. As for Admiral Zifa, he and Sengoku and Garp are comrades, having guided them, yet not in a mentor-student dynamic. Following certain events, Zifa retreated from active duty, becoming an instructor to many outstanding students throughout his life, including the current three admirals and several renowned vice admirals, such as Ghost Spider, Jonathan, and Barnacle. Given Peach Rabbit's status and position, it is unlikely she has been mentored by Zifa. Therefore, as Tsuru's seemingly younger sister, Peach Rabbit confidently navigates the Navy, embodying both beauty and privilege, a figure many would aspire to marry, potentially shortening their own arduous journey by decades. Standing aside, Sengoku gazed fondly at Ivy, who was still quite young, and playfully scolded, "Ivy, quickly get down from Grandma Tsuru." Hearing Sengoku's words, Ivy stuck out her tongue at him defiantly, responding, "No." Garp approached and lifted Ivy off Tsuru, placing her on the ground, and urged, "All right, no more mischief. Let us go inside and see your brother." Ivy, obedient to Garp, nodded enthusiastically and beckoned, "Oh, come with me. My brother is inside talking with Sister Peach Rabbit and Sister Tina." Inside the courtyard, Yifeng, who was conversing with Peach Rabbit and Tina, sensed their approach through his observation Haki. Garp, Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru entered together. Garp, upon noticing Peach Rabbit's turned head, inquired, "Peach Rabbit, what was going on here just now? Why was there such a formidable sword aura emanating?" Night Maple, seizing the moment before Peach Rabbit could respond, explained, "We just engaged in a sparring session, which is why there was an outward manifestation of sword energy." Upon hearing Night Maple's words, Admiral Crane, with a curious expression, turned to Peach Rabbit and inquired, "What was the outcome of your match?" Nearby, Sengoku and Garp perked up their ears, keenly listening for Peach Rabbit's response. Standing behind Night Maple, Peach Rabbit glanced at him before addressing Admiral Crane, "I just had a duel with Night Maple. His swordsmanship is on par with mine, and I could not gain any advantage." Indeed, this revelation astonished Admiral Crane, as well as Sengoku and Garp. The most surprised was Admiral Crane, who had spent the longest time with Peach Rabbit and was well aware of her capabilities. He silently pondered, for Night Maple to be evenly matched with Peach Rabbit. Could it be that he has reached the rank of Rear Admiral? Admiral Crane understood Peach Rabbit's prowess intimately, and upon hearing her earnest declaration that Night Maple's sword skills were equal to hers, he felt a shock resonate within him. Heavens! Does that mean Night Maple's strength has now attained a level of a Rear Admiral? Is the Garp lineage truly so extraordinary? Unconsciously, he elevated Night Maple's status in his mind. Garp, too, was taken aback by Peach Rabbit's words. After all, he had a grasp of her abilities. And the realization that his grandson Night Maple could match her prowess led him to contemplate. How on earth has he trained? After 3 years apart, he returns so formidable. What kind of training has he undergone? Approaching Night Maple, Garp clapped a hefty hand on his shoulder, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Truly. You are the grandson of Monkey D. Garp, inheriting my splendid genes. Night Maple, nearly regurgitating his last meal from the force of Garp's pat, quickly scurried aside. Casting a disdainful look at his boastful grandfather and thinking, Old man, do you not feel a hint of shame? I am not your biological grandson. And those splendid genes? I achieved all this through self-study. Do you understand? Sengoku and Admiral Crane, along with Peach Rabbit, regarded Garp with expressions of disdain. Sengoku, unable to contain himself, glared at Garp and retorted angrily. Garp, you old fossil, can you not hold on to a shred of dignity? Night Maple has no connection to you whatsoever. In response to Sengoku's remarks, Garp only laughed. Ha ha ha. You must be envious of my grandchildren. Hearing such a ridiculous statement from Garp, Sengoku, with a dark expression, shouted, You think having multiple grandchildren makes you special? Do you believe I would send the 3 admirals to your son's revolutionary stronghold tomorrow, slice him into pieces, and bring you back a trophy to ensure the monkey lineage is extinguished? Sengoku's words struck a nerve, for Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, was his greatest regret in life. The high-ranking Navy officials had once believed Dragon would be the first to ascend to the rank of admiral by the age of 30. However, due to his so-called ideals, he betrayed the Navy and established the Revolutionary Army with the aim of overthrowing the world government, landing him on the most wanted list as the most dangerous criminal. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp's expression darkened, and he glared at Sengoku, seething with anger. Sengoku, are you tired of living? Or is your skin itching for a beating? Do you want me to help you with that? After saying this, Garp prepared to throw his coat towards Night Maple, ready to engage in a brawl with Sengoku. Sengoku, not to be outdone, rolled up his sleeves and replied, Bring it on. Do you think I fear you? Just as they were about to clash, a voice interrupted. You two, cease at once. Aver, supporting Admiral Crane, stepped between the two brawling figures, exasperatedly placing a hand on her forehead and saying, Can you not just calm down for a moment? In front of these 3 children. You adults are fighting like this. Have you forgotten your decorum? Moreover, you are both heroes of the Navy and an admiral. After admonishing them, Admiral Crane turned to Peach Rabbit and said, Peach Rabbit, it is getting late. Please take Night Maple to the dormitory and arrange a room for him. Peach Rabbit nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Understood. Turning to Night Maple, she instructed, Come with me, Night Maple. I will take you to the male dormitory. Tina, witnessing Peach Rabbit and Night Maple depart, addressed Admiral Sengoku, Garp, and Admiral Crane. Admiral, it is getting late, so I must take my leave. Farewell. Aver, seeing everyone leave, quickly turned to Garp, Sengoku, and Admiral Crane, saying, Grandpa, Grandma, I will follow my brother. Goodbye. With that, she dashed out, quickly catching up to Peach Rabbit and Night Maple, nimbly jumping onto Night Maple's back, wrapping her slender legs around his waist, and cheerfully exclaiming, Brother, let us go together. Yifeng turned his head, facing his younger sister on his back, and with an expression of helplessness said, Wei Air, don't you have legs? Can't you walk on your own? Avelini, resting upon Night Maple's back, nestled her delicate face against his left shoulder. Playfully sticking out her small tongue, she languidly remarked, I possess it, yet I am too indolent to walk. Yifeng heard his younger sister Avril's capricious response, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he shook his head. With a helpless expression, he said to the sister perched on his back, Isn't it exhausting for me to walk while you're resting on my back? Aver, carried by Yefeng, heard her brother's words. She gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek and replied, Not tired. Not tired. After all, you are my brother, aren't you? Look, I am even massaging your shoulders. Chapter 60. Instruction AI Weir, resting on Yifeng's back, heard her brother's words. She planted a kiss on Yifeng and said, Not tired. Not tired. Who told you that you were my brother? Look, I'm even giving you a shoulder massage. Night Maple shouted loudly at the heavens. Oh heavens! Could you grant me a different sister? After hearing what AI Wei's brother had said, he too raised his voice towards the sky, exclaiming, The heavens have decreed it shall not be. Tao Tu, walking ahead of Night Maple, overheard this exchange between the siblings. She turned around, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and remarked, Hee hee, the bond between you two siblings is truly heartwarming. Yifeng heard the words of the Peach Bunny, turned to glance at Ai Wei and gently remarked to her, "Our relationship is rather casual. I assent it. Alas, I have found myself entangled with someone so troublesome. What about my sister?" On the back of Night Maple, Ai Wei heard her brother's words and immediately became displeased. She clung to Night Maple, using her tiny hands to pinch his neck. With her little tiger teeth bared, she threatened, "What's the matter? Am I not your magnificent sister?" Night Maple found himself ensnared by the delicate grip of Averil's small hand around his neck. Although it bore no consequence to him, he affectionately remarked, "Yes, yes, yes, my sister is the best. Is that sufficient?" Upon hearing his words, Avril released her hold and nestled her face against his shoulder, softly asserting, "Humph, that is more like it. Remember, when you marry in the future, it must be someone like me." With that declaration, she proudly patted her still-developing chest. Ahead of them, Peach Rabbit, walking alongside Night Maple, who carried Avril on his back, nearly stumbled upon hearing Avril's proclamation, unable to contain herself any longer. Peach Rabbit turned her head, casting a peculiar glance at Night Maple and his sister, Avril, exclaiming in surprise, "The bond between you two siblings is truly remarkable." She emphasized the word bond with particular intent. Night Maple, carrying Avril, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing their exchange. With a swift motion, he extended his left hand and playfully smacked Avril's small behind. Night Foam turned to his sister Ai Wei a mischievous smirk on his face, and said, "You little rascal, if you can't keep quiet, then don't speak at all." Ai Wei, caught off guard by Night Fang's playful swat on her bottom, let out a soft gasp, her cheeks flushing as she pressed her face against his back, meekly responding, "Oh, I understand now." After imparting that lesson to Ai Wei, Night Foam turned to the front, addressing the misunderstood Tao with an earnest explanation, "Do not heed the fanciful tales spun by this little girl. The bond between Ai Wei and myself is nothing more than that of ordinary siblings, not what you might have imagined." Upon hearing Night Fang's clarification, Tao offered a sincere apology, saying, "I am sorry, I misunderstood earlier." After uttering those words, she remarked, "All right, we have arrived." With that, Tao inadvertently guided Night Foam to the East Dormitory building. The male dormitory of the Navy headquarters stands 5 stories tall, primarily housing ordinary naval soldiers, with the highest-ranking personnel being sergeants. At that moment, the sailors residing there were all-out training. Yet Tao led Night Foam and Ai Wei directly to the 5th floor, where they found a room by the window. After opening the door, Tao said to Night Foam, "You may stay here for now. Just tidy up a bit, and it will be ready for you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Ai Wei, after you finish organizing for your brother, do come find me." With that, Tao exited the room. As soon as Tao left and Night Foam closed the door, his sister Ai Wei lunged towards him, pressing against the wall. She finally released all her pent-up emotions, throwing herself into Night Fang's embrace, and cried out loudly, "Brother, I have missed you so much. Did you know? When you left without a word, I thought you no longer wanted me. Do you have any idea how I've managed these past 3 years? Every night, I dreamed of you. Brother, please, tell me the truth. Will you leave again this time?" Yi Feng leaned against the wall, extending his arms to embrace his sister, Wei. Chapter 61, Plans for the Future. Lei Feng leaned against the wall, embracing his sister Avril, bowing his head in silence after hearing her words. His arrival in the new world was not without purpose, for he was tasked with something of great significance. The first matter at hand was to seek an animal-type devil fruit for his Abyss Rainbow Sword, to elevate it into a magical blade. In his previous life, while watching One Piece, he discovered that devil fruits could animate inanimate objects. He recalled the sword wielded by Spandam, the nemesis of Nico Robin, which had consumed the elephant fruit, transforming into a long sword that could extend indefinitely. In the new world, Mr. Caesar Clown, an assistant to Vegapunk, possessed a weapon that was a toxic gas slime, originally a gel-like substance infused with poisonous gas. After high-tech modifications, it consumed the ancient animal-type salamander fruit, taking on the hexagonal salamander form, thus able to morph into a liquid state of a gigantic salamander. Furthermore, Mr. Fur from the East Blue wielded a firearm that was a modern technological weapon, having ingested the dog fruit, allowing it to transform into a dog that could spit out ammunition. However, these inanimate objects that consumed devil fruits shared a common flaw, regardless of the type. They were rendered mute, only capable of emitting the inherent sounds of their animal forms. In essence, they became entities devoid of speech, possessing only the intelligence of mere animals. Thus, Lei Feng had already resolved to acquire a specific devil fruit, the one concealed by Mr. Caesar Clown on the Dispersal Islands. This fruit, a synthetic animal-type mythical zoan, known as the Hydra fruit, was falsely proclaimed by Mr. Caesar as a failed experiment, yet in his previous life, it bore the likeness of an Eastern divine dragon. And astonishingly, it had been consumed by a mere child. Among the three endeavors Knight Maple undertook outside, the final task was the most significant, as it bore great implications for the future. This task involved the assassination of Momonosuke. It is imperative to eliminate him. Why must he be eliminated? Because Knight Maple harbors a profound disdain for Wano country, indeed, an intense aversion. The circumstances surrounding Wano's rise bear an uncanny resemblance to those of Earth's historical events, remarkably similar. The overthrow movement. In June of 1863, the Tokugawa shogunate was compelled to declare the expulsion of foreigners, subsequently leading to the British fleet's assault on the Satsuma domain, the Anglo-Satsuma War. In the spring of 1865, the leaders of the Choshu domain resolved to abandon the expulsion and pivot towards armed rebellion, forming a secret military alliance with Satsuma. Meanwhile, the British recalibrated their strategies to support the anti-shogun factions. In 1867, Emperor Komeei passed away under mysterious circumstances, shrouded in historical intrigue, suspected foul play. Following this, Prince Mutsuhito, later known as Emperor Meiji, ascended to the throne, heralding the Meiji Restoration. Subsequently, this resurgent island nation embarked on half a century of aggression against our Han people. This was merely the invasion. The scheming had commenced as early as the Meiji era. The current narrative of Wano in the OP universe bears striking parallels to this historical account. The invasion of the homeland by the beast Kaido marks a similarity to foreign incursions, although the alliance of external forces with the anti-shogun factions diverges slightly. Kaido has indeed allied with the shogun of Wano. Just as the father of the Meiji Restoration perished, so too did the father of the young Momonosuke. Both deaths were shrouded in enigma, one suspected to have been poisoned, the other possibly cooked. While Momonosuke's father may not have been an emperor, it is inevitable that, with the aid of Luffy's crew, Momonosuke will ascend to claim the title of the Kazuki clan's leader. Given the deep-seated enmity with the shogun of Wano, a conflict between the two factions is certain to erupt. It is foreseeable that the shogun will inevitably fall from grace, even face death. Thereafter, the ascendant Momonosuke may very well occupy the position of power within Wano, akin to that of an emperor. It remains uncertain whether such a position exists in Wano. If not, young Momonosuke will remain the paramount figure. Subsequently, one might anticipate the onset of a Meiji Restoration, would it not? During the dispersal of Zo Island, Kinemon fervently proclaimed the opening of Wano's gates. Does this signal a continuation of the closed country policy? Such a course would be untenable. Though the Han may not exist here, there are analogous regions such as the Flower Country. Once the calamity of Wano is resolved, no one can predict their future actions. Will they, like Earth's history, continue on their path? Or will the future remain uncertain, as Kinemon has not foreseen? Yet, fueled by the innate resentment of Earthlings, he is resolute in preventing the rise of this diminutive Wano. Should they exhibit signs of burgeoning strength, he may disregard any agreements and personally obliterate that nation. Thus, the dragon-shaped devil fruit must be clutched firmly in hand. Nonetheless, it is worth celebrating that Wano has yet to be shattered by the beast Kaido, and its king remains unharmed. Therefore, the doomed Momonosuke has not yet escaped. He has not infiltrated the vessel carrying other abducted children, nor has he been imprisoned in the Punk Hazard Research Facility. Consequently, Knight Maple must ensure that before this young boy consumes the devil fruit, it remains securely within his grasp. In the embrace of Yi Feng, Ai Wei'er finally beheld her brother. After such a prolonged silence, she instinctively understood the answer to her unspoken questions. Within Yi Feng's arms, Ai Wei'er pounded her fist against his chest with fervor, weeping loudly. Wu, why? Why must you leave me? Why do you insist on departing? Why can't you simply stay by my side? The last exclamation erupted from Ai Wei'er's lips with desperation. Chapter 62. The Wrath of Yi Feng due to Yi Feng's cultivation of the demonic body. Ai Wei'er's forceful strikes felt merely like tickles upon him. Nevertheless, upon hearing her heartfelt words, his eyes brimmed with tears. As he recognized the weight of his past neglect towards her, he lamented that had he known it would come to this, he should have taken her along from the very beginning. Yi Feng gently lifted Ai Wei'er in his arms, securing her delicate waist with one arm, while his other hand tenderly wiped away her fallen tears from her face. He held her like this until her spirits began to lift. After 5 or 6 minutes in his embrace, Ai Wei Air raised her small face with determination and earnestly inquired, "How long will you be gone this time?" After hearing this, Yifeng addressed Avril, stating, "I shall return in no less than a week, and no more than a couple of months." Upon his arrival, Avril's brother, upon hearing Yifeng's words, declared, "I too wish to accompany you on your journey." After Avril spoke, Yifeng shook his head resolutely and declared, "No, you cannot go. This time it is even more perilous." Upon hearing her brother's vehement refusal, Avril's tears began to flow once more, and she sobbed, "Woo-woo. Why can't I go? I can take care of myself." Upon hearing this, Yifeng coldly remarked to Avril, "Had you not mentioned this matter, I might have forgotten. 3 years ago, you were merely a mid-level swordsman, and now that I have returned, you remain at the same level. Could you enlighten me on what you have accomplished during these past 3 years?" Night Maple turned to Aver and inquired, "Are you aware of how many formidable swordsmen exist in the New World? Do you comprehend the number of individuals capable of taking our lives there?" "I presume not. Allow me to enlighten you. The number of those who could slay us in the New World surpasses that of the naval soldiers here. In light of that, what means do you possess to safeguard yourself?" Upon hearing her brother's harsh words, Aver was momentarily stunned, collapsing to the ground with her head buried in her arms. Weeping loudly, woo-woo. Yifeng had never witnessed his sister in such profound sorrow before, crouched on the ground weeping like a helpless little girl. It was a sight that tugged at the heartstrings, compelling one to offer comfort and protection. Yifeng was acutely aware that his words today had been excessively harsh. However, for the sake of Aver's future, he deemed it necessary. From this moment onward, Yifeng would stand against the entirety of the world. Thus those who remained by his side must possess formidable strength and the capability to protect themselves. Only under such circumstances could Yifeng feel a sense of security. The consequences would be dire should one of his relatives be captured due to insufficient strength. Yet, upon witnessing his sister weeping so sorrowfully, his heart softened. He tenderly lifted the sobbing Aver and cradled her in his arms, gently placing her upon the bed. Yifeng gently reached out his right hand to caress Avel's face, his heart aching at the sight of his sister's swollen eyes. Drawing upon the power of his blood fruit, he concentrated his energy. In a short while, Avel's tear-streaked visage transformed, returning to her original adorable countenance, free from sorrow. After the treatment, Yifeng gently nibbled at Avril's delicate face and comfortingly said, "I apologize for my harsh words. I did not mean to upset you. I assure you that I shall not speak so again. However, I can promise that when I return, I will bring you a gift, one that you will truly adore." Upon hearing her brother's apology and the promise of a gift upon his return, Avril's expression transformed with astonishing swiftness, her joy radiating as she looked up at him and exclaimed, "Hee, brother, what is this gift?" Upon witnessing the expression on his sister's face, Yifeng, shrouded in mystery, replied, "This secret I cannot disclose to you just yet." Suddenly, Avril recalled something and, with utmost seriousness, addressed her brother Yifeng, "Brother, I sense that I am on the brink of a breakthrough in the coming days." Chapter 63, Blood Eyes Abruptly. Avril thought of another matter and earnestly said to her brother Yifeng, "By the way, have you returned to Windmill Town? Did you retrieve the devil fruit you left there?" "A few days ago, I contacted CH and asked Luffy and the others to go to the back mountain. They later discovered that only a dilapidated stump remained, and I overheard Luffy and the others mentioning that the area was strewn with blood and the remains of animals. They claimed that Ashura had descended upon the land." Upon hearing his sister Aver's words, Yifeng nodded and replied, "Indeed. After my return from training, I revisited Windmill Town and retrieved the devil fruit that was left there." Aver, relieved to learn that her brother had already taken it, responded, "That's wonderful. I was worried that it might have been taken by other woodcutters. As long as it hasn't been lost, that's all that matters." Night Maple paused in silence before earnestly addressing Aver, "I have already consumed that devil fruit." Upon hearing her brother's revelation, Aver gazed at him in astonishment and exclaimed, "Brother, you have eaten it? What kind of devil fruit is it? What abilities does it grant? Is it a Zoan type or a paramecia?" After Aver inquired about these two categories, Night Maple chuckled softly and shook his head, continuing to observe Aver in silence. Noticing the expression on her brother's face, Aver suddenly recalled something, her small mouth covering in surprise as she slowly asked, "Brother, is the devil fruit you consumed of the Logia type?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng smiled and nodded at Avril, saying, "Indeed. I too was astonished to discover it was a nature-type fruit." Avril, having confirmed that her brother had consumed a nature-type devil fruit, eagerly inquired, "Brother, what power does the nature-type fruit grant you?" Upon hearing his younger sister Avil's words, Night Breeze responded with a composed tone, "Are you watching closely? Don't be frightened. As he spoke, he extended his right hand. With a mere thought, the outstretched limb underwent a ghastly transformation, morphing into a blood-drenched appendage, its intricate network of veins grotesquely visible to any observer with functioning vision. Aviel recoiled in horror, instinctively covering her nose as she took a step backward. Trembling with palpable fear, she stammered, "Brother, what kind of ability is this? The stench of blood is overwhelming. Please, put it away. It's suffocating me." Upon witnessing such actions from his sister and hearing his words, Yifeng willed his power to retract, reverting to his original hands. Turning to Aviel, he smiled slightly and said, "My ability is blood-related. It is called the blood fruit. When I first consumed it, I nearly choked for quite some time. However, as I later developed its potential, I realized just how formidable it truly is." Upon hearing her brother Yifeng's remarks, Aviel responded with a look of disdain, exclaiming, "What could possibly be so impressive?" Yifeng said to Avril, "Please bring me the luggage that you left at the door." Upon hearing her brother's words, Avril looked at him with a puzzled expression and replied, "Brother, are you speaking to me?" After uttering this, Avril noticed a gleam of red light emanating from her brother's eyes. Night Maple heard his sister's words and fixed his crimson gaze upon Awiel. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and Awiel, caught in Night Maple's intense stare, found herself momentarily frozen, her brother's eyes flashing a deep red. This ability, developed by Night Maple during his idle hours, allowed him to manipulate the flow of blood within another's body as long as their will was weaker than his own. In essence, if one's consciousness was inferior, he could exert control through his blood eyes. Night Maple often employed this technique to command the Sea Kings, compelling them to pull his vessel with remarkable efficacy. With bloodshot eyes, Yifeng smiled at Aver and said, "Now, please bring me all the luggage I left at the door." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Aver paused for a moment, then robotically descended from the bed, walked to the door, bent down to pick up the belongings Yifeng had discarded on the floor, and approached him with the items in hand. As Yifeng snapped his fingers with a resounding pop, Avril jolted awake, sensing the presence of something in her hand. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a parcel cradled within her grasp. Curiously, she turned to her brother and inquired, "Brother, how did this end up in my hand? What just transpired?" Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed and addressed his sister, Aviel. "It was I who just manipulated you into bringing me my luggage. How do you feel now?" Nightfeng suddenly recalled something and addressed Ai Wei Air, saying, "Please call Tao Tu and inform him that you will be spending the night here with me and will not be returning." Chapter 64. The bestowal of martial arts. Upon hearing Nightfeng's words, Ai Wei Air turned to her brother and inquired, "Why is that?" Yifeng remarked, "Do not concern yourself with that. I shall explain later." Upon finishing his statement, he extended his left hand, invoking the powers of the blood fruit. Instantly, his hand transformed into a liquid state of crimson blood, retrieving the small telephone bug from the table and handing it to Avril. Avril accepted the telephone bug from her brother and dialed a number. Once the connection was established, she addressed the voice on the other end, "Sister Tao Tu. I have a matter to discuss. I shall not be returning tonight." On the other end, Tao Tu recognized Avril's voice, expressing concern as she inquired, "Wei Air, if you are not returning tonight, where will you be staying?" Through the telephone bug, Avril replied, "I shall be staying at my brother's place." Upon hearing this, Tao Tu responded, "Wei Air, your brother's place is a boys' dormitory." Unfazed by Tao Tu's words, Avril replied, "Do not worry about that. It will be fine. I shall hang up now." With that, she ended the call. After the call was terminated, Tao Tu, feeling disappointed, turned to Tina, who was bathing, and said, "Tina, Wei Air just called and informed me that she will not be coming back to sleep with us tonight. She will be at her brother's." Tina, hearing this, expressed her regret. "What a pity. It seems it will just be the two of us tonight." Just as Tina finished speaking, the bathroom door swung open. Tao Tu, clad only in a pair of sandals, stepped in and entered the bathtub where Tina was bathing. She discarded her sandals on the floor, submerging her long, delicate legs into the tub, then extended a fair hand to grasp Tina's. With an astonished expression, she exclaimed, "Goodness, it has only been a few weeks since we last met, and you have grown so much. I can barely hold it with one hand." Tina, feeling the grip of Tao Tu, became limp in the bathtub. Her cheeks flushed as she pleaded, "Please, Tao Tu, I need assistance. Do not continue." In this moment, Tao Tu seemed to have shed her previous aloofness, exuding a playful demeanor. Ignoring Tina's protests, she mischievously began to tease her. Unable to contain herself, Tina lunged at Tao Tu, and the bathroom was filled with sounds that could easily provoke a transformation into a rogue. After ending the call, Avril turned to her brother Yifeng, who lay on the bed, and said, Brother, I have informed Sister Tao too that I shall not be returning tonight. Lying on the bed, Yifeng had already selected a martial arts manual for Avril from the jade pendant in his mind. Upon emerging from his thoughts, he heard his sister declare that she had spoken to Tao too about her plans for the evening. Yifeng sat up from his bed and called out to Ai Wei Er, come here. Ai Wei Er, standing to the side, approached as her brother beckoned her closer. Once she reached the front of Yifeng, she inquired, Brother, what is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Night Maple turned to Avril and said, Please sit cross-legged on the bed. Upon hearing her brother's words, Avril obediently responded with a soft, oh, and then removed her shoes. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged in front of her brother, addressing him, Brother, what is the matter? After Night Maple's sister, Aver, seated herself on the bed, she uttered to him, Do not speak. Instead, allow your heart to perceive. Upon finishing her words, she extended her right hand and pressed her index finger directly onto the center of Aver's forehead. Yifeng gently pressed there, and a soft radiance erupted from his arm, which then surged into the forehead of Aviel. This time, Yifeng imparted to Ai Wei Er the same 9 manual that Guina had practiced. Considering that both his sister and Guina were prodigies in cultivation, Yifeng chose this particular manual for her, knowing that once mastered, it would enable her to traverse the world of One Piece with ease. After receiving the martial arts manual that Yifeng had transmitted to her, Ai Wei Er opened her eyes, her face a canvas of confusion, and inquired of Yifeng, Brother, what is this peculiar thing in my mind? Night Maple, having confirmed that Avril had received the martial arts manual, spoke to her, saying, What I just imparted into your mind is a martial arts scripture. Once you cultivate it to perfection, you will be able to traverse this vast sea with ease. Chapter 65. Ascending to the Pinnacle of Swordsmanship. Yifeng sat cross-legged opposite Ai Wei and said, Extend your hand, palm facing upwards. Soon, I will transfer a wave of internal energy to you. You must remember which acupoints this energy circulates within your body. Night Maple remarked, Should you find yourself unable to continue, do not hesitate to call for a halt. Understood? Avril nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, I understand. As Avril extended her hand, I met hers with a gentle clap, channeling a stream of internal energy within me. I transmitted this energy through our palms in a slow, rhythmic cycle, repeating the process 3 or 4 times. Much like when I instructed Guina, I guided Avril to sense the internal energy blossoming within her. At that moment, beads of sweat glistened on Avril's forehead as she turned to Night Maple. Echoing a familiar sentiment, Senior Brother, why does my body feel so warm? Moreover, it feels as though there is something within my abdomen, akin to what you just transmitted. It feels so pleasant. Upon hearing Aver's words, Yifeng widened his eyes in astonishment. After a moment of mutual connection, he discerned a faint, imperceptible energy forming within his dantian. After several confirmations, Yifeng realized that it was indeed inner strength, leaving him utterly astonished. Gazing at Aver seated before him, he inwardly exclaimed, Goodness, this is enough to drive me to madness. After a thorough confirmation, Yifeng had just mastered his inner strength, truly living up to the title of a future swordsmanship prodigy. He then glanced at Avel, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, her expression mirroring that of Gu Yaina during her initial training, radiating sheer bliss. This was no ordinary talent. It was nothing short of a marvel. At that moment, Avel opened her eyes, her face glistening with sweat, and joyfully exclaimed to Yifeng, Brother, what is this that you have imparted to me? I can feel a flow of energy circulating within my body. Upon hearing his sister Aviel's words, Yifeng responded earnestly, Veal. The martial arts manual I have named for you is called the 9 Manual. You must practice it diligently every day without fail. Aviel, observing her brother's serious demeanor, inquired curiously, Why, brother? Yifeng spoke earnestly to Ai Wei Er, saying, You need not inquire about that for now. In due time, you shall come to understand. However, this matter must remain a secret. You must not divulge it to anyone, including Kapu. Shocked by her brother's words, Ai Wei Er realized that he had mentioned Kapu, not their grandfather. What could possibly be so significant that even Kapu could not be informed? Yifeng turned to Ai Wei Er and said, Wei Er, you must not disclose my fruitability to anyone. It is imperative that you remember this. Ai Wei Er seemed to grasp the gravity of the matter, nodding solemnly in response and affirming, Oh, I understand. I will not reveal it to anyone. Yifeng turned to Aver and said, Come, you shall accompany me outside, tonight. I shall guide you to transcend the pinnacle of swordsmanship. After speaking, Yifeng approached the window and reached out to open the fifth-floor window. Yifeng turned to his sister, Ai Wei Air, and inquired, "Do you know of any tranquil places nearby?" Ai Wei Air, still unaware of her brother's intentions, nevertheless caught the excitement in his voice when he mentioned his desire to surpass the pinnacle of swordsmanship. She eagerly responded, "There is a cliff on the back mountain. A place where no one ever goes. I discovered it during my last visit there." "But, brother, what did you just say?" Night Maple, gazing intently into the piercing eyes of Avril, asserted, "I command you to ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship." This time, Avril comprehended his brother Night Maple's words entirely, his face reflecting astonishment as he exclaimed, "Brother, how am I to achieve this advancement?" Yifeng said to Avril, "You will come to know this once you arrive there." After Night Maple finished speaking, he reached for the two swords hanging nearby and secured them on his back. He then lifted Avril, who stood before him, into his arms in a princess embrace. Looking into her eyes, he inquired, "Now, please tell me about the place you just mentioned." Taken by surprise by her brother's sudden embrace, Avril quickly replied, That place is located behind the naval headquarters, but it's quite a distance from here." Upon discerning the words spoken by Night Maple, Avril found herself enveloped in his embrace as he led her to the window. Gently, he instructed her, "Close your eyes." Without hesitation, after uttering these words, Night Maple leaped from the fifth-floor window. Avril, her face flushed and still unaware of the impending action, heard her brother's command just before she could inquire further. Suddenly, she felt her body plummeting downward. In a panic, she glanced below and realized that she was being cradled by her brother as they descended from the building. Instantly, Avril's eyes widened in shock, and she clutched Night Maple's neck, screaming, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." As Yifeng and his sister Ai Wei Air were on the verge of plummeting from the second floor, Yifeng calmly extended his right hand, which embraced his sister, and softly uttered, "Sword, come." Following his command, the sword, Yuan Hong, which was sheathed upon his back, trembled a few times before soaring forth, landing directly at Yifeng's feet, just as he was about to take the fateful leap. Night Feng's steady feet rested upon the back of the Yuan Hong sword, and with a thought, the sword soared into the air, carrying both Night Feng and the beloved Ai Wei Air towards the rear of the Navy headquarters. After flying for 2 to 3 minutes, Night Feng spotted a desolate cliff and turned to Ai Wei Air, saying, "Wei Air, open your eyes and see if this is the place." Feeling the wind caress her hair, Ai Wei Air sensed the tranquility around them, leading her to believe they had arrived at their destination. As she opened her eyes, she was filled with joy, embracing her brother and exclaiming, "Brother, are we flying?" In Chapter 66, ascending to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, Ai Wei Air continued to hold on to her brother tightly, her excitement palpable. Upon realizing they were indeed floating in the sky atop the sword, she joyfully wrapped her arms around Night Feng's neck and asked, "Brother, are we really flying?" Feeling the Yuan Hong sword tremble beneath them due to Ai Wei Air's enthusiastic grip, Night Feng, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Sister, is flying such a big deal? You needn't be so exhilarated. If you keep shaking me like this, we might truly fall." After hearing her brother's words, Ai Wei Air tightened her embrace around his neck and, planting a kiss on his cheek, exclaimed, "Brother, what is this move called? I want to learn it too. Please teach me quickly." Night Feng observed his sister, unreservedly planting a kiss upon his cheek. With a sigh, he remarked, Sister, you must remember that we are siblings. Please refrain from showering me with kisses, as it may lead to misunderstandings. After all, your elder brother has yet to find a wife." Upon hearing this, Ai Wei Air embraced her brother with her tiny hands and replied, "It's all right. No one desires you, but your adorable sister certainly does." Upon hearing her brother Yifeng's words, Avril fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds, not meeting his gaze but instead staring into the nebulous darkness ahead. He solemnly declared, "You must forever remember, I am your brother." Upon hearing this, Avril lifted her head to look at him as he earnestly continued, "Why can't I? After all, we are not blood siblings." Upon hearing this, Yifeng gazed earnestly at Avril and declared, "It is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. There is no need for further explanation." In the embrace of Yifeng, Avril heard her brother utter those words, and her body trembled slightly as she silently thought to herself, "But I do not wish to be your sister. If I could be granted another chance, I would choose to be, you know what I mean." Upon seeing her sister, Yifeng remained silent and soared towards the desolate cliff with a gesture of sword control. Night Maple soared steadily to the edge of the cliff, gently placing Avril upon the ground. With a swift motion, he summoned the abyssal rainbow sword, which flew into his grasp. Gripping the hilt firmly, Knight Maple turned to Aviel with a serious expression and declared, "From this moment forth, I shall be your adversary. You must summon all your strength to confront me. With power, you shall possess everything." The final words were a heartfelt encouragement for Aviel. As Aviel, still unsteady from her descent, absorbed her brother's words, realization dawned upon her regarding his intentions. With a determined glimmer in her eyes, she responded, "Oh, I understand, brother. I will not let you down." Knight Maple cast a glance at Ai Wei-Er, shook his head, and softly uttered, "Silly sister, come forth. Allow me to witness your prowess." With that, he threw Ai Wei-Er's shadow sword toward her. Once Ai Wei-Er deftly caught the sword that Knight Maple had tossed, she called out loudly, "Brother, you must be cautious." After uttering these words, Ai Wei-Er closed her eyes and unleashed all the concealed sword energy and cultivation within her. Knight Maple, positioned before her, sensed the surge of sword energy emanating from his sister. A faint smile graced his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 67. Ascending to the Pinnacle of Sword Masters. Yifeng sensed the razor-sharp sword aura emanating from Avril, as if it could slice through the very air surrounding them. However, Avril's sword energy was somewhat inferior to his own, and more importantly, he had taken many lives. Thus, when Yifeng unleashed his own sword aura, it radiated a deep crimson hue, largely due to the influence of his blood fruit abilities. In truth, Yifeng had not unleashed all of his formidable strength. He was only utilizing 2/3 of his power to contend with his sister, Avril. As Yifeng's imposing presence unfolded, Avril too felt the sword aura around her brother, realizing it surpassed her own by more than mere margins. In the next instant, a blinding flash of sword light erupted forth. Grasping the hilt of her Chang sword with both hands, Avril propelled herself toward Yifeng with remarkable speed, wielding a formidable force aimed at cleaving him. This surge of energy from Avril barely expanded a few yards before it enveloped Yifeng within its reach. Knight Maple stood resolutely within the sword aura emanating from Aver, completely unfazed. Aver exerted all of her strength, yet could only manage to reach a stalemate with Knight Maple, who had not unleashed his full potential or the powers of the devil fruit. A sharp metallic clang resonated as their swords clashed, sending waves of sword pressure and surrounding air colliding in a breathtaking display. The force generated a fierce wind that tousled Aver's hair, yet Knight Maple, standing before her, remained utterly unperturbed. Not even a corner of his garment stirred. As a master swordsman of unparalleled prowess, Yifeng unleashed the full force of his sword's might, with sword energy surging forth like tumultuous waves, recklessly assaulting Aver. Thus, when Aver's sword met Yifeng's, it felt as though it were being cleaved by a sharp object. Although Aver was on the verge of mastering her sword domain, capable of transforming a single strike into a myriad of blades, she still found herself at a disadvantage against the supreme swordsman Yifeng. Knight Maple, with a swift movement, activated his armament Haki while standing upon his sword. In a flash, he appeared before Avril, seizing the moment before she could react. With a delicate flick of his blade, the Abyss Rainbow Sword, he effortlessly severed a lock of Avril's long hair, which fell gracefully to the ground. With a somber expression, Yifeng gazed at Wei-Er and said, "If it were not me standing before you now, but rather your adversary, you would already be dead." Chastised by Yifeng, Wei-Er lowered her head, longing to explain to her brother. Yet, she heard Yifeng's commanding voice, "Raise your sword and continue your assault. Do not falter." As Wei-Er prepared to speak, she was compelled to heed her brother's words. She gripped the shadow sword firmly and charged towards Yifeng. The strength of one's body determines the prowess of a swordsman, and thus a woman is inherently unable to surpass a man in combat. Consequently, as Wei-Er lunged forward to strike Yifeng, he effortlessly swung his sword, sending her crashing into a tree. Her back collided forcefully with the trunk, causing a trickle of blood to escape her lips. Supporting herself with the hilt of her sword, Wei-Er managed to rise unsteadily, her fragile form resolutely advancing towards Yifeng once more. Upon witnessing the trickle of blood that escaped his sister's lips, Yifeng felt a sharp pang in his heart. He instinctively closed his eyes and activated his observation Haki. It was not until the approach of dawn that he finally opened his eyes with a heavy sigh and addressed the prostrate Avril, saying, "Enough. Cease your practice." Internally, he resigned himself to the thought that if mastery eluded her, so be it. There would be other opportunities in the future. Subsequently, with a mere flicker of intent, the abyssal rainbow sword detached itself from Yifeng's grasp and gracefully descended to his feet as he began to lift off the ground, hovering in the air. As Yifeng beheld Aver yet to ascend, he turned his head and discovered his sister, Aver, motionless, lying upon the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Yifeng hastily leaped down from his sword. Just as he was about to reach Averil's side, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted from her, catching the unsuspecting Yifeng off guard and sending him tumbling aside. The fierce blade aura tore a significant gash in his garments. Gradually, Averil rose from the ground, slowly raising her right hand. With an open palm, she grasped at the air, and the Qingying sword on the ground soared directly into her hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Yifeng rose to his feet, disregarding his injuries, and attempted to inquire, "What has happened to Averil?" However, before he could approach her, Averil, wielding the shadow blade, unleashed a brilliant arc of white sword energy, which tore through the void and swiftly reached Yifeng. Caught entirely off guard, he could not fathom that his sister, Averil, had ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship at that very moment. The crescent-shaped sword energy transformed him into an unwitting target, unprepared and without even invoking his demonic form. Yifeng appeared as fragile as paper under the onslaught of Averil's sword energy. The strike was so swift that it emitted no sound, akin to a crescent moon plummeting from the sky. As the sword energy sliced through, Yifeng stood there, lowering his gaze in a daze at his own chest. A distinct line of blood materialized upon his torso, and as he slowly lifted his head, he uttered softly, "F." In an instant, Averil's sword energy cleaved him in two, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Reduced to a pool of blood, Averil had slain her brother. Thereafter, she planted her sword into the earth and sat cross-legged in contemplation. Chapter 68. The Demise of Yifeng. As Yifeng lowered his head, he beheld a stark line of blood manifesting upon his chest. Gradually lifting his gaze, he uttered softly, "Fuck." Subsequently, he was cleaved in twain by the sword energy of Averil, collapsing to the ground and transforming into a pool of crimson. Averil had slain her brother. After expending her fury, Averil's eyes returned to their former hue. She glanced at the bloodied ground and then down at the sword in her hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, she dashed towards the lifeless form of Yifeng, now merely a puddle of blood. Upon reaching him, she raised her head in a daze, staring blankly at the sanguine remnants of her brother, then glanced at the sword she held, unable to fathom that this atrocity was wrought by her own hand. The abyssal rainbow sword, once wielded by Yifeng, fell from the sky, landing point first into the ground due to the absence of its master. Upon witnessing this, Aver hurriedly extracted the sword from the earth and crouched before the pool of blood that was all that remained of Yifeng, her face revealing a disbelief tinged with trepidation as she tremulously implored, "Brother, what has happened to you? Please do not frighten me. You must rise." Aver called out to Yifeng for several minutes, yet the blood upon the ground showed no signs of change, even as it began to seep into the earth. Overcome by fear at this sight, Aver buried her head in her knees and wept audibly. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." As the pool of blood transformed from Yifeng began to seep into the ground, nearly vanishing, Ava lifted her head, her eyes devoid of their former vibrancy. She placed the Yuan Hong sword upon her brother's body, right atop that crimson stain. Grasping her Qingying sword from the ground, Ava slowly positioned it against her pristine neck. Softly uttering, "Brother, without you, Ava cannot go on living. Thus, I have come to accompany you." Upon uttering these words, she prepared to draw the blade across her throat to join Yifeng in eternal rest. Just then, a pair of powerful hands seized her, snatching the sword from her grasp as it had already drawn blood from her neck. Ava raised her gaze and, upon recognizing the figure before her, rushed into their embrace. Weeping aloud, "Wah, wah, brother, this is wonderful. You are still alive? Wah, wah." Night Maple trembled as he embraced Aver, silently reflecting, "Fortunately, this little girl Aver has yet to master the art of armament Haki. I am indeed fortunate and blessed to have consumed the natural type blood fruit. Otherwise, I would be kneeling here today. In the world of One Piece, there are countless beautiful women I have yet to encounter, and I certainly do not wish to meet my demise so soon, especially at the hands of my own sister." At this moment, both Night Maple and his sister Aver were clad in tattered garments. Aver's attire was torn from their recent skirmish, while Night Maple's clothing bore no resemblance to what he had worn upon his arrival, as not a single piece of fabric remained intact. Even his little brother had suffered the severing blow from Aver's earlier unleashed sword energy. Night Maple gently reached out to touch Averil, who was still sobbing in his embrace, and comforted her. There, do not weep any longer. See, your brother is alive and well, is he not?" Observing that Averil continued to cry in his arms, Night Maple cradled her closer and softly remarked, Congratulations on achieving the pinnacle of sword mastery. Please, cease your tears. It would not be fitting to continue weeping." Upon hearing her brother's words, Avril lifted her tear-streaked face from Night Maple's embrace, her cheeks flushed from crying. She clung to him with her small hands and lamented, "Wah! I thought you had perished." Night Foam gazed down at his weeping sister nestled in his embrace, his eyes drawn to the scar from a sword wound that marred his neck. Upon that very scar, beads of fresh blood continued to trickle, staining the already tattered fabric of his chest into a small patch of crimson. Chapter 69. The Blood of Gods and Demons. After Night Maple embraced his sister Avril, he extended a finger to gently trace the injury on Avril's neck. Upon contact, her body shuddered slightly. Night Maple gently addressed Avril, urging her not to move. Upon uttering these words, a thought flickered in Night Maple's mind as he harnessed the powers of the Nine Sun Scripture and the Blood Fruit. A crimson radiance emanated from his hands, restoring Avril's injured neck to its former state. However, due to the severity of the wound inflicted by her sword, despite Night Maple sealing the injury, Avril's complexion turned alarmingly pale, resembling that of parchment, as she had lost an excessive amount of blood. Upon witnessing the situation, Yifeng uttered, "Please wait a moment." With that, he released AI Wei air and approached the precipice's edge. Taking a deep breath, he extended his left hand, and before AI Wei air's bewildered gaze, a droplet of blood, imbued with an extraordinary fragrance, materialized above his palm. AI Wei air, upon seeing this potent droplet of blood emanating from her brother's hand, felt her eyes redden as she was drawn toward him, yearning to consume that singular drop of crimson essence. Upon witnessing the situation, Yifeng extended his left hand and gently tapped on Aver's head. Instantly, Aver regained her senses and, with a look of astonishment, turned to her brother and exclaimed, "Brother, what is this? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to consume it the moment I laid eyes on it?" Night Maple explained to Aver, "This is also one of my abilities. Originally, the essence within his body was scant, and now, having forced out a drop, his body could not help but sway slightly." After uttering these words, a circular pool of blood materialized beneath Night Maple's feet. The blood within him had merely undergone slight refinement through the pool, and after lingering within his body for some time, it transformed into a purer essence. This level of purity was precisely aligned with Night Maple's requirements, as the creatures drawn to his blood were relatively weak. Despite his current frailty, Night Maple had no intention of confronting these beings head-on. With a swift motion of his left hand, he cast the blood into the air, which then plummeted from the cliff into the sea, unrestrained. The blood released an unusual fragrance. Just as the aroma wafted across the ocean's surface, an unknown creature leaped from the depths, soaring towards the droplet of potent blood with its maw agape, eager to consume it. However, before it could reach the blood, another creature surged forth from the sea, moving even more swiftly than the first. In the absence of leverage in midair, the first creature could only watch helplessly as the second overtook it and swallowed the blood. After devouring the essence, the second creature floated serenely on the water's surface, seemingly entranced by the flavor of the blood, oblivious to the fact that an even more enticing scent was emanating from its own body. The first creature, its eyes ablaze with hunger, fixated on the second, driven by primal instincts that warned it of its inferiority. Yet, it was irresistibly drawn to the fragrance exuding from the second creature, leading it to a frenzied assault. It viciously tore into the second creature's flesh, greedily consuming the blood and meat, which in turn caused the first creature to release an alluring aroma of its own. In the vicinity of their violent struggle, a third, fourth, and fifth creature emerged, all succumbing to the intoxicating scents wafting from the battling entities, losing their rationality and joining the fray. Consequently, a multitude of new creatures swarmed into the area, resulting in an increasing number of carcasses littering the battlefield, their blood staining the waters and intensifying the fragrance. The catalyst for this turmoil, Night Maple had discreetly positioned the blood pool beside the battlefield while casting out the blood, harnessing the pool's ability to absorb the blood from the sea. Contemplating the situation, he murmured, "It's nearly time. If this continues, we shall attract even more formidable sea kings." Presently, Night Maple lacked the strength to confront such beings, for his essence and vitality were nearly depleted. Encountering these mightier sea kings could lead to a fatal outcome, which was unacceptable. It was not that Night Maple and Aver were incapable of contending with the Sea Kings, but rather that both bore injuries, rendering them unable to unleash their full potential, and thus, incapable of overcoming the Sea Kings. Night Maple felt a stirring within, wielding the power of the Blood Fruit. In that instant, the frenzied sea creatures, previously clawing and biting at one another with their crimson eyes, fell lifeless. silently drifting upon the ocean's surface. Should one dissect these corpses, they would discover not a single drop of blood within. After the blood pool absorbed the sanguine essence from the seawater, it vanished beneath Night Maple's feet. Ah, it is done. Raising his right hand, Night Maple wiped the sweat from his forehead with his left and addressed Avril. Here, consume this. It will replenish the blood you have lost. Avril stood frozen, utterly astonished by the preceding spectacle. Dazed, he accepted the vial of blood from Night Maple's hand and, without a moment's hesitation, ingested it. Before long, a warm surge of energy arose within Avril, coursing through his body. Wherever this energy flowed, the pain that had plagued him dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of comfort that nearly coaxed a moan from his lips. Furthermore, due to this enigmatic force, he experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation of the 9 true scriptures, ascending to its first tier. A chilling aura emanated from Avril, coiling above his head. This extreme internal energy was formidable enough to rival that of Admiral Ching Kohn's ice-based devil fruit at the Navy headquarters, and it promised to grow even colder upon reaching full mastery. Once Avril reintegrated this energy within himself, his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gazed at his brother, Night Maple. He was astounded by the efficacy of the blood. Not only had his body returned to normalcy, but he had also advanced in his cultivation of the 9 true scriptures, feeling his strength elevate to a new pinnacle. Yifeng was acutely aware of the formidable power of blood, yet witnessing Ai Wei's swift recovery brought him immense joy. The 9 scripture, which she had imparted to him, had also allowed him to break through to the first level. Feeling elated, he relaxed, only to be unable to suppress the weakness that surged within him, causing him to sway unsteadily. Noticing her brother's faltering condition, Ai Wei, disregarding her own shyness, hurried to support Yifeng, allowing him to rest his head on her petite leg while gently massaging his temples. With a tender expression, she gazed at him and said, "Is this truly the extent of your abilities?" Yifeng nodded at Avril and said, "Indeed, the drop of blood I previously used to attract marine creatures, I refer to as the blood of magic. The drop that has been condensed from their blood, I call the blood of the divine." As Yifeng was wounded by Ai Wei's sword energy, he activated his fruit ability once again, appearing even more weakened. However, upon witnessing the pain dissipate from Ai Wei, he couldn't help but smile. Surely, there must be a cost associated with this. Ai Wei gazed at her brother, feeling a deep sense of compassion for him, and was profoundly touched by his actions. Reflecting on the remarkable effects of the previous drop of blood, she surmised that the sacrifice Yifeng made must have been considerable. The cost is not great. It merely consumed a drop of my blood, which is of little consequence, he reassured Ai Wei. Xiaohua observed that everything he did was worthwhile. After all, it was just a drop of blood. At this moment, the difference between having one more or one less was negligible, and he was destined to feel weak regardless. "Why don't you use that method to heal yourself?" Ai Wei asked, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Yifeng, whose frail appearance tugged at her heartstrings. Yifeng shook his head in response, continuing, "It is not permissible. If I were to heal myself, merely this level of blood would be far from sufficient. Moreover, if the divine blood could exert 200% effectiveness on you, it would only manifest 50% effectiveness on me. Ever since I consumed the blood fruit, the blood within me has been altered, and my body, nourished daily by this blood, has gradually developed an immunity to its healing properties. However, my body's recovery capacity is significantly stronger than that of an average person." Upon hearing her brother's words, Ai Wei urged him, "Then you should quickly employ that technique again. It will help your body recover. Indeed, one could say it is also to replenish the blood within me. My injuries have long since healed, but due to the superior quality of my blood, the rate at which my body produces new blood is exceedingly slow, and thus far, not a single drop has been generated." Yifeng let out realizing that the high purity of his essence blood was not entirely a blessing. At least, to achieve complete restoration, one would have to pay a considerable price. Yifeng addressed Aver, saying, "All right, the dawn is approaching. We must hasten our departure." Yifeng harnessed the fleeting strength he had just regained while seated, propelling his sword technique with great speed towards the naval headquarters lodging building. Through the window that Night Maple and Avril had exited, he flew back into the room. Upon his return, Night Maple disregarded everything and immediately threw himself onto the bed. Weakly addressing Avril, who stood on the floor, he said, "Sister, please fetch me something to eat. I intend to sleep here for the entire day unless the world explodes. Otherwise, do not disturb me." Upon hearing her brother's capricious words, Avril felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. However, She quickly remembered the significant sacrifices her brother had made for her today. She replied, "Very well then. When it's time to eat, I will bring the food to you. I shall take my leave now. I will return in the evening." As Avril prepared to depart, Night Maple, still sprawled on the bed, lazily lifted his head, eyes closed, and said to her, "Oh, and do not forget that you have just reached the pinnacle of the swordsman realm, and your practice of the 9 scriptures has also ascended to the first level. Once you return to your room, make sure to devote some time to harmonizing them. After you have mastered them all, I will teach you a sword technique." After Night Maple finished speaking to Avril, he promptly covered his head with a pillow. Within mere seconds, a soft snore emanated from beneath it. Avril, having heard the sound, recalled her brother mentioning he would provide her with a swordsmanship manual and swiftly turned her head, only to discover that he had already succumbed to slumber. The gentle snoring confirmed for Avril that her brother had exerted himself today to elevate his skills to the pinnacle of the swordmaster while also training her. She quietly approached Night Maple's bedside, carefully lifted the blanket that lay nearby, and gently draped it over him. Observing her brother's once lustrous white hair, she noted its current lack of luster, now appearing somewhat worn and weary. As Avril tenderly stroked his hair, a sudden pang of sorrow struck her heart. At that moment, the already sleeping Night Maple murmured from beneath the pillow, "Stop touching my hair and hurry off to old man Garp. Let me rest for a while." Upon hearing her brother's words, Avril released her hold on his hair and replied, "Oh, I'll take my leave now. Rest well." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. Night Maple, feigning sleep, sensed his sister Avril's departure from his room. His complexion paled as he pressed his left hand against his chest and struggled to rise from the bed. However, just as he stood up, a warmth surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the bed beneath him. When Yifeng first arrived at the Navy headquarters, he inadvertently drained Tina's blood due to the uncontrollable powers of the blood fruit aboard the naval vessel. At that moment, Yifeng was left with a mere remnant of his pure inner strength, although he had managed to cultivate a bit upon his return. The devastating loss he suffered when his sister, Ai Wei Air, believing him to be dead, attempted to take her own life, while she survived. The significant loss of blood was irreparable. Night Maple had just harnessed the inner strength he had recently cultivated, creating a drop of divine blood for his sister, Avril, to replenish the blood he had lost during the Blood Night. In doing so, he enabled Avril to utilize her pure innate energy to advance the 9 manual he had just bestowed upon her to its first level. Consequently, Night Maple's innate energy was entirely depleted, leaving him so weakened that he could no longer employ his fruit abilities. Yifeng lay directly on the bed, closing his eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. When Yifeng awoke once more, he opened his eyes to behold the pristine white ceiling and turned to survey his surroundings, realizing he was within a hospital room. As Yifeng slowly awakened, his tightly shut eyes had yet to fully adjust, rendering the world before him a hazy blur. The pungent scent of medicinal solutions wafting through the air quickly jolted him into realization. He must be in a hospital, for only such a place could harbor such a sharp odor. A sudden clatter echoed through the otherwise vacant hospital room, drawing his attention. To his side, he noticed a metal cup that had fallen to the ground, rolling towards the edge of his bed. A fleeting glance upward revealed a delicate, light blue cloak draped before him, accompanied by cascading locks of hair that shimmered like the ocean's depths. Beyond this, Yifeng could discern little else, as the figure stood with her back turned, obscuring her features from view. However, judging by her alluring silhouette, it was evident she was a beauty, though one could not dismiss the possibility of her being a mysterious enchantress. In front of him, Ai, preoccupied with organizing her belongings, turned at the sound behind her, only to discover that the patient in the bed had awakened. Swiftly, she approached the bedside and inquired with concern, "You're awake? Is there any discomfort you're still experiencing?" At that very moment, as Ai turned to face him, Yifeng seized the opportunity to finally behold the visage of the woman who had kept her head lowered. She was indeed striking, a pair of bright, expressive eyes betraying a hint of anxiety, framed by a lovely countenance adorned in a soft purple top and impossibly short shorts. Yifeng heard the girl with sky-blue short hair sit up from the bed, leaning against the wall, and gently say to him, "No, oh, by the way, I have been unconscious for several days." Yet, Night Maple suddenly recalled something and turned to Ein, inquiring, "By the way, what is your name?" Upon hearing Night Maple's question, Ein smiled gently and replied, "You have been in a coma for 6 days. Now that you have regained your health, I am relieved. My name is Ein." Night Maple heard the girl with blue short hair, whom he referred to as Ein, and immediately made a connection to the former Admiral Zephyr, considering her as his beloved granddaughter. Once he realized this, Night Maple introduced himself, saying, "I am Monkey D. Night Maple." Upon hearing this, Ein, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Are you not the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp?" Yufeng nodded at Ein and said, "Indeed." Upon seeing that Yufeng was unharmed, Ein addressed him. "Since you are well, I shall fetch Admiral Garp and your sister to come and see you. Please wait for me here." Chapter 71. The Three Great Sword Masters. Upon hearing this, Ein, filled with excitement after Yifeng mentioned her name, exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the grandson of Admiral Garp?" Yifeng nodded at Ein and said, "Indeed," seeing that Yifeng was no longer in distress. Ein addressed him, "Since you are feeling better, I shall fetch Admiral Garp and your sister so they can see you. She has been quite worried." After uttering these words, she opened the door to the infirmary and hurriedly departed. After running out, Yifeng closed his eyes in Ein, immersing himself in the sensations of transformation within his body. Night Feng sensed that during the week of his unconsciousness, his internal energy had recovered to 70%. And with just another week, he would return to his peak condition. Just as he was preparing to study the blood fruit, the door creaked open. Garp entered alongside Ai Weier. Upon her arrival, Ai Weier spotted her brother Night Feng leaning against the wall, eyes closed in a meditative state. She rushed to him and collapsed onto the bed, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Woo-woo, I am a failure. Hardly aware of whether the sun shines brightly or not, for I have no time. My parents cannot provide me with support, my education is lacking. And I wander alone in the city, seeking a future. I have applied for numerous jobs, yet none have accepted me. Perhaps because no one favors a person who struggles to communicate, who does not engage, and who shows insufficient capability. I have gone 3 days eating merely 2 pieces of bread. Hunger keeps me awake at night. Luckily, I paid a month's rent in advance, allowing me to stay in that dark basement, avoiding the harsh winter winds outside. Finally, I secured a job as a night watchman in a hospital, guarding the morgue. The nights in the hospital are colder than I anticipated. The corridor lights are dim, and I can only see my feet by the faint glow seeping from the rooms. The stench is unbearable, and from time to time, bodies are brought in, and we assist in moving them to the morgue. This is not an ideal job, but it allows me to afford bread, and the quiet hours of the night can be spent studying, as few visit the morgue unless there are bodies to deliver or incinerate. However, I lack the funds to purchase books, and the hope of saving money seems distant. I owe my gratitude to my former colleague. Had he not suddenly resigned, I might not have secured this position. I dream of rotating to daytime shifts, as I now sleep during the day and rise at night, which has left my body somewhat frail, and I occasionally suffer from headaches. One day, a new body arrived. I learned it was my former colleague who had left unexpectedly. Curiosity piqued, I opened the cabinet and quietly unzipped the body bag. The man was elderly, his face a ghastly pale, covered in wrinkles, appearing quite terrifying under the dim light. His hair was sparse and mostly white, and he was completely unclothed. I noticed a strange mark on his chest, dark and bruised, its precise form eluding description due to the darkness. I reached out to touch the mark. It felt unremarkable. Gazing at my former colleague, I pondered whether I would end up like him if I continued down this path. I promised to accompany him to the crematorium the following day, personally ensuring his ashes were interred at the nearest free cemetery, rather than discarded haphazardly by those responsible. This would cost me a morning's sleep, but fortunately, Sunday was approaching, and I could make up for it. After saying this, I secured the body bag and returned it to the cabinet. The light in the room seemed to dim even further. From that day forth, each time I fell asleep, I would dream of a thick fog. I sensed that something was about to happen, an ominous feeling that some unknown entity would come looking for me. Yet no one believed me, thinking that the environment and my work had driven me to the brink of insanity and that I needed to see a doctor. A male patron seated at the bar turned his gaze towards the suddenly silent storyteller and inquired, and then? This man, in his 30s, donned a brown woolen coat and light yellow trousers, his hair slicked flat. Beside him rested a humble, dark round hat. He appeared rather ordinary, much like most in the tavern, with black hair and light blue eyes, neither handsome nor ugly, lacking defining features. The storyteller, a youth of 18 or 19, stood tall and slender, with similarly dark short hair and striking blue eyes that captivated attention. The young man sighed, gazing at his empty glass, and replied, "And then? I resigned and returned to the countryside to boast here with you." As he spoke, a smile broke across his face, tinged with mischief. The male patron looked momentarily taken aback. "Was everything you said just boasting?" "Ha ha." Laughter erupted around the bar. As the laughter subsided, a gaunt middle-aged man addressed the slightly embarrassed patron, saying, "Outsider, you actually believe Lumien's tale? He spins a different story every day. Yesterday, he was a wretch abandoned by his fiancée due to poverty, and today he is a morgue attendant. Yes, claiming he spent 30 years on the east bank of the Serenzo River, then 30 on the west, merely spouting nonsense." Another regular interjected. They were all farmers from the large village of Cordu, clad in black, gray, or brown short jackets. The young man named Lumien, with dark hair, leaned on the bar, slowly rising with a smile. "You see, this is not a story I concocted. It is penned by my sister, who adores storytelling and writes for a serial and a novel magazine." He then turned to the outsider, spreading his hands with a bright smile. "It seems she writes quite well. My apologies for the misunderstanding." The unremarkable man in the brown wool coat was not offended. He stood up and smiled in response. "A most fascinating tale. May I ask your name? Is it not customary to introduce oneself before inquiring about others?" Lumien chuckled. The outsider nodded. "I am Ryan Kos. These two are my companions, Valentine and Leah." He gestured to a man and woman seated beside him. The young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, had yellow hair adorned with a hint of powder. His somewhat small eyes reflected a deeper hue than the blue of lake waters. He donned a white vest, a blue fine woolen coat, and black trousers, clearly having taken great care in his appearance before venturing out. His demeanor was rather aloof, as he scarcely glanced at the surrounding farmers and herdsmen. The woman beside him seemed younger than the two men. Her long, light gray hair was intricately styled into a bun, adorned with a white veil that served as a hat. Her eyes matched the color of her hair, and her gaze towards Lumien was imbued with unreserved amusement, as if she found the recent events merely entertaining. Under the glow of the tavern's gas wall lights, this woman named Leah displayed a charming nose and beautifully curved lips, undeniably a beauty in the rural village of Cordu. She wore a white, form-fitting cashmere dress, complemented by a cream-colored jacket and a pair of mazir boots, each adorned with a small silver bell, which jingled enticingly as she entered the tavern, drawing the attention of many men. To them, this fashion was akin to that of the grand cities of Bigo and Trier. Lumien nodded at the three outsiders. Introducing himself, "I am Lumien Lee. You may call me Lumien." "Lee?" Leah exclaimed. "What is wrong with my surname?" Lumien inquired, curiosity piqued. Ryan Kos explained for Leah, "Your surname strikes fear. I nearly lost control of my voice earlier." Noticing the puzzled expressions of the nearby farmers and herdsmen, he elaborated. "Those who have encountered sailors and merchants know the saying that circulates over the 5 seas. It is better to face pirate generals or even kings than to meet a man named Frank Lee. That fellow also bears the surname Lee. Is he truly that fearsome?" Lumien asked. Ryan shook his head. "I cannot say for certain, but legends such as these are rarely unfounded." He shifted the topic, addressing Lumien. "Thank you for your tale. It deserves a drink. What will you have?" "A glass of green fairy, please," Lumien replied without hesitation, resuming his seat. Ryan frowned slightly. "Green fairy? Absinthe. I feel compelled to remind you that absinthe is harmful to the body. This drink may induce madness and hallucinations." "I never anticipated that the trends of Trier had reached here," Leah chimed in with a smile. "Oh, so the people of Trier also enjoy green fairy," Lumien mused. "Life is already arduous enough. We need not concern ourselves with a little more harm. This drink offers us greater relaxation." "Very well." Ryan returned to his seat, gesturing to the bartender for a glass of green fairy and another of spicy heart. The latter was a renowned fruit liquor. "Why not get me a glass of green fairy too? I was the one who revealed the truth to you, and I can fully disclose this fellow's situation," protested a lean, middle-aged man named Pierre, indignant. "Outsider, I can tell you are still skeptical about the authenticity of that story. Pierre, you would go to any lengths for a free drink," Lumien retorted loudly. Before Ryan could make a decision, Lumien added, "Why can't it be me telling the story? That way, I can enjoy another glass of green fairy." "Because they do not know whether to believe your account," Pierre replied smugly. "Your sister relishes telling the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Those who lie persistently inevitably lose their credibility." "Very well," Lumien shrugged, watching as the bartender slid a pale green drink before him. Ryan looked at him, inquiring, "Is that acceptable?" "No problem. As long as your wallet can cover the cost of these drinks," Lumien replied nonchalantly. "Then another glass of green fairy for me," Ryan nodded. Pierre's face lit up with a smile. "Generous outsider. This fellow is the village's biggest prankster. You should keep your distance. 5 years ago, he was brought back to the village by his sister, Aurora, and has not left since. Consider that he was only 13 then. How could he possibly go to the hospital to be a corpse attendant? The nearest hospital is down the mountain in Darridge. It takes a whole afternoon to reach." "Back to the village?" Leah inquired sharply, tilting her head and producing a tinkling sound. Pierre nodded. He followed Auror, adopting the surname Li. Even his name Lumion was given by her. I've forgotten what he was originally called. Lumion took a sip of absinthe, smiling brightly, seemingly unbothered or ashamed by the revelation of his past. As for the next chapter, Garp, reflecting on the prospect of his granddaughter and grandson becoming formidable swordsmen within a decade, felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. What were the likes of Eagle Eye and the world's greatest swordsmen? They were all destined to be part of the Navy. The era of piracy would soon be a thing of the past, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Garp's sole desire was to present his grandchildren before the old man Sengoku, relishing in the moment and envisioning the irritation it would provoke in Sengoku. The mere thought of his expression brought a smile to Garp's face. However, his amusement was curtailed when he learned from Ivel that her brother, Yefeng, had sustained numerous injuries while assisting him in his ascension and was now resting in his room. Unbeknownst to Garp, Ivel concealed the nature of her brother's devil fruit powers. Upon hearing this, Garp nodded, recognizing the inherent danger. Every time a swordsman advanced, an incredibly sharp sword aura enveloped the surroundings, capable of slaying anyone nearby. Yet, considering Yefeng was also a peak swordsman, he should be fine, right? At that moment, Ivel informed Garp, "My brother Yefeng said that during dinner tonight, you could bring him something." After hearing Ivel's words, Garp nodded in agreement. "All right, let us visit him when we deliver dinner tonight." Garp then continued, "Now, you must accompany me to inform your grandfather Sengoku of this news." Garp led Ivel to Sengoku's office, and as was his custom, he kicked the door open with force. "I wonder what materials this door is made of. It's remarkably sturdy." Having endured numerous kicks without sustaining any damage, the illustrious leader of the office, Sengoku, gazed at his door, and in that moment when it was forcefully thrust open, he instinctively knew who the perpetrator was. Grasping his forehead in irritation, he confronted the tempestuous Garp, exclaiming, "You old scoundrel, how many times must you kick my door?" Garp, unfazed by Sengoku's words, turned to the woman beside him, Ivel, and beckoned, "Come, Vale, take a seat on the sofa." Without hesitation, he led Ivel to the couch. Witnessing this unfold, Sengoku's fury escalated. He seized a stack of documents from his desk and hurled them at Garp, shouting in indignation, "Garp, do you even acknowledge my position as Admiral of the Navy?" Garp, seated comfortably on the sofa, caught the papers thrown by Sengoku, only to toss them back with a hearty laugh, declaring, "Ha ha ha. Sengoku, I've come today to share some splendid news." Perched in his chair, Sengoku's irritation softened upon hearing that Garp had good tidings to share, and he inquired with raised eyebrows, "What is this good news you speak of?" Just as Garp was about to respond, Admiral Tsuru, leaning on her cane, entered the room. Upon her arrival, she did not acknowledge Garp, but instead waved to Ivel, saying, "Vale, come to your grandmother." Ivel rose from the sofa and approached Admiral Tsuru, supporting her arm as she affectionately addressed her, "Grandma." Tsuru, looking at Ivel with tender affection, remarked, "Vale, I heard from Peach Rabbit that you did not return home last night but stayed at your brother's place. How did you sleep?" Ivel nodded, affirming, "Yes, I slept quite well." Tsuru then asked, "And what about your brother?" At this moment, Garp, seated on the sofa, cleared his throat, preparing to divulge the truth. However, upon hearing Garp's cough, Ivel recalled his earlier remarks and her expression shifted momentarily before she quickly responded to Tsuru, "My brother also slept well." She enunciated the last word with great clarity. Nonetheless, the underlying implication did not escape the astute Admiral Tsuru, who looked at her quizzically and asked, "What is it? Did something happen last night?" Finally, Garp interjected with a booming laugh, addressing both Sengoku and Tsuru, "Ha ha ha. Sengoku, little Tsuru, pay attention." After delivering this proclamation, he turned to Ivel, who was still holding on to Tsuru, and encouraged, "Vale, unleash your aura for Sengoku and Grandma Tsuru to behold." Ivel stepped into the center, closed her eyes, and suddenly a formidable sword intent erupted from her, leaving Sengoku and Tsuru wide-eyed in astonishment as they gazed at the small girl. Sengoku, rendered speechless by his surprise, while Tsuru gasped, "Vale, you have also broken through." Ivel nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Grandma Tsuru." Sengoku finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Vale, when did you achieve this breakthrough? I distinctly remember you being at the peak of the swordsman level just yesterday." In a soft voice, Ivel explained to Sengoku, "It was my brother who assisted me in leveling up last night." Both Sengoku and Tsuru reacted with exclamations of disbelief. "Your brother?" Meanwhile, Garp, still lounging on the sofa, chuckled heartily at Sengoku and Tsuru, stating, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, that rascal Yefeng. He sustained quite a few injuries last night while helping Vale achieve the pinnacle of swordsman. He is currently resting in a special ward at the Navy hospital. Haha. Admiral Tsuru turned to Sengoku with a grave tone. It seems the confidentiality of our meeting must be reinforced. We cannot allow this matter to leak. Sengoku, acknowledging Tsuru's words, responded with a solemn expression, absolutely. This information must remain concealed from everyone. The repercussions would be dire. The focus now returns to our protagonists. Yifeng leaned against the hospital bed, gazing at the 5 individuals before him. Aver, the warlord of the Sengoku era, Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the Rabbit of Peach. Yifeng looked at the 5 of them with a helpless expression and said, I assure you, I am truly fine. I can stand up right now and demonstrate it to you. There is no need for you all to stare at me here. I have no intention of running away. Avril stepped forward from the center, her face serious as she addressed her brother. No. Sister Ain has stated that you must remain here lying down for half a month before you can leave. Night Maple heard the words spoken by his sister, Aviel, and secretly thought to himself, you have only known him for a few days, yet you call him brother. The general of the warring states also displayed a concerned expression as he addressed Night Maple, saying, Night Maple, do you realize that if it weren't for the Navy soldier who brought you food, who knocked on your door for half an hour without a response, and upon finally entering found you lying on the bed with a pool of blood beside you, she would not have immediately called the hospital and alerted us? Peach Rabbit also exhibited a worried expression towards Night Maple, remarking, indeed, had she arrived any later, you might have lost your life. At that moment, Major General Crane also expressed his concern, saying to Night Maple, you should heed the doctor's advice and rest here for a fortnight. Yifeng realized that he had been overly careless this time, and he simply nodded at them, saying, all right. I shall heed your advice and rest here for half a month. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and Ain, clad in a nurse's uniform, entered, holding a report in her hands. The results are out, she announced to everyone. Upon hearing this, Garp hastily turned to Ain and inquired, how are the test results? Avril also looked at Ain, anxiously saying, Sister Ain, is my brother Yifeng all right? Sengoku remained silent, his gaze fixed on the report in Ain's hands. Observing the group's anxiety, Ain smiled gently and reassured them, the patient is fine. All the test results are normal. Lying in bed, Yifeng yearned for this very reassurance. And as soon as he heard it, he eagerly asked Ain, can I be discharged today? Ain shook her head and replied, not quite yet. Although your test results are normal, they indicate that you are suffering from severe anemia. Therefore, a blood transfusion is required. I am here to draw blood for testing. Vice Admiral Crane furrowed his brow and said to Ain, severe anemia. What is the cause? As Ain prepared to draw blood, she heard Crane's question and shook her head. Responding, we are unsure. We have conducted 2 rounds of tests, and both indicate severe anemia. Avril and Yifeng understood the implications of Ain's mention of severe anemia. Chapter 73. The Void in the 9th Yang Scripture's 4th layer. During these days, Yifeng lived a life akin to that of an emperor, lying in bed while receiving 2 blood transfusions daily, with the rest of his time spent indulging in rest and care provided by the little girl, Avril. By night, aside from resting, Yifeng focused on cultivating the 5th layer of the 9 Yang Scripture, as he had come to realize that only by reaching the 6th layer could he attain true, ceaseless inner strength. Although Yifeng's current level was the 4th layer of ceaseless energy, allowing him to absorb sunlight to replenish his inner strength, there was a significant drawback. The amount of energy obtained through solar absorption was woefully insufficient to meet his current demands. This was due to the excessive inner strength required for his cultivation techniques. The first technique was the sky flight technique, inspired by the character Jing Tian from the video game Xin Jian Qi Xiaozhuan 3, which required infusing pure inner strength into the sword's body to achieve flight. The second was the blood of demons and gods, wherein Yifeng manipulated the blood fruit to transform the blood within his body, extracting energy from others' blood through a purifying process. If a severely injured person consumed a drop of this blood, it would not only heal their wounds but also enhance their strength, as Yifeng infused his own inner strength into the drop. Similar to what he did for Avril and Tina, the third technique was the demon god body. Although Yifeng had cultivated it to a high level through the divine illumination scripture, he had yet to reach the immortal state of Kaido, necessitating immense inner strength for full mastery. The fourth technique was the storm leg, a creation born from 2 unparalleled martial arts, which Yifeng had also cultivated to a high level through the divine illumination scripture, yet it required substantial inner strength to operate. In summary, all 4 techniques demanded inner strength for their execution. which meant that Yifeng's current fourth layer of inner strength was woefully inadequate to sustain these techniques. At this moment, Yifeng lay on his bed, silently contemplating. I must at least cultivate to the 5th level before I can venture into the new world. As Yifeng contemplated the multitude of tasks awaiting him, he shook his head and remarked, "Never mind, I shall leave those matters aside for now. The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. We can address this issue at a later time." As Yifeng lay in bed, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, prompting him to chuckle softly. Haha. Little Ai-in, just wait for your brother Yifeng to flirt with you. The mere recollection of Ai-in clad in her pristine white nurse's uniform during her recent visit ignited a fervent excitement within him. At last, the dawn of the following day arrived, and true to his routine, Yifeng rose early, reclining against the headboard in anticipation of Ai-in's arrival to administer his four. Indeed, Ai-in arrived promptly, and upon entering the ward, she found Yifeng sprawled across the bed, wearing an expression that suggested he was awaiting someone special. Yifeng sensed Ai-in's arrival and immediately opened his eyes. Looking at Ai-in with an expression of impatience, he exclaimed, "Do I really have to stay here for a few more days?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ai-in placed the medical instruments she held onto a small table beside her. Addressing Yifeng, who lay in bed, she replied, "You must remain here for a full 2 weeks before you can leave. This is a special instruction from General He and Marshal Zhanghua." After listening to Ain's words, Yifeng responded, "Very well, but could you fetch my sword for me? It is with my sister, Avel." Nodded to Yifeng and replied, "That is certainly no problem. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it for you." With a decisive demeanor, Ain swiftly administered a blood transfusion to Yifeng before opening the door and stepping outside. At the moment when Ai-in departed, Yifeng abruptly rose from his sickbed, extending his left hand to grasp the bag of plasma that hung from the clothes rack. His gaze crimson. He unscrewed the cap of the plasma bottle and drank it directly. Chapter 74. Flirting with Ai-in. Thus, Yifeng consumed the entire bottle of plasma. Only after drinking did the red glow in his eyes gradually dissipate. Once his vision returned to normal, he meticulously recapped the plasma bottle and hung it back on the rack. When Ai-in re-entered the room, she glanced at the plasma bottle hanging from the rack and exclaimed in astonishment, "How could it be empty so soon? I distinctly remember it being full when I arrived." After a moment, her gaze shifted to Yifeng, who lay on the bed, scrutinizing him for any clues. At that moment, Yifeng, feigning sleep, opened his eyes and addressed Ai-in, "You have arrived? How is it? Have you brought my sword?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ai-in looked at him lying on the bed and gently replied, "Yifeng, your sister mentioned that she needed to speak with you. She will personally deliver the message shortly." Yifeng heard Ai-in mention that his sister was coming. He nodded in response and said, "Very well. Let her bring it to me when she arrives." Night Maple, recalling something, addressed Ain. "Ain." Just as Ain was preparing to hang a bag of plasma for Night Maple, she heard him calling her. Turning her head, she looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is it? Is something the matter?" Yifeng gazed intently at Ain and inquired, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Ain, initially thinking that Yifeng was calling her for some matter, soon realized he was asking about her relationship status. She responded to him with a casual, "No." Yifeng heard this and, noticing Ai-in's lack of awareness about her own charm, promptly asked her, "What do you think of me?" Upon realizing that Yifeng was confessing his feelings, Ai-in felt a sudden rush of shyness. She couldn't help but reflect that this was the first time she had ever received such a confession. Blushing, she stammered in response, You are? Well, I suppose." Upon witnessing such an expression on Ain's face and hearing her utter those words, Yifeng's heart was resolute. This was undoubtedly a promising development. Yifeng quickly said to Ain, "If that is the case, then I shall be your boyfriend from now on." Upon hearing these words, Ain finally reacted, stammering as she replied, I haven't agreed to that yet." Night Feng said to Ai-in, "But you just agreed." Seeing Night Feng's expression, Ai-in hurriedly explained, "I merely said it was fine. I never actually agreed to anything." Yifeng reclined on the bed, gazing at Ai-in, shaking his head with an expression of helplessness as he declared, "I'm not concerned about that. From this moment forth, I shall be your boyfriend." Upon hearing Yifeng's words and witnessing his audacity, Ai-in retorted, "How can one act in such a manner? We have just met, and yet you presume to be my boyfriend without my consent." Yifeng, upon hearing Ain's words, addressed her, "So? Does this mean you are in agreement?" As Yifeng seized the moment before Ain could utter a word, he hastily addressed her, "Now that you are my girlfriend, I must embody the role of a boyfriend." Upon finishing this declaration, he reached into his trousers and retrieved something. Here, this is a token of our first meeting, bestowed upon you by me as your boyfriend. With the surge of blood revitalizing him, Yifeng felt less frail, extending his hand. A single drop of translucent blood materialized above his palm. What is this, Yifeng? An inquired. Her gaze fixed upon the exquisite crimson bead that had transformed into a necklace in Yifeng's hand. This is a remarkable treasure. It possesses the ability to mend your internal injuries when you are gravely wounded. This drop of blood was the sole essence of Yifeng's being. And as long as Ein did not suffer a fatal wound, this precious blood would suffice to heal her. You should keep it. I have no need for it at the moment. Upon hearing its curative properties, Ein urged Yifeng to consume it. This does not significantly benefit my current state. Once I have regained my strength, I can procure as many of these as I desire, and even superior alternatives. Yifeng's injuries had long since healed, and his present frailty stemmed from a substantial lack of blood. Ein, resolutely gazing at Yifeng, declared, "No, I cannot accept such a valuable gift without giving something in return." Night Feng heard the words spoken by Ein and immediately descended from his bed. Clad in a hospital gown, he approached Ein and draped a necklace around her neck, and after fastening it, he said, "Consider this necklace a token of appreciation for your care during my convalescence." Ein stood there, momentarily stunned as she observed Night Feng. She stepped down from the bed and placed the necklace around her own neck, only then processing his words. Realizing the implication, she hastily declined, saying, "No. This is truly inappropriate. I came here to serve as a nurse, not to receive gifts." As Yifeng observed a Yin's intention to return the necklace crafted from his own blood, a thought flickered in his mind. The necklace adorning a Yin's neck transformed into a drop of blood and swiftly penetrated her body. When Yin removed the blood necklace, intending to return it to Yifeng, she discovered that the pendant had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a red string in her hand. Witnessing this scene, Yin found herself at a loss for words, initially believing she had inadvertently damaged it. Yifeng hurriedly addressed Yin, saying, Yin, there is no need for you to worry. This necklace is a treasured heirloom of my family, handed down to me by my grandfather on his deathbed. He entrusted me with the task of passing it on to my future daughter-in-law. It seems that fate has intertwined our paths. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yin's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 75. A sudden kiss. Yifeng hastily addressed Yin, saying, Yin, there is no need for you to worry. This necklace is a treasured heirloom of my family, entrusted to me by my grandfather on his deathbed, with the instruction that I should pass it on to my future daughter-in-law. It seems there is a connection between you and this heirloom. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yin's lips twitched slightly, and her handsome face flushed with confusion as she responded, why would it be connected to me? Yifeng, having heard Yin's words, reached out and grasped her icy little hand, speaking to her with profound affection. Once, a sincere love was laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only when I lost it did I come to regret it deeply. There is no greater sorrow in this world than this. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would say 3 words to that girl: I love you. If I must place a time limit on this love, I would wish for it to last 1,000 years. Upon hearing these heartfelt declarations from Yifeng, Yin stood there, utterly stunned. After Night Maple recited these romantic lines, he turned to observe the expression on Ein's face and found her in a state of astonishment. Internally, he mused, indeed, this timeless line, cherished for millennia, was something Night Maple had painstakingly memorized in his previous life in order to win the heart of the girl he adored. Yet, he had never confessed his feelings to her before being transported to this realm. Now, at long last, he could put it to good use. Yifeng drew Ein into his embrace, disregarding everything else. Their lips met with an electrifying intensity, the coldness of their mouths colliding and sending shivers through their bodies. Throughout both their past and present lives, Yifeng had held hands with girls only a handful of times, let alone engaged in such an intimate act as kissing, which had always remained a figment of his imagination. On a whim, he pressed his lips against hers. The icy softness of her delicate mouth was unexpectedly inviting, and the warm breath that escaped her nostrils caressed his face. The kiss took Ein by surprise, leaving her momentarily stunned. As the sensations coursed through her body like an electric current, she yearned to speak, but her lips were firmly sealed by Yifeng's, resulting only in muffled sounds of protest as her fists pounded against his back, hoping he would release her. With a swift and unanticipated motion, Yifeng's tongue invaded her mouth, dancing with her own, savoring the sweet, moist essence they shared, an intoxicating flavor that ensnared her senses. This sudden kiss felt like a tempest, overwhelming and disorienting. Yifeng's tongue glided smoothly against Ain's, rendering her mind blank, her body instinctively responding to his movements. Her eyes glazed over, and a flush of crimson spread across her alabaster skin, making her all the more enchanting as heavy breaths escaped her lips. As Ain regained her composure and beheld the proximity of Yifeng, his probing tongue still lingering within her mouth, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. In a moment of instinctive reaction, she bit down hard, eliciting a sharp cry as the intruding sensation finally withdrew, leaving a metallic taste in her mouth. Releasing her grip on Yifeng, an unforeseen surge of strength propelled her to push him away forcefully. Coming to his senses, Yifeng was met with the sound of muffled sobs emanating from Ain, who had retreated to the bed, curled up with her arms wrapped around her knees. Her azure hair cascading around her like a veil. She appeared a sorrowful figure, resembling a lonely girl tucked away in a corner, emanating a profound sense of desolation and heartbreak. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Yifeng prepared to apologize to Ain, but before he could utter a word, she stood abruptly, ceasing her tears. She lifted her head, wiping away the remnants of her sorrowful display. Her expression devoid of emotion as she moved towards the bedside without sparing him a glance. "Mr. Yifeng," she stated coldly. "Considering the reputation of Admiral Garp and your sister, Avril, I shall overlook what just transpired. I trust you will forget today's events." With that, she turned away and opened the door to the ward, only to find Avril standing at the entrance, sword in hand. Upon seeing Avril, Ain remained silent, choosing instead to exit without another word. As Yifeng gazed at Ain and prepared to pursue her, he encountered Ai Wei'er, who stood at the doorway clutching a sword. Ai Wei'er, wielding his brother's Yuanhong's sword, was about to open the hospital room door when it swung open of its own accord, revealing Ain, her eyes swollen with tears as she emerged from within. Ai Wei'er stepped into the room, sword in hand, and was about to speak when he caught sight of his brother Yifeng, clad in a hospital gown and standing with an 4-drip attached to his left hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Ai Wei'er tossed his brother's Yuanhong sword aside, placed his hands on his hips, and reproachfully addressed Yifeng, exclaiming, "Brother, what were you just doing? Did you bully Sister Ain?" Upon witnessing Avril, Yifeng was taken aback as she carelessly discarded her beloved sword onto the ground. In a swift motion, he reached out, drawing the Yuanhong sword toward him, and cast a somewhat guilty glance at Avril, shaking his head as he exclaimed, "No, no, how could I possibly bully her?" Avril, observing her brother's evasive demeanor, fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "Then why is it that Sister Ain left in tears?" Night Maple hurriedly returned to the bed, glancing to the left and then to the right, yet failing to catch sight of anything. He replied, "How could I possibly know?" Avril, still unconvinced, gazed intently at Night Maple and urged, "I am certain you know. Please tell me quickly." Yifeng gazed at his sister, Avril, who had turned her head towards him. Raising an eyebrow, he brushed aside the white strands of hair atop his head and confidently declared to Avril, "Very well, since you have nearly deduced the truth, I shall reveal it to you. The reality of the matter is." Chapter 76. Another drop of blood. Yifeng gazed at his sister Avril, who had turned her head towards him, her white hair cascading gracefully. With an air of confidence, he declared, "The truth of the matter is, you were so overwhelmed by my handsomeness that you were brought to tears." Avril had anticipated her brother would say something profound, yet she was met with this rather absurd assertion. Fortunately, she was well aware of her brother's personality, otherwise she might have lost her dinner from the previous night. Avril had grown weary of this line of questioning, uncertain of what her brother might say next. Perhaps it would be better to inquire directly with Sister Ain later. Thus, she chose to dismiss the topic, gently touching her forehead and saying, "Never mind, I will ask Sister Ain later." Suddenly recalling something, she turned to her brother with a stern expression and asked, "By the way, why were you standing on the floor when I entered? Did not the doctor advise you against getting out of bed?" Yifeng scratched his head and stammered to Avril, I just dropped something, and I need to go down to retrieve it." Nightfong turned to Avril and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Could you please close the hospital room door? I have something to discuss with you." Just as Avril was about to speak, he heard his brother mention that he had something to say to him. After turning around to close the door to the room, he sat on Nightfang's hospital bed and inquired, "What is it that you need to discuss?" Night Maple addressed Avril, inquiring, "How has your training been these past few days? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Upon hearing his brother's words, Avril replied, "As of now, I have faced no issues, only." Yifeng heard what Avril said to her. "What do you mean?" Avril replied, "Brother, what exactly is it that you have me cultivating? I have only practiced for 3 days, yet I feel that my strength has significantly increased. If you hadn't told me a few days ago to conceal my abilities, I believe I could already match Sister Taotu in a duel. Knight Maple heard his sister's words and nodded solemnly. He spoke to her with a depth of meaning. This is something you need not concern yourself with. You must remember this. Never reveal your true strength in front of anyone. If others demand that you showcase your abilities, simply demonstrate your swordsmanship. Averill understood that her brother's advice came from a place of care. She nodded in agreement and replied, "Yes, I understand." Then she added, "By the way, brother, grandfather mentioned that once you are well, he wishes for you to undertake a certain task." Yifeng heard his sister's words and replied to her, "What could that old man possibly be up to?" Ai Weier shook her head in response to Yifeng and said, "I'm not certain either. Grandpa did not disclose anything to me." Yifeng said, "Very well, I shall seek him out once I am prepared." Yifeng turned to Aver and said, "By the way, this is for you." Upon finishing his sentence, he extended his right hand, and a single drop of vibrant red blood floated delicately from his fingertip. This blood drop was extracted from the vial of plasma he had just consumed, although it paled in comparison to the one he had given to Ai. Its healing properties were by no means inferior. Yifeng directly let that drop of blood drift above Aver's head. Originally, Yifeng's hands, tinged with crimson, turned significantly paler after expelling that single drop of blood. Observing this, Aver inquired of her brother, "Brother, what is this?" Chapter 77. A brother's love. As Aver watched the drop of blood from her brother enter her body, she turned to him and asked, "Brother, what is this?" Knight Maple lay upon the hospital bed, devoid of the vibrant vitality he had displayed moments before. Instead, he appeared frail as he explained to Aver, "This is a drop of my blood. As long as you are not dead, no matter how grave your injuries may be, this single drop can mend any damage to your body." Upon hearing this, Aver was reminded of his own ascension, during which it was precisely this drop of blood that enabled him to successfully reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, he quickly recalled that it was his brother who had sacrificed this same essence to aid his advancement. Now, he was offering yet another drop. Aver hastily turned his gaze toward Knight Maple on the bed, noting that his brother's countenance remained much the same as when he had fainted, ashen and pale, his lips even more so. A deep understanding settled within him. This was the cause of his brother's severe anemia. With a heart full of concern, Aver gazed at Knight Maple and implored, "Brother, why have you given me another drop? Why must you subject yourself to such a state?" As Yifeng beheld his sister Aviel, he felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Weakly, he extended his pale right hand to gently caress the top of her head. Speaking softly, "You are my sister, my dearest kin in this world, alongside uncle and our current grandpa Cap. I cannot allow any harm to befall you. The thought of losing you terrifies me. Therefore, everything I do for you is merely my duty." Upon hearing her brother Yifeng's heartfelt words, Aviel reached up with her small hands to grasp his larger one resting on her head, pressing it against her tiny face, her eyes brimming with tears. She looked up at Yifeng and declared, "Brother, I have grown. I possess the strength to protect myself now, so you need not worry any longer. You have already done more for me than I could ever repay in this lifetime." Yifeng reached out and gently tousled Avel's hair, a smile gracing his face as he remarked with a touch of nostalgia, "Indeed, in just a few years, my dear Viel will have grown up and no longer require my care." With a serious tone, Yifeng addressed Ai Weier, saying, "You must remember my words. If anyone bullies you outside, stand your ground and fight if you can. If not, return to me and tell me, and I shall seek revenge on your behalf. Always remember, never act recklessly. Your life is precious, and in this world, trust is not easily given. You can never truly know what someone is contemplating in the next moment. They may betray you or stab you in the back. The knife that strikes from behind is always the coldest and the most painful. You must always bear this in mind. In this world, I am the only one who will not deceive you. Do you understand?" After listening to her brother's earnest words, Ai Weier recognized that he was looking out for her. She solemnly nodded and replied, "Yes, I will remember, brother." Knight Maple lay upon the hospital bed, addressing Aver with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Enough. I wish to rest for a while. Please go and summon Ain for me, and kindly inform him to bring along an extra 2 bottles of plasma." After uttering these words, he turned to Aver and added, And upon your return, do not forget to diligently practice the 9 manual I entrusted to you, understand?" Aver nodded in response, affirming, "I understand. I will devote myself to my training. Now, I shall go and fetch Sister Ain for you." With that, Aver opened the door to the room and stepped outside. Once Aver had departed, Knight Maple feeling a slight dizziness, succumbed to slumber. When he next awoke, he sensed a loss of feeling in one of his arms and quickly glanced down, only to behold a familiar figure before him. There, beside his bed, lay a cascade of long, ocean blue curls, indicating that she had likely fallen asleep. Night Maple beheld Ayn, slumbering peacefully in that spot. He reached out, gently caressing Ayn's sky-blue hair. The tender touch of Night Maple stirred Ayn from his dreams. Sensing a presence, Ayn lifted his head and gazed ahead, only to find Night Maple turned sideways, observing him with an expression that seemed to spark a distant memory. His face suddenly flushed with color. Ayn addressed Night Maple, stammering, When did you wake up? Yifeng withdrew his hand from Ain's head, offering her a smile as he remarked, I have just awakened. The atmosphere around them suddenly turned frigid. At that moment, lying in bed, Yifeng suddenly called out to Ain. Ain. Upon hearing her name, Ain's cheeks flushed crimson, and she replied timidly, what is it? Is there something you need? Yifeng turned to Ain and earnestly declared, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Ain recalled the last time she had been forcefully kissed by him. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She responded, You mustn't think so. I won't agree. I have yet to forgive you for what happened last time. Yifeng was aware of Ain's lingering thoughts about their previous encounter. He spoke earnestly, I apologize. My actions last time were rather impulsive. I assure you, there will not be a next time. Then, with a serious demeanor, he implored, Could you grant me another chance? Allow me to make amends. Ain, observing Yifeng's earnest expression, secretly mused to herself, Though you possess a certain charm, I am not so easily won over. The memory of your audacious kiss still lingers, and now, at last, I have the opportunity for revenge. Ha. Chapter 78. Acceptance. Ain reflected on Yifeng's earnest demeanor, thinking, While you may be somewhat handsome, I am not so easily pursued. The memory of your forceful kiss remains fresh in my mind, and now I finally have the chance to retaliate. Ha. As Night Maple observed Ain, who had remained silent for quite some time, he couldn't help but assume that she was still upset with him, leading to his failed confession. Just as he was about to inquire about his condition, he heard her speak. Sitting on a small stool, Ain addressed Night Maple with a serious expression, declaring, I am not one to harbor petty grievances, thus I have decided to grant you another opportunity to redeem yourself. Should you impress me, I may elevate you to the status of my boyfriend. However, should you fail to meet my expectations or provoke my ire, well, you comprehend the implications. Yifeng could hardly believe his ears upon hearing Ain's words. With excitement, he exclaimed, What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Ain, gazing seriously at Yifeng, articulated each word with precision. I have decided to grant you another chance. Let you atonement. Do you understand clearly? This time, Yifeng comprehended perfectly. His heart raced with exhilaration as he realized that what was initially intended as mere amusement had unexpectedly blossomed into success. Ha. In his fervor, Yifeng seized the moment while Ain was still processing her words, pulling her into his embrace and planting a kiss upon her lips. However, this time, Yifeng's actions remained respectful. He merely drew Ain closer, kissed her, and then released her. Once freed, Ain finally grasped the situation and quickly retreated to a distance. Her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe shrimp, as she bit her lip, her right hand trembling as she pointed accusingly at him. In her mind, she furiously thought about how this scoundrel had dared to kiss her again. She shouted at him, You scoundrel! Didn't I just tell you? Do not kiss me without my consent. Yifeng heard what Ain said and looked perplexed as he replied, Really? Have you ever mentioned this? I had no idea. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ain responded, Well then, from this moment on, do not kiss or embrace me without my consent. Do you understand now? Yifeng nodded towards Ain and said, Oh, I understand. My esteemed wife. Upon hearing Yifeng address her, Ain, with a face full of fury, retorted, Get lost. I have yet to agree to you being my boyfriend. Do not call me esteemed wife again. Do you comprehend? Yifeng nodded at Ain and said, Understood. My dear wife. Ain had already succumbed to despair. Exhausted, she turned to Yifeng and said, Forget about that matter. Let us discuss your condition instead. Night Maple ceased his restless antics and turned to Ain, inquiring, When will my ailment finally be resolved? Ain shook her head and replied, I am uncertain. However, the medical report indicates that you are suffering from severe anemia. With a serious demeanor, she gazed earnestly at Night Maple and continued, Just moments ago, it was revealed that your body possesses less than 1/3 of the necessary blood volume. Fortunately, our naval headquarters has an ample blood supply. or else your condition could have become perilous. Yet, Ein's tone softened as she added, I am genuinely curious as to why your body has suddenly experienced such profound anemia, and not just once, but twice. As Night Maple pondered how to elucidate this to Ein, the door to the infirmary was abruptly swung open by Garp, striding in with exuberance. Garp let out a hearty laugh as he addressed the bedridden Night Maple. Ha ha ha. What on earth is going on with you? Why are you perpetually ill? Logically, your peak swordsman physique should be resilient. Upon receiving a piercing gaze from Garp, Yifeng nearly tumbled from his bed. Wasn't Garp's statement essentially an admission of his own frailty? With a countenance full of indignation, Yifeng exclaimed loudly, Get lost. I am only 12 years old. Garp, upon hearing Yifeng's outburst, responded not with anger but with laughter, saying, Ha ha ha. Then why, my young friend, do you find yourself in the hospital so frequently? Yifeng remarked, Do you think I desire this? Ein, standing beside them, was taken aback by the tone of their conversation. She secretly pondered whether they were truly related. With a worried expression, she said to the two of them, Your bond is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Ein's words, Yifeng suddenly realized something. With a joyful expression, he turned to Garp and exclaimed, Hey, old man, this is your future daughter-in-law. After saying this, he climbed out of bed and took Ein's hand, then addressed Garp again. What do you think? Garp, upon hearing Yifeng's proclamation, widened his eyes in astonishment as he glanced between the two individuals beside the sickbed. After a moment of looking back and forth, he exclaimed in disbelief, You rascal. When did you manage to win her over? I recall you just arrived at the Navy headquarters. Prior to this, it was impossible for you to have known Ein. With a calm demeanor, Yifeng spoke softly to Garp, saying, Just now. Upon hearing those words, Garp's astonishment deepened, and he exclaimed loudly to Yifeng, What did you say? Just now. You managed to win her over? That is impossible. Night Maple gazed at Garp, his expression one of disbelief. Just as he prepared to speak, he was nudged by Ein. With a blush adorning his face, Night Maple stammered, Who is your wife? Don't listen to his nonsense. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Garp, a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, observed Ein's demeanor and was nearly convinced that Night Maple had successfully won her over. Whether or not she was his wife was merely a matter of time. However, what truly struck him was the realization that Night Maple had only known Ein for a few days before capturing her heart. With a serious tone, Garp addressed Night Maple, saying, Since you have indeed won over Ein, the jewel cherished by Zifa as if she were his own daughter, you are truly worthy of being my grandson. Haha. But, Garp's tone shifted as he continued earnestly, Now that you have captured her heart, you must take responsibility. If you dare to mistreat her, I will be the first to confront you. After listening to Garp's words, Yifeng solemnly addressed him. That is absolutely necessary. Upon hearing Yifeng's response, Garp nodded in agreement and remarked, In that case, I shall step out and inform Zifa about this matter via telephone. Casting a glance at the blushing Ein and Yifeng, a triumphant smile spread across his face as he added, I am quite eager to witness Zifa's expression when he discovers that his beloved jewel has been pursued by another. Haraha. With that, Garp swiftly opened the door and exited. Once Garp had left, Yifeng turned to Ein, whose face was flushed and warm to the touch. He took her hand once more and gazed into her eyes with sincerity, asking, Do you wish to? Ein, hearing Yifeng's question, lifted her gaze to the heavens at a 45-degree angle, her expression one of desolation, and replied, Do I have a choice at this moment? After hearing Ein's words, Yifeng immediately embraced her, planting a joyous kiss on her exquisite and delicate face. With a gleeful expression, he said, I'll stamp my approval first to prevent you from running away again. Haha. Meanwhile, Garp returned to his office and picked up the transponder snail resting on his desk, dialing a familiar number. On the other end, Zifa had received an order from Admiral Sengoku to apprehend a group of pirates in the New World. After a week's effort, Zifa successfully captured the pirates and was preparing to return to the Navy headquarters. Seated leisurely on his warship, Zifa was about to doze off when a series of knocks interrupted him. Awakened by the noise, he called out, Come in. Upon hearing Zifa's invitation, a man dressed in a suit with a Navy coat entered, saluting Zifa while reporting, Admiral Zifa, you have a call. Upon realizing it was Garp on the line, Zifa instructed his aide to leave. After the aide exited, Zifa opened the transponder snail and spoke into it. Hello. Garp, what do you need? Garp erupted into laughter on the other end. Haha. Zifa, I have some news for you. Guess what? Zifa, intrigued yet skeptical, replied, What good news could you possibly have? Are you finally returning the 5,000 berries you borrowed last time? Garp chuckled awkwardly at the reminder of his debt and said, "Not that. Take another guess." Growing impatient, Zephyr snapped, "Garp, are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'm hanging up." Realizing Zephyr's rising anger, Garp quickly reassured him, "All right, I'll tell you, but promise not to get too worked up." Taking a deep breath, Garp delivered the shocking news. "Ein has a boyfriend now." After uttering those words, Garp decisively tossed the transponder snail onto the table. An enraged voice erupted from the device. "Garp, what did you just say? Repeat that." Chapter 80. The wrath of Zephyr. Hearing the silence from the other end, Zephyr nearly crushed the transponder snail in his grip. Fortunately, he retained a sliver of composure and shouted, "Garp, Garp, are you there? Make a sound if you are." At that moment, Garp was doubled over with laughter at his desk, unable to contain himself. He called out, "Haha, Zephyr, I told you not to get worked up." Seeing Garp's jubilant face on the transponder snail, Zephyr fought the urge to smash it. However, the thought of someone taking his beloved Ein, whom he had cared for like a daughter for so many years, ignited a furious flame within him. He was eager to fly back to the Navy headquarters and confront the scoundrel who had stolen his precious gem while he was away. Through the transponder snail, Zephyr bellowed, "Garp, tell me who this scoundrel is who has deceived my daughter. When I return, I'll turn him into minced meat and feed him to the fish. Just tell me who it is." Sensing Zephyr's fury, Garp hesitated, feeling a bit guilty. Zephyr, listen, let us not get angry. We can talk this out. Can't we?" Zephyr, still seething, replied, "Fine. Just tell me who he is." At that moment, all Zephyr could think about was discovering who had taken Ein from him. Garp, sensing Zephyr's anger had lessened, responded, "Well, it's my grandson." Zephyr was taken aback, his grip on the transponder snail slackening as it fell to the ground. After a moment of silence, Garp checked in. "Hello? Zephyr, are you there?" Just as Garp was about to hang up, Zephyr's voice burst forth, filled with indignation. "Garp, am I being punished for something in my past life? Why does your family keep meddling with me? First the elder, now the younger. What do you all want?" With that, Zephyr angrily terminated the call. Although Zephyr had seen Garp's sister, Aver, a few times at the Navy headquarters and found her quite charming, he had never met her brother, Yifeng. He recalled Garp mentioning that his grandson would be at the Navy headquarters in the coming days, which meant he had just missed him by a day. It had only been a few days since he had left, and now his precious Ein had been taken. At this moment, Zephyr's only hope was that Garp was merely jesting. Chapter 81. The Enigma of the Sword Path. After hanging up the transponder snail, Zephyr's sole thought was to return to the Navy headquarters and ascertain the truth. The realization that Ein, whom he regarded as his own daughter, was only 13 and already had a boyfriend, filled him with a mix of disbelief and fury. His cherished girl had been taken away just days after leaving the Navy headquarters, and it was Garp's grandson who had done it. The saying that daughters are their father's little lovers from a past life rang true now more than ever. Zephyr shouted towards the door, "Someone come." Standing outside the door, Vice Admiral Zephyr heard voices from within and knocked, announcing, "Report." Seated in his office chair, Zephyr bellowed, "Come in at once." Upon entering, the Vice Admiral addressed him, "Report." "Admiral Zephyr, what is the matter?" Zephyr, massaging his temples, suppressed his rising anger and slowly replied through gritted teeth, "How many more days until we return to Marineford?" The Vice Admiral, having served alongside Zephyr for many years, was acutely aware of his temper and felt a sense of unease regarding the cause of his superior's discontent. What could have incited such ire in the usually composed Admiral? If only the Vice Admiral knew that the person Zephyr regarded as a daughter, Ein, had been courted by none other than the grandson of Monkey D. Garp, a notorious figure in the Navy, whose reputation for mischief was well documented throughout Marine headquarters and beyond. As Zephyr remained silent, his frustration mounted, and he demanded, "Speak up. How many days until we reach the Navy headquarters?" The Vice Admiral, startled by Zephyr's thunderous voice, timidly responded, We have 4 days remaining until we return to Marine headquarters." Upon hearing this, Zephyr leaned back in his chair, tilting his head towards the ceiling with a sardonic grin, murmuring, "For more days, is it? Were it not for this pirate being personally targeted by Admiral Sengoku's orders, I would have already soared back to headquarters using the moonwalk technique right after my call with Garp." The Vice Admiral, sweating profusely, contemplated the gravity of the situation. What could have transpired to incite such fury in Admiral Zephyr? Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters hospital in Marineford, Night Maple was relishing moments of familial bliss. Since Aver announced her intent to enter seclusion, no one had brought Night Maple any delectable meals, leaving him to subsist on the bland offerings of the hospital cafeteria. However, Night Maple found himself unbothered by this. as Ayn had taken it upon herself to deliver meals daily ever since he won her affection. Aside from practicing his swordsmanship, he occasionally seized the opportunity to indulge in playful banter with Ayn. Yet, their playful interactions always halted at the brink of intimacy. Primarily due to their youthful innocence and the lingering awareness of the cultural norms regarding their age, he was acutely aware that engaging in such actions before adulthood could lead to complications in the future. Now, having taken full advantage of the intimacy he could share with Ayn, he found himself halted at the final threshold, unable to proceed. After 3 days of medical transfusions and care, Night Maple's body had finally regained its lost vitality. In the early morning, after being discharged from the hospital, Yifeng greeted Ayn and proceeded directly to the office of Marshal Zhanghua. Upon noticing Yifeng's arrival, the diligent marshal inquired, "How is your health?" Yifeng gazed at the commander of the warring states and replied, "My body has already regained its strength." After Night Maple uttered these words, he turned to Sengoku and inquired, "May I ask who possesses the most formidable swordsmanship within our Navy headquarters? I have several questions to pose." Sengoku, taken aback by Night Maple's inquiry, quickly realized that no matter how brilliant a genius may be, it is impossible for one to possess knowledge of everything. Contemplating the future of the Navy, which would boast 3 Grand Swordmasters, he proceeded to share his knowledge with Night Maple. Recounting the sword experts he was aware of, among our Navy's swordsmanship experts are Rear Admiral Mongoose, Rear Admiral Bastille, Rear Admiral Spider Demon, and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. These individuals are all highly skilled swordsmen within our Navy headquarters, and there is even Admiral Kizaru. You may consider inquiring with them. After listening to the words of Admiral Sengoku, Yifeng's mind became exceedingly clear, especially regarding the names of the sword masters he mentioned. These individuals were primarily seasoned vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, each renowned for their swordsmanship, possessing abilities akin to that of sword saints, save for a select few. For instance, Vice Admiral Mamasuk boasts the prowess of a sword master at its peak, destined to become a formidable swordsman in the future. Furthermore, Admiral Kazara stands as a true sword master in his own right. Observing Yifeng's contemplative silence following his remarks, Admiral Sengoku inquired if he required assistance in contacting them. However, he then recalled certain constraints and added, "At present, I can only facilitate communication with a few individuals, as most of these vice admirals are engaged in various missions. Even Vice Admiral Mamasuk will not be returning anytime soon. Currently, the only ones present at our Navy headquarters are Vice Admiral Toad, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, and the esteemed Admiral Kizaru." After listening to the names mentioned by the speaker, Yifeng quietly contemplated the figure of Vice Admiral Mole, recalling the climactic war he witnessed while immersed in One Piece. It was during this time that Fleet Admiral Sengoku convened one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And when he summoned the Empress Boa Hancock, she had once effortlessly cleaved a colossal sea king in twain with a single stroke of her sword. Her strength must surely be at the intermediate level of a swordsman. As for Vice Admiral Spider, although Yifeng only knew him to be one of the 5 formidable admirals under the Marines' demon-slaying edict, his prowess should not be underestimated. He likely also falls within the intermediate swordsman tier. Lastly, there is Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, who, as far as Yifeng was aware, had once single-handedly vanquished all 12 of the supernovas while in the Sabay archipelago, without even needing to engage in direct combat. Moreover, Kizaru wields the legendary weapon, the Amaterasu, a divine sword capable of summoning blades of light, whose formidable appearance and immense power are unmatched, as only Kizaru possesses the skill to wield it. He has previously faced off against Admiral Zephyr and the Dark King Rayleigh without losing his footing, showcasing an unparalleled level of strength. After completing his comparisons, Yifeng turned earnestly towards the Marshal of the Warring States and inquired, "Could you assist me in contacting Admiral Kizaru?" Chapter 82, The Misfortunes of Kizaru. After a thorough comparison, Yifeng turned to Admiral Sengoku with a serious expression and inquired, "Could you assist me in contacting Admiral Kizaru?" Upon hearing this request, Sengoku was delighted by Yifeng's ambition and promptly replied, "Certainly. I shall reach out to Kizaru at once." With that, Sengoku rose from his seat and picked up the transponder snail on his desk, dialing the number. The 4th floor of the naval headquarters was designated as the Office of the Admirals, a decision made during the construction of the headquarters to ensure that any urgent communications from the Fleet Admiral would be prioritized for this level. Meanwhile, in Kizaru's opulent office, he reclined in a chair far more luxurious than Sengoku's, his legs casually resting on the desk as he dozed off. A discerning eye could easily ascertain the chair's exorbitant cost. Kizaru had invested 2 years' worth of salary to acquire it. When the transponder snail rang, Kizaru, roused from his slumber, lazily answered, "Hello? Admiral Sengoku? What can I do for you? Are you granting me leave?" Sengoku, recognizing Kizaru's lethargic demeanor through the phone, knew the admiral was likely still half asleep. However, Sengoku was well aware of Kizaru's notoriously indolent nature, so he cut to the chase, stating, "Come to my office immediately. I have matters to discuss with you." Kizaru, upon hearing that Sengoku was not offering him leave, but rather a task, felt a sense of urgency. He had recently completed Sengoku's previous order to eliminate anyone who knew of Yi Feng and Ivilo, a mission that took 4 days and nights to accomplish. Just as he returned to his cherished chair, a frown crossed his face as he spoke into the transponder snail. "Admiral, I just finished carrying out your orders from a few days ago. Can I have a moment to rest?" Sengoku, with a cheerful tone, responded through the transponder snail. "Spare me the excuses. If you wish to receive your salary this month, hurry up and come to my office. However, if you're not interested, I shall gladly pass your earnings to Garp, who would undoubtedly appreciate them." With that, Sengoku abruptly ended the call. Turning to Yi Feng, who sat on the sofa, Sengoku said, "Please wait a moment. Kizaru will be here shortly." Before he could finish, the office door swung open, and Kizaru hurried in. Failing to notice Yi Feng's presence on the sofa, he fixed his gaze on Sengoku and demanded, "Admiral, what task do you have for me? I assure you, I will see it through." Upon hearing Sengoku's mention of giving his salary to Garp, Kizaru was immediately displeased. Naturally, someone as frugal and lazy as Kizaru would not take kindly to the thought of his salary being handed over to another, especially not to Garp, the notorious figure known for squandering such funds on snacks. The mere thought was unsettling. Recognizing Kizaru's weakness, Sengoku tactfully stated, "Today, I called you here considering that you have recently completed a task. Thus, I am offering you a relatively easy assignment." Kizaru, upon hearing that the task would be light, warned Sengoku, "But let me make myself clear. The task cannot require me to leave the naval headquarters. If it does, I will refuse." Sengoku, beaming at Kizaru's response, assured him, "Rest assured, this assignment will not require you to leave the naval headquarters." Once Kizaru received this confirmation, he replied, "In that case, what is the task?" Sengoku, pleased that Kizaru had acquiesced, turned to Yi Feng and declared, "Yi Feng, I have found a teacher for you. You may approach him with any questions you have." Night Maple observed that Admiral Sengoku had successfully arranged a meeting with Kizaru. After nodding respectfully at Admiral Sengoku, he rose and approached Kizaru, saying, "Greetings. We have met once before. I am Monkey D. Night Maple. I look forward to your guidance." Upon finishing his introduction, he extended his hand politely towards Kizaru. Upon hearing Admiral Sengoku's words, Kizaru finally grasped the underlying message. It was an invitation for him to mentor someone. Just as he was about to respond, a voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, Kizaru addressed Night Maple. "Indeed, it is precisely because of you that I have endured such hardships." As he spoke, he extended his hand, clasping Night Maple's in a handshake. With a resigned expression, Kizaru continued, "Since I have already agreed to assist the Admiral in guiding you, you shall accompany me. This will allow me to assess your abilities and determine whether the efforts of the Navy on your behalf are truly warranted." Night Maple gazed earnestly at the yellow ape and remarked, "I am most grateful. I shall demonstrate my worth." The yellow ape turned to the seated Fleet Admiral Sengoku and said, "Admiral, I shall take my leave with him." Upon hearing the yellow ape's words, Sengoku nodded gently and replied, "Very well, then you may depart." The yellow ape then addressed Night Maple with a soft invitation, "Come with me. We shall go to another location where I will instruct you further." After uttering these words, the yellow ape stepped outside, followed closely by Night Maple. A few moments later, in a solitary training ground at the Navy headquarters, Night Maple stood alongside the yellow ape, who was preparing to teach him. The yellow ape removed his naval coat and set it aside, turning to Night Maple with a serious demeanor and stating, "Now, unleash your most powerful swordsmanship to strike me." Upon hearing the words of the yellow ape, Yi Feng drew forth the Yuan Hong sword from behind him. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, the blade of the Yuan Hong sword transformed into a profound and impenetrable black, shimmering with an ominous glow, which enveloped Yi Feng's form. The yellow ape, sensing the overwhelming Haki emanating from the sword, widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing intently at Yi Feng before him. He felt that the intensity of Yi Feng's Haki was nearly on par with his own. A surge of indignation welled up within the yellow ape's heart, prompting him to silently exclaim, "What manner of beings are these? Each one more monstrous than the last. How old are you? To wield Haki comparable to that of the Marine Headquarters' highest combatant, an admiral, at such a young age." Is it possible that the genes of the monkey family are inherently so formidable? The yellow ape, having not diligently practiced Haki during his training, found his physical prowess lacking. However, his formidable Logia-type devil fruit compensated for this shortcoming. The speed of light is unparalleled, surpassing all else. As the user of the Pika Pika Nami, he could transform his body into photons, achieving elementalization. Upon perceiving the level of Haki radiating from Yi Feng's sword, the yellow ape clasped his hands together, unleashing a brilliant golden light from his arms. He then gradually drew his arms apart, and between his palms, a magnificent golden sword forged from light materialized. The yellow ape raised the summoned sword, the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi, before him, simultaneously exuding his own swordsmanship aura. He stood there, poised and silent, awaiting Yi Feng's advance. Night Maple beheld the yellow ape before him, who had summoned forth the fabled sword of Heaven's Thicket, a sight he had long yearned to witness. With a look of intrigue, he inquired, "Is this sword truly the legendary sword of Heaven's Thicket?" The yellow ape, upon hearing Night Maple's question, paused momentarily, remaining silent, and merely smiled in response. Upon witnessing Huang Yuan's smile, Yi Feng's heart was undeniably filled with clarity. It dawned upon him that Huang Yuan's sword was not the authentic Tiansong cloud sword, but rather a mere imitation crafted from the elemental light within him. But where, then, might the true Tiansong cloud sword be? In Yi Feng's heart, he was certain that only one place possessed such a divine artifact. That place was the homeland of the little imp, Tama, in Wano country, where all the inhabitants were masters of the sword. Even the future world's greatest swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, aboard the ship of Monkey D, Luffy, was rumored to hail from Wano. Additionally, the so-called Dragon Slayer Knight, Ryuma, also originated from Wano. Furthermore, the renowned swordsman, Kazuki Oden, who sailed with the pirate king Gold, Roger, was indeed a prince of Wano. Chapter 84, Yi Feng vs. Kazaradas. It is highly probable that the Amaterasu sword still resides in some hidden location within Wano country. In the depths of his heart, Yi Feng resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly journey to the land of harmony to seek out that elusive artifact. Observing Yi Feng's hesitation to launch an attack, Kizaru, with a swift motion, unsheathed his sword and unleashed a radiant crescent-shaped blade of golden energy, hurtling toward Yi Feng at an astonishing speed. As Night Maple perceived the vibrant hues of the evening, an instinctual awareness of impending danger enveloped him. With a swift motion, he raised his Yuan Hong sword, adorned with the formidable Haki of armament, to parry the oncoming threat. The collision of golden sword energy with his weapon erupted in a fierce clash, sending Night Maple careening to the side. Regaining his footing with remarkable agility, he fixed his gaze upon the yellow ape, whose eyes shimmered with an intense fervor for battle. Yi Feng unleashed his most formidable sword, merging the might of the Sword Emperor, the sword's momentum, and the sword's pressure into a singular, devastating strike aimed directly at the spot where the yellow ape stood. A blade imbued with a pitch-black, armored Haki materialized. In the next instant, all his power converged into a singular line, abruptly descending upon the yellow ape before him. The yellow ape sensed the lethal sword energy surging towards him, along with the formidable force contained within. He immediately summoned his ultimate move, the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi, which erupted in resplendent golden light, simultaneously unleashing his strongest sword strike towards Yi Feng. Both warriors executed their powerful sword energies simultaneously, and their strikes collided in midair with a thunderous impact. The atmosphere seemed to momentarily freeze, then trembled violently in all directions, generating a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward. Crack! The force of their clash obliterated the training room, shattering the surrounding walls and the ceiling above, leaving devastation in its wake. The sword in Yi Feng's hand had returned to its original hue. He leaned heavily on the hilt, struggling to maintain his stance. Though his body bore no visible wounds, he was utterly drained of strength. Before him, Huang Yuan stood unscathed, yet a significant tear marred his collar. In Huang Yuan's eyes, a flicker of astonishment emerged as he regarded Yi Feng, who had just unleashed a formidable force. He had not held back, meeting Yi Feng's strike with all his might, fully aware that failing to respond with his utmost power could lead to his demise. Observing Yi Feng, who was gasping lightly and seemed momentarily incapable of even walking due to sheer exhaustion, Huang Yuan abandoned his previous demeanor. Instead, a profound gleam illuminated his gaze, a blend of satisfaction and trepidation. The satisfaction stemmed from the realization that Yi Feng had nearly matched him in combat, alleviating concerns for the Navy's future. The fear, however, arose from the possibility of such a formidable individual turning against the Navy. The implications would be dire. Yet, Huang Yuan soon contemplated a crucial thought. He silently acknowledged the fortune of Yi Feng being Garp's grandson. Had he been anyone else, Huang Yuan would have shown no mercy, swiftly executing him on the spot. Such individuals must be controlled. If they cannot be contained, they must be eradicated at all costs. It was no wonder the marshal had instructed him to act thus. In hindsight, such a course of action appeared entirely justified. Night Maple's breaths were soft and subtle. Possessing the blood fruit granted him remarkable recuperative abilities. Thus, his exhaustion was not a matter of physical depletion, but rather a near-total depletion of his inner strength. While his body appeared fatigued, it was, in truth, his spirit that bore the weight of weariness. Huang Yuan approached the weakened Night Maple and inquired, "Do you now comprehend what you lack in your swordsmanship?" Upon hearing Huang Yuan's words, Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement, gasping for breath as he spoke. I now understand what I have been lacking in my swordsmanship." Huang Yuan, upon realizing that Yi Feng had grasped his deficiencies, felt an even greater admiration for his perceptiveness. He replied, "Since you have comprehended what you were missing, I shall take my leave. Farewell." After uttering these words, Huang Yuan transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring towards the office of the Warring States Marshal, seemingly to report his duties. After witnessing the yellow ape soar into the sky, Yi Feng picked up the sword that lay on the ground and wearily returned to his male dormitory. Yi Feng did not bother to take a shower or engage in any other activities. He simply returned to his room, collapsed onto the bed, and indulged in a restful slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he felt invigorated, his fatigue entirely vanished, his spiritual energy fully restored, and the sense of his soul's frailty utterly absent. Yi Feng had always criticized this unscientific ability of recovery in his past life, but now experiencing it himself, he found it rather delightful. Chapter 85. A bloodshed provoked by a donut. As Yi Feng watched Admiral Kazara take flight, he could no longer contain his frustration. He vented vehemently, "Damn it! I asked you to teach me, and all you said was to strike you with my sword. In the end, you emerged unscathed while I was left in this wretched state. How can you even suggest that I have gained any understanding? Pray tell, what have you truly imparted to me?" It was not that he had gained nothing at all, at the very least. Yi Feng had discerned the gap in strength between himself and an admiral. He found that when employing sword techniques alone, he could barely hold his ground in a battle against an admiral, but if he were to combine his skills with the powers of a devil fruit, he could certainly contend on equal footing with one. However, these considerations paled in significance, as Yi Feng felt an acute lack of something profoundly essential. This elusive element had been nagging at him for several days, leaving him bewildered as to its nature. Hence, he sought the introduction of Fleet Admiral Sengoku to a master swordsman, hoping to clarify precisely what he was missing in his swordsmanship. To his dismay, he was presented with an unparalleled sloth, who seemed only capable of offering a single exchange before retreating to fulfill his own obligations. It appeared that only one last option remained. After venting his frustrations, Yi Feng, feeling utterly fatigued, picked up the sword from the ground and returned to his dormitory. Yi Feng, feeling exhausted, did not take a bath or engage in any other activities, but instead returned directly to his room and lay down on the bed, falling into a deep slumber. When he awoke the following day, he felt invigorated. All traces of fatigue vanished, his inner strength fully restored, and the sense of spiritual weakness completely dissipated. In his past life, Yi Feng often criticized the seemingly unscientific ability to recover, but now that he experiences it himself, he finds it rather delightful. Thus, Yi Feng has drawn a profound conclusion. One should indulge in sleep whenever possible. Yi Feng rose from his slumber, refreshed himself with a splash of water, and, seizing his sword, made his way to the office of Admiral Garp at the Navy headquarters. Yi Feng inquired with several individuals and ultimately located Garp's office under the guidance of a helpful Navy soldier. Upon arriving at the door of Admiral Garp's office, Yi Feng turned to the amiable Navy officer and expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. He then opened the door and stepped inside. Once within the office, he realized that Garp's workspace was by no means inferior to that of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Perhaps this was a testament to Garp's numerous contributions to the Navy over the years. Yi Feng turned his head to continue searching for the figure of Garp, only to discover him reclining on the desk, fast asleep. In his hand, he clutched a bag of rice crackers, and instead of a pillow, a stack of documents served as his resting place. Even in slumber, Garp did not forget to stuff the rice crackers into his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself, how many years must one dedicate to master such divine skills? Truly, a connoisseur of donuts. I'm in awe. It was only then that Night Maple recalled he had matters to attend to that day. He gently approached Garp and whispered into his ear, "If you do not rise soon, all your rice crackers will be pilfered by Admiral Sengoku." Garp, who had been dozing on his desk, instantly opened his eyes upon hearing those words and exclaimed, "Sengoku, you scoundrel! If you dare to touch them, I shall deliver a sweet donut to you. And I will leave you with a visage adorned with blossoms, ensuring that even your own mother would not recognize you." Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Admiral Sengoku had just sneezed. His acute observation Haki allowed him to perceive Garp's words from the 4th floor's office, which promptly reached his ears. This utterance was not only heard by Sengoku. Anyone in the Navy headquarters skilled in observation Haki would have discerned its meaning. General Crane, who was diligently working, also caught wind of Garp's proclamation. With a resigned shake of her head, she continued to organize her documents. Meanwhile, enraged, Sengoku had thrust his pen into his desk and bellowed towards the door, "Bring me someone." A naval soldier entered hastily, and before he could announce himself, Sengoku commanded, "Go inform that old mad dog Garp that I require his presence." The soldier, witnessing the admiral's fury, quickly comprehended the implications of the earlier words and promptly made his way to Garp's office. After all, there was only one person in the Navy headquarters who dared to speak to Admiral Sengoku in such a manner. As he beheld the slumbering Garp, he gently roused him by tapping on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, wake up. I was merely teasing you. Come down quickly, I have something to inquire." Upon realizing he had been the subject of jest, Garp's temper flared. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely believed that Sengoku, emboldened, dared to pilfer his cherished donut. However, upon awakening to discover it was his grandson, Ifong, who had been jesting, he retaliated with a swift punch to the head. After delivering the blow, he admonished, "You little rascal, speak up. What is it that you need from me?" Caught off guard by Garp's sudden strike, Ifong found himself sprawled on the ground, enduring the pain on his head while gritting his teeth. With a defiant gaze, he retorted, "You old codger, I was just making a joke. Just you wait. I will make you pay for this." Garp then spoke softly to Ifong, saying, "I heard from Sengoku that you have encountered difficulties in your swordsmanship, and thus he sought out Kazara to be your mentor. Shouldn't you be training with Kazara now? What brings you to my presence?" Upon hearing Garp's words, Ifong rose from the ground and inquired, "Do you know the current whereabouts of the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh, also known as the Dark King?" Chapter 86. Onward to Sabay Archipelago. Upon hearing Garp's words, Ifong rose from the ground and inquired, "Do you happen to know the whereabouts of the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh the Dark King?" Garp, catching wind of Yifeng's question regarding the residence of Rayleigh the Dark King, furrowed his brows and replied, "What is your interest in such a matter?" Yifeng shook his head at Garp and said, "It's nothing. I was merely inquiring." Garp, without any reservations, replied to Yifeng with candor. He is currently residing in the Sabay Archipelago, where he has opened a bar. After listening to Garp's words, Yifeng found them to be in perfect alignment with his recollections from a previous life. He then turned to Garp and inquired, "How has Avril been lately?" Garp responded, "Ah, your sister? Ever since she left your side a few days ago, she has been rather elusive. It seems she has encountered some difficulties in her swordsmanship. Currently, Peach Rabbit is accompanying her. According to the news that came in yesterday, Avril has been sequestered in her room, not emerging at all. Even her meals are being delivered personally by Tina." Upon learning that his sister, Aviel, was currently in seclusion for her cultivation, Ifong remarked to Garp, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After Night Maple spoke to Garp, he walked straight out. Garp, contemplating something about Night Maple, was interrupted when a naval soldier entered and reported, "Captain Garp, Admiral Sengoku requests your immediate presence regarding a very urgent matter." Just as Garp was about to pursue Night Maple, he heard the messenger's words about Sengoku needing him for something significant. After a moment's thought, Garp decided to wait until he emerged from Sengoku's office to inquire about Night Maple. For now, he would head to Sengoku's office to discover the nature of the matter at hand. With that resolved in his mind, he followed the messenger outside. Meanwhile, upon learning the whereabouts of the Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh, Night Maple made his way to the hospital, where he forcibly pulled Aine, who was diligently working, insisting on taking her out for a day of fun. Ultimately, under Night Maple's relentless persuasion, Aine reluctantly took a day off from the hospital. Arriving at the naval dock, Aine, seeing Night Maple on a small boat, exclaimed in frustration, "Where on earth are you taking me?" Today, she had heard from others that Zifa was returning, and the thought of her presumed father coming back had her initially planning to tidy up her home and prepare a meal for him after work. Now, however, Night Maple had completely disrupted her plans. How could she not be furious? Standing on the small boat, Night Maple finally finished packing everything and turned to Ain on the shore, grinning as he said, "You will find out soon enough. Come aboard." Thanks to Zifa, Ain's physical abilities were commendable. After a moment's hesitation upon hearing Night Maple's invitation, she ultimately leaped onto his small boat, coldly retorting, "You better ensure that the place is as wonderful as you claim. Otherwise, humph." After listening to what Ain had to say, Yifeng immediately embraced her, assertively planting a kiss on her cherubic face. With a promise in his eyes, he declared, "When I take you out to play this time, I will introduce you to someone whose identity will astonish you." Ain, caught in Yifeng's embrace, blushed fiercely after the kiss and pushed him away. Once she had steadied her emotions, she looked at him with disdain and said, "Oh dear, how many times must I tell you not to kiss me so casually?" Yifeng, undeterred by Ain's rejection, shamelessly grasped her hand and, with a playful expression, responded, "You are my wife. If I don't kiss you, who else should I kiss?" Chapter 87. The Directionally Challenged and the Reluctant Sea King. Ain, having grown immune to Yifeng's audacious behavior, decided to remain silent. As Yifeng beheld his own reflection, Ain fell silent, immediately grasping the oar and placing it upon the small boat. Just as she was about to begin rowing, an incredibly significant thought suddenly crossed her mind. Although Yifeng is aware that the Shambadi archipelago is not far from the Navy headquarters in Maryford, a question arises. That is, Yifeng was utterly unaware of the whereabouts of the Shambadi archipelago. In his previous life, he had known that the Shambadi archipelago was in close proximity to the bustling Maryford, yet he had no inkling of its exact location. Yifeng set down the oar in his hand, turned his head to look at Ain, and hesitantly said, "Ain, I have something I wish to ask you." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ain, with a hint of annoyance, replied, "Just speak your mind." Night Maple, feeling somewhat embarrassed, gazed at Ain and inquired, "Do you happen to know where the Shambadi archipelago is located?" Upon hearing Night Maple's words, Ain's lips twitched slightly, and with a look of disdain directed at Night Maple, she retorted, "Surely you cannot be so uninformed as to not even know the whereabouts of the Shambadi archipelago?" Upon hearing Ain's words, Yifeng explained, "This is my first visit to the New World. Since arriving here, I've scarcely ventured beyond my doorstep. How could I possibly know where the Sabay archipelago is?" After listening to Yifeng, Ain contemplated his words and found them reasonable. Just as she was about to inquire about the location of the Sabay archipelago, an epiphany struck her. With a look of disdain, she slowly said to Yifeng, "Don't tell me. The delightful place you just mentioned, that you intend to take me to, is the Sabay archipelago, isn't it?" Yifeng heard this, and Ain had already surmised where he intended to take her. He clapped his hands twice and said to her, "As expected of my wife, you are truly astute. Allow me to reward you." After Yifeng uttered these words, he approached the spot where Ain was situated. Sitting at the stern of the boat, Ain, perceiving Yifeng's shameless intentions to take advantage of her, hastily covered her mouth with her hand and disdainfully exclaimed, "Keep your distance. Am I not aware of the two thoughts lurking in your mind?" Night Feng directly took the small hands that were covering his mouth into his own, licking them briefly with his tongue before releasing her grip. He then beheld Ain, her face flushed with anger, resembling someone ready to strike. Hastily shifting the topic, he addressed her, "Please guide me promptly. I have urgent matters to attend to today." Ain, her complexion radiating fury, was utterly unfazed by Night Feng's diversionary tactic. Instead, she delivered a punch to his head, clapped her hands, and instructed him, "Just steer in that direction." Night Maple gazed at Ain and inquired, "How long shall we row?" Upon hearing those words, Ain suddenly had a revelation. With a playful gesture, she counted on her fingers and, with a look of admiration, replied, "If we row with both hands, we shall need to row until dusk to reach the Shambadi archipelago." Night Maple heard Ain mention that they would not reach the Shambadi archipelago until nightfall. He thought to himself, "This is absolutely unacceptable. I have sneaked out this time, and if I cannot return to Maryford before dark, Old Man Garp will undoubtedly come looking for me. Even Admiral Sengoku would mobilize the entire Navy to search for me, and then I would be infamous." While pondering how to reach the Shambadi archipelago swiftly, Night Maple casually glanced around and suddenly spotted a small fish leaping out of the sea. When Yifeng caught sight of the small fish, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he chuckled twice, addressing Ain on the little boat. "Ha ha, I have a plan. My dear, you go ahead and wait for me on the shore for a moment. I have something to show you, but please, do not be frightened. Ain, having heard Yifeng's words, replied coldly, let me make myself clear. Can you assure me that we will return from the Zion Bodhi Islands before nightfall? If we cannot return, then I shall not go, for I have something of utmost importance to attend to today. Upon hearing Ain's words, Yifeng discarded the luggage from the small boat onto the shore and assured her with unwavering conviction, I promise. This time, I will certainly return before dusk. Ain observed the earnest expression on Yifeng's face and then turned to leap onto the shore. Upon seeing Ain, Yifeng quietly returned to the shore and extended his right hand. With the edge of his thumbnail, he delicately made a small incision on his index finger. Vivid and enchanting crimson blood trickled down, and Yifeng cast it onto the surface of the sea. As Yifeng observed the drop of fresh blood sinking into the sea, his observation Haki immediately detected something approaching from beneath the small boat. He swiftly grasped the abyssal rainbow sword aboard and leapt onto the shore. However, the very moment Yifeng returned to the land, the modest vessel he had purchased for several thousand berries was suddenly engulfed by a colossal sea creature, a massive sea king, which emerged from the depths with a gaping maw. Ain could hardly fathom that Yifeng had shown her a sea king. Stunned by the sight, she was momentarily paralyzed, her mind racing to comprehend how this creature had materialized so abruptly. Just as she resolved to pull Yifeng back and flee, she realized he was no longer by her side. Instinctively glancing ahead, Ain was met with a breathtaking scene. Yifeng, with one hand firmly gripping the abyssal rainbow sword, charged towards the serpent-like sea king. The enormous creature, reveling in the ecstasy brought forth by the magical blood, opened its immense eyes and was about to retreat into the ocean when it spotted the diminutive human charging towards it. Enraged by Yifeng's audacity, the Sea King was momentarily taken aback. Who did this tiny being think it was? It was the sovereign of these waters. Every fish in the vicinity bowed in reverence. Even the crabs scuttled sideways in its presence. Yet here was a minuscule human, no larger than a tooth in the Sea King's mouth, wielding what appeared to be a toothpick as a weapon, seeking to challenge its supremacy. This was no mere challenge. It was a matter of dignity. Could anyone truly believe an ant could triumph over an elephant? The outcome was all too obvious. If other sea kings were to witness this spectacle, they would surely be doubled over in laughter. Ignoring the pleasure the magical blood had provided, the Sea King opened its gargantuan maw, far larger than Yifeng himself, intent on swallowing him whole. Naturally, Yifeng was far too astute to allow himself to be consumed by such a creature. Yifeng deftly employed his lightness skill, leaping upwards to unleash the latent power he had suppressed for years. With a flourish, he drew the abyssal rainbow sword, channeling his energy to execute a blood-red, crescent-shaped sword chi that cleaved the ocean and the clouds above asunder. Having accomplished this feat, Yifeng landed calmly upon a fragment of the wreckage of the small boat, sheathing the abyssal rainbow sword with poise while gazing at the colossal Sea King suspended in midair. The once proud Sea King, confronted with this diminutive human wielding what appeared to be a mere toothpick yet possessing such formidable strength, swiftly capitulated. Like a docile hound, it swam toward Yifeng, even going so far as to perform an astonishing gesture. The massive creature, with a head nearly the size of a naval headquarters, nudged Yifeng as if to inquire, "What commands do you have? I shall attend to them immediately." One might wonder why the Sea King had suddenly become so compliant. The answer is singular. It had not only recognized the human's capability to vanquish it, but had also witnessed a scene that instilled terror within it. This was due to Yifeng's past, when he and his sister, Avril, sought to become bounty hunters during their time of financial hardship. A pursuit that led to the demise of countless pirates at Yifeng's hands. Every time Yifeng takes a life, it is invariably with a single stroke of his sword. Those who fall victim to this blade leave behind no intact corpses, which exemplifies the terrifying prowess of a swordsman. Even his sister, Aver, was so appalled by such scenes when she first encountered them that she struggled to eat for several days, subsisting on mere sips of water, which sometimes she would even expel. This stark reaction underscores the horrific nature of the sight she witnessed. It was only over time that Aver gradually acclimated to the reality of it all. Now, ever since Yifeng consumed the bloodthirsty blood fruit, the accumulated aura of slaughter he exudes has been fully manifested through its powers. Even Ain, who lacked the observation Haki, could sense the overwhelming aura of carnage radiating from Yifeng, despite the considerable distance between them. Ain's body trembled slightly, and her gaze shifted toward the figure ahead, her perception of Yifeng transforming entirely. The Yifeng she once knew, who was always accompanied by a cheerful smile, seemed to have vanished. The current Yifeng emanates a presence akin to an azure clawing its way out of hell, surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. with severed limbs strewn about. The mere sight of him instills fear, leaving one to ponder how many lives must be taken to cultivate such an aura. Yifeng beheld the Sea King, finally subdued. He then returned to the shore, retracting the earlier bravado. With a jubilant expression directed at Ayn, he exclaimed, "Ha. Look, what do you think? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Once we reach the Sabay archipelago, we shall return immediately. Am I not talented?" Chapter 89. The tale of Yifeng. Night Maple observed that the sea creature had capitulated, calmly retracting all the previously unleashed aura back into his body, restoring his former demeanor. The abyssal rainbow sword was sheathed once more, and then he leaped gracefully, soaring to the shore. Yifeng chuckled softly, gazing at Ayn as he remarked, "Ha. What do you think? I did not deceive you, did I?" As Yifeng caught sight of Ayn beside him, she remained silent. He reached out and gently touched her shoulder. When Ayn turned to face him, she was met with an expression of profound distress on his face. With genuine concern, he asked, "Hey, my dear, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ayn finally regained her composure. Instinctively, she recoiled 2 steps back, a hint of fear in her gaze as she looked at Yifeng and stammered, Who exactly are you?" Night Maple could discern from Ayn's gaze that she was afraid of him. Upon hearing his words, he suddenly recalled that the aura he had just unleashed was indeed tangible. However, since Night Maple had not fully released his entire aura, only those who were familiar with the concept of dominance could perceive it, and even beginners could sense it to some extent. Yet, those devoid of such presence were utterly oblivious to the scene that had just unfolded. How did I manage to perceive it? Upon contemplating this situation, Yifeng was suddenly struck by a notion. Ayn had awakened her conqueror's Haki, and moreover, she had mastered the observation Haki. Initially, Yifeng would have been elated by this revelation, yet at this moment, he found himself devoid of joy. The reason for his despondency lay in the expression that graced Ayn's face, which rendered him utterly silent. With a somber expression, Yifeng gazed at Ayn and said, "You witnessed everything just now." Ayn, having heard his words and observing the darkening of his countenance, suddenly felt a chill in the air. She nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed, I saw it clearly. Can you enlighten me as to why you chose to take so many lives?" After listening to Ayn's words, Yifeng fell into a momentary silence. He then lifted his gaze to meet Ayn's eyes and uttered a single phrase, "For survival." Upon hearing Yifeng's declaration, Ayn's expression suddenly contorted with anger as she shouted at him, "Is this truly your justification for taking a life?" Night Feng gazed into Ayn's eyes and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you are absolutely correct." Upon hearing his words, Ayn trembled slightly, eyes closed, and said to Night Feng, let us break up." This was the phrase Night Feng dreaded the most, yet it resonated in his ears, prompting a deep sigh of resignation. He stepped forward and enveloped the still closed-eyed Ayn in his embrace, burying his head into the crook of her neck. Ayn, feeling the warmth of another's arms around her, did not open her eyes. Instead, she began to resist, pushing against Night Feng while exclaiming in a loud voice, "Let me go. I refuse to be with someone whose hands are stained with blood." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke, and ultimately, she succumbed to her sorrow, crying out, "Why must you be this way? Why do you resort to taking lives?" Yifeng was utterly indifferent to the force with which Ayn struck herself. Gently caressing her silky hair, he reassured her, "Do not weep. Your tears sadden me." Gradually, he released her, cradling her tear-streaked visage in his hands, and boldly pressed a kiss upon her cheek. Softly, he inquired, "Might you share a tale with me?" Ayn, overwhelmed by Yifeng's kiss, succumbed to his embrace. Her face flushed with warmth as she replied, "Very well. Go ahead, I am listening." Yifeng closed his eyes and slowly spoke. Once upon a time, on a small island in the South Sea, there lived a pair of siblings, a 6-year-old brother and his 5.5-year-old sister. They were cherished by their loving parents. However, one fateful day, a band of pirates descended upon their village, mercilessly slaughtering everyone in sight. Fortunately, the siblings had ventured to the back of the island to play that morning, thus evading the horrific massacre. Upon returning home, they were met with the devastating sight of all their loved ones lying lifeless in pools of blood. From that day forth, the siblings were forced to beg on the streets, living a hand-to-mouth existence. 2 years later, they encountered an individual who was also a pirate, a man who had sustained grave injuries while escaping from the Grand Line. Childless and moved by the plight of the destitute siblings, he took them under his wing. Adopting them as his own daughters, he imparted to them essential survival skills and taught them the art of swordsmanship. After the old pirate passed away, the siblings resumed their life as wanderers, relying on the sword techniques he had bestowed upon them to become bounty hunters. Thus, they found themselves embroiled in battles with pirates daily. Fortunately, the young boy possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Otherwise, he might have perished in countless encounters. Eventually, they arrived at a small town where they met a kind-hearted man. Upon learning of the siblings' tragic backstory, he felt deep compassion and took them in as his grandchildren. The man brought the siblings home, allowing them to live alongside his own children. Years later, when the brother reached the age of 12 and the sister 11, the man arranged for them to join the Navy, thus embarking on a new chapter of their lives. Chapter 90, Division and Harmony. After Yifeng uttered these words, he released his embrace on Ain and waved towards the sea, his gaze fixed upon the majestic Sea King awaiting him on the waves. With a commanding presence, he declared, "You may depart for now. Return here to await my arrival by dawn." Having spoken, he turned and took a few steps forward, bending down to collect the luggage prepared for their maritime journey, setting his course towards the Navy headquarters. What Yifeng did not anticipate was that, due to the unintentional aura he had released, Ain unexpectedly awakened her observation Haki. Furthermore, he was taken aback to discover that his own aura of slaughter had been perceived, leading to such unforeseen events. Initially, he had intended to take Ain to enjoy some time at the amusement park in the Sabay archipelago before seeking out the legendary Rayleigh. Yet circumstances had now taken a different turn. With no other option, he resolved to return to the Navy headquarters, suspecting that old Garp was already searching for him. Ultimately, what left Yifeng with a sense of regret was, the journey of Yifeng's first love has come to an abrupt end within less than a week, culminating in a bittersweet defeat. After Yifeng departed, Ain stood by the shore, finally coming to terms with the reality of the situation. She hurriedly glanced back, only to find the space behind her utterly deserted, devoid of the luggage Yifeng had brought along. Moreover, the colossal sea creature that had once graced the waters had vanished without a trace. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart, as if something profoundly significant was slipping away from her grasp, a sensation she had only experienced once before, during the incident with Zafa. Since that moment, she had never felt such a profound ache again. Overwhelmed by regret, Ain sank to the ground, her cerulean hair cascading around her, concealing her fragile form. At that moment, her heart was heavy with remorse. She had always believed that Yifeng and her sister Aviel were the biological grandchildren of Admiral Garp. Yet she had never anticipated such a revelation. Yifeng and Ai Wei, how astonishing it is to discover their remarkable lineage. As I recall the words I uttered to Yifeng earlier, I am filled with regret for allowing this revelation to sever our bond. The thought that the one who would go to great lengths to elicit laughter from me daily, and occasionally indulge in a little mischief, will never return fills my heart with sorrow. In an outburst of emotion, I cried out, "Oh, Yifeng, I am so sorry. I had no idea such events would unfold in your life. Please forgive me. I was wrong. Come back to me. I implore you." Crouching on the ground, tears streaming down my face, I felt a pair of familiar hands gently caressing my head. I quickly lifted my gaze to behold that recognizable visage. Upon realizing who it was, I threw myself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably as I choked out, "I am sorry. Yifeng, I was wrong. I had no inkling that such circumstances would befall you and your sister, Ai Wei. Please forgive me. Let us not part ways again, shall we?" After uttering these words, I raised my head, my tear-streaked face resembling that of a weeping kitten, looking at Yifeng, awaiting his response. Yifeng gently wiped away the tears from Ain's face and softly said, "My foolish wife, this matter is entirely my fault. I should not have concealed this from you. I am truly sorry. Let us reconcile and not part ways again. I implore you." Initially reluctant to return, Yifeng's horrifying memories surged back, reminding him that his sword remained left behind. He hurried back, only to find Ain alone, crouched and weeping, which struck a pang of sorrow in his heart. With the hope of reconciliation, he approached her. As Ain felt Yifeng dry her tears and heard his words, a wave of guilt washed over her, making her feel even more remorseful towards him. She embraced him tightly and said, "You need not apologize to me. It is I who should be saying sorry." Yifeng heard Ai Yin's words and tentatively asked her, "Will you care about my past?" Embracing Yifeng, Ai Yin shook her head in response and said, "I apologize. This time I misjudged you. I shall not concern myself with your past." Then, recalling something, she turned to Yifeng and inquired, "Shall we still go to the Shambodi Islands today?" Yifeng shook his head and replied, "I shall not go. Given the events of today, my spirit is not suited for such an endeavor. Let us postpone it until tomorrow." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ai Yin lowered her head, a look of guilt washing over her face as she said, "I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault that you cannot visit the Shambodi Islands this time." Chapter 91, the captivated Ain. Yifeng gently stroked Ain's hair and said to her, "Do not be sad any longer. This matter is not your fault. Therefore, there is no need for you to apologize to me. The one who should truly express remorse is I." After listening to Yifeng's words, Ain drew closer, enveloping him in a tight embrace, remaining silent as she held him quietly. As Yifeng felt the enchanting lady in his embrace tighten her hold, he suddenly reached out and encircled Ain's back with his arms, extending his fingers like the claws of an Lushan. He gently kissed her earlobe and exhaled a warm breath against her ear, softly whispering a few words to her. Gradually, Ain succumbed to his affectionate entanglement, her body becoming pliant, akin to a delicate doll cradled in Yifeng's arms from behind. With a rosy blush adorning her cheeks, Ain protested, "Do not be mischievous. We are in public now. It would be quite improper if others were to see us." Yifeng gently kissed Ain's cheek and remarked, "We are by the seaside. After all, it is quite a distance from the naval headquarters. Rest assured, there is no one around." As he spoke, Yifeng skillfully unfastened Ain's inner armor, navigating through obstacles with ease. However, after overcoming 2 barriers, he suddenly sensed a change, as if the surroundings had expanded beyond their original confines. Night Maple, astonished, remarked, "My dear, how has this place enlarged? I distinctly remember it was not like this the last time." Upon hearing Night Maple's inquiry, Ain gently kissed his cheek and, somewhat irked, replied, "Isn't this all due to your actions last time?" Observing Night Maple's utterly clueless expression, she elucidated, "Have you forgotten? That heirloom blood jade you gifted me. Ever since it merged with my being, I have felt more invigorated than ever. Even that has grown." By the time she uttered this last phrase, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Fortunately, Night Maple had awakened his observation Haki, not to mention his peak swordsman prowess. Such a faint sound could hardly escape his ears. Upon grasping the reason, Night Maple gently caressed the 2 delicate spheres and remarked, "This place, however, has not expanded." Ain sensed the most sacred part of her being under siege, yet she lacked the strength to resist, only managing to utter a soft "hm." As she felt the soft warmth in her palm solidify, just as she was about to press forward, Night Maple suddenly remembered that such actions were still premature. Night Maple gazed at Ain, who had transformed into a lifeless doll, and gently remarked, "Little one, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, I will show no mercy." After uttering these words, he playfully squeezed her petite backside before settling cross-legged on the ground, allowing the motionless Ain to nestle in his embrace. Ain, initially bracing for an untoward fate at Night Maple's hands, now felt a peculiar sense of bewilderment as he unexpectedly released her. Seizing this rare opportunity, she perched in his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Yifeng shook his head, and Ain said, "I apologize. It is my fault for not being able to control myself this time. I swear there will not be a next time." As Yifeng uttered these words, his heart bled internally. He silently thought to himself, "Humph. If only I were not held back by my age, I would have long since devoured you completely." Contemplating his own youth, Yifeng lifted his gaze to the heavens and proclaimed loudly within his heart, "Oh, heavens! Why can't you grant me just a couple more years?" After voicing this thought, a surge of heat ignited within his lower abdomen. Ain, nestled in Yifeng's embrace, sensed an unfamiliar pressure beneath her. She reached down and tugged gently, only to discover that it had grown even larger, nearly beyond the grasp of her small hands. Anxiously, she turned to Yifeng and exclaimed, "Yifeng, what on earth is this in your trousers? It's suffocating me. Please, help me remove it." Yifeng paid no heed to Ain's words and swiftly set her down on the ground. He began to circulate the ice heart technique, and after 5 or 6 minutes, the fiery energy within him gradually subsided. Upon opening his eyes and exhaling deeply, he saw Ain, who was sitting on the ground. As soon as she noticed Yifeng's eyes were open, she hurriedly climbed onto him, her face etched with concern as she asked, "Yifeng, what is wrong? Is your illness acting up again?" After uttering these words, she gently touched his forehead. Yifeng reached out and grasped Ain's small hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I am perfectly fine." Night Maple rose to his feet and gently lifted Ain from the ground. He addressed her, "Let us be off. We shall return to the naval headquarters." Ain nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Very well. Let us go." Casting a glance at Night Maple, she pointed at him in astonishment and exclaimed, "Night Maple, you are bleeding from your nose." Upon hearing Ain's words, Yifeng instinctively extended his tongue to taste, sensing a hint of sweetness. Just as he was about to wipe it away with his hand, Ain approached. gently using his sky-blue handkerchief to dab at the blood on Yifeng's nose. Softly, she inquired, "What troubles you? Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital for a checkup?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "No need. I must have been feeling a bit irritable these past few days." Ai-in replied to Yifeng, "I recall that I have been the one delivering your meals lately, and none of them contained any chili peppers." As Yifeng heard what Ai-in had said, he let out a sinister chuckle and playfully patted his backside. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "Hee hee. So, what do you think is the reason for my recent irritability?" Ai-in felt Yifeng's hand on her backside but hesitated to push it away. Instead, she softly murmured, "Serves you right. Who told you to always bully me?" Upon hearing Ain's words, Yifeng immediately embraced her and kissed her deeply for an extended moment. Ain, bewildered by an unexpected surge of strength, forcefully pushed Yifeng away. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Chapter 92. The afflicted Garp upon returning to the Navy headquarters. Yifeng and Ai-in exchanged a brief greeting before parting ways, each returning to their respective homes and families. As Yifeng returned to the entrance of his dormitory floor, he was halted by a sentry from the Navy. The soldier, observing Yifeng's bewildered expression, led him aside and quietly remarked, "You must be the grandson of Major General Garp." Night Maple nodded at the naval soldier and inquired, "Indeed, what is the matter? Is there something you need?" Upon hearing this, the naval soldier swiftly replied, "Today, your grandfather, Admiral Garp, arrived here looking quite irate. He noticed your absence and instructed us that upon your return, you should hasten upstairs, for he is waiting for you in your room." After listening to the words of the naval soldier, Yifeng replied, "All right, I understand. I will go take a look." In the midst of his speech, he did not forget to express his gratitude to the naval soldier, saying, "Thank you." Nightfeng dashed upstairs, secretly pondering whether the old man Garp had discovered his intentions. He was determined to head to the Sabay archipelago in search of the Pirate King's first mate, Dark King Rayleigh. It seemed improbable. Given Garp's intellect, he dismissed the thought. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate further. At worst, he could concoct a fabricated tale, claiming he had gone to the amusement park on Sabay Island with Ain. Yes, that would suffice. Haha, I am truly brilliant. After ascending to the 5th floor, Yifeng opened the door and discovered Garp sitting by his bedside, bruised and battered, gazing at him with a look of sorrowful reproach. Upon witnessing the scene, Yifeng erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, ha, ha. What has happened to you? Have you encountered a pirate attack? How did you end up like this? Ha 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 ha." As he laughed, Yifeng leaned against the wooden plank. In Yifeng's room, Garp sat on the bed, sporting a black eye and his right hand wrapped in a bandage. A nose plug suggested that he had bled, giving him a rather comical appearance. Despite his injuries, he clutched several packets of Sunbay in his arms, stuffing them into his mouth with his right hand. The floor of Yifeng's room was strewn with empty Sunbay wrappers. Upon seeing Yifeng enter, Garp was incredulous that he could still smile in such a state. Without Yifeng noticing, he swiftly approached him and delivered a playful yet forceful punch to his head. Exclaiming in anger, "It's because you deceived me while I was asleep, claiming that Sengoku was coming to steal my donuts." I shouted so loudly that the old man heard me. He summoned me to his office, not only docking my wages for the month, but also giving me a beating. How do you think we should resolve this? After receiving Garp's playful punch, Yifeng, who had crouched down to protect his head, stood up, somewhat embarrassed. With a look of guilt, he replied, "Well, I certainly didn't anticipate things would turn out this way. So, how do you propose we resolve this matter?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Garp cracked his knuckles ominously and declared, "Simple enough. I just need to give you a good thrashing." As Yifeng overheard Garp's intention to strike him, he instinctively took 2 steps back, drawing the Abyss Rainbow sword from his back and defiantly pointing it at Garp. "Humph, you old fool, if you wish to hit me, just say it outright. Do not mistake my restraint for fear. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will ensure we both meet our end together." Observing Yifeng's boldness, Garp returned to his seat on the bed and remarked, "Enough of this banter. Today, from the office of Sengoku, I learned that you nearly matched the yellow ape in combat. Your strength has now ascended to the ranks of our Navy's elite rear admirals." With his unblemished left hand, Garp heartily patted Yifeng's shoulder, exclaiming, "Haha, you truly are the grandson of Monkey D, Garp. You bring honor to your grandfather." Chapter 93. The Immortality of the Blood Fruit. Yifeng, upon hearing the words of his grandfather Garp, disdainfully murmured, "You old fool. Whether I am formidable or not has nothing to do with you." Night Maple's words did not evade the keen perception of Garp, who delivered a blow of affectionate reprimand upon his head. He slowly remarked, "By the way, Night Maple, that old Coot Sengoku advised me not to reveal your true strength in front of outsiders, especially within the Navy." After receiving another punch from Garp, Night Maple grasped the wisdom behind Garp's counsel, recognizing it as a means to conceal both his and his sister's genuine powers from prying eyes. He nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Oh, I understand." Then, turning to Garp, he inquired, "Do you have any other matters to attend to?" Garp, initially expecting a more substantial conversation, responded, "Is that all? What's the matter? Do you have something to discuss?" Yifeng let out a yawn and remarked, "I have been cultivating all day, and I am utterly exhausted. I must sleep." Kapu, aware of Yifeng's fatigue from his recent training, replied, "Very well, you may rest. Someone will come to bring you dinner shortly." Just as he reached the door, Kapu suddenly recalled something and turned back to Yifeng, who was already sprawled on the bed. "By the way, Yifeng, Zifa will be returning tomorrow." Lying on the bed, Yifeng heard Kapu's words and lazily rolled over, propped up on his elbows. "So what if he returns? What does that have to do with me?" Kapu, overhearing this, burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. He considers your little girlfriend as his own daughter. He will be your future father-in-law. Aren't you going to prepare for this?" Upon hearing Kapu's statement, Yifeng sprang up from the bed in a flurry, his expression one of panic. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Now I am completely unprepared." Kapu, relishing the moment, laughed even harder. "Athahaha. Did I not inform you of this? Or have you simply forgotten?" In his flustered state, Yifeng recalled that Ayn had mentioned something important that morning. It seemed that she was referring to Zifa's return, suggesting it was time to tidy up the house in anticipation. Yifeng scratched his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he addressed Garp. "I believe Ayn mentioned something today. However, it seems I have forgotten." Upon hearing that Yifeng had indeed forgotten, Garp burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? You truly forgot?" I am particularly eager to witness Zifa's expression upon hearing this. Athahaha. Yifeng, already in a state of agitation, found Garp's words only exacerbating his irritation. He retorted, All right. At worst, I shall perform admirably tomorrow, won't I? When faced with challenges, I shall rise to meet them. I refuse to believe that she can overpower me." After voicing these sentiments to Garp, he collapsed onto his bed, adding, "Please leave now. I need to sleep." Garp, having heard Yifeng's remarks, chose not to respond further, simply closing the door behind him as he exited. Lying on his bed, Yifeng quickly moved to the window. And upon seeing Garp leave the first floor, he returned to his bed and sat cross-legged. In his mind, he silently contemplated, this issue of pin-up emotions must be addressed. I cannot allow it to cloud my judgment any longer. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable. Night Feng found himself ensnared within his own consciousness, once again transported to that familiar scene. Amidst the sea of blood, the figure before Night Feng was no longer a mere reflection of himself. Instead, it had transformed into a being resembling a woman. Yet its form remained composed of blood, rendering its features utterly indistinguishable. Yifeng paid no heed to these matters and addressed her coldly. "Tell me, why is it that every time I see a woman, I am compelled to rush forth and drink their blood? Explain to me, what is the meaning of this?" The blood figure remained seated upon the throne fashioned from blood, gradually opening its eyes to gaze at Yifeng, and said with a hint of intrigue, "What troubles you? My dear Yifeng, do you not consider blood to be a delightful essence? Do you not wish to savor it?" Night Maple heard the words spoken by the blood man seated upon the throne, and in an instant, he was engulfed by fury. He shouted at him, "Begone! I refuse to drink blood. I will not become a monstrous vampire like you." Upon hearing Night Maple's vehement declaration, the blood man erupted into joyous laughter and retorted, "Ha ha ha. Which master of the blood fruit is not a vampire? They have all uttered similar sentiments as yours. From the moment they tasted their first drop of blood, they gradually fell in love with its exquisite essence." Then, addressing Night Maple with a patient demeanor, he continued, "Rest assured, this is merely a fleeting transitional phase. Once you adapt, you will come to understand the significance of blood. It possesses the power to grant you immortality, eternal life." After Night Maple listened to the words of the blood man, he let out a cold laugh and addressed her, saying, "Then tell me, if the blood fruit can grant immortality, why did all its previous masters perish?" Upon hearing Night Maple's words, the blood man seated upon the throne fell silent. And just as he was about to respond, he heard Night Maple speak again. Night Feng observed that the blood man was rendered speechless and then inquired, "Pray tell, by what means did you initially summon me?" Upon hearing this, the blood man realized that Night Feng was reiterating his previous question, deftly sidestepping the earlier response. With a smile, he remarked, "Perhaps this is fate. Following this, he tilted his head to gaze at the sky. Night Maple heard the Blood Man proclaim that it was destiny, which only fueled his rage further. He unleashed his conqueror's Haki and shouted fiercely, "Get lost. Nonsense about destiny. This is impossible. In a world teeming with people, why must it be me? Why not them? I refuse to believe that there is no one more exceptional than I am." Chapter 94. Alyssa Point Chocolatto. The Blood Man, upon witnessing Night Maple's furious expression, fell into silence. After Yifeng uttered these words, he beheld the blood-soaked figure seated silently upon the throne, offering no response. Night Maple looked directly at her, filled with hope as he inquired, "Is there still a way to extract the blood fruit from my body?" The Blood Man, upon hearing Night Maple's words, shook his head and solemnly replied, "Once a devil fruit is consumed, it is utterly impossible to remove it. The fruit can only be reborn in another location upon the death of its wielder, awaiting its next master. There exists no alternative. However," the Blood Man shifted his tone and added, "Yet, if you consume a liter of fresh blood daily, that desire will." Before he could finish, Night Maple interrupted furiously, exclaiming, "Get lost. Silence. Do not utter the word bloodsucking to me again. I refuse to hear those two words." After Yifeng uttered these words, he withdrew from consciousness. Once Yifeng departed from this place, the blood entity seated upon the throne gradually rose to its feet. As the surrounding sea of blood enveloped the figure, it opened to reveal a humanoid being with wine-red hair. After a moment of astonishing transformation, an almost perfect human form emerged. Indeed, she was female. She possessed the aloof and frosty demeanor of an empress. Upon her figure, one could discern the contours of elegance. She wore no garments. Standing at a height of 1.70 meters, her form was an exquisite blend of curves and contours, epitomizing the ideal human silhouette. Valorica Luscicoletto, observing Yifeng's departure, murmured to herself, "At last, I can take on a humanoid form. What a delightful sensation to emerge." And with a gentle smile, she continued, "My dear Yifeng, as with every bearer of the blood fruit, you shall not be an exception. Haraha, you will come to seek me." Upon returning to reality, Yifeng promptly commenced his practice of the Ice Heart formula, utilizing the profound teachings of the Divine Illumination Sutra. He recognized that this particular technique was his sole means of achieving tranquility amidst the turmoil. Thus, he resolved to diligently cultivate it to perfection. Should he falter in his training, the formidable aura of slaughter emanating from the blood fruit could very well lead him astray, transforming him into a creature driven solely by a thirst for blood. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of internal energy erupted from the officers' quarters of the naval headquarters, soaring into the heavens. Both Yifeng, engrossed in his training, and Avril, in seclusion, sensed this overwhelming force. Such energy could only be perceived by those who had mastered the 9 Yang or 9 Yin classics, or by those with heightened observation skills. However, Avril soon closed his eyes once more, deducing that this formidable energy likely originated from his brother, deeming it unworthy of further concern, and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, Yifeng discerned that this chilling internal force was not emanating from his sister Avril. Night Maple suddenly recalled a certain individual. This person is Tina, who, due to the uncontrollable nature of her fruit ability, inadvertently drew her blood and, as compensation, bestowed upon her an extraordinary technique known as the Xian Nu Gong. At that time, Night Maple had not imparted any cultivation experience or guidance to her whatsoever. Chapter 95. Examination. Tina, having unintentionally absorbed her blood due to the chaotic nature of her abilities, granted her the remarkable Xian Nu Gong as a form of recompense. Since Night Maple had not shared any insights into cultivation, she had to rely solely on her own exploration, and remarkably, she had advanced to the second level of this inner power. Night Maple hastily ceased his training, retrieving a black cloak from his belongings. Donning it, he swiftly made his way toward Tina's direction. Meanwhile, within the small villa of Peach Bunny, Tina was in a frenzy, launching an onslaught against her. A torrent of internal energy surged from Tina, crashing toward Peach Bunny like a tidal wave. In a state of alarm, Peach Bunny quickly dodged to the side, her face etched with concern as she implored, "Tina, what on earth is happening to you? Please, wake up." After uttering these words, she activated her observation Haki. Sensing that the power Tina had just unleashed was not the Conqueror's Haki, but rather a different, unique force. Unlike Conqueror's Haki, which induces dizziness, this mysterious energy emanated a chilling aura, its potency slightly inferior to that of Admiral Akiji's freezing fruit. In her state of madness, Tina unleashed her devil fruit abilities, extending a black iron rod toward the evading Peach Bunny. Steel barricade. Countless black steel barriers appeared in an instant before Peach Bunny. However, as a master swordswoman, she would not be ensnared by such trivialities. Peach Bunny swiftly employed the six-style shave, retreating farther away. At that moment, Tina's internal energy was completely expended, leaving her pale as a ghost, collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing Tina's unconscious form, Peach Bunny rushed to her side. Just as she was nearing, a crimson sword aura sliced through the air, hurtling toward her. Quickly, Peach Bunny drew her sword, Kanpira, and countered the blood-red sword energy with a dazzling golden slash. The two formidable sword energies collided in midair, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind that scattered debris across the vicinity. Peach Bunny unleashed her sword intent, causing the dust around her to disperse under the sheer sharpness of her sword energy. She directed her gaze toward the figure cloaked in black atop her roof, holding a simple branch, and inquired, "Who are you?" No sooner had she spoken than Night Maple's eyes gleamed with intensity. With a flick of his arm, the ordinary branch erupted in a red glow as he stepped forward, aiming to cleave Peach Bunny. Rather than retreating, Peach Bunny advanced, enveloping her sword in armament Haki, rendering its blade completely black, and retaliated with her own strike. The two fierce sword energies collided with a resounding boom, causing the surrounding space to tremble. With a crash and the sound of metal clashing, sword energies erupted throughout the courtyard, sending shards of stone flying like bullets in all directions. As Night Maple released his own aura, it was not the intent of a swordsman but rather the ominous aura of slaughter. In combat with Night Maple, Peach Bunny suddenly felt a chill envelop her, as if she were standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This realization made her acutely aware that the masked figure before her was a formidable opponent, especially wielding nothing more than a mere branch. Yet, it also dawned upon her the gravity of the situation. This was the Navy's headquarters, Marineford, the very base of the three admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Garp, who would dare intrude here. Suddenly, Peach Bunny considered another possibility. There might be a traitor within the Navy. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Night Maple, like a specter, suddenly appeared before her. Reflexively, Peach Bunny prepared to draw her sword to confront the figure in black. Yet, she was a moment too late. With less than a meter separating them, Night Maple abruptly raised his head, his amber-red eyes igniting with a fierce glow. Under the gaze of Night Maple's blood-red eyes, Peach Bunny's expression turned blank, and her sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. As Yifeng observed that Tao-Tu had fallen victim, he casually hurled a small branch with force in an arbitrary direction. He then cradled her in a princess embrace and proceeded towards Tao-Tu's chamber. After placing the unconscious Tao-Tu onto the bed, he stepped outside to carry the fainted Tina back to his room. Gently laying her upon the bed, he silently recited the ice heart technique once more. Upon completion, he meticulously removed every article of clothing from Tina, leaving her flawless form fully exposed to the air. At that moment, gazing upon the pristine sight before him, Yifeng could not help but think how fortunate he was to have practiced the ice heart technique earlier. Otherwise, he would surely have encountered trouble. He resolved to examine her body first, seeking to understand the cause of her condition and why the internal energy had leaked. After Yifeng settled into a cross-legged position, he placed his hands upon Tina's smooth back to commence his examination. However, during the process, he could not resist the urge to grasp at the ample bosom before him, quickly retracting his hand, overwhelmed with thoughts, exclaiming inwardly, "So large, so soft. This is enough to keep me entertained for a lifetime." Truly, she is a character from the world of One Piece. Once he had completed his exploration, Yifeng recited the ice heart technique once more and promptly began his work. The internal energy within his body flowed through his palms into Tina, as he sought to uncover the reason behind her sudden surge of astonishing power. After allowing his internal energy to circulate through Tina's body several times, Yifeng finally opened his eyes, a revelation dawning within him. It became apparent that Tina, in her self-taught endeavor to break through to the second level, had encountered an unforeseen obstacle, which thwarted her progress and resulted in the leakage of her internal energy, leading her to the brink of madness. It was only after the complete release of his internal energy that she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yifeng gradually channeled the pure internal energy from his nine-yang true scripture into Tina's body. As the unconscious Tina absorbed the influx of refined energy, her once pallid complexion began to regain its vitality. She even involuntarily murmured in response. At that moment, Yifeng entered Tina's subconscious once more and gently addressed her, who was seated cross-legged on the ground. "Mortal, we meet again." Chapter 96. The terror of high heels seated on the ground. Tina, who was meditating with her eyes closed, heard someone calling her name and opened her beautiful eyes, once again beholding the figure in the black robe who had previously bestowed her with knowledge of the martial arts. She softly inquired, "Could you tell Tina who you truly are?" Night Maple heard Tina's words and chuckled softly within his cloak, saying, "Did I not mention? I am the deity of your world." Upon hearing Night Maple's remark, Tina rose from the ground, stifling a laugh, and responded, "Could you not choose a different line?" As Yifeng heard Tina's words, he pointed at her and calmly remarked, "Can you put some clothes on for me now? If you remain bare like this, others might mistakenly think I am incapable." Tina, initially anticipating a different comment from Yifeng, was taken aback by his statement. However, she soon realized that she seemed to be lacking something in her own attire. Lowering her gaze, she quickly understood the situation. After a brief moment of realization, she exclaimed, "Ah!" Her face flushed crimson as she crouched down, arms crossed over her chest, her pink hair cascading down her shoulders. In a fit of anger, she shouted at Yifeng, "You insufferable rogue! What on earth is happening? Why am I not wearing a single piece of clothing? Turn your head away at once." Upon hearing Tina's words, Yifeng helplessly turned his head away, his expression one of insatiable longing as he remarked, "As a deity, would I truly covet your fleeting beauty?" Having uttered this statement, he had already pivoted back, his gaze fixated intently on Tina's irresistibly enchanting form. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Tina cast her eyes upward and caught sight of the cloaked figure's unwavering stare upon her. She then exclaimed furiously, "You scoundrel! Just how long do you intend to gawk at me?" Upon hearing Tiana's words, Night Breeze nonchalantly seated himself on the ground and whispered to her softly, "This is within your consciousness. Couldn't you simply imagine an outfit for yourself?" Enraged at first, Tiana soon realized the truth in the cloaked figure's words. Indeed, this was her own mind, where her will dictated reality. In an instant, she adorned herself in a deep wine-red cheongsam she had glimpsed in a store earlier. Paired with matching high heels, her rose-pink hair cascaded over her shoulders, creating a breathtakingly elegant silhouette. The dress clung to her curves, accentuating every dip and swell of her figure, a flawless replication of an empress's divine proportions. Meanwhile, in the physical world, Night Breeze found himself struggling with an unmistakable physical reaction. Within Tiana's mindscape, his restraint shattered. With reflexes honed by 25 years of solitude, swifter than lightning, his right hand darted forth, seizing her right breast in a bold, fleeting grasp before retreating just as swiftly. Tiana barely registered the assault, only sensing a tingling numbness on her left side. Then, noticing the cloaked man's hand still frozen in a claw-like stance, comprehension dawned. Without hesitation, she pivoted, her long, striking leg lashing out in a devastating high-heeled kick tempest blade. A crescent arc of energy, inexplicably tinted pink, sliced through the air. What the? Night Feng found himself utterly bewildered. It is said that beneath those eye-catching long legs of yours, there lies merely a pair of black high heels. How on earth could one execute the 6 styles of the Navy while balancing on high heels? This technique, a part of the Navy's 6 styles, allows for an instantaneous stomping of the ground more than 10 times, harnessing the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to achieve incredible velocity, beyond the reach of the naked eye. Yet, how could Tina, adorned in high heels, manage to perform such rapid stomping in midair, without her shoes plummeting to the ground? Furthermore, the moonwalk, similar to the Wudong's cloud leaping technique, enables one to seemingly tread upon air while in high heels, and still, the shoes remain intact. The most critical aspect is the raging foot, one of the Navy's 6 styles. The practitioner's leg muscles contract and extend rapidly, generating immense kinetic energy before executing a swift kick that surpasses the speed of sound, causing air compression in front of the leg, creating a vacuum that emits a sharp cutting wave. In Chapter 97, Inner Alchemy, the basic form of this cutting wave is typically white. However, Tina's manifestation appeared pink, albeit in her dream, which may elucidate this phenomenon. Nevertheless, Rob Lucci's raging foot can take on the form of a hawk, while Gabber's pack of wolves assumes a leaping wolf shape. It seems that changing colors is not an extraordinary occurrence. Yet, this is all happening in a dream. Moreover, in a state of semi-consciousness, how could she execute high-speed kicks without her high heels being dislodged? This defies logic. By the way, Tina, just how secure are those shoes? Although this transpires within your subconscious, one cannot be so carefree. As the colossal pink-winged foot approached Night Feng, he calmly extended a finger. Just as the pink-winged foot was about to reach him, it vanished into thin air. As Tina prepared to continue her assault, the figure in the black robe, Night Feng, suddenly appeared before her, coldly commanding, "Sit down." Instantly, a scarlet chair materialized behind Tina, and as she sat down in a daze, she was astonished to find herself upon it. Just as Tina was about to speak, she was silenced by the man in black. He continued, "I know you have many questions for me at this moment. However, now is not the time. When the moment is right, I will reveal everything to you." He then gazed at Tina and inquired, "Do you have any uncertainties regarding this technique that you need to share with me?" Upon hearing Night Fang's words, Tina directly articulated her confusion. "Could you tell me where the power I have cultivated is stored? Why do I sense it within my body, yet cannot perceive it?" Upon hearing Tina's words, Yi Feng's lips twitched slightly. Fortunately, he was clad in a black cloak. Otherwise, she would have noticed. Once he regained his composure, he spoke to her. "The power cultivated through your technique is known as internal energy. It resides in a specific area of your body. However, when you gather it all in your lower abdomen, it forms a dantian, and the place where your internal energy converges will give rise to a dan, which is the source of all your strength. Should this dan be shattered, although you will not perish, all your cultivated power will vanish, rendering you incapable of further cultivation. This is something you must remember." After listening to the words of the dark-skinned man, Tina nodded, albeit with a vague understanding. Yi Feng, standing before her, was aware that this was her first encounter with such cultivation, and her confusion was entirely reasonable. Calmly, he extended his right hand from within his robe and swiftly placed it on Tina's abdomen, which was adorned with a chi pao. Just as Tina was about to channel her technique, she felt a wave of warmth emanating from her lower abdomen, causing her to open her eyes wide, only to see a pair of claws resembling those of an Lushan resting upon her stomach. Just as she was about to express her outrage, Night Maple addressed her, "Do not move. Continue to circulate your energy, concentrating your inner strength in accordance with the points I am transmitting to you." Upon hearing the words of the figure in the black robe, Tina immediately sensed an additional flow of energy within her body, meandering through various parts before ultimately converging in one location. She promptly activated her technique, directing her inner strength in tandem with the energy imparted by Night Maple towards her lower abdomen. Eventually, where the inner strength coalesced, it formed a river-like essence. Once Night Maple perceived that Tina had successfully condensed her dantian, he earnestly instructed her, "Do not cease. There is more to come." Just as Tina was about to halt her practice, she heard Night Maple's words and continued to operate the Xian Nu technique. Time became elusive as she labored under Night Maple's guidance, not only solidifying her dantian and inner elixir, but also successfully advancing the Xian Nu technique to its second tier. Tina opened her eyes, and as she prepared to rise from her seat, she noticed the figure in the black robe collapsing onto her. Once again, she found herself pinned to the chair, her expression filled with concern for the figure before her. Tenderly, she patted his back and inquired, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Yi Feng lay upon Tina, inhaling her delicate fragrance, and weakly uttered, "Damn it. Why do I feel this way in such a place?" Tina, embracing Yi Feng, naturally heard his words and was somewhat perplexed by their meaning. She responded, "You finally awakened. What happened to you just now? Why did you faint?" Yi Feng gently nuzzled Tina's neck and weakly murmured, "Isn't it all to assist you?" He requested to be placed on the ground so he could recuperate. Tina blushed at Yi Feng's affectionate gesture, yet she carefully laid the cloaked figure in her arms down onto the ground. After settling down cross-legged on the ground, Yi Feng gently spoke, "You should take a moment to rest. You have just broken through to the second layer and need to familiarize yourself. I must first recover my internal energy." With that, he closed his eyes. In the real world, Yi Feng similarly withdrew his hands, placing them together on his lap, and began to circulate the 9 Yang true scriptures to replenish his depleted internal energy. However, within Tina's dream, she did not commence her training. Instead, she sat sideways in front of Yi Feng, resting her chin on her hand as she quietly observed him. In her heart, she pondered, "What kind of person are you? Why have you come to assist me?" Tina contemplated this question for a long time. Ultimately, she slowly moved closer to where he sat, quietly extending her hand to lift the cloak of this enigmatic figure before her, eager to uncover his true identity. Just as Tina's hand was about to brush against the black robe worn by Yi Feng, a hand suddenly shot out from within the cloak, seizing her wrist mid-air. Yi Feng, clad in black, instantly opened his eyes, yanked Tina towards him, and pinned her down, smirking as he addressed her, "Little girl, I didn't teach you for nothing." With that, he reached out from beneath his black robe, his hands moving towards Tina's restrained form. Caught off guard, Tina's face flushed crimson upon hearing his words, and she struggled, exclaiming, "You rogue. I misjudged you. Let me go? Help." Chapter 98. Brazenly taking advantage, having already ventured beneath Tina's cheongsam, Yi Feng discarded his black robe, casting it aside. As he removed the cloak, Tina finally beheld the true visage of this so-called deity. At that moment, although Yi Feng had shed the black robe, The countenance that emerged was not his current form, but rather his appearance from a past life before his demise, thus Tina would not recognize him. This was the manifestation of Yi Feng's fruitability. Before Tina could fully comprehend, she felt her cherry lips captured by a larger mouth. Her mind went blank, for she had never anticipated such audacity from this stranger. Although it was within her consciousness, it marked her first kiss. She could not believe it was being stolen by someone she did not know. Struggling fiercely against his advances, Tina grasped the hand that had intruded beneath her cheongsam, only to find herself ensnared by Yi Feng's tentacles extending from below, binding her to the ground. Tina lay sprawled out in a star shape, her legs slightly apart due to the tailored fit of her cheongsam, leaving her even more vulnerable as she remained trapped on the ground. Night Feng stripped himself of all his garments and descended onto Tina, wrapping his arms around her head. He nibbled at her pink lips, a wicked smile gracing his face as he uttered, "My dear, have you ever experienced hell?" At the sound of his words, Tina, her mind utterly blank, trembled slightly, and tears, akin to small pearls, welled up in the corners of her eyes. As Yi Feng cupped Tina's face in his hands, playfully kissing her, he tasted a hint of saltiness upon his lips. Raising his head and opening his eyes, he beheld the enchanting beauty beneath him in tears. However, Yi Feng paid little heed to her distress. Instead, he boldly extended his hand, reaching towards the delicate curve of her thigh, bringing his playful antics to a halt. Yi Feng leaned in close to Tina's ear, exhaling a soft breath as he whispered tenderly, "Sleep now, my love. When you awaken, all this shall fade from memory. May sweet dreams embrace you." Yi Feng withdrew directly from Tina's consciousness. Subsequently, in the realm of reality, Yi Feng opened his eyes, feeling the restoration of his inner strength. Just as he finished dressing Tina in her garments, a voice echoed in his mind, "My little Yi Feng, could you enlighten me about that peculiar power within you?" Yi Feng was acutely aware that the words emanating from within his own body belonged to the entity of blood residing there. However, he was taken aback to discover that this entity was, in fact, a female. As Yi Feng regained consciousness, he found himself confronted by a stunning beauty with wine-red hair. Elegantly seated upon a throne crafted from blood, she nonchalantly crossed her legs, a vivid crimson goblet graced in her hand, and leaned leisurely against the arm of the throne. With a languid gaze fixed upon Yi Feng, she inquired, "My dear Yi Feng, could you enlighten me about the enigmatic power dwelling within you?" At that moment, Yi Feng was astonished to realize that the blood entity inhabiting his body was not only female but strikingly beautiful, undoubtedly rivaling the likes of an empress. Upon hearing the words of a luscious Chocolatto, Yi Feng came to a realization and gradually responded, "Before you pose that question, could you enlighten me as to who you are? Or perhaps, what name you go by?" In response to Yi Feng's inquiry, Alusha Chocolatto slowly took a sip of the red wine in her hand. Chapter 99, Alusha's Inquiry. Upon hearing the words of Alusha Chocolatto, Yi Feng came to a realization and slowly responded, "Before you pose that question, could you enlighten me as to who you are? Or perhaps share your name?" In response, Alusha Chocolatto took a measured sip of the red wine in her hand and gradually replied to Yi Feng, "My name is Baloric Alusha Chocolatto, but you may call me Alusha." Upon hearing Alusha's words, Yi Feng turned to her and inquired, "Is this your true form?" Alusha, smiling at Yi Feng's question, gazed at him with her crimson eyes and replied, "Hiki. Indeed, this is my original form. Quite captivating, isn't it?" She concluded her statement with a playful lick of her lips. As Yi Feng observed his alluring posture, he couldn't help but feel enticed. However, recognizing that such beauty was akin to a thorny rose, one that could draw blood, he composed himself and addressed her with a calm demeanor. "Pray tell, what is the purpose of your summons?" Alusha, noticing that Yi Feng remained unaffected by her charm, couldn't help but ponder whether her allure had waned of late. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting, for her primary concern lay with the peculiar force residing within Yi Feng's being. Long before the seals were broken, she had sensed this strange power, initially mistaking it for mere dominance. However, as time passed, it became evident that this was not simply an expression of authority, but rather a force far more formidable. It was imperative for her to discern the true nature of this power, as it could significantly aid him in his quest for vengeance. With a playful smile, Alusha gazed at Yi Feng and inquired, "My dear Yi Feng, could you enlighten your sister about the nature of the power within you?" Yi Feng shook his head as he gazed at her and said, "Do you believe that is possible? What resides within my body is of no concern to you." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Alyssa's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and, looking at Yi Feng earnestly, stated, Tell me what that power is, and I shall grant you one wish. Night Maple heard Alusa mention that she could grant her a wish and smiled slightly. Looking at her with earnestness, he said, Any wish can be fulfilled? Alusa, believing that Night Maple was about to agree, nodded and replied, Indeed. As long as you reveal to me the nature of the power within you, I can fulfill all your wishes. Yifeng slowly approached Urza, gazing into her crimson eyes. And my wish is for you to perish. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Urza's expression instantly darkened, and she crushed the wine glass in her hand. In the next moment, she appeared behind Yifeng, her body lunging toward him as her right hand reached for his chin. She softly murmured, My dear Yifeng, you are becoming increasingly unruly, even daring to deceive your sister. Upon catching a whiff of Alyssa's alluring fragrance, Yifeng was instantly enveloped in a sense of tranquility. He extended his left arm to embrace Alyssa's delicate waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, My dear woman, how long have we truly known each other? Who is deceiving whom? At that moment, Alyssa was pressed closely against Yifeng, her hands, as pure as lotus petals, gently caressing his cheek. She playfully exhaled a breath towards him, saying, When have I ever deceived you? Yifeng, momentarily captivated by the intoxicating scent wafting from Alyssa, felt the primal urge within him stir once more. He swiftly pushed Alyssa onto the chair she had just vacated, coolly asserting, Do you have something to discuss? If so, I shall take my leave. Observing Alyssa continue to sip her red wine in the chair, he decided to depart. Left behind, Alyssa, seated and sipping her wine, mused aloud, Oh, my dear Yifeng, I shall uncover your secrets in due time, and when that moment arrives, you will beg for my mercy. Ha ha ha. Yifeng returned to reality, utterly astonished to discover that the voice he had been conversing with belonged to a woman. Moreover, she seemed quite eager to uncover his secrets. How ludicrous. How could he ever allow her to learn the truth? Dismissing the recent events from his mind, Yifeng's gaze fell upon the figure seated cross-legged before him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Tina, still unclothed upon his bed. He exclaimed in frustration, How could I have forgotten this? As the sun began to rise, he hastily dressed Tina in her clothes, meticulously arranging them for her. In his haste, he couldn't resist taking a small advantage, surreptitiously benefiting from the situation. Yifeng swiftly embraced her, his gaze directed towards the direction where Tina resided. Upon reaching that location, he casually placed Tina in a room, gently tapping her forehead. He then proceeded towards the room where Tao Tu lay in a deep slumber, and upon opening the door, he found her peacefully resting. Yifeng gracefully entered the room and took a seat beside Tao Tu's bed. Channeling the techniques within his heart, he gently tapped Tao Tu's forehead after a minute, effectively erasing all memories of the events from the previous night. After indulging in his morbid whims with Tao Tu, Yifeng opened the door and took his leave. Yifeng did not return to his dormitory but instead proceeded directly to Captain Garp's office, seeking to inquire about certain matters. Upon arriving and opening the door, he discovered that the office was empty. After a series of inquiries, he learned that Garp had gone to the office of Sengoku. As Night Maple approached, he discovered that the door to Admiral Sengoku's office was closed, and there were no naval soldiers on guard this week. Filled with curiosity, Night Maple reached the entrance of the office, where he could hear faint sounds emanating from within. Inside, the three admirals, Kizuru, Fujitora, and Akainu, were seated alongside Vice Admirals Garp and Tsuru. Admiral Sengoku sat at his desk, his expression grave as he addressed the gathered individuals. Today, I have an important matter to announce. Once Zephyr returns, I will disclose this highly classified information to only a select few of you. Thus, it is imperative that you ensure this remains a secret. Do I make myself clear? Among the three admirals, only Kizuru was privy to the nature of the announcement, while the other two remained unaware, having just completed a mission and been summoned to the naval headquarters by Sengoku. Fujitora, perplexed, looked directly at Sengoku and questioned, Admiral, is there truly something of importance? If so, I might as well return to my rest. Upon hearing Fujitora's words, Sengoku's expression hardened. No, what I have to say is of utmost significance. None of you are permitted to leave. Meanwhile, in the room of Peach Rabbit, she was the first to awaken. Having completely forgotten the events of the previous night, habitually, she reached out to the side, but after a moment of searching, she realized she was alone and climbed out of bed. A sharp pain radiated from her chest, leading her to wonder if it was due to Tina's actions the night before. However, upon standing, she saw no evidence that anyone else had occupied the space. She called out, Tina, where are you? Peach Rabbit slipped on the high heels that lay on the floor and searched room by room. Upon reaching the second-to-last room, she opened the door to find Tina peacefully lying there, fully clothed. Rushing over, Peach Rabbit gently shook the sleeping Tina and urged, "Tina, wake up. You mustn't sleep any longer." When her calls went unanswered, Peach Rabbit prepared to grasp Tina's hand and pull her outside when a sudden twinge of pain in her chest reminded her of something. Chuckling softly, Peach Rabbit mischievously extended her hands toward the slumbering Tina, placing them on her chest as she wickedly declared, "Let us see how you like it, you teasing vixen. It's time for my revenge." However, to her astonishment, she found that she could barely hold on to Tina with a single hand, leading her to think, "I never imagined that Tina would surpass me in this regard. She must have a secret for enhancing her figure." The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and her grip tightened. At that moment, Tina stirred from her dreams, feeling as though she was being violated. Upon opening her eyes, instead of seeing Night Maple's wicked face, she found her dear friend Peach Rabbit, who was obliviously groping her. Without hesitation, Tina threw herself into Peach Rabbit's embrace, sobbing, "Wah, wah." Hearing Tina's words, Peach Rabbit understood that Tina was reluctant to share what had transpired. Deciding to abandon the topic, she gently patted Tina's back and comforted her, saying, There. Since the ordeal has passed, let us not dwell on those painful memories." Tina, upon hearing Peach Rabbit's soothing words, resolved, "Yes, I cannot remain in this state. I need strength. Since you've given me the means to cultivate power, I vow to repay you doubly in due time. Just hope you won't regret it." At that moment, Tina experienced a profound transformation. The once naive girl who believed in the righteousness of the Navy had evolved into someone who prioritized strength above all else. Noticing that Tina had finally ceased her tears and her expression had brightened, Peach Rabbit eagerly suggested, "By the way, Tina, I heard that Sister Tsuru is going to sea on a mission tomorrow. You should join her to clear your mind." Initially intending to refuse, Tina suddenly recalled something and nodded to Peach Rabbit, "All right then." Upon hearing Tina's agreement, Peach Rabbit remembered someone else and urged, "Get up. Let us go find Aver and see if she is joining. If she is, you'll have company." Tina, realizing her oversight, exclaimed, "Yes. How could I forget about that little girl Aver? Let us go. I've missed her these past few days." Peach Rabbit nodded in agreement. "Then let us head out now." Outside Aver's room, Night Maple felt an ominous energy emanating from within. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. As Euphone gently opened the door to Avril's room, he was met with the sight of her once exquisite little face now marred by expressions of anguish. Silently, he approached her, feeling a surge of compassion within. He began to channel the essence of the Nine Sun scripture, aiming to alleviate the blockages in her meridians. In the midst of her cultivation, Avril sensed an unfamiliar force infiltrating her body, aiding in the unblocking of her obstructed channels. Once her meridians were fully cleared, she instantly opened her eyes and beheld her brother Yifeng standing before her, a look of joy illuminating her features as she exclaimed, "Brother, what brings you here?" Yifeng retracted his cultivation techniques and approached, gently stroking Ai Wei's hair as he softly spoke, "I am your elder brother. After your prolonged retreat, how could I not come to see you?" Ai Wei gazed at Yifeng and replied, "Brother, I heard from Grandma that you were discharged from the hospital the day before I left. What have you been doing these past few days?" Yifeng chuckled softly and said to Ai Wei, "What can I do? Besides looking for you, my dear sister Ai, what else is there?" Upon hearing her brother Yifeng's words, Ai Wei's small face instantly puffed up, and she retorted, "Humph. I know you will also be at sister Ai Yin's side. Now, confess honestly, how far have you two progressed?" As Yifeng beheld his younger sister Avril in her adorably Navi state, he could not resist the impulse to reach out and gently poke her cherubic face with a single finger. The moment his finger made contact, Avril's round visage seemed to deflate like a balloon, yet in her case, it was undeniably charming. As Night Maple playfully teased Avril, she had yet to utter a word when her brother, Night Maple, remarked, "Truly, you are my sister. No matter how one looks at it, you are simply stunning. Adorable indeed." Upon finishing this declaration, he affectionately embraced the unresponsive Avril and planted a gentle kiss upon her small face before setting her down onto the floor. Once Avril regained her composure after being placed on the ground, she took a few steps back, her expression one of mild disdain as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, brother, why must you kiss me again? You've left me all wet with saliva." Yet, internally, she felt a surge of sweetness at her brother's affectionate praise. Just as Avril completed her statement, the door swung open, and Tina along with Peach Bunny entered the room. Upon stepping into Avril's domain, They immediately noticed the presence of her brother, Night Maple, as well. Yifeng was the first to speak, addressing Tao Tu and Tina. Good morning. Upon hearing Yifeng's greeting, Tao Tu responded with a gentle smile, saying, Good morning. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. After hearing the words of Tao Tu, Yifeng nodded and replied, Indeed, I came to see my sister. Has she finished her seclusion these past few days? To his surprise, as soon as he arrived, she had just completed her retreat. He then turned to Tao Tu and Tina, inquiring with curiosity, What is the matter? Are you seeking him for something? Tao Tu responded to Yifeng, Yes, we came today to find Wei Er, to inquire whether she will be going out to sea. Night Maple remained silent, but Abel, standing beside him, eagerly interjected, Sister Rabbit, where are you going? Upon witnessing Abel's enthusiasm, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair, affectionately saying, Tomorrow, Grandma Crane has a task that requires her to venture out to sea. Would you like to join us? Upon hearing Peach Rabbit's words, Abel's heart brimmed with joy as she thought, Wonderful, I can finally go out and play. Not in a hurry to respond, she turned to her brother, Night Maple, her eyes wide with innocence, and softly asked, Is it all right, brother? Night Maple gazed upon his younger sister, Avril, and gently pinched her cherubic face. With earnestness, he declared, If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. However, it is imperative that you heed the words of your grandmother Crane and Peach Rabbit upon your arrival. Do you understand? Upon hearing her brother Night Maple's agreement, Avril's countenance brightened with joy as she nodded enthusiastically and replied, Yes, I shall remember. Yifeng glanced at her sister's demeanor and smiled lightly. Her gaze wandered to Tina, who had remained silent behind Tao Tu, noticing the suspicion etched on her face. A sense of dread crept into her heart as she silently lamented her oversight in failing to issue a warning the previous night. Could it be that he had recalled? Chapter 102. The shameless Yifeng. Night Maple glanced at her sister's demeanor and chuckled softly. Then she casually cast a glance at Tina, who had remained silent behind Peach Bunny, noticing the suspicion etched upon her face. A sense of dread washed over her as she silently lamented, Oh no, I forgot to warn him last night. I mustn't let this matter slip. Could it be that he has recalled it? Night Maple hurriedly addressed Aver, saying, Sister, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Before Aver could fully comprehend the situation, she heard her brother, Night Maple, announce his departure. Without hesitation, she responded, Very well. Brother, wait a moment. I shall come to find you. After saying all right, Yifeng stepped outside. Just as he reached the doorway, he encountered Ein, who had just arrived at the entrance of the AI Wei Er residence. Spotting Yifeng emerging from within, Ein hurried over and said to him, Yifeng, I have come to see you today to discuss something important. Upon hearing Ein's words, Yifeng turned to her and inquired, Is Instructor Zafa returning today? Ein had intended to mention this matter, but was taken aback by Yifeng's prior knowledge. She looked at him with a hint of surprise and replied, How did you know? I distinctly remember not telling you about it yesterday. Yifeng stepped forward and grasped Ein's left hand, a triumphant expression adorning his face as he declared, Of course, have you forgotten what I told you earlier? I am all-knowing. Fortunately, Ein was already well aware of Yifeng's shameless nature. Otherwise, she would have been thoroughly ensnared by him. Yifeng inquired of Ein, When will Instructor Zafa return today? Ein replied, He is expected to return sometime this afternoon. Night Feng, taken aback by Ein's words, replied with a hint of surprise, Why are you in such a hurry to find me this afternoon? Ein, noticing Night Feng's demeanor, responded with a touch of irritation, What is the matter? Is it not acceptable for me to inform you in advance so you can be prepared? Seeing you like this, are you perhaps eager to meet Teacher Zafa? What do you think? After listening to Ein's words, Yifeng solemnly replied, How could that possibly be? Where did you see that I no longer wish to meet him? Ein, with a look of skepticism, gazed at Yifeng, saying, Is that so? Her delicate, charming face was nearly pressed against Yifeng's. Yifeng directly wrapped her in his embrace, and with an assertive kiss on Ai Yin's lips, he declared with utmost seriousness, Of course it is true. I shall demand that you marry me from his hands. At that moment, Ai Yin's face flushed as if scalded by boiling water. Upon hearing Yifeng's bold words, she trembled slightly and responded, What are you saying? I have yet to agree to your proposal. Night Feng heard the words uttered by Ai Yin in his embrace. He reached out and playfully patted her behind, mischievously asking, If you do not marry me, to whom would you wed? At that moment, Ai Yin was utterly captivated by Night Feng's domineering and roguish demeanor. She surrendered her struggle and, gazing at him with a sense of resignation, replied, Can't you have a little dignity? As Yifeng observed Ai's resignation from her struggles, he couldn't help but smugly retort, What is a face? How much does it weigh? Can it be eaten? Ain widened her eyes in astonishment, realizing that Yifeng had audaciously uttered such words. She silently vowed never to mention the word face in his presence again. Night Feng noticed that Ain remained silent, and he tightened his embrace around her, saying, "Hey, what is the matter? Why are you not speaking?" After uttering these words, he playfully pinched Ain's bottom. The sudden gesture caused Ain to shudder momentarily. She pushed herself away from Night Feng's embrace, her cheeks flushed. Looking at him, she replied, "Since you are already aware of the situation, I shall take my leave. I have work to attend to today." With that, she turned and walked away without even bidding farewell. Yifeng stepped forward and grasped his hand. Chapter 103, The Romantic Sage, Yifeng. As Yifeng caught sight of Ai in attempting to flee, he swiftly seized her delicate hand, drawing her into his embrace. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "Hee. Since you're here, why the haste to depart?" Flustered, Ain gazed at Yifeng and replied, I have work today, so I cannot stay with you. Farewell." After uttering these words, she attempted to wriggle free from his grasp. However, Yifeng was not inclined to grant her that opportunity. He planted a kiss on her cheek and taunted, "My dear, whom are you trying to deceive? Just yesterday, you told me you had taken a 3-day leave. Surely, you do not intend to go to work today." Upon realizing that Yifeng had exposed her ruse, Yin's face flushed with embarrassment as she implored, "Oh dear, please let me go. I truly have matters to attend to, so hurry up." Yifeng heard Ain still defending herself and directly wrapped his arms around her thighs, hoisting her onto his shoulder as he strode towards his dormitory. Embarrassed by the sudden display, Ain covered her face with her hands and exclaimed, "Please put me down. There are so many people watching." After uttering this, she struggled and lightly struck Yifeng's back, insisting that he release her. Despite Ain squirming, Yifeng remained silent, extending his left hand to give her a firm tap on a sensitive area. Instantly, Ain fell silent, for it was summer, and she was clad in a blue short-sleeved top and a matching skirt, her long legs exposed to the warm air. Moreover, Yifeng's hand had reached inside. Despite the thin fabric in between, the sensation was nearly the same as direct contact. Once her most sensitive spot was touched, Ain felt a jolt, as if electrified, and collapsed onto Yifeng's shoulder, using her small hands to shield her blushing face, desperate to avoid anyone recognizing her. Otherwise, she would be utterly humiliated. After finishing the task, Yifeng brought his left hand, which had just touched Ain's pigu, to his nose and took a sniff. He whispered, "Ain, my dear wife, your scent is truly delightful." Innocent Ain, unaccustomed to such flirtations from a seasoned man like Yifeng, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She slumped against Yifeng's shoulder and trembled as she pleaded, "Please, Yifeng, stop this." As Ain, perched on Yifeng's shoulder, noticed his silence, she inquired, "Hey, Yifeng, where are you taking me?" Walking with Ain effortlessly balanced on his shoulder, Yifeng heard her words and gently set her down. He replied, "To my dormitory. There, I shall teach you something." Ain, suddenly placed on the ground, nearly stumbled but was swiftly caught by Yifeng. In her heart, she thought, "You scared me to death. I thought he was taking me to some deserted place for something more intimate." Seeing the unusual expression on Ain's face, Yifeng approached her with genuine concern and asked, "What troubles you? Is there something on your mind?" Ain, hearing his words, replied softly, "Can I even speak of it?" "Yes, there is." Night Feng heard Ain's response and, of course, could not afford to let such a golden opportunity slip away. How could he allow such a delectable morsel to escape? Reaching out to caress her small face, he retorted, "Do you truly believe that is possible?" Under Night Feng's implicit threat, Ain relented and accompanied him out of Ava's place. As they departed, she could not resist casting a glance back at the small window of Ava's room before walking away. At that moment, peering through the small window above, Ava and her companions were stealthily observing everything that transpired between Night Feng and Ain. Once Night Feng casually glanced in their direction, the three of them instinctively lowered their heads as if caught in the act, leaning against the wall. Ava cautiously remarked, "I never imagined my brother was so formidable. He managed to win Ain's heart so swiftly." Tao Tu chimed in softly, "Indeed, your brother is quite adept at pursuing his romantic interests." On the far left, Tina, who had just entered and spotted Night Feng, felt an uncanny resemblance to someone from her dreams. However, upon closer inspection, she realized they were entirely different. The man in black exuded a sinister aura, unlike Ava's brother, Night Feng. Tina composed herself and slowly inquired, "Now that your brother has captured Ain's attention, does Instructor Zephyr know about this?" Suddenly recalling something, Tao Tu exclaimed, "Right. Ava, Does Instructor Zephyr know about this? Aver, sitting nearby, sighed in resignation. How would I know? Tao Tu gazed at Aver in astonishment. But you're your brother's biological sister. Surely he must have told you. In response to Tao Tu's remark, Aver waved her hand dismissively. When did he ever seek a girlfriend? How would I know? The last time I saw them together was when my brother was hospitalized. At that time, their relationship was quite ordinary. Hardly anyone knew each other, and then a couple of days later, they were together. Ain became my brother's girlfriend. Tina added from the side. Well, your brother is impressive. In less than 5 days, he managed to win over Ain, who was regarded as the apple of Instructor Zephyr's eye. Tao Tu, equally excited, remarked, what is even more remarkable is that your brother has not only secured Ain's affection but has done so without Instructor Zephyr's knowledge. Chapter 104, Training Ain thus. Night Feng successfully lured Ain to his dormitory, swiftly shutting the door behind them and locking it. With a lewd grin directed at Ain, he chuckled, hee hee, sweet girl. You are mine now. Ain, upon realizing that the figure before her was not the Night Feng she knew but rather a demon, quickly climbed onto his bed. Wrapping herself in the quilt like a large zongzi, she called out to Night Feng outside, you big liar. What happened to the promises you made? You tricked me into coming here, you naughty rascal. As Yi Feng heard the words of Ain, curled up on the bed, he leaped onto the mattress, attempting to lift the blanket and uncover Ain hidden within. However, Ain had clutched the blanket too tightly for Yi Feng to make any progress. Just when he felt utterly helpless, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Instead of trying to unveil Ain directly, he chose to sit quietly at the edge of the bed. Inside the blanket, Ain sensed the tranquility outside and realized that the air within was rapidly depleting, to the point where her little face was on the verge of turning red. Stealthily, she lifted a small corner of the blanket, instantly feeling a wave of fresh air. Yet, just as she attempted to cover herself again, she noticed a hand suddenly reaching in. Upon seeing the intruding hand, Ain finally comprehended why Yi Feng had fallen silent earlier. He had been waiting for her to exchange the stale air before launching his surprise attack. But now, it was too late. Yi Feng propped himself against the blanket, poking his head in and casting a mischievous grin at the curled-up Ain. Oh, you think you can outsmart me? He taunted. As he spoke, Yi Feng swiftly breached Ain's defenses, diving in and pinning her down on the bed, pressing her small hands above her head. Just as he prepared for his next move, Ain, trapped beneath him and unable to move, struggled fiercely, but to no avail. Realizing her resistance was futile, she exclaimed loudly at Yi Feng, you big bad guy. Didn't you say you had something to do? Is this what you meant? Yi Feng heard Ai Yin's words and placed a gentle kiss on her face, saying, congratulations, you guessed it right. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Ai Yin's anger intensified, causing her chest to rise and fall tumultuously. As Yi Feng beheld the adorable expression of Ain, ruffled by his teasing, he playfully grasped her bosom, which was surprisingly developed for her age. Ain, utterly overwhelmed by Yi Feng's playful advances, collapsed onto the bed, her face a mixture of resignation and fatigue as she whimpered, that hurts. Be gentler. Just as Yi Feng was poised to escalate his playful antics, he caught sight of Ain, a tempting flower ripe for the picking, and promptly lost interest. He shifted away from her, lying down beside her and gently enveloping her in his embrace. All right, no more mischief. The reason I asked you to come over today is indeed serious. With her body languidly draped over him, Ain breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, you scared me. I thought you were going to take things further today. She then turned to Yi Feng, inquiring, so, what is it that you wanted to discuss by bringing me here? Yi Feng heard the words spoken by Ai Yin in his arms and directly placed his left hand upon her backside, speaking earnestly. Do you know what Haki is? Ai nodded and replied, of course I know. In the past, I heard instructor Zfa mention that Haki is divided into 3 types. The first is armament Haki, which allows one to encase their body in a layer of armor, rendering it incredibly resilient. The second is observation Haki, enabling one to foresee the opponent's next move and react accordingly. However, I have heard that when perfected, observation Haki can even allow one to glimpse into the future. The third is conqueror's Haki, which is the most difficult to awaken among the 3, as only 1 in a million possesses it. And that individual must also embody a regal presence. But why are you telling me this? After listening to Ain's words, Yi Feng nodded and then firmly pressed Ain beneath him. Gazing into her eyes with utmost seriousness, he declared, allow me to inform you that you have successfully awakened your domineering spirit. Do you believe it? Chapter 105, Guiding Ain, pinned beneath Yi Feng, heard his words and saw the earnest expression on his face. A flicker of disbelief crossed her mind. Yet she looked at Yifeng with a glimmer of hope and asked, Yifeng, what did you just say? You said I have awakened my domineering spirit. Is that right? Yifeng nodded earnestly and said, Indeed, you have long awakened the power of Haki. It is merely that you remain unaware of it. Upon hearing Yifeng affirm her awakening of Haki once more, Ai gazed at him with palpable excitement and exclaimed, Then what is it that I have awakened? Haki. Oblivious to her current predicament, she found herself pinned beneath Yifeng, utterly immobilized. Night Maple offered a mysterious smile to Ain, saying, If you grant me a kiss, I shall reveal my secret to you. After uttering these words, he deliberately presented his left cheek to Ain, hinting at his intentions. Initially, Ain had anticipated that Night Maple would share something significant, yet it seemed he was merely seeking to take advantage of her. Nevertheless, she resolved to master the art of dominance before confronting him about this. With her mind made up, Ain quickly lifted her head, poised to bestow a kiss upon Night Maple's left cheek. However, at that moment, he unexpectedly turned, and Ain found herself kissing Night Maple's lips instead. Realizing something was amiss, Ain's eyes flew open, but alas, the opportunity had already slipped away. Night Maple, with a speed that surpassed even the swiftest of whispers, delved into Ain's mouth with fervent urgency. His tongue fervently explored, intertwining with Ain's tender and delicate one, savoring the exquisite flavor that rendered one utterly captivated. The sudden kiss struck like a tempest, leaving one utterly unprepared as their tongues glided against one another with a sumptuous fluidity. Ain's mind momentarily blanked. Unsure of how to respond, her body instinctively following the movements of Night Maple's tongue. At that moment, her eyes became hazy, her alabaster skin blushing a deep crimson. An utterly enchanting sight, while heavy breaths escaped her lips. As Ain regained her senses, she beheld Night Maple, his tongue still fervently exploring. Her cheeks flushed with an intense warmth. Realizing that resistance was futile, she embraced reality and wrapped her arms around Night Maple, reciprocating his advances. Just as Ain felt the air becoming scarce, Night Maple, noticing her plight, withdrew from her, gazing at her with a hint of amusement as he remarked, You have awakened the observation, Haki. How do you feel about that? Ain, having just been released by Night Maple, lay on the bed, breathless and motionless, as if on the verge of fainting. Yifeng lowered his head and beheld Ain, observing her countenance. He extended his left hand and gently patted her right cheek twice, inquiring, Hey, what troubles you? Speak up. Regaining her composure, Ain responded with a forlorn expression. I will inevitably be driven to my demise by you. Night Feng heard Ain's words, gently tousled her sky-blue hair, and smiled as he said, Hiki, how could I bear to let you perish? Let us speak of other matters. Come, I shall teach you the observation, Haki. Ain, who had been resting in bed and had begun to regain her color, slowly rose upon hearing Night Feng's offer. As she returned to the ground, her footing faltered. And just as she seemed poised to tumble, Night Feng swiftly reached out and caught her around the waist, preventing her imminent contact with the earth. He held her gently and reassured, All right. Open your eyes, it's all fine now. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Ain slowly opened her eyes and turned to him. Her gaze filled with reproach as she remarked, Isn't this your fault? You scared me so much that my legs went weak. Night Feng, still holding her tenderly, regarded her with a serious expression and replied, But it was you who wanted to kiss me. I made no such advances. Besides, you were on the verge of falling. Fortunately, my reflexes are swift. Otherwise, you might have met a tragic fate. Ain, upon hearing his words, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Could a mere fall truly be fatal? If you wish to take advantage of me, why not say so outright? No need to dance around with excuses. However, these thoughts remained unspoken, for she knew that if Night Feng caught wind of them, he might have more to say. Once she extricated herself from Night Feng's embrace, Ain stood on the ground and adjusted her disheveled attire. She then looked at him and stated, Now that you've taken full advantage of me, isn't it time to teach me the observation, Haki? Night Maple calmly replied, Indeed. Let us depart. Ain paused momentarily and inquired, Depart? Where are we going? Aren't we supposed to cultivate here? Yifeng's face was etched with dark lines as he gazed at Ain and inquired, Do you wish for me to visit you tonight? Startled by his words, Ain quickly recoiled 2 steps, her expression a mixture of fear and confusion as she replied, Why would you say such a thing? This was because Yifeng understood that mastering the observation Haki required an exceptionally tranquil environment, devoid of any distracting noises, and at times necessitated combat demonstrations. Yifeng remarked, To cultivate the observation Haki, one must find an exceptionally tranquil place for practice. However, this is a male dormitory, bustling with people. How can one expect peace here? Moreover, in times of necessity, combat is required to assess the results of training. What if a hole is accidentally created in this space? Where would I reside then? Do you truly believe this environment is suitable for my endeavors? Upon envisioning Yifeng's plight of having no place to stay, and the prospect of residing in her home while enduring the torment of this demon, An shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no, let us hasten our departure." After listening to Ain's words, Yifeng turned to her and suggested, "Let us proceed to the naval training grounds. It is tranquil there, and the space is ample." Having uttered this, he promptly opened the door and stepped out ahead of her. I mumbled something under her breath before following suit. 10 minutes later, Yifeng led Ain to one side of the naval training square, entering a secluded area that resembled a small training ground, and then closed the door behind them. Yifeng stood before Ain, gazing earnestly as he declared, "From this moment forth, I shall be your teacher. Do you understand?" I nodded and replied, "I comprehend." After hearing Ain's words, Yifeng replied, "Before we commence, are you familiar with the concept of observation haki?" Ain responded, "I recall teacher Zephyr mentioning that observation haki is a form of ability that allows one to foresee an opponent's next attack, thereby enabling a timely reaction." Upon hearing Ain's explanation, Yifeng nodded and said, "What you have stated is indeed correct. Let us commence our training." Thus, Yifeng began to succinctly impart the essence of the domineering cultivation method to Ain. However, it is evident that mastering such a formidable practice requires more than mere verbal instruction. It necessitates step-by-step, hands-on guidance. Given Ain's exceptional talent and the fact that she is destined to be his future wife, Yifeng was more than willing to invest time and energy in her thorough education. After all, this knowledge would not be disseminated beyond the two of them. After briefly outlining the principles of the domineering cultivation, Yifeng paused to allow Ain the opportunity to absorb and comprehend his earlier words, before continuing. "Before you delve into the realm of domineering, I recommend that you first familiarize yourself with the 6 styles of the Navy, specifically the techniques of Shavan Moonwalk. The 6 styles encompass the pinnacle of various martial arts, and even if you ultimately pursue the path of swordsmanship, the abilities of Shavan Moonwalk will prove invaluable." During your time with instructor Zephyr, did he impart any knowledge of the Navy's 6 styles to you? Still processing Yifeng's previous remarks, Ain finally responded, "He did." Shortly after instructor Zephyr mentioned it, he was summoned by Admiral Garp. There were still aspects I wished to inquire about, but I never anticipated that his absence would extend for over 2 months. By the time he returned, I had gradually forgotten much of what was said. At that time, I was not yet of age to enlist, so when he initially discussed it with me, it was merely to familiarize me, allowing for a more efficient cultivation in the future. Upon hearing Ain's words, Yifeng's lips twitched slightly, and he inwardly mused about that old rascal Garp, pondering how he seems to be everywhere. He then turned to Ain and said, "It doesn't matter that you haven't finished your studies. Just tell me, how many of the Marine 6 styles have you learned? Or rather, how many can you recall?" Upon hearing Yifeng's inquiry, Ain suddenly became flustered and, after a moment of hesitation, shyly admitted, I only remember 3." Yifeng heard Ain's words, where she mentioned that she could only remember 3. He instinctively placed his palm on his head, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his expression as he gazed at Ain. "My dear sister, Instructor Zfa was once a naval admiral. As his half-adopted daughter, you ought to have been by his side observing during his daily training sessions." Upon hearing Yifeng's remarks, Ain playfully stuck out her little tongue and replied, "Well, I simply forgot at that moment, didn't I?" Nightfong observed Ain attempting to act cute in front of him. He seized her hand and pulled her closer, then flashed a mischievous smile, saying, "I am beginning to have my doubts. Did you truly intend to ask at that moment?" Ain, forcibly drawn near by Nightfong, was about to resist when she heard him expose her. She quickly shook her head earnestly and declared, No, I genuinely tried my best to learn at that time. I assure you, whoever deceives you is nothing but a little puppy." Night Maple gazed at Ain with a look of skepticism, observing her earnest expression. Gradually, he released her hand and remarked, "If what you say is indeed true, then when Instructor Zephyr returns today, let him personally teach you the 6 styles of the Navy. After all, I cannot do it either." Upon hearing Night Maple's words, Ain cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "Oh, so you cannot do it either? How dare you criticize me?" Chapter 107, Guiding Ain. Night Maple heard what Ain had said, and, despite feeling exasperated, responded to her, "You must understand. I've only been in the Navy for a few days. How could I possibly know? How could I have mastered the 6 styles of the Navy before joining? I hadn't even heard of such a thing. It was only after I enlisted that old man Garp mentioned it. I haven't even begun to learn it yet. If I had, I wouldn't be here discussing this with you. After listening to Night Maple's words, Ein, feeling somewhat embarrassed, looked at him and slowly replied, Wah. What? I'm sorry. I forgot. Yi Feng pressed his expression and remarked, When has your memory ever been good? Ein remained silent, merely offering a smile from the sidelines. It was only then that Yi Feng remembered there was an important task at hand. He turned to Ein with a serious expression and said, I almost let you trick me, little girl. Let us begin our training without delay. Ein responded with an enthusiastic "Oh." Following this, Yi Feng retrieved an eye mask from his pocket and handed it to Ein, instructing her, Before we commence, please put this eye mask on. Once Ein donned the eye mask, she moved a short distance away and called out to Yi Feng, All right. Yi Feng, I am ready. Left shoulder. Without any warning, Yi Feng let out a loud shout, startling Ein, who instinctively grasped at her left shoulder. Oh dear, didn't you say the left shoulder? Why have you struck my right shoulder instead? Ein winced in pain, unable to suppress her retreat by 2 steps. Yi Feng held a small wooden stick in his hand, and then explained to Ein, the observation Haki is not merely about discerning sounds and positions. Ein replied with a hesitant, Well then let us try again, and straightened her posture once more. As Yi Feng observed that Ein was prepared, he uttered the words, Right shoulder. This time, Ein had mastered the lesson and did not fall for the trick. She reached out towards her left shoulder. However, her efforts proved futile. Oh dear, why have you struck my right shoulder again? This is quite different from the last time. Ein exclaimed, swiftly tearing off the blindfold from her face. She hastened to Yi Feng's side, feigning anger as she declared, Yi Feng, if you continue to strike like this, my right shoulder shall surely be rendered useless. Night Feng gazed earnestly into Ai Yin's eyes and said, My dear wife, have you noticed? Ai Yin, massaging her shoulders, looked at him in confusion and replied, What is it that you have discovered? Yi Feng slowly turned to Ein and explained, During your first attempt, you evaded the stones by relying on sound. During the second, it was your experience that guided you. In truth, even in that second instance, the influence of sound remained. Upon hearing Yi Feng's explanation, Ein suddenly realized something and joyfully exclaimed to Yi Feng, What you mean is? Yi Feng nodded and remarked, Although I have mentioned that I can perceive numerous voices, they are not true sounds, but rather a sensation. After Night Maple uttered these words, he noticed that Ein was already standing there, lost in contemplative thought. Yi Feng slowly spoke. That sensation is truly wondrous. As if one has heard the whispers of the future and glimpsed the images that lie ahead. It is a feeling that arises naturally within the mind, rather than being a mere response to the rustling of the leaves or the breeze surrounding us. After Yi Feng concluded his words, he fell silent, instead choosing to fetch fresh water to cleanse the dust from Ein's wounds. Once Yi Feng had departed, Ein slowly uttered a phrase. Do you feel it? At that moment, Ein appeared to be enveloped in a peculiar state, sensing that something significant was on the verge of being grasped within a certain recess of his mind. When Yi Feng returned once more, he discovered Ein standing still, motionless. Observing this, a smile graced Yi Feng's face as he selected a clean spot to sit quietly, awaiting something. Half an hour later, Ein finally opened his eyes, glanced around, and, finding no sign of Yi Feng, wondered if he had left. Just as he was preparing to depart, a sound echoed from behind him. As Night Maple was about to depart, he called out to Ein, Where are you looking? I'm right behind you. Upon hearing his voice, Ein quickly turned around, only to find Night Maple leisurely seated, holding the very stick he had just used. Before him lay an anthill, though it was now unrecognizable as such. Were it not for the multitude of ants scurrying about and the several holes of varying sizes dotting the ground, one would scarcely suspect that Night Maple had been idly prodding at the anthill. As Ein approached him, she had yet to utter a word when Night Maple inquired, So, how did it go? Did you manage to learn? Upon reaching Night Maple and hearing his question, Ein shook her head with a look of disappointment and replied, I'm sorry, I didn't learn it. However, I do sense something peculiar. Yet, I cannot articulate it, nor can I grasp it. Night Maple, do you think I am quite foolish? Hearing these words from Ein, Yi Feng rose from the ground, gently touched his face, and comfortingly said to Ein, You need not apologize to me. It's perfectly fine if you cannot learn it. We can always continue our studies tomorrow. If it proves too challenging, we can have instructor Zfa teach you personally. For he is not returning today, is he? Ein relished the gentle caress of Yi Feng's hand on her face, and upon hearing his reassuring words, her spirits began to lift. With a serious demeanor, she expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Yi Feng, for your comfort. However, she lowered her head again, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment as she asked, Yifeng, do you think I am quite foolish? After listening to Ain's words, Yifeng gently embraced her and slowly said, my dear silly girl, refrain from such foolish talk. Even I took over 2 months to master the observation Haki when I first began my training. You are merely starting today, yet you are already on the verge of grasping its essence. How could you possibly be foolish? If you were to be deemed foolish, would that not imply that our future children would also be simpletons? Suddenly enveloped in Yifeng's embrace, Ain's face flushed as she heard him mention the prospect of having children together. With a playful tap on his chest, she gazed at him and questioned, are you so certain that I will bear your children in the future? Am I not allowed to? Before Ain could finish her thought, an overwhelming aura of ferocity enveloped the air. Chapter 108. Observation Haki. You dare. In an instant, the previously languid and carefree Yifeng exuded a dominating and fierce presence that could intimidate even the depths of the underworld. Even Ain, who was accustomed to their playful banter, found herself momentarily speechless, never having imagined that this seemingly carefree man could emanate such terrifying fury. After all, for any man, the idea of infidelity is profoundly abhorrent. Yifeng playfully smacked Ain's bottom and, with a serious expression, remarked, you belong to me now. If you are not having my children, then for whom else would you bear them? Taken aback by Yifeng's earnestness, Ain immediately became as docile as a kitten. Nuzzling against his chest and apologizing, I'm sorry. I was merely jesting with you. Yifeng reached out and pinched Ain's behind, firmly exclaiming, is such a jest permissible? Despite the discomfort from Yifeng's grip, Ain did not resist and replied, all right, I understand my mistake. I promise I shall never dare to do so again. Hearing Ain's words and noting her relatively humble attitude in admitting her mistake, Yifeng let out a sound of acknowledgement from his nose. Ain then shifted the topic, asking, Yifeng, are you truly certain? Do you believe I can learn this? Yifeng heard Ain's words and nodded solemnly at her, declaring with conviction, I assure you, within a minimum of 1 week to a maximum of 1 month, I shall impart unto you the mastery of observation Haki. In Night Maple's embrace, Ain heard his words and, with a hint of disbelief, responded, is that truly the case? Yifeng sensed a lingering doubt in Ain's eyes, prompting him to hold her even tighter. Gazing earnestly into her eyes, he declared, of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Observing Ain's continued skepticism, Yifeng solemnly asserted, I assure you, if you do not master observation Haki within a month, I shall submit to your judgment. Ain replied, on what grounds? Yifeng gazed into Ain's eyes and declared, simply because you are my wife, and because I, your husband, stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, I can assure you. With your innate talent, even if my words are somewhat succinct, I trust you can comprehend. Should there be any uncertainties, you may inquire now. Ain responded with a soft, oh. Yifeng remarked, let us conclude our practice here for today. Ain nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. Suddenly, Yifeng recalled something and inquired, Instructor Zafa, when will he return? Ain replied, it should still be a while before he reaches the naval headquarters. Yifeng heard Ain mention that Zafa would not return for a while. He turned to her and remarked, you should head home and take a shower. You look rather dirty. Unaware of the implication behind Yifeng's words, Ain suddenly realized that she was covered in dust from being struck by Yifeng's small wooden stick earlier, and the sweat that had accumulated from standing in the sun added to her discomfort. She faced Yifeng and replied, all right then, I will go take a shower first. After I'm done, we can go pick up teacher Zafa. After uttering these words, Ain turned and walked towards her house. After taking just a couple of steps, she noticed that Yifeng had followed her closely behind. Chapter 109. The unreasonable Yifeng. After Ain spoke, she turned and made her way towards her home, only to realize that Yifeng was trailing behind her. She turned around and asked, why are you following me? Yifeng tugged at his clothing and addressed Ain. I have stood under the sun with you for over an hour. I too am perspiring and in need of a bath. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ain contemplated for a moment and replied, very well then, I shall take my leave. With that, she resumed her journey towards her home. Night Feng followed closely behind, and Ain heard the sound of footsteps trailing after her. Turning around once more, she saw that it was indeed Night Feng who had been shadowing her. Irritated, she exclaimed, why are you still following me? Did you not say you were going home to take a bath? Yifeng nodded and said, indeed. What's the matter? Ain replied, then why do you still choose to follow me? Night Maple, I also want to take a shower. Upon hearing these words, I finally realized that this fellow intended to wash up at his own residence. With a look of irritation directed at Night Maple, she exclaimed, "Is there not a bathroom in the dormitory where you reside? Can you not make use of it?" Yifeng shook his head and replied, "No. It is too crowded there. I suffer from severe obsessive cleanliness." Upon hearing Yifeng's declaration of his cleanliness obsession, Ai Yin's lips twitched slightly as she retorted, "With your aversion to filth, you cannot possibly come to wash here. Your grandfather lives alone. Is there truly no bathroom at his place? Why can't you wash there? If that is not an option, do you not have a sister? Her room is equipped with 2 bathrooms. Is that not sufficient for your needs? Why must you insist on washing here?" After listening to Ain's words, Yifeng replied, "The day before yesterday, I heard my grandfather mention that the faucet at his home is broken, making it impossible for him to bathe. Even she has been bathing at the general's residence these past few days." Upon hearing Yifeng's statement, Ain responded, "Since your grandfather's place lacks the means for bathing, why not visit your sister? Surely, she can provide you with a proper place to wash. Why do you not go to her?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "Originally, I intended to go to Aviel's place. However, when I arrived, Tao Tu and Tina were still there. How could I possibly go?" After listening to all of Yifeng's explanations, Ai gritted her teeth and replied, "So, what you're implying is that you simply must come to my place for a bath." Yifeng nodded and remarked, "Indeed. Given the current circumstances, that is the case." Ai responded with a dismissive, "Then fend for yourself," before silently turning away and making her way home, completely disregarding Yifeng behind her. Yifeng gazed at Ai, who after uttering the word self-sufficient, continued on her path. As he watched her retreating figure, a smirk crossed his mind, thinking, "Just wait. There will come a time when you will seek my assistance." Yifeng followed Ai closely, and just as Ai took a couple of steps, she thought to herself that this time, Yifeng would not follow her, and she could finally return home for a refreshing bath. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than she heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Abruptly stopping, she bent down to pick up a small stone from the ground and hurled it towards Yifeng, who was trailing behind her. How could Yifeng, with his nimble movements, be struck by such a trivial stone? He effortlessly sidestepped to the left, allowing the small stone thrown by Ai to soar past him. Witnessing her failure to hit Yifeng only fueled Ai Yin's frustration, prompting her to exclaim loudly, "Ah, Yifeng, what on earth do you intend to do?" Yifeng, with a stoic expression, declared, "I need to take a bath." Ain retorted angrily, "You should just go die?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "No, I want to take a bath." Ai, observing Yifeng's unreasonable antics, was on the verge of losing her temper when she suddenly recalled that teacher Zafa was returning today and thus could not afford to waste any more time. She looked at Yifeng and said, "Very well, follow me." Yifeng, who had been anticipating Ai Yin's outburst, was taken aback by her unexpected consent. He quickly ran in front of her, planted a kiss on her petite face, and joyfully exclaimed, "I knew it. My dear wife loves me the most. Let us hurry." Having developed a certain immunity over the past few days to Yifeng's opportunistic behavior, Ai found that as long as he did not overstep boundaries, she was not so much resistant as she was apathetic to everything else. She even began to wonder if she had wronged Yifeng in a past life. Why must the heavens subject her to such trials? The two of them departed and soon arrived at the front of a quaint villa. Ai stepped up to the door, retrieved her key, and with practiced ease unlocked the door, ushering Yifeng inside. Yifeng stepped inside and, after a moment of observation, made a resolute decision. "I too shall become a great general," he exclaimed inwardly. "Isn't this place extravagantly opulent? In my past life, even if I had saved for several lifetimes, I could never have resided in such a magnificent villa. To merely touch the door at the entrance would have been a worthwhile experience." At this moment, Yifeng resembled a rustic villager who had just ventured into the city, exhibiting an innocent curiosity about everything around him. As he wandered aimlessly, touching and observing his surroundings, Ain emerged from her room, having just retrieved her clothes. She had not yet ascended to the second floor to bathe when she spotted Yifeng, lost in his exploration, embodying a naivety that was almost comical. Switching into a pair of slippers, Ain settled down on the sofa and, with a playful tone, remarked to Yifeng, "Can't you aspire to be a bit more ambitious?" Yifeng was toying with a long spear when he heard Ai Yin's words. He shook his head and replied to her, "What use is ambition?" Upon hearing Yifeng's remark, Ai leaned back against the sofa, covering her forehead with one hand, her expression full of complaint as she said to Yifeng, "Why did I ever agree to be your girlfriend in the first place?" Night Feng abruptly sank onto the sofa, pulling the dainty Ayn into his embrace. Nuzzling her delicate face while maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, he remarked, with charm that captivates all, adored by both the elderly and the young, I am a figure of admiration. Any family with a daughter would be eager to introduce her to me, and some would even wish to be my mistress. Yet, you, of all people, dare to express disdain. Beware, I might just cast you aside and seek someone else, and then you shall regret it. Disregarding Ayn's incredulous expression, he raised an eyebrow. A mischievous smirk playing on his lips as he continued. So, how do you feel now, little one? Have you come to appreciate my worth? Unable to tolerate his audacious demeanor any longer, Ayn swiftly extricated herself from his embrace, leaping to her feet from the sofa. Grabbing the clothes she had intended to change into, she struck him playfully while exclaiming, Night phone, do you have no shame? Who are you calling little one? I warn you. If you dare to call me that again, I want thee hold back. As Yifeng witnessed Ayn's sudden outburst, he instinctively shielded his head with his hands. Curling up in a corner of the sofa, bracing himself against Ayn's tempestuous barrage. After a few minutes, Ayn, finally exhausted, sank into the sofa, panting heavily, and remarked to Yifeng, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me here. With those words, Ayn grasped her clothes and, holding onto the banister, slowly ascended the staircase to the second floor. After watching Ayn leave at last, Yifeng finally released his hands that had been shielding his head, observing as she ascended to the second floor until she vanished from his sight. Yifeng chuckled in a rather lewd manner. Ha ha, little girl. You think you can contend with me? Have you even bothered to consider who I am? After uttering these words, he slowly extracted a pink object and a blue object from his bosom. These were the very items that Ayn had hurled at Yifeng moments earlier. With remarkable agility, he had swiftly snatched the concealed objects from among the garments and hidden them within his attire. It is evident to all what those two items are. To clarify, the pink object is an undergarment, while the blue one is a bra. His dexterity was so astonishing that Ayn was too preoccupied with attacking Yifeng to even catch a glimpse of his swift movements. This remarkable speed was honed over 3 decades of singlehood in his previous life. Yifeng retrieved 2 items. First, he placed the pink one upon the sofa. He then produced the blue item, placing it before him to admire slowly. After 5 minutes, Yifeng set the blue piece on the sofa and took hold of the pink one once more. As he caressed the fabric, he inwardly mused on its quality, acknowledging that it was indeed befitting of a woman's attire. The material was exceptional. Yifeng meticulously examined the pink object, scrutinizing it from every angle, almost to the point of dissection. However, just as Yifeng concluded his appreciation, he was abruptly interrupted by an incredibly irate voice emanating from the second floor. Yifeng. As soon as Yifeng heard that familiar voice, he instantly grasped the situation. He hurriedly stuffed the pink item in his hand and the blue one resting on the sofa beneath the cushions. Just as he lifted the sofa's seat cushion, Ayn, clad in a bathrobe, descended from the second floor with urgency. Earlier, Ayn had entered the bathroom, locked the door, and tossed all her clothes aside onto the floor. After finishing her bath and getting dressed, she suddenly realized something was amiss. A chill ran through her as she comprehended her lack of certain garments. In a panic, she ransacked the bathroom, but found nothing. Just then, a memory struck her. She recalled using her clothing to tease Yifeng, noticing his enigmatic smile at that moment. At this realization, Ayn's mind raced with thoughts of her intimate belongings. She felt a surge of unease, pondering what distasteful things Yifeng might do with her personal items. Quickly, she donned a bathrobe and opened the bathroom door. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase, she spotted Yifeng slowly admiring something pink in his hands. Chapter 111. The bathing incident. Ayn hastily donned a bathrobe and stepped out of the bathroom, only to find Yifeng engrossed in the examination of a pink object. Upon witnessing this, a wave of embarrassment and fury erupted within her. She shouted at Yifeng, Yifeng. The fierce exclamation startled him, causing him to shove the item beneath the sofa. Yet, it was too late. Ayn, brimming with rage, stormed down from the second floor. Upon reaching Yifeng, she seized the 2 intimate garments from his hands, ready to unleash her wrath, when she heard Yifeng speak. At this moment, Yifeng was utterly bewildered. By the time he regained his composure, he beheld Ayn's face, which was rapidly transforming as though a volcano were about to erupt. He hurriedly addressed her, saying, Ayn, please, do not act impulsively. Allow me to explain. This situation is entirely accidental. These 2 items actually fell from your clothing while I was engaging with you just now. By the time I noticed them, you had already ascended the stairs. Therefore, I took the liberty of retrieving them, as you might need them shortly. Upon hearing Yifeng's seemingly impeccable explanation, Ayn's countenance darkened, Her teeth clenched as she slowly replied, Yifeng, do you think me blind? Or do you take me for a fool? You wretched scoundrel! I shall make you pay. With that, she swung her fist, aiming directly at Yifeng's face. As Yifeng observed Ai, he realized that his explanations had failed to sway her. Just as he was contemplating an alternative strategy, a fist, the size of a sandbag, hurtled towards his handsome face. 5 minutes later, Ai, exhausted from the exertion, settled onto the sofa, while in a small corner behind it. Yifeng appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray, resembling someone who had endured countless assaults. However, when he removed his hands from his head, it became evident that his face bore the marks of the encounter, bruised and battered. Ai, seated on the sofa, fanned herself with a small hand fan and addressed the kneeling Yifeng, whose visage was barely recognizable due to the swelling. Speak. Will you dare to do this again? Yifeng hastily shook his head and stammered, and no more. I won't dare anymore. I truly won't dare again. Ai responded coldly, since you've realized your mistake. Then get upstairs and take a bath immediately. Yifeng nodded and said, I understand. I will go right away. After uttering these words, he supported himself against the railing and slowly ascended to the second floor. Once Yifeng had departed, Ai's irritation subsided, and she retrieved her personal garments. Returning to her room, she locked the door and gradually removed her bathrobe, revealing a figure that could instantly transform a man into a wolf. Despite being merely in her teenage years, Ai's form was already taking shape. With time, she would undoubtedly rival the Empress herself. Ai sat upon her large bed, and as she picked up her personal clothing, she recalled Yifeng's earlier lewdness with her belongings. The thought repulsed her, prompting her to cast them aside. Barefoot, she approached her wardrobe and selected 2 pieces of similar intimate attire. After donning them, she paired them with a set of denim jeans and a short-sleeved top, completing her outfit with a pair of strappy sandals. The sky-blue jeans accentuated Ai's figure exquisitely, while the white top exuded an aura of youthful exuberance, portraying her as a vibrant young girl. Once dressed, Ai stepped before her mirror, admiring her reflection. The ensemble fit her perfectly, and she nodded in approval of her taste before opening the door and stepping outside. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yifeng had yet to begin his shower. Approaching a mirror, he opened his eyes to behold a visage that resembled an ogre. If he were to stand before Garp in such a state, Garp might not even recognize him. Yifeng silently thought to himself about his mother. I merely grazed my hand lightly. Was it truly necessary to be so harsh? If Ain were to hear these words, she would undoubtedly give him a good beating, for Yifeng's behavior was indeed too shameless. Moreover, what he had just referred to was merely a gentle touch. Pray tell, have you ever witnessed a gentle touch that resulted in such contact upon the face? After admiring the wounds on his face in the mirror, Yifeng stripped off all his clothing and discarded it carelessly onto the floor beside him. The garments he tossed fortuitously covered the old clothes that Ain had left behind. However, Yifeng remained oblivious to these occurrences. After Yifeng had removed his clothing, he seated himself cross-legged on the floor and began to channel the Jiuyang in order to mend the injuries inflicted upon his face by Ai. Though these were but minor wounds, and he could have easily recovered without resorting to the Jiuyang, as they would heal naturally in a few days. Yifeng held a different perspective. If such blows had landed upon other parts of his body, the situation would have been more tolerable. However, this was a blow to the face. Should there be any lingering scars or even a small dent, it would spell disaster. Therefore, it was prudent to employ the Jiuyang for a more reliable recovery. As Yifeng was tending to his facial injuries, Ai stormed up the stairs with great fervor. Initially, she had been seated downstairs, watching television. When a sudden thought struck her, she still hadn't washed the dirty clothes she had changed out of. Upon ascending the staircase, she heard the sound of running water emanating from within. Suddenly recalling that Yifeng was still in the shower, her previously calmed emotions surged once more, her face flushing with color. This reaction was not unfounded, given Yifeng's questionable past. In a hurried manner, Ai reached the second floor and rapped forcefully on the bathroom door. Bang, bang. She called out loudly to Yifeng inside. Yifeng, open the door for me. Quickly. At that moment, Yifeng had just completed his recovery with the Jiuyang and was standing up, preparing to position himself beneath the shower head, when he heard the knocking on the bathroom door, followed by Ai's voice from outside. Yifeng heard it. It was the voice of Ain. He couldn't help but wonder if this young girl had come to apologize for having put him in such a predicament. However, there was no need for an apology to occur while he was bathing. Chapter 112. The turmoil in the bathroom. Yifeng heard it. It was the voice of Ain. He couldn't help but think, Could it be that this young lady has come to apologize for the state I am in? Yet, there seems to be no need for her to do so while I am bathing. As soon as Yifeng uttered those words, a terrifying thought took root in his mind. That is to say, a couple's bath. As soon as Yifeng entertained this terrifying thought, he was instantly stirred, secretly contemplating how unexpectedly insightful this young lady was. At this moment, Yifeng felt increasingly agitated, not even bothering to don any clothing as he flung open the bathroom door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Ayn clad in denim jeans, a short-sleeved top, and sandals. Just as he was about to speak, his vision blurred momentarily. Ayn had stormed upstairs in a fit of anger, and after knocking on the door twice as it swung open, she was confronted with the sight of Yifeng standing before her in his natural state. Her gaze instinctively drifted downward. When she noticed his endowment, she was momentarily stunned by its size. Upon realizing what it was, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily shut her eyes, delivering a punch to Yifeng's face. After the blow, she exclaimed, "Ah, you lecherous rogue. Why are you not wearing any clothes?" Stunned by Ayn's punch, Yifeng half squatted on the floor, and upon comprehending her words, he addressed the now closed eyes of Ayn, explaining, "Do you have any sense of reason? I was taking a shower. How could I possibly wash without undressing?" After uttering this, he hurriedly donned a bathrobe. Hearing Yifeng's explanation, Ayn, still with her eyes tightly shut, pondered the logic of his words. After all, who bathes with their clothes on? Yet, a troubling thought crossed her mind. What if Yifeng had taken advantage of the clothes she had discarded? With her eyes still tightly shut, she angrily retorted, "How can you even say that?" After listening to Ayn's words, Yifeng, with one panda eye wide open, responded to her, "What is there for me to say? All right, you may open your eyes now. I have put on my clothes." With her eyes tightly shut, Ayn heard Yifeng mention that he had dressed, and hurriedly opened her eyes, only to find that he was merely clad in a bathrobe. Fixing her gaze on Yifeng, her eyes gleaming with fury, she declared, "Let me tell you, Yifeng, do not pretend in front of me." Yifeng was somewhat perplexed by Ayn's words and looked at her with a bewildered expression, asking, "What am I pretending to be?" Ayn, gazing at Yifeng's innocent face, felt her irritation surge within her yet chose to remain silent. Instead, she walked past Yifeng, turning her gaze downward, only to discover that there were no garments belonging to her. Only Yifeng's clothes remained. With her face flushed in anger, Ayn spun around and confronted Yifeng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How long do you intend to deceive me?" With a look of grievance, Yifeng gazed at Ayn and exclaimed, "What have I done? When have I ever deceived you?" Ayn, observing Yifeng's feigned innocence, promptly seized his ear and pulled him closer. Pointing at the pile of clothes on the ground with her finger, she asked, "Where are the clothes?" Yifeng, feeling quite perplexed, was being tugged by the ear by Ayn, who pointed at a pile of clothes and addressed him. Still in a state of confusion, Yifeng replied, "Aren't my clothes right here? What's the matter?" Ayn, noticing Yifeng's refusal to acknowledge the situation, earnestly said to him, "I am referring to my clothes. I just finished bathing and left my garments here. Where have you put them?" Yifeng realized that Feng was not searching for his own clothes, but rather for his. He shook his head and replied, "How would I know where your clothes are?" Chapter 113. The turmoil in the bathroom. After saying this, Yifeng walked over to the ground, bent down, and picked up the clothes he had carelessly discarded there, just as he retrieved his garments from the earth. As Yifeng glanced beneath his clothing, he discovered a pile of garments, evidently belonging to Ayn, which she had donned earlier. Upon noticing the presence of those clothes, he instantly comprehended the situation. It turned out that while he had carelessly tossed his own clothes aside, he had inadvertently concealed Ayn's attire beneath them. This misunderstanding led Ayn to believe that her clothing had been surreptitiously hidden away by him. With the truth now unveiled, Yifeng turned to Ayn, his voice laced with indignation. "Look for yourself. Your clothes are clearly right there, yet you dare to accuse me of theft." After uttering this, he strode over to the edge of the bathtub and plopped down, visibly irked by the earlier incident. How could he not be upset? He had only just healed from his injuries, and now he bore the marks of a raccoon-eyed misfortune. Upon spotting her clothes still lying there, Ayn recognized that she had wrongfully accused Yifeng. However, given his prior transgressions, her embarrassment lingered. With a hint of awkwardness, Ayn gradually approached Yifeng, who sat at the edge of the bathtub. She spoke with a touch of hesitation. I'm sorry, Yifeng. I misjudged you this time. I sincerely apologize." "What do you say?" Night Maple, filled with indignation, turned his head away in disdain. Upon noticing his gesture, Ayn swiftly approached him, her voice tinged with desperation as she earnestly implored, "My dear Night Maple, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please, grant me your forgiveness this time. She then continued, moreover, did you not just take my undergarment without permission? Have I not forgiven you for that as well? Night Maple initially believed that Ayn was about to say something significant, only to find her bringing up the earlier incident once more. First, she had turned herself into a laughingstock, only to later offer her forgiveness. The mere thought of it incensed him. When had he ever been subjected to such treatment? Humph. He retorted sharply at Ayn. Your undergarment fell out when you struck me. Do not blame me for it. Moreover, you even punished me for this matter before extending your forgiveness. Now, your clothing is not in my possession. You carelessly left it here and then unjustly accused me, even going so far as to hit me. How can you expect me to forgive you? Upon hearing Night Maple's words, Ayn's face flushed with embarrassment. She promptly dashed behind him and began to knead his shoulders and massage his back, beaming with delight as she exclaimed, Hee hee, brother Night Maple, you are simply the best. Please forgive me this time, I beg you. After uttering this plea, she exerted even greater effort in her ministrations. As Yifeng contemplated the gravity of Ayn's words, his heart softened, and he suddenly recalled something. He reached out to gently stroke Ayn's head and, with an air of magnanimity, declared, Since you have expressed yourself so earnestly, I shall forgive you this time. Upon hearing that Yifeng had pardoned her, Ayn embraced his face and planted a kiss upon it, giggling, Haha. I knew you were the best, Yifeng. After this affectionate gesture, Ayn was taken aback to discover that the wound she had inflicted on Yifeng's face had miraculously healed, leaving only the remnants of a black eye. Hadn't he just been battered into a state resembling a pig's head? Now, only the panda eye remained. She gazed at Yifeng in astonishment and exclaimed, Oh, Yifeng, how is it that the injuries I caused on your face have completely vanished? Upon hearing these words from Ayn, Yifeng turned to Ai with a tinge of irritation and exclaimed, What's wrong? Is my facial injury healing so swiftly? Are you displeased? Ayn, reflecting on her casual inquiry, hastily clarified to Yifeng, No, that is not what I meant. Yifeng glared at Ayn with intensity and inquired, What do you mean by that? Ayn swiftly shook her head and replied, I didn't mean it that way. Yifeng looked at Ayn, her words almost incoherent, and chuckled lightly before saying, Haha. Enough. Please. Refrain from speaking any further. I comprehend your intent. However, considering you are currently stuttering, perhaps it would be best to forego any further explanations. Yifeng suddenly stepped forward and rested his slender shoulder against Ayn's, speaking to her with a mischievous grin. Now, we must discuss how you intend to compensate me. Suddenly feeling the shift in atmosphere as Yifeng embraced her from below, Ayn instinctively crossed her arms protectively over her chest. After listening to Yifeng's words, she timidly inquired, What kind of compensation do you desire? As Yifeng's hand encircled Ayn's waist, it gradually descended to a region abundant with softness. With a firm pinch, he smiled at Ayn and said, Haki, what compensation do you think I desire? When Yifeng departed, Ayn's gaze was vacant, bearing the expression of one thoroughly toyed with. Alas, what a misfortune. Night Feng emerged from Ayn's villa, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Chapter 114, The Return of Zephyr. Yifeng emerged from the villa of Ayn, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Shortly thereafter, Ayn also gradually made her way out of the villa. As Yifeng beheld Ayn emerge from the villa, he approached her and called out, Hey, Ayn, I'm over here. Upon hearing someone shout her name from behind, Ayn glanced back and, to her dismay, saw that the demon had not yet departed. In a flurry, she pivoted and began to flee forward. However, how could her speed possibly rival that of Yifeng? After merely a few strides, she felt a hand clasp her left shoulder. Realizing her attempt to escape was futile, she slowly turned her gaze backward and was met with Yifeng's devilish grin. A cold sweat broke out upon her brow as she stammered, Excuse me, sir? Do you require something from me? Upon hearing Ayn's words, Yifeng's face broke into a perilous smile. He gently ran his fingers through Ayn's hair and spoke to her slowly. What troubles you? I have just left your home, and yet you no longer recognize me? Would you like me to assist you in recalling? Upon seeing the ominous smile on Yifeng's face, Ayn hurriedly feigned realization and replied, Oh, I remember now. You are Yifeng. As Yifeng gazed at Ayn, who feigned ignorance, he suddenly stepped forward, halting when his face was less than a centimeter from her exquisite features. With a wicked grin, he remarked, It appears you still do not quite comprehend. Shall I assist in jogging your memory? Ayn, confronted with Yifeng's proximity, felt a rush of anxiety and instinctively retreated 2 steps. However, she then moved forward, grasping Yifeng's hand and placing it in a rather audacious manner, her expression adorably innocent as she exclaimed, Brother Yifeng, I remember now. There's no need for your assistance. As Yifeng beheld Ain's appearance, an involuntary thought crossed his mind. At last, you have accomplished that which you sought. Haraha. Suddenly, Yifeng grasped firmly at Ain's chest before swiftly retracting his hand, addressing her, since you have already remembered everything. Let us proceed to the dock and see if Instructor Zafa has returned. Upon feeling the unexpected assault on her sacred peak, Ain's face flushed crimson as she glared at Yifeng, ready to unleash her wrath. However, upon hearing his proposal to head to the dock, she was momentarily taken aback. By the time Ain regained her composure, all she could see was Yifeng's elegant silhouette fading into the distance. Enraged, she bit down on her silver teeth, murmuring under her breath, "Humph. You rogue. Just wait. This matter is far from over." With that, she hurriedly followed after him. When Yifeng and Ain arrived at the dock, they discovered a considerable crowd had already gathered there. Night Maple and Ain were unable to penetrate the crowd, so they made their way to a high ground to gaze ahead. There, they spotted a naval warship approaching the port of Marineford. As the ship neared the harbor, an increasing number of naval personnel gathered, forming two lines to welcome the former Vice Admiral Zephyr. To them, Zephyr was akin to a revered mentor, as many among them had been students under his guidance. As the warship drew closer to the port, a ladder was lowered, and Zephyr was the first to descend, followed by his aide, then the officers and sailors. "Look, it's the former Admiral Zephyr." The two lines of naval personnel fixed their eyes on Zephyr as he descended, admiration evident in their expressions as they began to whisper amongst themselves. At the forefront stood Admiral Sengoku, along with Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who approached Zephyr with a warm smile. "Aha, how did the capture mission go? Was it successful?" Upon disembarking, Zephyr scanned the surroundings, and after a moment, he realized that Ain and Garp's grandson, Night Maple, were nowhere to be found. Sengoku observed Zephyr as he searched the area, seemingly looking for something, and noticed that Zephyr did not respond to his inquiry. Sengoku, understanding Zephyr's intentions, did not take offense, knowing that he was searching for Ain and Night Maple, whom he regarded as a daughter. Ever since Garp had informed him of their budding romance, he found it somewhat astonishing. If memory served, Night Maple had only arrived a few days prior and had already captured the heart of Ain, whom Zephyr cherished as his own. He couldn't help but admire Garp's grandson for his prowess in matters of the heart. This news had circulated among the Navy. Ain, one of the four naval beauties, now had a boyfriend, the grandson of the legendary Vice Admiral Garp. After scanning the two lines of sailors with an impassive expression, Zephyr turned to his own men and commanded, "Take that pirate to the prison first, then proceed to the training camp." "Yes, sir," responded the officers and sailors in unison, their military training evident in their synchronized salute. As Zephyr completed his orders, he turned to Sengoku and saluted, explaining, "The capture took longer than expected due to unforeseen circumstances." Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "As long as the mission is complete, that is what matters. Let us head to my office. We have an urgent meeting to attend." After Sengoku's remark, Garp, with a playful grin, addressed Zephyr, "After this meeting, I'll come by your place, and we can discuss matters concerning the two kids." Zephyr's countenance darkened at Garp's words, and he replied curtly, "I will not agree to that." Both Sengoku and Tsuru shared a laugh at the exchange between Garp and Zephyr. Garp, stepping closer, playfully draped an arm around Zephyr's shoulders, saying, "Don't be too hasty in your conclusions. You should see those two kids playing together. They're inseparable, reminiscent of how Tsuru and I were in our youth." Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku and Tsuru nearly stumbled, with Sengoku turning sharply to Garp, exclaiming, "You old rascal. If I hadn't let you off the hook back then, where would you be now?" In that moment, Sengoku was no longer the stoic admiral, but rather resembled a bickering old woman haggling at a market. Garp, unfazed by Sengoku's retort, shot back, "Try saying that again. And what about that nonsense of yours? It's only because I'm more handsome than you." Sengoku, hearing Garp's claim, retorted with disdain, "Look at your silly face. How can you even say you're more handsome? Have you no shame?" At this, Garp rolled up his sleeves, adopting a combative stance, and declared angrily, "You single dog, say that again." Sengoku, feeling provoked by Garp's insult, rolled up his own sleeves and shouted back, "You old fool, say it again if you dare." Just as it seemed a brawl was imminent, Tsuru approached, leaning on her cane, and interjected sternly, "Can't you both be mindful of your positions? Act your age. Look at the two of you." The surrounding naval soldiers, accustomed to the antics of their superiors, paid little heed to the spectacle. except for a few newcomers who were bewildered by the sight of their esteemed admiral and vice admiral in such a state, watching in wide-eyed astonishment. After admonishing Sengoku and Garp, Tsuru turned to the onlookers, commanding, "You all should stop gawking and get back to your training." The gathered naval soldiers, upon hearing the words of Vice Admiral Tsuru, promptly dispersed. Once the crowd had cleared, the calm Sengoku, accompanied by Tsuru, Garp, and Zephyr, made their way towards the Marine headquarters. As they traversed the square, every time they encountered a member of Sengoku's group, the sailors greeted them with a salute, their faces brimming with admiration. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, responded with a warm smile and a nod. Had these been ordinary naval officers, Sengoku would have likely ignored them, considering it beneath his dignity to acknowledge the ranks of seamen, corporals, and sergeants. However, Sengoku did not share this perspective. He had himself risen through the ranks from such humble beginnings. After decades of dedication and accumulated achievements, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Marine hierarchy. He understood the significance of these lower-ranked sailors, recognizing that while they may lack individual strength, their collective might could pose a substantial threat to the Navy if united. Thus, Sengoku endeavored to garner their support, believing that maintaining their goodwill was paramount for the future of the Marines. To him, pride was inconsequential. A mere nod and a smile could win their loyalty, which might be crucial for his aspirations. However, to solidify his position further, it was essential to secure the backing of all tiers within the Navy, from the highest echelons to the grassroots. Sengoku's current status as Fleet Admiral was attributed to the support of both high-ranking and lower-tier personnel, combined with his relentless efforts that had culminated in his present accomplishments. The Marine headquarters was a fortress of immense scale, housing numerous internal structures, including a vast playground. As the central base of the Navy, it functioned as the brain and heart of the entire organization, accommodating countless sailors, making its vastness a necessity rather than an anomaly. Sengoku and his companions smoothly ascended to the highest level of the Marine headquarters and entered the Supreme Conference Room, now designated as the highest meeting space by Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself. Upon entering, Vice Admiral Tsuru instructed a naval soldier to summon Garp's grandchildren, Knight Maple and his sister Ival, conveying that it was an order from her. The soldier promptly acknowledged and dashed downstairs to fulfill her request. Tsuru, witnessing the soldier depart to carry out her command, proceeded into the conference room. Inside were three distinguished figures, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizuru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan, who was on the verge of being promoted to admiral. Upon the doors opening, the three key figures stood in unison, saluting the newly arrived Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He returned their gesture, then proceeded to take his seat at the central position. Vice Admiral Tsuru, as the Chief of Staff, settled into the seat to Sengoku's right, while Garp, due to his unique status, took a seat alongside Zephyr to the left. Once everyone was seated, Sengoku turned to Tsuru, inquiring quietly if the grandchildren had arrived yet. Tsuru assured him that she had dispatched someone to fetch them, and they should be arriving shortly. After acknowledging her response with a nod, Sengoku cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. "Now that we are all present, I must announce an important matter. Some of you may already be aware, while others may not. Nevertheless, I shall reiterate it today. Upon concluding my announcement, I implore you to maintain confidentiality, as it pertains to the future of our Navy. Among the assembled naval powerhouses, only Kizuru was privy to the forthcoming revelation, while the others remained in suspense. Despite having previously heard about it in Sengoku's office, witnessing his serious demeanor now heightened their awareness of its significance, prompting a shift to solemn expressions. Sengoku, noting the seriousness of Akainu and Akiji, nodded towards Tsuru and, with an earnest tone, proclaimed, "This signifies that our Navy will soon witness the emergence of two extraordinary swordmasters." As the moment unfolded, the scene shifted back to Night Maple. Yi Feng and Ai Yin, having failed to merge into the throng, casually occupied a vantage point from which they beheld the returning ZFA. Before they could approach to extend their greetings, they observed his entourage following the Grand Marshal of the Warring States as they entered the imposing structure of the Navy headquarters. Yi Feng and Ai Yin promptly made their way towards the naval headquarters. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a naval soldier emerging from within. Yi Feng and Ai Yin paid no heed to the naval soldier, continuing their stride toward the office of Sengoku. Just a few steps into their journey, they heard someone calling from behind. Turning around, they saw the naval soldier who had delivered Admiral Crane's orders rushing towards Yi Feng. Upon reaching him, the soldier inquired, You are the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, Yifeng, are you not? Yifeng nodded at the signaling naval soldier and said, yes, indeed. My name is Yifeng. What is it? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the naval soldier confirmed that he had found the person he was looking for and replied, it is Vice Admiral Crane who has sent me to summon you and your sister, Avril, to the Navy's Supreme Conference Room. Upon hearing the messenger's announcement that General Crane had summoned both him and Avril to the highest conference room, Yifeng instantly comprehended the situation at hand. They were to attend a meeting. Once he grasped the implications, Yifeng addressed the messenger, saying, very well, I understand. I shall ascend shortly. The messenger, upon hearing Yifeng's intent to go up soon, turned to depart. However, after taking only a few steps, Yifeng intercepted him, inquiring, excuse me, are you preparing to summon my sister as well? The naval soldier nodded affirmatively, replying, indeed, that is correct. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Yifeng replied, then you need not go. I shall summon him myself. Subsequently, I accompanied her. The signaling naval soldier, upon realizing that Yifeng intended to fetch him personally, thought he could return to report directly. He promptly said to Yifeng, very well, I shall return to report now. Knight Maple observed the naval soldier hastening back to report to Admiral Crane. Turning around, he addressed the previously silent Ein, inquiring, what do you think? Will you go? Ein shook her head gently and replied, I shall not accompany you. Admiral Crane has summoned you and your sister to the highest conference room, which likely pertains to matters of great significance. I shall return home and await the teacher there. Upon hearing that Ein had no intention of accompanying him, Yifeng grasped the significance of the situation. He addressed her, saying, very well. You may return home for now. After I conclude my meeting, I shall visit your residence as well. The moment Ein processed Yifeng's intention to come to her home later, a sudden realization dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Was this an indication of an impending meeting with her parents? Consequently, she replied to Yifeng, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. As Yifeng observed Ein hastily departing, he presumed there was some pressing matter at hand. Thus, without further contemplation, he proceeded directly towards Avel's residence. After a brief span of several minutes, Yifeng arrived before Avel's abode, at which point he profoundly appreciated the significance of the moonwalk and shave techniques within the Marine 6 styles. It dawned on him that, aside from refraining from employing his martial skills, his only means of locomotion was his own 2 feet. Although the journey had not left him fatigued in the slightest, it was undeniably time-consuming. It appears he must allocate some time to master the Marine 6 styles. Yifeng arrived at the doorstep of Aver's residence. Without knocking, he simply pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was struck by the profound silence that enveloped the space, suggesting that Aver had likely departed. Nevertheless, harboring a spirit of curiosity, Yifeng proceeded to open Aver's bedroom door. To his dismay, he found the room in disarray. The bedclothes were haphazardly strewn across the bed, appearing as though a pillow had been carelessly stuffed beneath them. Yifeng noticed that the house was unoccupied. After casting a casual glance, he closed the door. However, in the very next moment, he reopened it, peering inside to discover a small foot peeking out from beside the bed. Had he not taken a deliberate look before shutting the door, he might have genuinely mistaken it for a mere pillow tucked away within. After Knight Maple opened the door and stepped inside, he reached out to pull the blanket covering Avril. He discovered her sprawled out on the bed in a starfish position. As Knight Maple tugged the blanket away, she rolled over and suddenly extended her small hands, groping around aimlessly, as if searching for the blanket that Knight Maple had just removed from her. Yifeng gazed at Avril, who lay sprawled on the bed, still lost in slumber. His expression shifted as a single thought occupied his mind. Do you not need to breathe? Moments ago, Avril had been completely enveloped by the heavy blankets, leaving only a single foot exposed. How, he wondered, could she possibly breathe beneath such a shroud? After Knight Maple pondered over these perplexing questions, he decisively pressed the delete key in his mind, erasing all these burdensome and futile thoughts. He then approached the bed, extending a hand to grasp the delicate ear of Avril, and with a swift motion, he twisted it in the opposite direction. What transpired next is something one might easily anticipate. In the midst of her slumber, Avril was jolted awake by the sudden pain in her ear. Upon realizing it was her brother Knight Maple, she instinctively released her grip on her ear with one hand, half leaning on the bed, while the other 2 hands shielded the ear that had just been pinched by him. Wincing in pain, she bared her little fangs and looked at her brother, exclaiming, "Brother, what are you doing?" Yifeng gazed at Aver and remarked, How can you still speak so casually? Just look at the time. You are still asleep." Upon hearing her brother Yi Feng's words, Aver lifted her eyes to the clock mounted on the wall, only to discover that it was nearly noon. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Oh my, how can it be so late?" Chapter 118, The Matter of Techniques. Aver, upon hearing her brother Yi Feng's words, raised her gaze to the clock on the wall and realized it was almost noon. In disbelief, she uttered, "Oh my, how can it be so late?" Night Foam, with a look of exasperation, addressed Aver, "Do you even realize how late it is? Just glance at the clock. It's nearly time for lunch. And yet, here you are, still in slumber. Did you stay up all night with those two?" Upon hearing her brother Night Fang's words, Aver replied, "Brother, what does staying up all night mean?" Night Maple explained to Aver, "Staying up all night means you didn't sleep at all, right?" Upon comprehending Night Maple's words, Aver shook her head and earnestly replied to her brother, "No, I went to bed quite early last night. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Peach Rabbit or Sister Tina. I truly fell asleep early." As Yi Feng observed the earnest expression on his sister Aver's face, he couldn't help but ponder that perhaps she was not deceiving herself after all. With a look of confusion, he inquired, "Since you claim to have retired early last night, why then are you so reluctant to rise now?" Aver shook her head, replying, "I cannot say for certain. I simply feel an overwhelming urge to sleep at this moment." Just as she finished speaking, a thought struck her, and she turned to Yi Feng, exclaiming, "Brother, it is always after my cultivation sessions that I feel this desire to sleep. Do you think it could be related to the technique I am practicing?" After listening to her sister's words, Yi Feng fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that there is an issue with the Nine manual? Surely, there can't be a problem. After all, I have cultivated the Nine Yang manual, which is complementary to the Nine manual, and have never encountered such an issue. After pondering for 5 or 6 minutes, Yi Feng suddenly recollected that he had come to summon Aver to attend the meeting. If he hadn't remembered abruptly, he might have completely forgotten. Never mind. He decided to contemplate that issue after the meeting. Thus, he hastily addressed Aver, who was about to drift back to sleep, saying, "Why are you lying down again? Get up at once." With that, he yanked off the blanket that Aver had just covered herself with. Annoyed at being disturbed just as she was about to sleep, Aver glared at her brother and said, "Brother, can't you let me rest for a while? After all, there is nothing urgent at the moment." Night Maple sternly addressed Avril, "Do not sleep any longer. I have a question for you. Apart from your excessive slumber, do you have any other issues? Or is there any discomfort in your body?" Avril, now entirely devoid of drowsiness, upon witnessing her brother's serious demeanor, pondered for a moment before shaking her head in response. "No, besides feeling sleepy, there is nothing else." After listening to his sister Avril's words, Yi Feng pondered for a moment and then said to her, "Very well. If you ever find yourself in a situation beyond mere slumber, you must inform me at once. Do you understand?" Avril nodded in agreement and replied, "Yes, I understand." Yi Feng then opened the door, turned to Avril, and said, "Let us set this matter aside for now. You need to rise quickly. General Crane has summoned us for an important matter. Hurry, I shall wait for you outside." Avril paused for a moment before responding, "Grandma Crane is looking for me? Is there something amiss?" Night Maple, feeling somewhat anxious, addressed Avril, "How would I know what the matter is? Hurry up and get ready to come out with me." Upon hearing that her brother was equally unaware of the situation, Avril responded with a simple "Oh." A few minutes later, Night Maple and Avril arrived at the entrance of the highest conference room of the Navy headquarters. The soldier who had issued the summons earlier, upon recognizing them as the individuals Admiral Tsuru was seeking, instructed them to wait, stating, "Please hold on, I shall report inside." He swiftly opened the door to the conference room, entered with a brisk pace, saluted the stern-faced Fleet Admiral Sengoku seated in the center, and then paid his respects to the surrounding generals, including Garp. He turned to Admiral Tsuru on the right and reported, "Report. The individuals you were looking for have arrived." Upon hearing this, Admiral Tsuru nodded and replied, "All right, I understand. Please bring them over." The soldier responded with a quick "understood," and promptly exited. As soon as the soldier left, Garp leaned towards Zephyr, who was seated beside him, and whispered, "My grandson, Night Maple, will be arriving shortly. Take a good look at your future son-in-law." Zephyr, responding coldly to Garp's remark, retorted, "Humph. I shall see if he is worthy, as fate would have it." Just as Zephyr finished his statement, the tightly shut wooden door was pushed open, and Night Maple, holding Avril's hand, stepped into the conference room, where 7 individuals were seated. Upon witnessing the scene, Yifeng immediately recognized the identities of the 7 individuals without a moment's hesitation. However, just as he was about to speak, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from 3 of them. Among them, Zfei's aura was the most formidable. As Zfei gazed at the approaching Yifeng, he perceived a commanding presence enveloping him, an aura that exuded a subtle yet palpable murderous intent and an air of dominance, as if it were an innate part of his being, emanating unceasingly from his very essence. Both Yifeng and Ai Wei'er sensed the formidable pressure emanating from 3 distinct sources. Yifeng released his grip on his sister Ai Wei'er's hand. Fully aware that they were being tested, he took a calm step forward, exuding an incredibly sharp aura, laced with a hint of lethal intent. The 3 admirals, warring states, Kapu, and Zfei, instantly felt a subtle yet decisive killing intent enveloping them. Zfei mused silently, pondering the extent of destruction caused by Kapu's rascally grandson. In that moment, along with the already acknowledged presence of the yellow ape, both he and the other admirals could not afford to underestimate the individual before them. As a flicker of trepidation stirred within their hearts, the 4 immense pressures seemed to pierce the heavens, causing the very ground beneath Yifeng's feet to crack, resembling a spider's web. Night Maple suddenly intensified his aura, barely withstanding the 3 formidable pressures emanating from other directions. Just as he was on the verge of unleashing his sword energy, a resounding force erupted, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. A tremendous sense of oppression, exceeding Night Maple's tenfold, emanated directly from Zifa, bearing down upon him. With a cold snort, Zifa uttered a disdainful humph. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, despite not being present with their instructor Zifa, unleashed their full strength, directing it menacingly towards the young man before them. Night Maple hastily retracted his own aura, pondering whether Zifa was oblivious to the fact that this young man was the grandson of Garp. Although possessing some degree of power, he could not possibly withstand the combined might of so many. Even a mid-ranking officer would have long since crumpled to the ground under such pressure. Yet now, thus, with 2 pressures diminished, Night Maple found himself overwhelmed by Zifa's full-scale eruption. The sudden weight of this oppressive force caused his body to tilt, and he collapsed onto the pale blue floor beneath him. Brother. Behind Yifeng, Aver witnessed her brother's sudden collapse and hurried to his side, grasping his arm in an attempt to lift him. However, no matter how she tried, an inexplicable force seemed to bear down upon him. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, she directed her sword energy towards Zephyr. The onlookers were utterly astonished. The frail little girl behind Yifeng was capable of unleashing such formidable sword energy. Although some had witnessed it before, witnessing it again evoked a sense of dread. Nevertheless, Zephyr, Akainu, and Akiji, despite having never seen it, could discern from the aura of her swordsmanship that this young girl undoubtedly possessed the prowess of a mid-tier or peak swordsman. Zephyr was taken aback, never having anticipated that Captain Garp's granddaughter harbored such immense power. In that instant, he experienced a sentiment akin to that of Sangoku when he first encountered Aver. Could this truly be the fabled prodigy? As Yifeng sensed his sister behind him unleashing her sword aura, he immediately felt his body lighten. That formidable willpower struggled to control his body, akin to a puppet, refusing to allow this vessel to succumb. Once he finally steadied himself, he turned to the source of the imposing energy emanating from his sister, Ai Wei'er, and gestured with a wave of his hand, signaling her to cease. Behind Yifeng, Avril noticed her brother's gesture, which signaled her to halt. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately reined in her imposing aura. As Avril's presence subsided, Yifeng felt as though he were bearing the weight of a colossal mountain upon his back, while an immense gravitational force clung tenaciously to his feet. Even the air around him seemed to thicken under the strain of this overwhelming gravity, rendering it nearly impossible to draw a breath. Nightfeng struggled to recall. Truly, he stood as a formidable force atop this world, exhibiting sheer strength. What a profound practice! After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Nightfeng, driven by his formidable will, cast a cold gaze upon Zephyr. Generally, powerful individuals radiate an inherent aura, which flows effortlessly from them without conscious control. Yet, Zephyr had just commanded Nightfeng to suppress his own aura. Was this not a deliberate attempt to challenge him? Noticing Nightfeng's lack of support from his sister, he stood resilient even in the face of Zephyr's overwhelming might. Both Zephyr, Akainu, and Akiji silently marveled. What immense willpower! The inky depths of Nightfeng's pupils were suddenly stained crimson with blood, transforming into a vivid scarlet. Almost immediately, a palpable aura of murderous intent infused with his swordsmanship. erupted from his seemingly frail form, piercing through the oppressive atmosphere that surrounded Zephyr. Kobe and Sengoku, positioned closest to Zephyr, also sensed this tangible aura of menace. Zephyr's oppressive presence was tumultuous, grand, and imposing. If Night Fong were a wave, Zephyr would be a tsunami against such a roaring tide. One could only be overwhelmed and consumed. Yet, today, Night Fang's wave defied the tsunami. The oppressive aura that enveloped Zephyr intertwined with the menacing intent, becoming increasingly ambiguous. Yet, Zephyr felt this killing intent, chilling to the bone. Upon sensing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zephyr's indifferent visage, followed by a smirk. So, he could still resist. Remarkably, the others seated on the sofa, aside from Sengoku, despite not being directly met with Night Fang's gaze, were nonetheless captivated by this palpable aura of menace. In unison, they recalled Sengoku's recent words, awakening a dawning realization filled with trepidation. Could it be that the two great swordsmen Sengoku spoke of were them? However, Akainu and Akiji were puzzled. Although they were aware of their lineage as Kobe's grandson and granddaughter, their prowess should have made them renowned across the seas, yet they had never heard of them. With such questions lingering, they involuntarily turned to Sengoku, who wore a look of satisfaction, clearly pleased, yet a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. At this moment, Night Fong had entirely withstood Zephyr's aura and even showcased a degree of resistance. Satisfied with this, Zephyr withdrew his oppressive presence, allowing a different expression to grace his previously stern countenance. Understanding Zephyr's intent to test, Kobe and Sengoku recognized that their old friend was merely gauging their qualifications. Since Zephyr appeared pleased, it was time for them to intervene. Before Sengoku could voice his thoughts, Kobe, unable to remain passive, patted Zephyr beside him, signaling for him to cease. Earlier, when Kobe witnessed Night Fong being overpowered, he had intended to call for Zephyr to stop, but before he could utter a word, he had seen the emergence of that palpable sword energy from Night Fong. Not only had Night Fong not been subdued, but he also demonstrated the capacity to resist. Now, with Night Fong fully countering Zephyr's pressure, Zephyr felt a sense of satisfaction, and his expression shifted from a smirk to a facade of seriousness. Aware that he was indeed his grandson, Zephyr's unabashed treatment of Night Fong left Kobe somewhat dissatisfied. He interjected, "Enough, Zephyr. He is my grandson, so please do not make things difficult for him." Chapter 120. Zephyr's test. As Yifeng sensed his sister behind him unleashing her sword energy, he immediately felt a lightness in his body. That formidable willpower struggled to maintain control over his form, akin to a puppet, preventing this corporeal vessel from collapsing. Once he finally steadied himself, he turned towards the source of the overwhelming presence, Aviel, and gestured with his hand, signaling her to cease. Behind Yifeng, Ai Weier noticed her brother's gesture signaling her to halt. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately relinquished her formidable presence. As soon as Ai Weier's aura dissipated, Yifeng felt as if he were burdened by a colossal mountain upon his back, while an immense gravitational force ensnared his feet, rendering them immovable. Even the air around him seemed to thicken under the weight of this gravity, making it nearly impossible to draw a breath. Night Fong struggled to recall, truly. As a formidable force at the pinnacle of this world, his strength was undeniable. What an exceptional cultivation session. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Night Fong, with his formidable consciousness, cast a cold gaze upon Zephyr. Typically, a powerful individual emanates an aura effortlessly, but Zephyr had just commanded Night Fong to suppress his own presence. Was this not an intentional challenge? Noticing Night Fong lacked the support of his sister's aura, Zephyr, Akainu, and Akiji were all secretly astonished. What an indomitable will! The abyssal black of Night Fang's profound pupils was suddenly stained crimson with blood, transforming into a vivid scarlet. Immediately, a tangible killing intent, infused with his swordsmanship, erupted from his seemingly frail form, piercing through the oppressive atmosphere and encircling Zephyr. Garp and Sengoku, closest to Zephyr, also sensed this palpable killing intent. Zephyr's oppressive aura was tempestuous and grand, akin to a tsunami, while Night Fong's wave seemed to penetrate through the overwhelming tide. Despite the suffocating pressure, the killing intent that entwined around Zephyr became increasingly elusive, yet Zephyr felt this aura, chilling to the bone. Taken aback, Zephyr's indifferent expression momentarily faltered, followed by a smile. The ability to resist was commendable. The others seated on the sofa, save for Sengoku, though not directly meeting Night Fong's gaze, were captivated by this tangible killing intent. At that moment, memories of Sengoku's recent words flooded their minds, awakening a sense of dread. Could it be that the two legendary swordsmen he spoke of were indeed them? However, Akainu and Akiji were puzzled. Despite knowing they were Garp's grandchildren, their prowess should have made them well known in the world. Why had they not heard of them? With such questions lingering, They instinctively glanced at Sengoku, who displayed a look of satisfaction, albeit with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Now, having successfully withstood Zephyr's pressure and demonstrated resistance, Zephyr was quite pleased and retracted his aura, allowing a hint of amusement to break through his previously stern demeanor. Understanding that their old friend was merely testing qualifications, Garp and Sengoku recognized it was time for them to mediate. Before Sengoku could speak, Garp, unable to contain himself, patted Zephyr beside him, signaling him to cease. Earlier, upon witnessing Night Fong being overwhelmed, Garp had yearned for Zephyr to halt, but before he could voice his thoughts, he witnessed the eruption of that tangible sword energy from Night Fong. Not only had it not been subdued, but it also exhibited resistance. Now, with Night Fong entirely withstanding Zephyr's pressure, Zephyr's demeanor transformed subtly, adopting a facade of seriousness. Despite Zephyr's intentional challenges, Garp and Sengoku understood that their old friend was merely probing for merit. However, Garp, aware that Night Fong was his grandson, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding Zephyr's actions, exclaiming, "Enough, Zephyr. He is my grandson, so spare him your trials." Upon hearing Garp's words, Zephyr paused for a moment before retracting his aura. Silently retreating to the chair behind him, his expression darkened, lost in contemplation. As Yufeng sensed that Zfa had retracted his oppressive aura, he too subtly withdrew his own imposing presence. Breathing lightly, he inwardly cursed, "Damn it. If you don't back off, I might just unleash my conqueror's Haki." At that moment, sitting at the center, Sengoku addressed the crowd with earnestness. "I trust you have all grasped the strength of these two." After this declaration, he surveyed the expressions of those present before continuing. "These two are among the future sword masters of our navy. The other is Momotatsu. Together, they represent the future of our naval forces." Suddenly, sitting below, Akainu, arms folded and with an air of feigned indifference, looked at Sengoku with a face that seemed to say he owed him money. He retorted, "Fleet Admiral, while these two possess some degree of strength, they hardly embody the future of our navy." Akainu, upon hearing Sengoku's assertion that they were the future, found it hard to believe. After all, possessing only the pinnacle of swordsmanship could hardly yield any significant accomplishments in these tumultuous seas, let alone gain entry into the realm of top-tier prowess. In the first half of the Grand Line, a swordsman at the pinnacle could, aside from those reclusive old monsters such as Gungsureo and Kurikusu, sweep through the seas with ease. However, in the latter half of the Grand Line, survival was a fleeting endeavor. Thus, the gap between the pinnacle of swordsmanship and that of the Grand Sword Master was but a single step. Yet, this step was not easily taken, for the distance from the pinnacle to the Grand Sword Master realm was vast. Only when one ascends to the Grand Sword Master level can they secure a place in the New World. But how many have achieved this? Many, like Changchi, remain trapped at the pinnacle of swordsmanship throughout their lives, never breaking through, while those at the pinnacle can trade blows with Grand Sword Masters a few times. In a true confrontation, they would yield within 4 exchanges. Presently, only 6 Grand Sword Masters are alive in this world: Gungsureo from the first half of the Grand Line, Dark King Rayleigh, Marine Admiral Kizaru, the future Warlord of the Sea, and the world's greatest Grand Sword Master Dracul Mihawk, the future Emperor of the Sea Shanks, and finally, one of the 5 Elders of the World Government, Sword Elder. Each of these 6 stands at the pinnacle of this world. To contend with them, one must at least be a Grand Sword Master. Thus, the pinnacle of swordsmanship seems somewhat inadequate here, as they can only serve as the backbone of certain organizations or under others. Currently, those possessing swordsmanship in the Navy include Vice Admiral Bastille, Vice Admiral Spider, Vice Admiral Mole, Vice Admiral Doberman, Vice Admiral Firemountain, the love-stricken T-Pig, and the 7th Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Bayada, among many others whose names I may have forgotten but will recall later. Thus, the majority of the Navy's mid-level strength is comprised of swordsmen, with these individuals likely remaining swordsmen throughout their lives, at most achieving the pinnacle of swordsmanship. As these individuals are largely peripheral, any hopes of defying fate would depend on how Oda Sensei chooses to write their stories. After Akainu articulated his thoughts, Sengoku meaningfully remarked, "One is 12, the other 10. Upon hearing the Fleet Admiral's words, Akiji gazed in astonishment at Yifeng and his sister Aviel, muttering to himself, "Oh my, is this for real?" Akainu, upon realizing that one was 12 and the other 10, felt a jolt in his heart. It was only now that he understood why Sengoku initially asserted that they were the future of the Navy. Reflecting on it, indeed, the terrifying aspect is not their current strength, but rather their age. Time is the enemy of all. To put it simply, time is a relentless blade. These two have yet to surpass 15 years of age and already possess the prowess of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. With such extraordinary talent, in a mere 10 years, oh no. In no more than 7 years, the seas will witness the emergence of two grand sword masters under 20. These two belong to our navy. In the era of great pirates, ignited by Gold, Roger before his demise, shall come to an end with their arrival. At this juncture, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had remained silent on the right, spoke to Yifeng. All right. Yifeng, you and your sister may step out now. Upon hearing the words of Major General Crane, Yifeng realized that his involvement in the matter had likely come to an end. Casting a glance at Garp, he noticed Garp nodding in acknowledgement. Therefore, he turned to Major General Crane and replied, I understand. After saying this, he took his sister Abel's hand and began to walk away. Just as Yifeng was about to exit with his sister Abel in tow, Garp suddenly called out to him, Yifeng, please take Abel to my office and wait for me there for a moment. Night Maple heard Garp instructing him and Abel to go to his office. He did not respond verbally but merely nodded before leading Abel outside. Chapter 122. Under the sword of the Navy. Once Night Maple departed, the meeting within formally commenced. Sengoku addressed the gathered assembly, stating, now that you are aware of this matter concerning the future of our Navy, I must implore you to maintain confidentiality. They have yet to mature, and therefore, aside from those present, I wish for no one else to be informed. This matter holds both advantages and disadvantages for us. Upon hearing their commander's words, the minds of those present converged on a singular thought, to forget the events of today. No one wished to wager the Navy's future on a gamble. If this information were to reach the 4 emperors of the New World or the higher-ups of the world government, the consequences could be dire. Should the former, those pirates, learn of it, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths, even attacking the Navy headquarters, to eliminate both him and his sister Abel. They could not allow the emergence of 2 formidable swordsmen in the Navy's ranks. They must be extinguished in their infancy. Conversely, if the latter, the world government, were to discover this, they would spare no effort to extract him and his sister from the Navy, much like they did with Garp's son, Monkey D. Dragon, who was recruited to serve as a Celestial Dragon's guard. Should they fail in this endeavor, they would not hesitate to eliminate them, ensuring the Navy would not gain 2 additional formidable warriors. The Navy had already been burdened with the likes of Dragon, a Logia-type devil fruit user, and Garp's own son. At present, Dragon had not yet betrayed them to establish any revolutionary forces. Thus, they believed he succumbed to the allure of the Celestial Dragons, opting to join their guard. If Dragon continued his service in the Navy, it was conceivable that a 4th admiral could emerge in the near future. After all, power speaks for itself. And as Garp's son, he possessed the stature to petition the world government for the title of the 4th admiral. Yet, the unfolding events were troubling. Garp had once caused an uproar in Mariehua, the residence of the Celestial Dragons, where he confronted the dragon who had seduced Dragon, delivering a couple of blows that sparked the Celestial Dragon's outrage, threatening Garp with execution. Ultimately, it was due to the intervention of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, along with other Navy generals, that Garp was granted reprieve. Despite this, Garp was incarcerated and impelled down for a month, and only through Sengoku's connections was he eventually released. Otherwise, he would have faced 1 or 2 years of confinement. After discussing Night Maple's affair, Sengoku transitioned to new matters. He informed the assembly, the Alabasta Kingdom is joining the world government, and our Navy must intervene to investigate. This will undoubtedly provoke their displeasure, and they may withhold the truth from us. If the world government's intelligence agents get involved, they will surely uncover the significant events taking place. Meanwhile, in Night Maple's vicinity, he sat in Garp's office chair, casually resting his legs atop the desk, while his sister Abel gently massaged his shoulders. With his eyes closed and a look of pure enjoyment on his face, Yifeng instructed Aver, who was giving him a massage, to the right. Yes, right there, apply more pressure. Hearing his words, Aver followed his guidance and pressed firmly on his brother's right shoulder, inquiring, Brother, is this pressure satisfactory? Night Maple nodded in comfort after the massage, exclaiming, Indeed. Quite impressive. I had not anticipated that you possessed such a talent in this regard. Chapter 123. The 6 Styles of the Navy. Night Maple nodded in comfort, exclaiming, Indeed. Quite impressive. I had no idea you possessed such a talent. Upon hearing her brother's praise, Avril lifted her head proudly, wrinkled her little nose, and declared with a beaming expression, Need I say more? Just look at who your sister is. Yifeng remained silent, contentedly seated as he savored the soothing massage his sister provided. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the door echoed through the room, and Garp strode in with a commanding presence. Behind Yi Feng, Aver halted upon seeing his grandfather, Cap, being drawn in. With a charming demeanor, she addressed him affectionately, exclaiming, "Grandfather." As Yi Feng opened his eyes and saw Garp, he swiftly closed them again and addressed him. "Hey, old man, what brings you here?" "Wire." "Don't stop, continue." Garp had just entered the room and was greeted by his grandson, Yi Feng, sitting audaciously in his cherished chair, legs crossed in an arrogant manner. To make matters worse, he spoke without even opening his eyes, a blatant act of disrespect. He had the audacity to allow Wire, who rarely received a massage herself, to attend to him. How could this be tolerated? Certainly, it could not. Maintaining his composure, Garp approached Yi Feng and affectionately instructed the still massaging AI Wire, "Wire, please step aside." Sensing her grandfather's expression, AI Wire wisely complied and moved aside. At that moment, Yi Feng, still with eyes closed, overheard Garp's words to his sister and felt an ominous premonition rising within him. As he opened his eyes, intending to flee, he sensed he had already been marked by Garp and instinctively activated his observation Haki to shield his head. In an instant, the Haki enveloped his head, resembling a protective helmet, leaving only his eyes visible. Yet, Yi Feng, in a moment of defiance, closed his eyes again. Little did he anticipate that he was up against Garp, the master of Haki. If Yi Feng's defense was akin to a helmet, Garp's punch was a penetrating round, designed specifically for armored targets. What followed was all too predictable. Even AI Wei, who had just stepped aside, felt a pang of sympathy for her brother's plight. It is well known that grand edifices rise from humble beginnings, a phrase perfectly encapsulating Yi Feng's current situation. The swelling on his head, a result of Garp's affectionate fist, was accumulating layer upon layer. AI Wei, standing behind Yi Feng, approached and gently blew on the spot where Garp had struck him. In pain, Yi Feng crouched on Garp's chair rather than sitting or standing, his feet planted on the seat, hands clutching his head, gritting his teeth as he glared at Garp. "Why did you hit me again, you old man?" Seeing Yi Feng's feet on his beloved chair, Garp rolled up his sleeves once more and retorted, "You, young man, clearly have no respect for your elders. Get down from my chair, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." Observing Garp's readiness for another round, Yi Feng quickly relented, leaping off the chair to sit on the sofa in front of the desk, wearing an expression of defiance as he declared, "Humph, stinky old man, just you wait. I will repay this grievance in due time." Garp casually dusted off the dirt left on his chair by Yi Feng's feet, then settled back down, unfazed by Yi Feng's words, and nonchalantly replied while picking his nose, "Oh really? I will be waiting." Upon witnessing the expression on Garp's face, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and deliver a sound thrashing. However, he restrained himself, for he knew he was not a match for him. Yet, "It matters not. Just wait until I have perfected the 9 Sun scripture. Then it shall be your turn to grovel. Mark my words. I shall strike you 10 times a day, or I shall not bear the surname Yi. You shall come to understand the meaning of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Humph. For now, I must endure humiliation and shoulder the burden." Yi Feng quietly invoked the 9 Sun scripture, gradually mending the bruise inflicted by Garp. Once the injury on his head was nearly healed, he addressed Garp, "Hey, old man, I wish to learn the Navy's 6 styles." Upon hearing Yi Feng's request, Garp, seemingly indifferent, replied, "You want to learn the Navy's 6 styles? Very well. No problem at all. Let Zifa summon you. He is more proficient than I." Behind Garp, Aver, upon noticing her grandfather seated in the chair, approached from behind and gently placed her small hands on his shoulders, continuing the massage, while Garp reveled in the comfort of his seat. Upon seeing the two of them, Yi Feng inwardly exclaimed, "That is my spot." Fortunately, this sentiment remained unvoiced. Had it reached the ears of Garp outside, he would surely have faced a beating. Suddenly, Garp, seated, turned his gaze towards Yi Feng, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he said, "Haha, Yi Feng, tonight, I shall take you to the Zephyr household. This way, matters between you and that girl will be resolved." He then burst into hearty laughter, adding, "By the way, you missed seeing Zephyr's old face today. It was nearly dragging on the street." "Haha, you crack me up." After listening to Garp's words, Yi Feng was able to vividly conjure the scene in his mind. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem too late in the day. Thus, he turned to Garp, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "Then why don't we go now?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's question, Garp turned to him with a serious expression and asked, "Are you able to cook?" Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by Garp's words and inquired, "What do you mean?" Garp glanced at the clock on the wall before turning his gaze back to Yifeng and replied, "It is not yet time." "What's the matter? Are you missing your little girlfriend?" After listening to Garp's words, Yifeng felt even more bewildered. He shook his head at Garp and said, "No, but what did you mean by that statement? The time has not yet come?" Chapter 124. A free meal. Garp wore a mischievous grin as he looked at Yifeng and explained, "Haha. Today, that fellow Zephyr just returned. Your little girlfriend, Ein, will surely prepare a lavish feast for him. When we go there, won't our dinner be secured?" Upon finishing this statement, Garp even drooled a couple of drops, which landed on his shirt. Upon hearing his grandfather Garp's words, Yifeng wore a bewildered expression as he gazed at his grandfather. Finally comprehending his intentions, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched, and he began to clap his hands. With admiration evident on his face, he nodded towards Garp, who sat drooling in his chair, exclaiming, "You truly are my grandfather. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Evil, seated behind Garp, paused her actions and looked at the two of them with a bemused expression, asking, "Grandpa, are we going to visit brother's girlfriend, Sister Ein, for dinner tonight?" Garp turned around and was instantly captivated by his granddaughter Evil's enchanting face, which could charm anyone, regardless of age or gender. Overwhelmed by her cuteness, he affectionately ruffled her hair and replied with a tender smile, "We are not merely visiting for a meal. We are simply going to pay them a friendly visit." As Yifeng found himself captivated by the enchanting visage of his sister, Aviel, he was abruptly interrupted by the words of his grandfather, Garp. In an instant, his expression darkened, for he realized that he was the first to refer to mooching a meal as merely visiting. Who has ever seen a visit that culminates at someone else's dining table? Moreover, the intention behind this visit was to encroach upon the affections of their daughter. No, wait. Halt. This seemed to be the very task I was meant to undertake. Ahem. I have said too much. Let us all pretend we did not witness that. Suddenly, Yifeng recalled something important. Turning to Garp, he inquired, "Ah, old man, are we not required to bring anything when we visit Instructor Zfa's home?" Upon hearing Yifeng's question, Garp furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed, donning a look of poignant sorrow. He retrieved a bulging package from a concealed compartment within his desk drawer and placed it upon the table, lamenting to Yifeng, "Alas, for your sake, I must make this sacrifice." Yifeng had expected his grandfather, Garp, to unveil some rare treasure. However, under Yifeng's eager gaze, Garp retrieved from the drawer a mere bag of donuts. Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the donuts on the table and incredulously exclaimed, "You cannot be serious. The gift you bring to someone's home is just this bag of donuts?" Garp solemnly nodded in response, his expression more earnest than ever as he declared, "Indeed, this bag of donuts is the last I have, saved for 3 days without consuming. Even when Sengoku asked for it, I refused to part with it. Yet today, I find myself relinquishing it to that old rascal. For you, my dear. I have truly spared no expense." After Garp's revelation, Yifeng remained in a daze, grappling with the absurdity of the donuts. Is there anyone present who has ever witnessed a situation where one not only seeks a meal at a lady's home but also intends to win her heart with nothing more than a mere bag of donuts? Yifeng's sole desire at that moment was to devour those insidious donuts, hoping Garp might produce something else, anything superior to the donuts. Fortuitously, Garp's granddaughter, Aver, upon seeing the bag of donuts, felt her stomach rumble audibly. With an adorably puzzled expression, she bit her thumb and turned to her grandfather, saying, "Grandpa, I'm hungry." Chapter 125. A meal invitation. Aver gazed at the bag of donuts intended as a gift, her thumb still in her mouth, while Garp sat lost in thoughts of the meal at Zfa's house. "Grandpa, I'm hungry," she repeated. Garp was utterly charmed by Aver's innocent face. Without hesitation, he brought the bag of donuts before her, declaring with a hint of authority, "Here, take it and eat. I cannot allow my adorable granddaughter to go hungry." Aver eagerly accepted the donuts, tearing open the packaging and stuffing one into her mouth, her face glowing with delight. After finishing her first donut, she thoughtfully retrieved another from the bag and offered it to her grandfather, saying, "Here you go, Grandpa. You should have some too." As Yifeng observed her sister Aver and the old man Garp indulging in the box of donuts intended as a gift, she looked at Garp with exasperation and exclaimed, "Hey, you old codger, you two have turned the donuts meant for our visit into a mere appetizer. What shall we bring when we go?" Garp, while savoring his treat, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Stay calm. Stay calm. Who said I've consumed the gift? He then retrieved from a hidden compartment in the drawer another identical box of donuts and placed it on the table, addressing Yifeng. Look, who said I ate it? Here is your gift. Is it not still here? Upon witnessing Garp produce a new box of donuts, she couldn't help but internally curse. Who was it that just claimed they couldn't bear to eat for 3 days? They also insisted this was their last box. It's all a bunch of lies. At this moment, Yifeng found himself at a loss for words, utterly incapable of articulating his thoughts about his rather unconventional grandfather. Just as he contemplated stepping outside for some fresh air, Avel arrived, grasping his hand with an innocent urgency. She presented half of her donut to him and exclaimed, "Brother, you should have some too." Night Maple beheld the package of donuts that his sister, Avril, had handed over to him, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he seized it from her grasp, declaring with a domineering expression, "All right, they are mine now." However, before he could even indulge in 2 of the sweet treats, he was thwarted by Garp, who had been seated nearby. Garp snatched the package from his embrace and, while savoring the donuts, turned to Avril and said, "This does not concern you, Vey? Come, let us eat." Upon witnessing this situation, Yifeng stared in bewilderment at the 2 individuals who were indulging in their meal. Internally, he exclaimed, "Are you 2 in cahoots, behaving in such a manner?" As evening descended, Garp led Yifeng and all to the doorstep of Zfa's residence. Garp turned around, cleared his throat, and addressed Yifeng, saying, "Yifeng, could you please open the door?" Upon hearing the words from Garp, Yifeng instantly comprehended the underlying meaning. "You want me to initiate, huh? You old fool. You think too highly of yourself." He promptly took a step back and turned to his sister, Ai Wei with an enticing expression and said, "Wei, why don't you go and open the door?" Poor Ai Wei, completely oblivious to the implications, immediately walked to the door after her brother's request, knocked, and called out, "Hey, Sister Ein, we've arrived. Please open the door." Inside the villa, Ein had just finished preparing a meal and was about to call Zfa for dinner when she heard the knocking. She wondered who could be visiting at such a late hour. "Oh, just a moment. I'll be right there," she shouted in response. After removing her apron and tossing it onto a nearby chair, she hurried to the door. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find Garp, Yifeng, and his sister Ai Wei standing at her doorstep. With a puzzled expression, Ein addressed Garp, "Lieutenant General Garp, may I inquire what brings you here at this hour?" Garp, standing at the threshold, smiled at her and earnestly replied, "We are here to see Zfa, to discuss when you 2 plan to get engaged." Upon hearing Garp's words, Ein's face flushed crimson as she realized they had come to discuss her marriage with Yifeng. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that she was truly to wed Yifeng? Observing the flustered expression on Ein's face, Garp chuckled and said, "Hey, girl, aren't you going to invite us in?" How could the kind-hearted Ein possibly resist the seasoned Garp? In a flurry, she opened the door wide, apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Please come in." In her haste, she inadvertently glanced at Yifeng standing behind Garp. Thus, the benevolent Ein unwittingly welcomed a great wolf into her home, followed by 2 little wolves. As Yifeng entered, he sneakily touched Ein, who was still lost in her reverie. Startled, Ein cast a resentful glance at Yifeng. Once the Garp family of 3 successfully stepped into the Zfa residence, Garp's gaze immediately fell upon the delectable dishes laid out on the table in front of the kitchen. Without hesitation, Garp strode forward and casually selected a chair to seat himself. Assuming the role of host, he called out to Yifeng, Ai Wei and Ein, who were lounging on the sofa, saying, "Hey, don't just sit there. Come over here. The food will get cold if we wait too long." As Yifeng had just settled onto the sofa, yet to engage in conversation with Ein, he was suddenly interrupted by the familiar voice of Kapu emanating from the dining table. As Yifeng turned his gaze towards the direction where Garp was seated, he was taken aback to discover that the shameless old man had indeed positioned himself at the dining table. This time, even Ein had begun to perceive something unusual. At that moment, a voice echoed from upstairs. "Garp." In chapter 126, I Object, Zfa slowly descended from the upper floor under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone present. Upon reaching the ground, he disregarded Yifeng, Aver, and Ein, and directly confronted Garp, who was seated at the dining table, with a furious expression. "Garp, what brings you here?" Garp, with a demeanor as thick-skinned as a fortress, rose to his feet and responded to Zfa with a boisterous laugh. "Ha! I am here, of course, for the matters concerning my grandson Yifeng and your daughter Ein." Upon hearing Garp's words, Zifa looked at him with disdain and retorted, I reckon you are here for our meal, aren't you? Unfazed by Zifa's blunt revelation, Garp continued to chuckle heartily, saying, Ha! How could that be? Am I such a person? Zifa chuckled lightly and addressed Garp. Well, it is getting rather late now, so why don't you head back? We can arrange a time to discuss these two children tomorrow. Doesn't that sound splendid? Upon hearing Zifa suggest he leave and postpone the discussion, Garp scoffed. Huh, is that even a possibility? I haven't even had a bite to eat yet. And you wish to send me away? Absolutely not. Thus, Garp called out to Yifeng and the other two standing nearby. Yifeng, hurry over here and pay your respects to your future father-in-law. Yifeng was aware that he was merely seeking to absolve himself. However, in order to completely win over Ain, there remained one essential task to undertake, to meet with Zfa. Although Yifeng had encountered Zfa during the day, that fleeting moment left an indelible mark upon him. Zfa possessed an overwhelming power that dwarfed Yifeng's own formidable skills. Despite Yifeng believing himself to be at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, wielding the 3 types of Haki, and possessing a Logia-type devil fruit. Moreover, he had in his possession the illustrious 9-yang true scripture, which, with diligent practice over a span of 5 years, could elevate him to the zenith of his existence, marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman, ascending to the role of CEO, and amassing untold wealth. Of course, these aspirations were merely fanciful dreams from his previous world. Yet, in this world of One Piece, once he mastered all his abilities, he would acquire unparalleled power and privileges unattainable in his former realm. Most notably, he would be free to marry as many wives as he desired without any constraints. He envisioned a future where he would gather every enchanting beauty, be it a captivating lady, a charming lowly, a regal queen, or an imperial empress, into his harem. All stunning women would be his to claim, without exception. However, such ambitions were but distant dreams for now, mere thoughts of what might come to be. And at present, Yifeng slowly approached Zfa and greeted him, saying, Hello, I. Before Yifeng could finish his sentence, Zfa interrupted him, speaking earnestly, Enough. You need not say any more. I shall not consent to the matter between you and Ain. After listening to Zifa's disagreement regarding his matters with Ain, Yifeng felt a surge of anger rising within, though he did not allow it to manifest on his face. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at Zifa, speaking each word with gravity. Give me a reason. Zifa, meeting Yifeng's slightly reddened eyes, replied earnestly. It is because the aura of killing surrounding you is far too intense. Just as Yifeng was about to respond to Zifa's remark about his menacing aura, Garp approached and explained to Zifa, Did I not tell you before about the past events concerning Yifeng and his companions? Chapter 127. The Divine Beast Without Blood. The moment Yifeng stepped into the trial gate, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and his eyes uncontrollably began to close. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding detection indicates the host is on the verge of fainting, cause unknown. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Molecular factors, environmental factors. Analysis results. A method to counteract has been found. The host may utilize the essence of wood to resist. Would you like to use the essence of wood? The miraculous voice resonated within Yifeng's consciousness. The system's analysis was remarkably efficient, prompting Yifeng to silently consent. At that moment, he vaguely recalled that the demon lord had mentioned keeping the essence of wood in his mouth upon entering the trial grounds. However, the earlier circumstances had caused him to forget, though he was fortunate to possess the jade pendant. Night Maple sat up, the essence of wood sliding down his throat, enveloping Yang Tian in a luminous green glow that resisted the surrounding cherry-red mist. It was unclear how long the transmission lasted, but eventually the rainbow fog dissipated, and the essence of wood was thoroughly consumed in this struggle, causing Yang Tian profound distress. After all, that tiny orb of luminous green was worth 10 devil fruits. However, this was not the time for sorrow. The endless expanse devoid of the peach rabbits and his sister Avial was disconcerting, as if the transmission had no end. Just as Night Maple pondered this, the environment ahead transformed suddenly, revealing a stream of energy composed of purple rays of light. These ethereal beams appeared along Night Maple's path, dreamlike and enchanting, providing no negative effects, but rather evading him at every turn, piquing his curiosity. Meanwhile, the once docile devouring demon beast egg, which he intended to use for growth, stirred awake, emitting a low, yearning sound directed at Night Maple. What could these rays of light be? That even the nascent consciousness of an ancient phantom beast found them alluring? Yet, a phantom beast remained a phantom beast, if one were to approach. In the twilight of night, the complex glimmer in Yi Feng's narrowed eyes reflected his uncertainty about whether engaging with himself might bring harm. Questioning the viability of such reckless contact, Night Feng constantly weighed the pros and cons in his heart, when suddenly a resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes. Humph. When did I, Night Feng, become such a timid person? How laughable, haha. Wealth is inherently a pursuit fraught with danger. Since the phantom beast is intrinsically linked to my fate, I refuse to believe it can bring me harm. With a strategy of 7 parts caution and 3 parts risk, Night Feng executed a swift movement, rushing toward the nearest purple light trace, grasping it firmly in his hand. The radiant light felt as if it had plunged into an abyss, creating not even a ripple. Undeterred, Night Feng aimed for another light trace. And upon seizing the purple light this time, he patiently endeavored to capture the changes it underwent upon entering his body. Under Night Feng's perception, the light trace surged directly toward his heart's pulse, vanishing within the phantom beast egg nestled in his chest. Witnessing this, Night Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. So that's why I felt nothing at all. It turns out this little fellow has devoured it. Since you are so fond of it, I shall indulge you. Night Feng, with a carefree smile, cast aside his final reservations and surged forward along the path. The previously silent transmission corridor suddenly erupted into a lively scene as a figure flickered through the void, causing streaks of purple light to vanish one after another. Was there none left? Had they already passed? Gazing at the disappearing purple glow ahead, Night Feng began to question whether he had played too exuberantly and inadvertently captured them all. Let me see how the little one is faring. Just as he intended to check on the mythical beast, a sudden surge of heat enveloped his chest, a torrent of warmth coursing upward, crashing against his forehead, causing Night Feng's expression to change drastically. The once tranquil corridor transformed into a cacophony of sound as the low, anguished roars echoed through the ethereal space, reminiscent of a wounded beast. Little blood, what is the situation now? A huff. It seemed the mythical beast had reached saturation, necessitating that the excess energy be borne by Night Feng himself. These rays belonged to a higher tier of energy, although Night Feng was of the Demon King physique. He had only developed to the 3rd stage, making it impossible for him to absorb such advanced energy at this juncture. However, he reassured himself. It's fine if you can't absorb it. I, indeed, can handle it. Perhaps you might bestow it upon me, hee. While Little Blood's assertion held merit, a hint of avarice colored its tone, leaving young Tian perplexed. All right, but, Little Blood, are you concealing something from me? You never used to ask me for anything. Wasn't that something that had never stirred my heart before? Perhaps not. But then again, it's certainly not that simple. I am your host. If you are keeping secrets from me, is there something you cannot disclose? Perhaps Little Blood found Night Feng's reasoning compelling and, in a moment of surrender, began to divulge. Fine, I will tell you, for you will come to know eventually. It makes me appear quite petty. In truth, I desire to witness this world through your eyes, to touch it with my own hands, to run and soar freely, to revel in the blue skies and white clouds, allowing my thoughts to drift. Are you not the guardian of the system? Can you not leave it and me? Little Blood, sensing young Tian's confusion, stepped out of its reverie. Of course, I can, as I am the guardian of the jade pendant. However, I cannot stray too far from the system. My task remains to protect it. If I venture too far, I would be forcibly recalled. Then what is the connection between your manifestation and the energy within my body? For some reason, the energy within Night Feng suddenly quieted, as if it had retreated into hiding, sparing him from pain for the time being. Naturally, this is high-level energy. My manifestation requires a conscious vessel. Your body is currently unable to accept this energy. I harbor my own little selfish desires. Ideally, the stronger the host's self-preservation abilities, the happier I am. However, Little Dragon's Heart. Chapter 128. Night Feng's resolution as evening descended. After dining at Zephyr's home, Garp, Night Feng, and Aver stepped outside. On their return journey, an air of silence enveloped the trio, as Aver remained in the dark about the situation. She only clearly heard Zephyr's disapproval of her brother's relationship with Sister Ain. As the central figure of this predicament, Night Feng kept his head bowed, lost in thought. Ultimately, it was Garp who shattered the silence, addressing Night Feng behind him. Fear not, Night Feng, I will find another time to discuss this matter with that old rascal Zephyr. Before Garp could finish, Night Feng lifted his head, gazing resolutely at Garp, and declared, I understand. I will not give up. Upon hearing Night Feng's unwavering determination, Garp erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. You are indeed the grandson of Monkey D, Garp. You possess the same steadfast spirit I once had. Ha ha ha. Garp approached Night Phone, patting his considerably shorter shoulder, and continued to chuckle, rest assured. You need only pursue that girl line tomorrow. I shall handle matters with Zephyr. After listening to Garp's words, Yifeng secretly thought to himself, Zifa. I hope you refrain from coming here to create trouble for me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. After bidding farewell to Garp and Avel, Yifeng returned to his quarters. After washing his face, Yifeng sat down on the bed and resumed his practice of the Nine Sun scripture. Ever since he had broken through to the 5th level, he had been devoid of inspiration. Thus, today, Yifeng decided to attempt practicing the Nine Sun scripture in reverse. As Yifeng immersed himself in his cultivation, he felt as though the heavens were spinning and the earth was swirling. Everything within his sight appeared to be in reverse. He sensed that his eyes, which should have been situated at the back of his head, had inexplicably migrated to the front. His nose and mouth seemed to be inverted. His ears, rather than protruding from his head, ought to be comfortably nestled within. Furthermore, he found that supporting his body with his legs was far less agreeable than traversing the ground on his arms. The thought crossed his mind, I am on the verge of losing my mind. In the depths of his mind, Yifeng screamed in near madness. Contemplating the ominous prospect of Ouyang Feng practicing the reverse techniques of the Nine Yin. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament as he painstakingly reversed the Nine Yang. He strove to suppress his vital energy, striving to maintain clarity and composure. With swift steps, Yifeng dashed towards the secluded mountainside behind the naval headquarters. Immediately, he procured a pen and a small notebook from his person. Thus, the profound teachings of the Nine Yang scripture were inscribed upon the paper, letter by letter, in reverse. At first glance, it appeared utterly bizarre, resembling an arcane script, incomprehensible no matter how one looked at it. Night Maple furrowed his brows, fervently inscribing with a brush in hand, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The brush seemed animated, swiftly moving as if by its own volition, driven by an urgent fear of forgetting the scriptures in the next fleeting moment. After a span of several minutes, he paused, finally transcribing the entire text from memory. Upon completion, he meticulously reviewed the work twice, confirming its accuracy before transcribing it once more, this time from the end to the beginning, with utmost precision. This iteration was executed with heightened caution. Night Maple deliberately slowed his pace, writing while observing, immersing himself in the profound principles of the scripture. Occasionally, he would halt to ponder, his mind continuously grasping the meanings embedded within the text. Unbeknownst to him, the genuine energy within his dantian began to float and meander, circulating throughout his body as he wrote, gradually leading him into a state of selflessness. Chapter 129. The opening of the mysterious passage in this manner. It took a full half-hour to finally complete the transcription of the scripture. Night Maple exhaled deeply, reflecting on the extraordinary nature of the Jiuyang divine skill. A true marvel that rightfully stands alongside the Jin classic as a remarkable tome. He found himself in profound admiration of this sacred text, his previous fatigue completely dissipated. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a tumultuous surge of energy and blood within him, as if the genuine energy in his dantian were boiling over, wildly colliding and utterly unmanageable. The various acupoints and passages in his body felt as though they were shackles, confining the genuine energy within, which was now being relentlessly assailed by the erratic flow, threatening to burst forth at any moment. A sudden wave of metallic taste surged in his throat, and before he knew it, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. As Yifeng lost control of his body, he fell backward to the ground, gazing skyward. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, he silently invoked the blood pact within his heart. Meanwhile, Aver, who was peacefully slumbering at the naval headquarters, suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, awakening abruptly and sitting up in bed. As she stood to investigate the disturbance, a voice resonated in her mind. Sister, hurry to the back mountain. Upon hearing this, Aver immediately grasped the situation. Her brother Yifeng was summoning her through the blood ritual. Without a moment's hesitation, Aver donned her clothes, sprang from her bed, and flung open the door, racing towards the back mountain with remarkable speed. Acutely aware that her brother's call at such a critical moment signified urgency, 5 minutes later, Aver reached the back mountain, where she found Yifeng lying motionless on the ground. Her heart sank in horror as she rushed to embrace him. Instantly noticing his erratic state, he appeared delirious and utterly abnormal. Observing the blood trickling from Yifeng's lips, his wide-open eyes, and his trembling body that alternated between chills and fever, Aver feared he was succumbing to madness. In desperation, she attempted to channel the inner strength of the Nine Yin manual into Yifeng, only to be met with a powerful rebuff that left her powerless. Overwhelmed with urgency, tears began to brim in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Though vomiting blood and collapsing, Yifeng's mind remained lucid. Suddenly, he perceived a peculiar resonance in his ears pop. Pop, as if certain congested meridians within his body were being unblocked. The sounds persisted for hundreds of repetitions while his entire form lay paralyzed, racked with uncontrollable tremors. Only when a crystalline chime reverberated through his consciousness did he gradually regain composure. Just as Avril, on the verge of tears from anxiety, cradled her brother in despair, Yifeng abruptly sprang from her embrace. He began executing the martial techniques recently acquired from the Pirate King's realm with relentless repetition. The previously turbulent chi within his vessels now flowed with unprecedented fluidity and velocity, kindling ecstatic realization. This ordeal had miraculously reconstructed his entire being, thoroughly unsealing all acupoints that once hindered his progress. The paramount obstacle in martial cultivation lies precisely in these physiological fortifications, the sealed acupoints and metaphysical gates that demand individual breakthroughs for internal energy advancement. Not even legendary masters like Huang Yaoshi or Hong Qigong from Jin Yang's epics could claim complete meridian liberation. Historical records confirm none who practiced these peerless techniques ever achieved total acupoint activation. Yet upon accomplishing this feat, one gains effortless command over bodily energies, rendering all subsequent martial training exponentially efficient. Techniques requiring decades of mastery could be comprehended within months, their potency surpassing conventional limits. What typically demanded years or generations of cultivation now unfolded with accelerated brilliance. Yifeng vaguely recalled that the chapter on muscle and bone transformation in the upper volume of the Nine Yin Manual bore a similar effect. Although the Nine Yang Manual is housed within the Shaolin Temple, it indeed belongs to the Taoist inner cultivation, having evolved from Huang Chang's Nine Yin Manual. Furthermore, the Yi Jin Jing of the Shaolin sect also possesses comparable capabilities. This time, as Yifeng recited the Nine Yang Manual, an unexpected turn of events allowed him to unlock hundreds of mysterious points within his body, resulting in a remarkable surge of power. While he had yet to master the Nine Yang divine skill, he had laid a solid foundation, and with his profound understanding of the Nine Yang heart method, it was likely that he would achieve mastery within a few months. The thought of soon becoming a top-tier expert akin to those in the world of pirates filled Yifeng's heart with uncontainable joy. Observing her brother's ecstatic expression, which starkly contrasted with his earlier appearance when he had coughed up blood, Ai Wei air rushed over, embracing Yifeng's waist tightly. With a voice tinged with emotion, she asked, "Will, brother, what happened to you just now?" Her tone conveyed deep concern. Upon hearing this, Yifeng erupted with laughter, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Ai Wei air gasped in surprise, attempting to resist, but found herself utterly powerless against Yifeng's profound internal strength, which was vastly superior to what it had been before. Chapter 130, No More Farewells. Yifeng tossed her into the air, only to catch her effortlessly upon her descent. Avril's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she refrained from voicing any protest. After a brief interlude, Yifeng recounted his extraordinary adventures to Avril with unwavering candor. Upon absorbing her brother's revelations, Avril was filled with astonishment. She took the Nine Suns' divine skill and perused it several times, finding it profoundly enigmatic. In that fleeting moment, she could grasp but a fraction of its essence. Upon witnessing Avr's demeanor, Yifeng smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair. He softly remarked, "There is no need to rush. Mastering such profound skills is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight." After absorbing her brother's words, Avr lifted her head, a hint of melancholy gracing her features as she replied, "Brother, if your esteemed Nine Yang Sutra is indeed so formidable, then why have you not permitted me to practice it?" Yifeng smiled faintly, shaking his head as he spoke. "The Nine Yang scriptures I cultivate are of utmost rigidity and brightness, unsuitable for the practice of women." Upon hearing her brother's words, Ai Wei air nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner, yet her expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. This was because her brother had already ascended to the 5th level of the Nine Yang scriptures, while she remained stagnant at the 2nd level, with no signs of breakthrough despite her recent efforts. Upon witnessing the dejection etched upon his sister's face, Yifeng gently reached out and patted Avril's small head, softly inquiring, "Is it because you have been struggling to advance beyond the 2nd level lately?" Avril, upon hearing his words, nodded with a hint of disappointment and replied, "Yes, brother. I have been diligently practicing in hopes of breaking through the 2nd level. I haven't even touched my sword recently. Yet, for reasons unknown, I still cannot make that leap." After expressing her frustration, a sudden thought crossed her mind. She lifted her gaze to her brother, her expression earnest as she asked, "Brother, do you think I am foolish? Or perhaps, Yifeng interrupted his sister Averil's words directly, stepping forward to embrace her gently, saying softly, "Did I not tell you before?" After Night Maple uttered these words, he released his hold on his sister, Avril, and gazed earnestly into her eyes, stating with utmost seriousness, "You are the most intelligent person I have ever encountered, bar none." Avril, feeling a slight flush rise to her cheeks under her brother's intense gaze, replied, "Is that really true?" Yifeng nodded slightly and inquired, "Have I ever deceived you?" In response to his brother Yifeng's words, Ai Wei'er resolutely shook her head and replied, "No." After listening, Yifeng turned to Avril and said, "Let us consider it this way. Do you have any idea how old you are now?" Avril, somewhat puzzled, responded, "I am already 10 years old. What about it?" Night Maple turned to her and inquired, "Since the moment I first bestowed upon you the cultivation technique, how many days have you practiced in total?" After pondering his question, Aviel could only approximate the duration and replied to her brother, Night Maple, "It has been less than 100 days." Yifeng gazed at Aver and retorted, "Do you have any idea how many days I have been cultivating up to this point?" Upon hearing her brother Yifeng invite her to disclose the number of days he had devoted to his training, Aver pondered, "How would I know how many days you've cultivated? This very technique was bestowed upon me by you. If you inquire of me, to whom should I turn for answers?" Realizing that her brother Yifeng was merely jesting with her, she replied, "How many days have you cultivated? How could I possibly know?" After listening to his sister Avril's words, Yifeng smiled knowingly and said to her, "Let me enlighten you. I have been cultivating for nearly 3 years, and I have only reached the 5th level." "You see," Yifeng responded to Aver's question with a counter, "Did you not just mention that you have been cultivating for less than 100 days? Then what do you make of this?" After listening intently to her brother Yifeng's words, Aver fell silent. "Indeed, my brother has dedicated nearly 3 years to his cultivation and has only reached the 5th tier, while I have achieved the 2nd tier in less than 100 days. What more could I possibly desire?" As Yifeng beheld his sister Aver, the look of despondency on her face vanished entirely, and he smiled at her, saying, "Hee, do you understand now?" Aver nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand." Yifeng said, "Since you understand, you should hasten your departure. Are you not scheduled to set sail with General He today? The day is still not too bright. You ought to return and rest a little longer." Now that he saw his brother Yifeng was safe, and considering his own impending voyage, he felt no further need to linger. Thus, he addressed his brother Yifeng. "Very well, brother, I shall take my leave now. You should return swiftly as well." After listening to his sister Aver's words, Yifeng nodded at her. Once Aver finished speaking, she turned and ran towards the naval headquarters behind her. Night Maple shouted behind Ai Wei'er, "I have matters to attend to today, therefore, I cannot accompany you. Take care of yourself. Remember to look after yourself." Chapter 131. Innocence. Xiao Shui, you are too polite. Upon hearing Xiao Shui's candid confession, Night Maple remained surprisingly composed, his handsome visage appearing even more striking than usual. His tone was as casual as if discussing the most mundane of affairs. Although his words were few, each was a gem, deeply etched into Xiao Shui's heart, profoundly moving her. "Will you take care of it yourself, or shall I assist you? Is that all right?" "Ahem. I can manage on my own, as long as you, Xiao Yi, agree, the system will grant permission. I can handle it, no problem." "Then go ahead and do it. I shall observe the current status of the mythical creature. Please open the system panel for me." As soon as the words left his lips, a system panel materialized before Night Maple, visible only to him. He navigated through the attributes and directly accessed the pet panel. Pet, mythical beast egg, species undetected, status, hatching phase, nurtured by high-level energy, hatching time shortened, birth time unknown. Although the system did not provide a hatching time, the real-time status displayed on the panel suggested that it would not be long before he could meet the ancient little creature. It was indeed a fortuitous development. After all, being able to voraciously absorb such a significant amount of high-level energy indicated that it was no ordinary being, filling Yang Tian with anticipation. "All set. Xiao Yi, look. Oh, Xiao Shui, you have materialized so quickly. But why did you choose such a, particular one as your vessel?" Yifeng gazed in astonishment at the cat perched upon his shoulder. Indeed, he never anticipated that it would be a cat, one that was utterly ordinary in every conceivable way. Observing its paws, teeth, and fur color, there was nothing that distinguished it from the commonplace. Yet how delightful it was. Ah, delightful indeed. Well, as long as you are happy. Night Maple wore a visage of profound sorrow, initially harboring hopes that little blood would transform into a beauty akin to those of Yuan. Even devoid of combat prowess, she could still serve as a visual delight. Alas, instead, he found himself offering his shoulders as a free seat. Truly, he had misjudged his companions. No, it was more accurate to say he had misjudged the feline. However, one must concede, despite its unremarkable appearance, the fur felt remarkably pleasant to the touch. Remarkably, as it materialized, I discerned that this advanced energy belonged to a category of auspicious energy. Presently, though devoid of combat capability, it possesses the ability to calm the mind and nurture one's spirit, rendering one undisturbed by supernatural forces, allowing for ease of movement and tranquil rest. Thus, you do retain some utility. As the radiant light blazed forth, Night Maple shielded his face, realizing that the transfer had indeed reached its destination. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force expelled him, as if he had offended it. Fortunately, Night Maple reacted swiftly. With a delicate touch of his toes, he glided through the air like a dragonfly skimming the river, landing gracefully and unharmed. Alas, not everyone was so fortunate. T-Pig tumbled out like a battered sack, rolling and scrambling for a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. The sight of him wailing while rubbing his posterior was quite comical. What a waste. Is this the caliber of the Navy? Prince Kel here? None regard you as a celestial dragon. For reasons unknown, Dukong unexpectedly came to T-Pig's defense. Aren't the Army and Navy supposed to be at odds? Yet, even should you unite against me, I remain unfazed, a mere collection of ineptitude. With T-Pig leading the way, Night Maple observed that someone had arrived ahead of him. However, upon reflection, it was only natural, as he was not the first to enter. Yifeng halted Cha Tan, shaking his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Markel, who had just mocked Cha Tan. Seeing that Yifeng dared to underestimate him, Kusheng instantly felt displeased and disregarded Dukong, redirecting his ire towards the Navy. Are the Navy merely a bunch of spineless fools? Haha! Night Feng let out a cold chuckle, deliberately disregarding the frenzied Curl Saint, and turned to gather T-Pig and Peach Rabbit together. This was not simply due to Night Feng's magnanimity. Rather, in his rational state, he was disinclined to instigate conflict. For the unfolding events in this place were shrouded in uncertainty. The trial had commenced, and the surroundings were undeniably peculiar. A circular platform beneath their feet was all that anchored them, while the tumultuous waves surrounding them churned ominously dark. Though there was light, neither the sun nor the moon graced this realm. The wind howled, biting and chilling to the bone, alternating between warmth and an unsettling coldness. No one could predict what challenges lay ahead, thus they resolved to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. At present, Night Feng and his companions claimed one area, while the ethereal cloud of vacuity occupied another, leaving Curl Saint isolated in solitude. The once boisterous Curl Saint, now ignored by all, found himself in an awkward predicament. He unfurled his folding fan and scoffed, lamenting the absence of his companions. Where Ruchi and Chilua? Why'd I have to wait for those two? Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, upon their recent teleportation, were questioned about any peculiar occurrences. Peculiar occurrences? T-Pig scratched his head, furrowing his brow in contemplation, unable to grasp the significance of Night Feng's inquiry. Could their teleportation pathway have differed somehow? Conversely, Peach Rabbit was far more observant. After entering the teleportation portal, she soon experienced a wave of dizziness, after which her memory faded into oblivion. When she regained consciousness, she found herself before a luminous gate, arriving at this enigmatic place. Haha, Peach Rabbit, so you too succumbed to slumber. I thought I was the only one indulging in sleep. She chuckled. I may have dozed off for a while. Initially, a chill swept over me, as if beckoning me to awaken. Yet, I lingered in a state of drowsiness, just a smidgen, and then I rolled over to continue my slumber, only to tumble down in a grand mishap. Yifeng gazed at the unabashed demeanor of the T-Pig, truly filled with admiration. Enough of this embarrassing display. Aside from this, have you all noticed any changes within yourselves? None. Should there indeed be any changes? Tao Tu cast a curious glance at Yifeng. No, nothing at all. Oh, Yigu, how come there's a little cat on your shoulder? I don't recall you bringing a cat in. It was only then that Xiao Shui was noticed. Lazily stretching, it recognized Tao Tu's identity. After all, she was Yifeng's woman and deserved to be treated well. Meow. Xiao Shui meowed like a domestic cat. The sound ethereal and far more pleasant than an ordinary cat's meow. May I hold you? Meow. With a succinct response, Xiao Shui dove into Tao Tu's embrace, rubbing against her generously, finding a comfortable position to settle down, its tail gently swaying. It was enviably charming. Tao Tu's fingers lightly glided over Xiao Shui's fur. As if caressing a cherished treasure, her eyes sparkling like little stars, her expression transformed into one of bliss. Chapter 132, Continuation to the Shambodi Archipelago. Knight Maple stood atop the towering edifice of the naval headquarters, gazing at the silhouette of his sister, Avril. Only after his departure did she descend from the heights. Returning to her residence. There, she retrieved her sword and made her way directly to the beach where he had previously visited. Knight Maple stood upon the shore, gazing at the boundless expanse of the ocean that seemed to stretch infinitely. He raised his hand, pinching his thumb and forefinger together, and let out a sharp whistle. Within mere moments, the once tranquil surface of the sea was disturbed as a colossal shadow emerged from beneath the waves. It was the sea creature, the Leviathan, once more surfacing ahead of time. Upon witnessing this scene, Yifeng leaped gracefully onto the head of the serpent-like sea creature. Communicating through his mental prowess, he instructed, "Proceed to the destination I previously designated." Obediently, the elongated sea beast turned and swam forward in response to its master's command. Just as Yifeng and the sea creature were preparing to embark on their journey, a sudden call echoed from behind. Yifeng. Upon hearing that voice, Yifeng immediately recognized its owner. He leaped down from the head of the Sea King and landed on the dock, gazing at Ain, who was rushing towards him from behind. He inquired, "What brings you here?" Ain, disregarding Yifeng's words entirely, wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, and earnestly asked, "Do you no longer want me?" After being suddenly embraced by Ain, Yifeng comprehended her words and realized that he was undoubtedly contemplating what Zfa had said the previous night. Consequently, he extended his arms to hold Ain tightly and inquired, "What about your teacher, Zfa?" Upon hearing this, Ain shook her head within Yifeng's embrace and declared, "I don't care. I don't care. Regardless, I simply want to be with you." Knight Maple released her grip and gazed into Ain's eyes, saying, "I never said I wouldn't be with you." Ain replied, "Then why didn't you come to find me today? I thought you might have decided not to see me after hearing the teacher's disapproval." After listening, Yifeng earnestly said to Ain, "How could that be? Do you really think I'm that kind of person?" Ain replied with equal sincerity, "I know you're not that kind of person. But this morning, when you didn't come to my house as usual, I went to yours and found it empty. I searched everywhere in the Marine headquarters where you might have been, but you were nowhere to be found. So, this was the only place left, and I rushed here, only to find you actually here." Then, turning back to Yifeng, she added, "By the way, I heard your sister is setting sail with Vice Admiral Tsuru today. Aren't you going to see her off? What are you doing here instead?" After listening to Ain's words, Yifeng was surprised that you had actually sought out so many places. He turned to Ain and said, "I told him that I wouldn't see him off if I had matters to attend to. Did I not mention this to you before? I wish to visit the St. Bartholomew Islands. So, you see, isn't the opportunity presenting itself now?" Upon hearing that he had already informed his sister of his prior commitments, and now seeing his desire to visit the St. Bartholomew Islands which he had previously missed, Ain quickly responded to Yifeng, "No, I want to go too." Hearing that Ain was also heading to the Shambodi Islands, Yifeng furrowed his brows and inquired, "What business do you have there?" Chapter 133, Framing Ain. Upon listening to Yifeng's words, Ain puffed up her cheeks and, with an air of indignation, retorted, "Why can't I go? Didn't you mention before that we would wait a few days before departing? Why are you now going alone without me?" Knight Maple explained to Ain, "Is this not due to Instructor Zephyr? Did he not disapprove of our relationship yesterday? So you." Ain, upon hearing Knight Maple's words, interrupted him, embracing him as tears streamed down her face. She said, "Did I not tell you? Even if the teacher disapproves, I will not part ways with you. Did you not just promise me? Why do you wish to go back on your word now?" As she spoke, Ain raised her tear-streaked face, looking at Knight Maple with a choked voice and asked, Do you no longer love me?" Knight Feng, witnessing Ain's distress, felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. He swiftly embraced her waist and gently lowered himself to the ground, crossing his legs as he invited Ain to sit in his lap. Once she was nestled in his arms, Knight Feng tenderly cupped her delicate face with one hand, wiping away her tears. Ain, however, swatted away his hand, attempting to resist his gesture of comfort. With her eyes reddened from weeping, she gazed at Knight Feng earnestly and implored, You must speak the truth to me. Do you still love me or not?" After hearing Ain's words, Yifeng smiled mysteriously and shook his head, saying, "Hiki, if I were to say that I do not love you, would you agree to part ways with me?" Upon hearing Yifeng's statement, Ain resolutely shook her head and replied seriously, "No." Yifeng gently touched Ain's tear-streaked, charming face and spoke softly, "Isn't that enough? Ein, momentarily perplexed by Yifeng's words, furrowed her brow and responded with the same earnestness as before. I don't care. Just tell me quickly, do you still love me or not? Yifeng gazed in astonishment at his current posture, recalling his previous life. Could it be that this was the very experience he had witnessed before? To his surprise, it had now befallen him. Yet, this sensation was rather exhilarating. No. This is bad. My thoughts have strayed. After listening to Ein's words, Yifeng stood up abruptly and pinned a defiant Ein beneath him, filled with both anger and embarrassment. Ein was just about to unleash a torrent of curses when she suddenly felt her mouth sealed shut. The kiss came so unexpectedly that Ein was caught entirely off guard. She longed to speak, but alas, Yifeng's lips silenced her, leaving her to emit muffled sounds of protest, her fists clenched as she repeatedly pounded against Yifeng's back, hoping he would relent. As Ein regained her composure, she gazed into Yifeng's eyes, struggling with all her might to break free. Yifeng bestowed upon Ein a prolonged, fervent kiss, lingering until she was on the verge of breathlessness before finally relenting. After the affectionate display, Yifeng gently patted Ein, who was resting on his shoulder, and with a playful smile, inquired, What do you think? Do I love you? Exhausted, Ein let her head droop against Yifeng's left shoulder. Upon receiving his answer, she extended her left hand and playfully tapped his back, exclaiming, Umph. You naughty one. Always teasing me. Upon hearing Ein's words, Yifeng chuckled lightly and replied, Haha. If I do not bully you, whom shall I bully? The two remained seated for 5 or 6 minutes in a comfortable silence, until Yifeng finally spoke to Ein, saying, Please get off me. I must take my leave. Otherwise, I shall not be able to go today. Upon suddenly realizing that Yifeng intended to visit the Shambhala Islands, I nestled against his back and murmured softly, Could you not take me along with you? Yifeng shook his head and replied, No, I cannot take you this time, for I have matters to attend to there. Ein raised her head, gazing at Yifeng with a puzzled expression, and inquired, Why? What is it that you must do that prevents you from bringing me along? As Yifeng heard Ein inquire about the reason for his journey, he thought to himself, Am I to divulge that I am bound for the Sabay archipelago in search of the pirate king's first mate, Rayleigh? Preposterous. How could I possibly reveal such a thing? If that old codger Garp were to discover my true purpose, he would surely have me minced to pieces. Within a mere 3 seconds, his extraordinarily swift brain, operating at a staggering 680 gigahertz, concocted a benign fabrication. Turning to Ein, he replied, I am headed to the Sabay archipelago for some essential maintenance on my sword. Perhaps I shall take you along another time. Upon hearing this utterly ludicrous excuse, Ein gazed at Yifeng with a multitude of questions, exclaiming, If you are going to the Sabay archipelago to service your sword, why can you not bring me along? Upon hearing Ein's words, Yifeng replied, I will go for a thorough pampering session and shall return in less than half an hour. Such a brief duration allows me to venture alone. Yet Ein persisted, unwavering, and responded, Even if you go for an hour, you could still take me along. Seeing that Ein still wished to accompany him, Yifeng skillfully shifted the conversation and asked, By the way, have you mastered your observation Haki yet? It is often said that a woman in love, regardless of her prior intelligence, tends to become foolish. This statement holds a grain of truth. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ein failed to notice his attempt to change the subject and responded with a joyful expression, Yes. After consulting with my teacher, I have learned the basics. I am now on the verge of grasping the nuances. As Yifeng listened to Ein's words, he was taken aback by how swiftly she seemed to grasp the subtleties of observation Haki. Truly, she was fortunate to have an exceptional mentor. A sense of unease washed over him, as it reminded him of his own arduous journey. The struggles he faced while mastering observation Haki were nothing short of torturous indeed. They were life-threatening. In his relentless pursuit of perfection, Blackbeard Teach often cast Yifeng into the perilous beast forest, compelling him to train amidst ferocious beasts, sometimes even engaging in direct combat himself. It was reminiscent of how Luffy had trained under Rayleigh, blindfolded, honing his instincts to detect opponents solely through sound. Ultimately, he did not disappoint. Rather, it could be said that he possessed a remarkable talent, having achieved a level of mastery akin to that of a Navy Rear Admiral in less than a year, astonishing even Blackbeard himself. As Yifeng reminisced about these experiences, I noticed his silence and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, inquiring, Hey, Yifeng, what's the matter? Startled from his reverie by Ein's touch, he paused to gather his thoughts before responding, I'm fine. I was just recalling some past events. Upon hearing Yifeng mention his reflections, Ein's curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly asked, Yifeng, would you share some of your past stories with me? Upon hearing Ein's desire to learn about his past, Yifeng instantly conjured 100 tales, ultimately selecting the most tragic one, which also bore a semblance of logic relevant to their circumstances. After sharing this narrative with Ayn, he observed her expression, which was on the brink of tears. Deep within, he marveled at his own thespian prowess. Had this been in the past, he would undoubtedly have claimed the title of an esteemed actor. Regardless of the outcome, Yifeng's extraordinary intellect, coupled with a flawless explanation, ultimately swayed Ayn's sentiments. After bidding farewell to Ayn by the shore, as he stood poised to depart, a sudden thought struck him. How would he explain his absence to that irksome old man? Garp. Chapter 134. Summerchi Night Phone quickly turned to the still present Ayn and exclaimed, Ayn, could you do me a favor? As Ayn stood by the shore, on the verge of departure, she heard Night Phone requesting her assistance once more. Thus, she turned back and replied loudly, What is it that you need? Yifeng remarked, If that old man inquires about my whereabouts, you shall inform him that I have gone to the bustling streets of Marlin to procure some goods, and shall return a little later. Do you understand? Ayn, having heard this, responded emphatically, Understood. Yifeng stood atop the colossal sea creature, having received a confirmation from Ayn. He declared, I am leaving now, Ayn. With that, he gently pressed his foot against the creature beneath him, signaling that he was finally ready to embark on his journey. The astute sea being, upon receiving Yifeng's command, began to propel its immense form forward through the depths of the ocean. In less than 2 minutes, Yifeng's silhouette vanished from the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, Ayn, witnessing Yifeng's departure from the dock, turned and made her way towards the naval headquarters. When Yifeng reappeared, he had already arrived at the archipelago of Sabay. The Sabay archipelago is characterized by the exposure of the roots of the world's largest mangrove, the Eurycomen mangrove. The entire archipelago is composed of 79 towering trees, each adorned with towns and facilities, and the inhabitants have designated these 79 trees with numbers, dividing them into 79 distinct regions. Yifeng entered the Shambadi archipelago from Area 44, docking the Neptune at Port 44, instructing it to await his return there. Yifeng was uncertain of his whereabouts when he acquired a whimsical bubble car. He traversed through a perilous zone on this peculiar vehicle. Along his journey, a band of oblivious pirates, upon noticing his diminutive stature, attempted to rob him of his belongings. However, Yifeng, exhibiting remarkable composure, swiftly dealt with them as if they were mere novices before reaching Xiaqi's bar. In the 13th district, standing before the establishment, Yifeng gazed up at the sign emblazoned with the words Xiaqi's Shakedown Bar. Yifeng parked his car to the side and, upon pushing open the door of the bar, was immediately greeted by the sight of a woman with short black hair fiercely pummeling a pirate by his collar. 2 others lay sprawled on the ground. Upon noticing Yifeng's entrance, the woman turned to him and said, Hello, please take a seat. I am currently occupied teaching this little brat a lesson, and it will be over shortly. Upon hearing Xiaqi's words, Yifeng replied, All right, you go ahead. I am in no rush. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, a cacophony of thuds echoed through the air, punch after punch resonating with visceral impact. Xiaqi unleashed her fury upon the pirates, blood spraying and faces blooming with bruises, before unceremoniously tossing them down the mountainside. Thus, 3 pirates lay sprawled on the ground below, resembling overturned onions. This sequence of events unfolded with an effortless grace that left Yifeng in awe. It was undeniably brutal and violent, a clear indication of her experience in dealing with troublemakers. Once Xiaqi had dealt with the unruly pirates who had dined without paying. She dusted off her hands and noticed a child seated on the sofa. With a smile, she addressed Yifeng, Hello, young one. Welcome to my bar. May I inquire what brings you here? Initially startled by the sight of a mere child in a bar, the woman was taken aback. After all, it was indeed surprising to encounter a youth of merely a decade or so in such a setting. Night Phone, already famished, felt his stomach pressing against his back. He hurriedly addressed Xiaqi, saying, Madam, please serve me the finest dish you have. Observing a young boy speaking with such maturity, Xiaqi chuckled softly. She picked up a cigarette from the bar, lit it, inhaled slowly, and then exhaled a cloud of smoke. Leisurely, she replied to Night Phone, My dear child, a bar is hardly a place for someone your age. Moreover, during the day, we must rest and lack the time to prepare meals. Should you wish to dine, there are numerous restaurants outside where you may find sustenance. Chapter 135. The hungry Night Phone. Yifeng discerned Xiaqi's implication, suggesting that she found him too immature. Unfazed by her remark, he simply leaned over the table, adopting a demeanor that conveyed he would not leave without a meal, and declared, "I am hungry." Night Maple's statement is undoubtedly true, as he has not enjoyed a proper meal for several days. Although he had the opportunity to dine at Ein's home, due to Zephyr's animosity and concerns about maintaining his pride, it felt as if he had dined in vain. Were it not for his practice of the 9 Suns true canon, he might have succumbed to desperation on his journey, having long since devoured the Sea King that ferried him. Summer Chi discerned Night Maple's intentions with a smile and proceeded to the back. Indeed, it wasn't long before she returned, bearing a fragrant platter of food, which she placed before Night Maple, declaring, "It seems your fortune is quite favorable. Yesterday, a portion of ingredients was fortuitously left over." Night Maple, who had been resting with his head on the table, watched as Summer Chi presented a spoon. He took a delicate taste and was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavor. Famished beyond measure, he began to eat with great enthusiasm. Concerns for the remaining food were overshadowed by the paramount need to satiate his hunger. In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. After patting his slightly distended belly, Night Maple could not help but let out a satisfied sigh. After enduring such hunger, encountering delectable fare left him unable to restrain himself, and now he felt quite full. After finishing his meal, Yifeng sat back in his chair, crossing his legs, and slowly addressed Xia Qi, Xia Ke, also known as Xia Qi. Over 30 years ago, she was a renowned pirate, but during an encounter with the Navy's monkey D, Garp, the current hero of the Navy, she was ultimately defeated by him. However, she managed to escape his grasp and has since vanished without a trace. Upon hearing Yifeng recount the events from more than 3 decades ago, Xia Qi's eyes narrowed in disbelief. She halted her work, her expression shifting to one of vigilance as she scrutinized the young boy before her. These were matters she had never divulged to anyone. Scarcely a handful of individuals in the world were privy to this information. How could this young lad possibly be aware of such distant occurrences? With a composed demeanor, Xia Qi discreetly reached behind her while inquiring of Yifeng, "How do you know about this? Who informed you? What else do you know?" Upon witnessing the anxious demeanor of Xia Qi, Yifeng dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand and calmly stated, "As for this matter, it is of my own accord. I specifically ventured to the Naval Archives, exerting considerable effort over several days to locate your information. However, what is recorded therein is limited. I am unaware of any further details pertaining to you. You are a naval officer?" He pondered. To refer to Garp as an old fool, and to have access to the Naval Archives, what exactly is the background of this young lad before me? Could he possibly be? The thought lingered, for there exists only one individual capable of such feats, someone who maintains a close relationship with Garp, yet is so young, yet possesses the authority to peruse the Naval Archives. Xia Qi, adept at extracting substantial information from Yifeng's words, was also able to surmise Lin Tian's identity, showcasing her remarkable prowess in intelligence. "Indeed, I am a naval officer," Yifeng declared as he rose, extending a hand towards Xia Qi. "I am Monkey D, Yifeng, and I currently hold no official position within the Navy." At this moment, Yifeng revealed his identity before Xia Qi. If the naval headquarters were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly dismember him. However, even if Yifeng chose not to disclose this to Xia Qi, given her formidable intelligence connections, the truth would eventually surface. Upon hearing Yifeng's self-introduction, Xia Qi suddenly understood why she could so freely access the naval database. It turned out he was the grandson of Garp. Noticing Xia Qi's lack of reaction, Yifeng jested, "Rest assured, I am not as fearsome as you might think. I do not consume humans. Besides, isn't that firearm rather heavy? Do you not tire from holding it?" Following Lin Tian's humor, Xia Qi realized that Yifeng harbored no hostility, and the atmosphere between them significantly relaxed. Xia Qi, exhaling a plume of smoke, she chuckled lightly. "I never anticipated that the Navy would recruit soldiers at such a tender age." She then inquired, "I read in the files that you live here in seclusion. I thought there were 2 of you. Why is it that only you are present now? What about the other one?" Yifeng spoke with a hint of significance. Xia Qi fully grasped the meaning behind his words. After a brief pause, she nodded and replied, "Indeed, there were 2 of us. However, the other one is a hopeless gambler who once wagered away everything he had. He is likely somewhere now, serving as a slave to someone." After hearing Xia Qi's response, Night Maple understood that she was making excuses for Rayleigh. However, since he wasn't in a hurry to find Rayleigh at the moment, he turned to Xia Qi and said, "That old geezer told me that in certain aspects, You're comparable to the Pirate King Roger. Xiaoqi merely smiled at Night Maple's compliment, well aware of her own capabilities. She knew that if it hadn't been for encountering Garp back in the day, when he had just joined the Marines and wasn't yet strong, she wouldn't have escaped his grasp. Otherwise, she would have long been imprisoned and impelled down. Flicking the ash from her cigarette, Xiaoqi forced a bitter smile and said, "That was back then. Now, I'm just an ordinary bar owner, focused on running this place well." Just as Night Maple was about to speak, a voice suddenly called from outside the door, "Xiaoqi, I'm back." The unexpected greeting echoed through the bar, drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. The door had been opened without notice, and a figure leaned against the frame, a man with long, silver curls, a beard, glasses, and a vertical scar running down his right eye. Recognizing the newcomer, Night Maple immediately stood up and swiftly drew his sword, Yuan Hong, from his back. His expression turned wary as he stared at the man. He had read about this person many times. This was the very man he had come to find. Silver's Rayleigh, also known as the Dark King, the right-hand man of the Pirate King and the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, a legendary pirate whose strength was unfathomable. Chapter 136, The Dark King. Rayleigh, a pirate of legend, now stood before him. Night Maple couldn't fathom why he was here. If Rayleigh decided to attack, Night Maple wouldn't even have a chance to resist. The gap in their power was too vast. Still, if Rayleigh truly intended to kill him, the outcome would be Night Maple's death and Rayleigh suffering severe injuries. Had Night Maple not watched One Piece in his previous life, he wouldn't have known that after Roger's death, Rayleigh had been living with Xiaoqi. Even Boa Hancock's escape from the Celestial Dragons had been largely due to Rayleigh's help. But unaware of this now, Night Maple inwardly cursed his luck. Facing such a formidable figure, every second was an immense pressure. In just that brief moment, his back was already drenched in sweat. If not for the fact that he still had business to attend to, Night Maple would have left immediately. He didn't want to stay a second longer. At that moment, Rayleigh, observing the young man who had drawn his sword, spoke casually. "Who's this young man? I don't recognize him. You two seemed to be having a pleasant conversation earlier." In truth, Rayleigh had noticed Night Maple the moment he entered. Particularly, he could tell from Night Maple's eyes that this young man recognized him. And, unless he was mistaken, Rayleigh even detected a hint of fighting spirit in Night Maple's gaze. Though Night Maple had only drawn his sword, he hadn't yet revealed his true strength. Otherwise, Rayleigh would have been able to gauge his power based on his aura. This intrigued Rayleigh. If this young man knew who he was, he should also understand the vast difference in their abilities. From behind them, Xiaoqi exhaled a puff of smoke and said languidly, "This young man here is a Marine." "A Marine?" A glint flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as his guard slightly rose. This was no joke. He was a pirate, and Night Maple was a Marine. Pirates and Marines were natural enemies. It wasn't that they held any deep-seated hatred. They were simply on opposing sides. If Rayleigh had been a lazy lion before, now that lion was slowly awakening. And even that slight awakening exuded an overwhelming presence, one that made people tremble, a pressure so immense that resistance seemed futile. This was how Night Maple perceived Rayleigh at this moment. After all, he was far too powerful. There was no way Night Maple could win. Seeing that Rayleigh was merely observing him without making any sudden moves, Night Maple let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Rayleigh had decided to attack, Night Maple might have had some means to retaliate, but against a legendary pirate like this, his current strength was nowhere near enough. Still, Night Maple believed that one day, he would reach, and even surpass, Rayleigh's level. After calming his emotions, Yifeng looked at Rayleigh with a serious expression and said, "Greetings. I am Monkey D. Yifeng." Upon hearing this self-introduction, Rayleigh seized upon a key term and directly inquired, "What is your relationship with Monkey D. Garp?" Night Maple gazed at Rayleigh and replied, "He is my grandfather." Upon hearing Night Maple's response, Rayleigh nodded and remarked, "I never imagined it would be that old rascal, Garp." He then turned to Night Maple with a sense of nostalgia and inquired, "So it is Garp? How has that old fellow been faring lately?" As Yifeng observed that Rayleigh had no intention of attacking him, he sheathed the vigilant Yuan Hong's sword he had been holding. He addressed Rayleigh, saying, "Grandpa, she has been doing quite well lately." Rayleigh lifted his head, murmuring to himself, "It seems I haven't seen Garp in several years." At that moment, Haki, having lit a new cigarette, leaned over the bar table and slowly inquired of Yifeng, "So, young friend Yifeng, do you have something to discuss with us?" Meanwhile, Rayleigh chimed in softly, "Indeed. What brings you to our humble abode?" Night Maple gazed at Rayleigh with a calm demeanor and remarked, "If I were to say that I have come to capture you, would you believe me?" Upon hearing Knight Maple's declaration, Rayleigh responded with a playful glint in his eyes. Since you intend to apprehend me, very well, I shall accompany you to your Navy headquarters. He even extended his hands, a gesture inviting Knight Maple to place handcuffs upon him. Knight Maple, taken aback by Rayleigh's suggestion and his willingness to facilitate the process, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. To capture Rayleigh, one must be his equal, and while Knight Maple harbored confidence in his abilities, he did not yet consider himself capable of besting the Pirate King. Thus, with a teasing tone, he replied, "Of course. If the Pirate King Rayleigh is willing to accompany me to the Navy headquarters, I would not object. Although the cuisine there leaves much to be desired, it is hardly life-threatening, and I shall ensure you receive an extra 2 packets of donuts each day." Despite feeling outmatched, Knight Maple relished in the art of verbal repartee. How amusing, Rayleigh mused, genuinely entertained by Knight Maple's witty retort. Regrettably, I have only a few years left to enjoy such exchanges. When the time comes that I can no longer engage in my current pursuits, perhaps I shall sample the Navy's fare, though I would require your assistance then. Knight Maple's lips twitched in response to Rayleigh's words, realizing that the elder had whimsically considered the Navy headquarters as a mere dining hall, coming and going as he pleased while expecting to be looked after. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that Rayleigh possessed such extraordinary prowess, if he so desired. Even the entirety of the Navy headquarters would struggle to detain him. Yifeng spoke up, "Is that so?" "I beg to differ. The old man is still quite vigorous. It seems a tad premature for King of the Underworld, Rayleigh, to suggest otherwise." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Rayleigh chuckled and replied, "Do you truly address your grandfather in such a manner? Is it truly appropriate to call him an old fool? Does Garp not care?" Yifeng murmured softly. "Who told him to hit me every day?" Rayleigh replied to Yifeng, "Since you are the grandson of that rascal Garp, you may simply call me uncle. However, that scoundrel is indeed fortunate. Having yet another splendid grandson makes me feel somewhat envious." Upon hearing Rayleigh's suggestion to call him uncle, Yifeng immediately exclaimed, "Uncle Rayleigh." After learning that Yifeng was the grandson of his dear friend, Rayleigh's demeanor towards him softened considerably. This transformation in attitude, however, was also a testament to Yifeng's remarkable performance. At merely 12 years of age, Yifeng exhibited an extraordinary composure and unflappable demeanor in the face of challenges. Such mental fortitude was something even Rayleigh found admirable, as he reflected that he himself could not have maintained such poise at that age. Witnessing Rayleigh's evident regard for Yifeng, Xiaqi's eyes widened with astonishment. Was Yifeng truly endowed with such exceptional talent that even the legendary Rayleigh spoke so highly of him? Yifeng, for his part, felt a deep sense of appreciation for Rayleigh's commendation. It was a rare honor to receive praise from the infamous Pirate King Rayleigh, a privilege few could claim. Rayleigh, swirling the empty cup in his hand, wore a look of surprise as he mused to himself. "I never anticipated that my establishment would host a member of the Navy, and such a young one at that. Even more astonishing is that he is the grandson of that old rascal, Garp." Knight Maple remarked with a touch of nostalgia. "I truly never anticipated that the legendary king of the underworld, Rayleigh, would have spent all these years in seclusion within a bar." Sighing, Rayleigh responded, "Alas, one must accept the passage of time. The fervor of my youth has long since faded, and now I yearn only for a leisurely existence. However, if I were to inform that old codger of my presence here, I fear he would be quite elated." Upon hearing Knight Maple's words, Rayleigh immediately waved his hand dismissively, expressing his reluctance. "Let us refrain from that notion." He then added, "That rascal has always sought to capture me, yet he has failed to succeed all these years. If he were to discover my whereabouts, and should we engage in combat, I fear the entire Shambody archipelago would be doomed." After listening to Rayleigh recount his battles with his grandfather, the venerable Garp, Knight Maple felt no doubt whatsoever regarding their formidable power. Indeed, they possessed the capability to sink the entire Sabay archipelago. With Garp's extraordinarily expansive technique, the Bone Fist Meteor Shower, capable of unleashing 1,000 oversized projectiles in one go, it was a trivial matter to obliterate a mere island. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the holy land of the celestial dragons, Mariehua, could be reduced to rubble. "Oh, by the way, what brings you here?" After a lengthy discourse, Rayleigh finally broached the crux of the matter. Haki, observing Rayleigh's obliviousness, felt exasperated. After all that conversation, he was still unaware of the purpose of their visitor's arrival, yet he spoke so enthusiastically. Yifeng understood it was time to get down to business. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly addressed Rayleigh. I wish for you to teach me the mastery of Conqueror's Haki. Yifeng initially intended to request Rayleigh to impart the swordsmanship to him. However, upon reflecting on the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, he realized his own inadequacies. At times, he was unable to even unleash it. Thus, in order to maintain an air of superiority once he ascended to his position, he deemed it essential to secretly cultivate this ability to perfection. Were it not for the desire to keep this endeavor concealed, he would have already summoned that old rascal, Garp, to teach him directly. Both Xiachi and Rayleigh were taken aback upon hearing Yifeng's request for Rayleigh to teach him Conqueror's Haki. Xiachi was the first to regain her composure, staring at Yifeng in disbelief and exclaiming, You have awakened." Yifeng nodded earnestly and said, "Indeed, I have awakened. However, I am somewhat unsure of how to wield it." At that moment, Rayleigh finally grasped the situation, his gaze fixed on Yifeng as if he were an otherworldly being. The expression on Rayleigh's face mirrored that of the high-ranking naval officers upon realizing the immense power they possessed. He swallowed hard, astonished, and addressed Yifeng. "Could you attempt to unleash it for me?" Before Rayleigh could finish his sentence, he felt a surge of a remarkably familiar power erupting from Yifeng. Though it still appeared somewhat feeble. Yet, with Rayleigh's decades of experience, he could assert with certainty that this was the Conqueror's Haki, a rarity found in but one among millions. After experiencing this power, Rayleigh couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Excellent. Indeed, it is truly the Conqueror's Haki." Ha ha ha. After laughing for a moment, a thought struck him, and he looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression, saying, "Since you have genuinely awakened the Conqueror's Haki, you ought to seek out your grandfather, Garp, for guidance. From what I know, that rascal possesses the Conqueror's Haki as well, and his prowess is not inferior to that of Roger." Shaki, standing nearby, echoed the inquiry, gazing at Yifeng. "Indeed, your grandfather Garp is quite formidable in his Haki. Why not ask him to teach you?" As Yifeng pondered the inquiries posed by Rayleigh and Xiachi, he contemplated what he should articulate. It would be unwise to disclose that he was concealing matters from Garp. Furthermore, he had no intention of revealing his possession of the Conqueror's Haki just yet. In less than 2 seconds, his titanium alloy cognitive processor formulated a remarkably eloquent response. Thus, shaking his head at Rayleigh and Xiachi, he stated, "I would prefer not to share this with my grandfather at present." Upon hearing Yifeng's reply, Xiachi, with a hint of curiosity on her face, queried, "Why not?" "If you were to inform Garp, he would surely be overjoyed to learn that at merely 12 years of age, you have already awakened Haki. And not just any Haki, but the Conqueror's Haki, the most difficult to manifest. He would undoubtedly take great care to teach you." Yifeng remarked, "I wish to present him with a surprise. Therefore, once I have perfected my cultivation, I shall inform him." Upon hearing Yifeng's intention to surprise his grandfather, Xiachi and Rayleigh exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. With a chuckle, Rayleigh addressed Yifeng. Very well. Let us proceed to the back. I shall teach you right away." Subsequently, Yifeng followed Rayleigh and Xiachi as they made their way to the edge of the cliff behind the small shop. Rayleigh turned to Yifeng and earnestly inquired, "Are you prepared?" Night Maple nodded and said, "All right." Rayleigh responded, "Then let's proceed." No sooner had Rayleigh's words left his lips than an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, striking without warning. Night Maple, standing beside Rayleigh, could unmistakably perceive this formidable presence. As if he were being crushed under a weight of countless tons, leaving him utterly unable to move even a fraction. This immense aura surged toward his mind like relentless ocean waves, incessantly pressing upon his neural pathways, compelling him to submit beneath its might. This was undoubtedly the Conqueror's Haki. Only the Conqueror's Haki possesses such extraordinary potency. It has the capacity to incapacitate others solely through sheer presence. One could only withstand it if endowed with formidable strength or unwavering resolve. Otherwise, one is destined to yield to its dominance. Haki is a latent power inherent in all humans within the world of One Piece, a requisite attribute for those aspiring to become formidable warriors. This power is innate. Even if one is not a devil fruit user, mastery over one's Haki can bestow immense strength, sometimes even surpassing that of those with abilities, granting distinct advantages. A prime example is the Dark King Rayleigh, who has never consumed any devil fruit, yet wields a combat prowess that rivals that of a marine admiral, thanks to his adept use of Haki. Moreover, he lacks the inherent disadvantage that all devil fruit users possess, the inability to swim. If the devil fruit can instantaneously bestow immense power, then Haki is the celestial key that unlocks a gateway for the diligent. a path that transcends the capabilities of those with abilities. Haki is categorized into three types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Among these, the most powerful is conqueror's Haki, which Rayleigh is presently employing. By sheer force of will, he unleashes an aura that can stun adversaries. Those proficient in its use can even kill with mere presence. As for the magnitude of conqueror's Haki, Knight Maple has now come to a profound understanding. Though he has not succumbed to unconsciousness due to his strength and will, the overwhelming might feels akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, leaving him devoid of any capacity to resist. Chapter 138. Under guidance upon hearing the inquiry posed by Rayleigh and Shaki, Knight Maple contemplated what he should articulate. It would be rather unwise to disclose to them that he was covertly training under Garp. Furthermore, he was reluctant to reveal his possession of Conqueror's Haki at this juncture. In less than 2 seconds, the titanium alloy neural processor devised a remarkably suitable response. Thus, he shook his head at Rayleigh and Shaki and stated, "I prefer not to share that with my grandfather just yet." Upon hearing Knight Maple's reply, Shaki, with a hint of curiosity etched upon her face, queried, "Why not? If you were to inform Garp, he would undoubtedly be elated. After all, you are merely 12 years old and have already awakened Haki, specifically, the most elusive form, the Conqueror's Haki. He would surely take great care in teaching you." Yifeng remarked, "I wish to surprise him. Therefore, once I have completed my training, I shall reveal it to him." Upon hearing Yifeng's intention to surprise his grandfather, Xiaoqi and Lei exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Lei, still chuckling, said to Yifeng, "Very well. Let us proceed. I shall teach you now." Subsequently, Yifeng followed Lei and Xiaoqi to the edge of a cliff behind the small shop. Lei turned to Yifeng with a serious expression and asked, "Are you prepared?" Yifeng nodded and said, "All right." Rayleigh replied, "Then let us begin." As Rayleigh's words echoed, an immense aura erupted from his being, striking without warning. Yifeng, standing beside him, felt this overwhelming presence as if he were being crushed by hundreds of thousands of pounds, rendered incapable of even the slightest movement. This formidable aura surged like relentless ocean waves, sweeping toward his mind, incessantly pressing upon his neural pathways, compelling him to submit to its might. This was the Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, it could only be the Conqueror's Haki that possessed such extraordinary power, capable of rendering individuals unconscious merely through sheer will. Only those of exceptional strength or unwavering determination could withstand it. Otherwise, one would inevitably succumb to its dominion. Haki is an innate potential power possessed by all humans in the world of One Piece, a requisite for those aspiring to become formidable warriors. This power is inherent, and even if one is not a devil fruit user, mastering the application of Haki can bestow immense strength, sometimes even surpassing that of those with abilities. A prime example is the Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh has never consumed any devil fruit, yet, through his mastery of Haki, he wields combat prowess comparable to that of an admiral in the Navy, devoid of the common disadvantage of devil fruit users, the inability to swim. If a devil fruit can bestow great power in an instant, Haki serves as a gateway opened by the heavens for those who strive, a passage that transcends the abilities of fruit users. Haki is categorized into three types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Among these, the most potent is the conqueror's Haki, which Rayleigh is currently employing, unleashing his aura to daze his opponents. Those skilled in its use can even kill with mere presence. Yifeng now fully comprehended the magnitude of conqueror's Haki, although he managed to remain conscious due to his strength and will. The overwhelming aura felt like a mountain pressing down on him, leaving him devoid of any capacity to resist. Chapter 139. Rayleigh's Test. The immense pressure on Yifeng's body was bearable, but the most formidable was the mental strain, which persisted relentlessly until it threatened to crush him. At that moment, Yifeng felt as if he were a small boat adrift at sea, on the verge of capsizing beneath the might of the towering waves. Is this the power of Conqueror's Haki? Truly astounding, as it stripped me of any ability to resist with mere presence. It is no wonder such a rare talent appears only once in millions. One could assert that awakening the Conqueror's Haki would grant even an ordinary individual the capacity to effortlessly overpower any opponent below the rank of Navy Commander in an instant. Yifeng steadfastly endured the overwhelming aura emanating from Rayleigh, while glancing at the seemingly unaffected Shaki. A flicker of realization coursed through his mind. He comprehended that this was a trial set forth by Rayleigh, which explained his sensitivity to the conqueror's haki radiating from the latter, while Shaki remained oblivious. Truly, the Dark King Rayleigh was a formidable figure, possessing not only an extraordinary level of haki, but also an unparalleled mastery over it. To exert such potent conqueror's haki flawlessly upon oneself, without allowing even a whisper of it to escape, leaving those in close proximity, such as Shaki, entirely unaware, demonstrates a terrifying level of control. To ascend to greatness, one must exert more effort than the ordinary. Thus, upon realizing this was indeed a test, Yefeng could not afford to yield. Surrendering would strip away his manhood. Drawing in a deep breath, Yefeng's gaze transformed, fierce as a tiger, as he unleashed his own aura to counter Rayleigh's imposing presence. Noticing the emergence of Yefeng's own aura in defiance, Rayleigh's expression shifted momentarily, yet it quickly vanished as he turned to gaze intently at the gritting Yefeng. Once Yefeng released his aura, he felt a notable alleviation, though the weighty pressure akin to a mountain still lingered. Feeling Rayleigh's piercing gaze upon him, Yefeng met it resolutely. Their eyes clashed like lightning in the air, intertwining, as if time itself had frozen. Upon recognizing that Yefeng possessed the will to resist, a smile crept across Rayleigh's lips, and he intensified his aura once more. If the preceding aura resembled a colossal wave, this one surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, instantly capsizing Yefeng's small vessel. The momentum of Yifeng was instantly shattered, as an overwhelming pressure surged to several times its original intensity, causing Yifeng's waist to bend under the immense weight of this force. Night Maple was overwhelmed by an intense urge to curse, for the pressure he felt now surpassed even that which he had experienced at the Navy headquarters. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering his surroundings a blur. I cannot succumb, I must not falter. This thought echoed in Night Maple's mind. He was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, and the Dark King Rayleigh was merely a mountain along his journey. If he could not withstand the grandeur of this peak, how could he ever hope to surpass the Dark King Rayleigh and reach the summit of this world? Steady yourself, he roared inwardly. Yifeng bit his lip tightly, the intense pain jolting his muddled consciousness back to clarity. Gradually, inch by inch, Yifeng straightened his previously hunched form, as if some unseen force had lifted him like a marionette. To prevent his mind from drifting into oblivion once more, he did not release his bleeding lips. Instead, he bit down even harder, for it was only through this excruciating agony that he could maintain his awareness. At that moment, Xiaoqi also noticed that something was amiss with Yifeng. After all, his movements were quite pronounced, and the blood trickling from his lips was evident to anyone who wasn't blind. Standing nearby, Xiaoqi understood all too well the reason behind Yifeng's condition and glanced at Rayleigh. In Chapter 140, Rayleigh's Trial, witnessing Rayleigh employing Conqueror's Haki against Yifeng, and seeing Yifeng's current state, Xiaoqi turned to plead on his behalf. However, upon reflecting that Rayleigh was not a man who acted without reason, she reconsidered her impulse, closing her mouth and quietly observing the unfolding events. Under the immense pressure of Rayleigh's formidable presence, Yifeng found himself utterly speechless. Otherwise, he would have long since erupted in protest. Rayleigh was indeed astonished by Yifeng's ability to endure his conqueror's haki for such an extended period. Initially, Rayleigh had assumed that Yifeng's remarkable strength at the tender age of 12 was solely due to his devil fruit powers, believing that it was this ability that enabled such endurance. Yet, upon witnessing Yifeng conceal his true strength while withstanding attacks that even a Navy commander could not endure, Rayleigh realized he had underestimated this young man. As he observed Yifeng persist under the weight of his haki, Rayleigh recognized that he had once again misjudged this youth. He was acutely aware of the potency of his own haki, and what astonished him most was that Yifeng was gradually acclimating to it. Indeed, Yifeng was gradually acclimating to Rayleigh's conqueror's haki. This was precisely why Rayleigh persistently exerted his haki upon Yifeng. He sought to discern just how far this young man, the grandson of Garp, could truly go. The potency of Rayleigh's conqueror's haki was undeniably formidable, and given Yifeng's current strength, enduring for such an extended period was already commendable. It is crucial to recognize that under the pressure of conqueror's haki, every fleeting second imposes a tremendous burden on both body and will, leading to significant depletion of one's stamina. Particularly, Yifeng was not merely defending. He was actively resisting the haki, which accelerated his own exhaustion considerably. Moreover, the intensity of the haki was not static, under Rayleigh's control. Its strength fluctuated subtly with each passing moment. Although the increase in power may seem minuscule at each second, When accumulated over time, it culminates into a substantial force. Resisting Haki necessitates strength, and as its potency escalated, Yifeng's own capabilities could not possibly surge within such a brief span. Thus, under this reciprocal strain, it would indeed be peculiar if Yifeng could continue to withstand it. Were it not for a modicum of protagonist aura, he would have surely succumbed long ago. Feeling his body gradually succumbing, Yifeng chuckled wryly. He had once believed that he could easily triumph with all his might, yet, before these true powerhouses, he felt utterly insignificant, unable to withstand even their mere presence, and this was while they were not exerting their full strength. As Rayleigh was pressing down with his Haki, his expression shifted. In an instant, he sensed a sharp decline in Yifeng's resistance. Noticing the self-deprecating smile on Yifeng's face, Rayleigh's fears materialized. Throughout his long life, Rayleigh had encountered numerous prodigies, yet most of them had met untimely ends, some slain, others unfortunate enough to face insurmountable adversities, a fate not unlike Yifeng's own experiences. As a reincarnator with insights into the future and having acquired formidable strength capable of contending with marine admirals within merely a few years, Yifeng inevitably harbored a sense of pride. Thus, to find himself unable to withstand even Rayleigh's aura was a profound blow since his rebirth. Rayleigh pondered whether he had been too hasty in his expectations. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child. Perhaps his demands were excessively lofty. Just as Rayleigh contemplated retracting his Haki, an overwhelming surge of battle intent erupted from Yifeng, momentarily halting his bent posture. Faced with the intensifying Haki and the stark realization of the disparity in strength between himself and Rayleigh, Yifeng was on the verge of conceding. At that moment, he reasoned that the gap in power was insurmountable, and surrendering would afford him a chance to rest. However, as he bent further, memories of the disdainful and contemptuous pirates from his arrival in this world flooded his mind, alongside the relentless training he had undertaken to ascend to the pinnacle of this realm. Coupled with his possession of a Logia-type devil fruit ability and a swordsmanship that could render him invincible once perfected, he could not permit himself to falter here. He still had a long journey ahead. How could he yield after taking just a few steps? His ambitions remained unrealized. How could he abandon them so soon? Though he understood that no amount of effort could enable him to withstand Rayleigh's conqueror's Haki, he resolved not to collapse from fear, but rather to fall forward in pursuit of his path. With this mindset, Yifeng rekindled the battle spirit he had nearly lost. Night Maple gritted his teeth, attempting to straighten his bent back. However, after several futile attempts, he found himself gradually succumbing to the downward pull, his willpower fading into a haze. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar force began to manifest within him, flowing like water through his veins. As this energy circulated, the pressure enveloping Night Maple eased, and his consciousness began to sharpen. In the foggy recesses of his mind, he sought to harness this newfound power, but despite his efforts, he found himself utterly unable to control it. Moreover, this force was not confined to his body, it radiated outward as well. Seeing that Night Maple's will had plunged into obscurity, Rayleigh realized he had reached the limits of his endurance. Concern gripped him, for if this energy continued to be unleashed, it could inflict severe damage on Night Maple's body and consciousness. Just as Rayleigh was poised to withdraw his Haki, he suddenly noticed a force within Night Maple that resisted his conqueror's Haki. Though this force was somewhat feeble, its essence was undeniably on par with his own Haki, perhaps even superior. This revelation piqued Rayleigh's curiosity, and just as he contemplated probing this mysterious energy further, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from Yifeng, and the familiar aura drew a look of astonishment from Rayleigh. This was the conqueror's Haki. Indeed, although this presence was feeble, Rayleigh instantly recognized it as conqueror's Haki, akin to his own. He was astounded to discover that Yifeng possessed the rare royal qualification found in only a handful among the hundreds present. It was no wonder that Yifeng had managed to endure under the pressure of Rayleigh's conqueror's Haki for so long. He inherently held this immense potential as well. In Chapter 141, under Rayleigh's scrutiny, he pondered silently. It must have been his relentless application of conqueror's Haki against Lin Tian, combined with Yifeng's indomitable will, that had catalyzed the awakening of Yifeng's own conqueror's Haki. Although individuals with the potential for conqueror's Haki are exceedingly rare, one in several hundred million, the world is home to numerous races. When one considers the combined population of these races, could it be in the hundreds of millions, or even billions? With such a vast demographic, even if the qualification for conqueror's Haki is rare, there must still be a significant number of individuals who possess it. However, the knowledge of awakening conqueror's Haki is scant, primarily because many who possess this potential lack the opportunity for awakening. Consequently, this talent remains dormant within them, often going unnoticed until their final breath. Though the aura emanating from Yifeng was indeed the conqueror's Haki, it remained relatively feeble, having been awakened long ago but not fully realized. At this juncture, it could only be said that he had grazed the threshold of true awakening. If Rayleigh continued to press upon Yifeng's latent potential, there existed a considerable likelihood that Yifeng might genuinely awaken the conqueror's Haki. As Rayleigh sensed the transformation within Yifeng, Xiachi, standing nearby, also felt it. Coincidentally, the fishermen at the base of the cliff, while aware of the overwhelming presence radiating from Yifeng, were unfamiliar with the conqueror's Haki. Thus, they failed to recognize its nature. They merely discerned an unsettling sensation creeping into their minds, as if the very essence of the cliff demanded their submission. Noticing the shift in Yifeng, Xiachi, well-versed in the conqueror's Haki, swiftly recognized that it was indeed the aura of a king. In that moment, she was profoundly astonished. However, reflecting on the shared glance between Yifeng and Rayleigh, she felt it was entirely reasonable for Yifeng to possess the qualities of a king at merely 12 years of age. He wielded combat prowess surpassing that of a Navy rear admiral and managed to endure beneath the pressure of the pirate king's first mate, Rayleigh. Yifeng undeniably merited the title of the Navy's most promising soldier. Possessing the conqueror's Haki seemed fitting. Xiachi smiled gently, her heart swelling with pride as she observed Yifeng's determination to remain conscious. She silently thought, Yifeng, if you can persevere through this, completing the most significant transformation of your life, you will ascend to become the strongest genius in history. Although Xiachi had spent merely half a day with Yifeng, she had already developed a fondness for him. Yet, let there be no misunderstanding. This affection was not romantic, but rather a mentor's admiration for a prodigy. People are inevitably drawn to such power, yet it is a gift bestowed at birth, unattainable by mere desire. Now, with Yifeng having grasped a hint of the conqueror's Haki, it could be said that he possessed the qualities of a king, a rarity among millions. At that moment, Rayleigh, for reasons unknown, abruptly withdrew the Haki he had imposed upon Yifeng. The reason Knight Maple is able to awaken his conqueror's Haki lies in the relentless pressure exerted by Rayleigh. Now, as Rayleigh retracts his Haki, the faint aura of power emanating from Knight Maple vanishes in an instant. Had Rayleigh continued to apply pressure, there was a significant chance that Knight Maple could have truly awakened the conqueror's Haki. Yet, the reason for Rayleigh's interruption at this critical moment perplexes even the bystander, Shaki. With Rayleigh's Haki dissipating, Knight Maple's consciousness gradually returns. Awakened and still somewhat disoriented, he shakes his head, striving to regain clarity. As he feels the reins of control return to his own hands, a profound sigh of relief escapes him. Though the few minutes spent under Rayleigh's oppressive Haki seemed interminable, each second had been an agonizing ordeal. Nonetheless, he realizes that he is increasingly mastering the manipulation of the conqueror's Haki. Knight Maple is acutely aware that this progress is largely due to Rayleigh's guidance. He gazes at Rayleigh with genuine gratitude and says, "Thank you, Rayleigh." Rayleigh, pleased that Knight Maple understands his intentions, responds warmly, Indeed. Indeed. Knight Maple, your comprehension signifies that you are not blinded by fleeting gains." After overhearing the vague exchange between Rayleigh and Knight Maple, Shaki is filled with confusion. How is it that Knight Maple has not awakened the conqueror's Haki? To them, this seemed like a fortunate circumstance. Indeed, it was fortuitous that Rayleigh recognized the inappropriateness of Knight Maple awakening the conqueror's Haki at this moment and wisely withdrew his own power. Otherwise, Knight Maple would have been unable to sit here nonchalantly conversing. Upon realizing that he had managed to sense the existence of Conqueror's Haki under Rayleigh's pressure, Knight Maple is overwhelmed with joy. As a reincarnator, he is well aware of the rarity of Conqueror's Haki. The odds of possessing such a power are astoundingly low. Had it not been for his innate fortune, it would be implausible for him to possess such an extraordinary gift. Chapter 142, Illusory Ambitions. At that moment, Knight Maple hoped that Rayleigh would intensify his Haki, compelling him to tap into his latent potential, thus allowing him to genuinely awaken the Conqueror's Haki. However, once the exhilaration faded and clarity returned, Knight Maple quickly realized that he was far from ready to awaken the Conqueror's Haki. The power he possessed at that time was simply too feeble. Such an awakening would not bode well for him. Yifeng understood that despite the outward appearance of his formidable strength, it was merely superficial. His rapid advancement had left him with an inadequate foundational base. Much of his knowledge stemmed from the anime of his previous life, coupled with his own imaginative musings, resulting in a self-constructed edifice that lacked authenticity. Thus, he realized the pitfalls of such an approach. Although he now surpassed many in capability, the absence of a solid foundation meant that his progress had begun to stagnate, ultimately leading to others catching up to him. In the years past, Despite Yifeng engaging in countless battles, each typically concluded with a single stroke against opponents of inferior caliber, his growth was minimal, often yielding little to no improvement. This limitation was a direct consequence of his shaky fundamentals. He had diligently practiced swordsmanship daily over the past year, which indeed fortified him to some extent. Yet it merely served as a superficial enhancement rather than a deep-rooted strengthening of his skills. The adage, "a tall building rises from the ground," rings true, without a foundation. What edifice can one hope to erect? Now, Yifeng grappled with the repercussions of his inadequate groundwork. Not only had his progress decelerated, but any endeavor to solidify his foundation would necessitate a monumental effort, exponentially greater than before. His awakening of the Conqueror's Haki was not a natural occurrence but a result of Rayleigh's forceful encouragement, placing him at a disadvantage compared to others in terms of innate awakening. Moreover, the Conqueror's Haki could not be honed through mere training. It could only be strengthened through the user's personal growth. Were it possible to train this ability, he would have long since been invincible. Recognizing these truths, Yifeng hesitated to awaken the Conqueror's Haki at this moment. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather he was uncertain of how to achieve such an awakening. Being suppressed at the time rendered him unable to communicate his predicament to Rayleigh. Fortunately, Rayleigh, with his experience, discerned Yifeng's situation and wisely retracted his Haki. Furthermore, since it had been established that he possessed the Conqueror's Haki, there would be no harm in solidifying his foundation first before devising a method to awaken it in the future, especially considering he had gained a modicum of experience. When that time came, awakening the Haki would surely be a trivial endeavor. Imagining the future where he could wield the Conqueror's Haki brought a smile to his face. He envisioned himself seated upon a grand chair, surrounded by enchanting women attending to him, while a throng of admirers stood below, eager to curry his favor. With a cigar in hand, he would rise slowly from his seat, casting a disdainful glance at the foolish crowd, resulting in their immediate demise. Haraha. No. This is too amusing. Night Maple soon awakened from this pretentious scenario, quietly contemplating that he had yet to master his skills and should refrain from pondering future matters. Humility. Humility. He must not allow anyone to discern his thoughts. Once he had calmed his pretentious emotions, Night Maple sincerely expressed his gratitude to Rayleigh. Thank you. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively and replied, "There is no need for such gratitude. I merely lent you a hand. The true appreciation should be directed towards yourself. Without the heart to become a formidable warrior, how could you awaken the Conqueror's Haki?" Night Maple, upon hearing Rayleigh's words, chuckled cheerfully, yet his tone was imbued with determination. "Indeed, I harbor a grand ambition. How could I be swayed by such trifles?" Hearing of Night Maple's formidable ambition, Rayleigh's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Ambition? What sort of ambition do you possess?" Night Maple gazed at Rayleigh with calm determination and proclaimed, "I aspire to stand at the pinnacle, to live unrestrained and behold the entirety of the world." Upon hearing Night Maple's audacious ambition, both Rayleigh and Haki displayed a flicker of astonishment. Such dreams were indeed colossal, and many present believed they had misheard his declaration. Rayleigh was profoundly taken aback, for even the legendary pirate king Gold, Roger, who was once deemed to possess the world, never attained such heights. Though Gold, Roger stood atop the world and grasped its true secrets, he too did not experience genuine freedom, for he would not have surrendered to the Navy in his final moments otherwise. He sacrificed his life to usher in the age of exploration, striving to realize that very purpose. Yet, as Rayleigh observed this young lad, brimming with conviction, he felt a fleeting belief that this youth might one day fulfill his grand ambition. "Our little Night Maple is so young, yet his aspirations are vast," Haki remarked with a light chuckle as she took a drag from her cigarette. "The path you have chosen, Night Maple, is akin to that of the Pirate King. Yet in certain respects, it is even more arduous," Rayleigh stated gravely. Chapter 143, The Chaotic Marine Headquarters. After listening to Riley's words, Yifeng declared with unwavering determination, "I shall realize my dreams." In Riley's eyes, the chances of Yifeng, with his lofty ambitions, achieving such aspirations were nearly negligible. Even his own illustrious captain, Gold, Roger, had not reached such heights. Now, here was a mere 12-year-old child, having just begun to grasp some strength, boasting before him. Was he jesting with him? After Yifeng uttered these words, he glanced at the expression on Rayleigh's face and detected her skepticism regarding his earlier statements. Well, it wasn't merely a hint of disbelief, it was an outright incredulity. Thus, he addressed her, "Do you doubt my ability to achieve this? Is that so?" "Sometimes." Isn't it essential for one to possess an unattainable goal to infuse life with meaning? Without dreams, how does one differ from a salted fish? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Rayleigh burst into laughter, shaking her head in reflection. Ha ha ha. Garp has successors. Our generation is truly aging. Aging. We lack the passion that you young folks possess. Ha ha. Observing that Rayleigh and Yifeng were drifting further into their banter, Xiaoqi helplessly interjected, "You two should cease this chatter. Let us head inside and take a rest." Upon hearing Xiaoqi suggest that he retreat indoors for a moment of rest, Yifeng was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue that surged through him, prompting him to make his way toward the house without delay. At this moment, Yifeng remained utterly unaware that a significant event was unfolding at the Navy headquarters. Earlier that morning, after escorting his sister Aver, Garp felt a twinge of irritation upon realizing that Yifeng, Aver's brother, had not come to bid her farewell before her departure to sea. After dropping off Aver, he stormed towards Yifeng's dormitory, only to find the room completely empty. Even his sword was missing. Sensing that something was amiss, he immediately reported to Admiral Sengoku. Upon hearing Garp's account, Sengoku promptly mobilized all available personnel to search for Yifeng, yet their efforts proved fruitless. In desperation, Garp unleashed his observation Haki, enveloping the entire marine fort in its vast reach, but still, he could not catch a glimpse of his grandson. Initially, he feared Yifeng had been kidnapped, but quickly dismissed the notion. After all, this was Marine Fort, the very heart of the Navy, where such an act would be as absurd as selling ice pops outside a police station. Moreover, considering Yifeng's formidable prowess akin to that of a master swordsman, it seemed implausible that anyone could abduct him unless they possessed extraordinary strength or some devil fruit abilities. Yet, the question lingered: if no one had kidnapped him, how had he vanished from Marine Fort? The thought that he might have left on his own was unfathomable. He was unfamiliar with the area. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Garp rushed back to report to Sengoku. Initially, Sengoku assumed Yifeng had merely gone out to have fun. But upon hearing Garp's assertion that his observation Haki had yielded no results, he recognized that this was no ordinary incident. Thus, he convened an emergency meeting. This was a critical juncture for the future that could not afford to falter now. However, Garp, upon realizing that his beloved grandson might not return, was likely to fly into a rage, potentially wreaking havoc on the human traffickers of Sabay archipelago. In the highest conference room of Marine Fort sat four figures: Admiral Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Admiral Kizaru, who was also stationed at the headquarters. Additionally, Vice Admiral Tsuru was absent, having just set sail that morning, while Akiji and Akaino were deployed in the New World. Sengoku occupied the central position, with the others flanking him, creating an atmosphere of severe tension. Garp, shedding his usual jovial demeanor, wore a grim expression. Observing Garp's distressing state, Sengoku and Zifa felt a surge of indignation. Sengoku attempted to reassure Garp, suggesting, "Perhaps Yifeng is simply out enjoying himself and will return shortly." Just as Sengoku finished his words, a knock echoed from the door. Hope surged within him. Believing they had found Yifeng, he called out, "Come in." A marine messenger entered, followed by Ain, who appeared somewhat anxious. Upon seeing Ain, Sengoku was momentarily puzzled as to her presence but prioritized the search. He turned to the messenger, inquiring, "Have you located him?" The messenger, upon hearing Sengoku's question, reported, "Admiral Sengoku, we have not found Vice Admiral's grandson, Yifeng." Garp's heart sank at the news. He had held on to a flicker of hope, but with this revelation, his frustration boiled over. He stood abruptly, declaring, "Enough. I will search for him myself." Sengoku, sensing Garp's mounting despair, urged him to reconsider. "Garp, you must understand the seriousness of the situation. If he cannot be found, it is clear that someone is orchestrating this from the shadows." Just as Garp was about to rush out in search of Yifeng, Sengoku's words struck him with a sudden clarity. Indeed, with so many naval soldiers deployed, it was evident that foul play was afoot. But who could dare to harm his grandson? Garp's anger intensified, and he silently vowed to bring the perpetrator to justice. At that moment, the messenger interjected, "However, Admiral, there is one more matter to address." Sengoku, intrigued, prompted, "What else is there?" The messenger took a step aside. Gesturing to Ain, "This lady is aware of Vice Admiral's grandson's whereabouts." Zifa, who had remained silent until now, turned to Ain. "Ain, you know where Yifeng is, do you not?" Ain, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, quickly explained, "This morning, I searched everywhere for Yifeng but found him at a beach near the headquarters. He mentioned he was heading to Sabay archipelago for a reason." Upon hearing Ain's account, Garp suddenly recalled that a few days prior, Yifeng had inquired about the pirate king Rayleigh. Could it be? Garp's mind began to connect the dots. It was likely that Yifeng had ventured to Sabay archipelago to seek out Rayleigh. Sengoku, noticing Garp's expression, pressed, Garp, do you now realize where your grandson Yifeng has gone? Garp, with a twisted grin, responded, indeed, I know where that scoundrel has gone. Hearing that Garp was already aware, Sengoku hastily inquired, then where is he now? Garp chuckled heartily and replied, haha, didn't that girl just mention it? He is currently at Sabay archipelago. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku, with a puzzled expression, asked, what could he possibly be doing there without a word? Garp shrugged and said, how would I know? He then added, I need to make a trip to Sabay archipelago. Recognizing that the matter had been resolved, Sengoku nonchalantly responded, very well. You may go. After uttering these words, Sengoku addressed the crowd below, declaring, the issue has been resolved, the meeting is adjourned. Zifa immediately stood up, taking the blame-ridden nine with him as they exited. Subsequently, Kazara followed suit, as he had no business here, merely seeking to join the commotion. Garp then made his way to the Navy's dedicated dock, where he instructed his subordinate, target, Sabay archipelago. Set sail. Upon hearing the Admiral's command, Garp's subordinate promptly departed. Chapter 145. The unexpected arrival of Garp. The Sabay archipelago was not far from the naval headquarters, so after boarding the warship, Garp arrived in merely half an hour. The Navy's battleships had all been modified by Vegapunk, employing mechanical power to replace manpower, thus enabling them to traverse the seas with remarkable speed. As Garp set foot on Sabay archipelago, he unleashed his observation Haki, swiftly pinpointing Night Maple's whereabouts. He turned to the Navy soldiers accompanying him and instructed, you all wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Before his subordinate could utter a word, Garp vanished, utilizing the sixth style of the Navy known as Sara. Meanwhile, Night Maple was resting inside a bar with Haki and Rayleigh, unaware that Garp was making his way toward them. However, the powerful observation Haki that Garp had released did not go unnoticed by the astute Rayleigh. Sitting on a chair, savoring his drink, Rayleigh suddenly sensed a formidable presence probing their vicinity. After a moment of discernment, recognizing the individual, he burst into laughter, calling out to Night Maple, haha. Startled by Rayleigh's laughter while he was enjoying his milk, Night Maple curiously asked, hey, old man, what's going on? Even Haki, hearing Rayleigh's sudden outburst, chimed in. What is the matter? Have you lost your mind, old man? As Rayleigh sensed Garp drawing ever closer, his laughter grew even more exuberant. Nonetheless, he kindly cautioned Night Maple. Haha, Night Maple, I advise you to leave at once. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. After listening to Rayleigh's words, Yifeng downed the half-finished glass of milk on the table in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he jokingly asked Rayleigh, what is going on? Is someone here to kill me? Rayleigh replied to Yifeng, you should be able to use observation Haki, right? Yifeng nodded and replied, of course. Upon hearing Yifeng's affirmation, Rayleigh felt a slight surprise within. What is it that you cannot do? However, it dawned on him that it must be Garp who had taught him. What kind of situation is Yifeng in? Garp, that rascal, should know best. After all, he is a genius. He learns everything with ease. But why should this concern me? He is not my grandson, so why should I worry? Thus, he turned to Yifeng and said, since you possess the observation Haki, release it and let us see who approaches. Yifeng heard Rayleigh's suggestion to unleash his observation Haki to discern who was approaching. Without hesitation, he promptly activated his observation Haki. As soon as it was released, he sensed a formidable presence advancing towards him. As Yifeng discerned the nature of the peril, a sheen of sweat instantly adorned his brow. Could it be that little girl, Ain, had divulged everything so swiftly? Just as he pondered how to elucidate this matter to Garp, he abruptly felt an enormous hand gripping his shoulder, accompanied by a coarse voice emanating from behind him. Yifeng, greetings. Upon feeling the unexpected grip of a large hand on his shoulder, Yifeng was taken aback, only to then hear the words of his grandfather, Garp. Yifeng mechanically turned his head, and what met his gaze was a face that seemed to hold a smile, yet was not quite so. Yifeng awkwardly chuckled, addressing his grandfather, Garp, with a hesitant, Grandpa, you are well. Garp, wearing a beaming smile, affectionately ruffled Yifeng's hair and replied, your grandfather is doing splendidly. However, he then continued, but could you kindly elucidate why you stealthily ventured to the Sabay archipelago? And what of your clandestine arrival here? Do you not feel compelled to explain yourself to your beloved grandfather? Upon hearing the life-threatening questions posed by Garp, Yifeng found himself utterly at a loss for words. Stammering, he managed to articulate, I came here. I came here for donuts. Yes. I came here to buy you donuts. As Yifeng pondered how to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly turned to his frugal grandfather, Garp, and with a display of earnestness, inquired, "Look, do you not indulge in donuts every day?" Upon hearing his grandson utter the word donuts, Garp's expression transformed instantaneously, akin to a cloudy sky giving way to sunshine. With piercing eyes fixed on Yifeng, he replied, "Indeed, what of it?" Upon witnessing Garp's heart soften, Yifeng hastily addressed him, "Consider this. As your most delightful and capable grandson, it is only natural for me to bestow a kiss upon my dearest grandfather. I am well aware of your fondness for donuts, especially when I learned that the donuts from Sabay archipelago are exceptionally delectable. Thus, I resolved to come here and procure some delightful treats for you. My intention was to surprise you back at the Navy headquarters. However, I did not anticipate your swift arrival." Garp, standing there, listened to Yifeng as he expounded upon a variety of grand notions, until he could no longer contain himself and delivered a loving punch atop Yifeng's head, effectively silencing him. After imparting this lesson, Garp turned to face an old adversary and friend, expressing with heartfelt nostalgia, "It has been a long time, Rayleigh." Rayleigh, who had remained turned away, spun around upon hearing Garp's words and replied, "Indeed. Our last encounter must have been 8 years ago." Garp reminisced, "Yes, time has flown by. 8 years have swiftly passed." At this moment, Haki, standing nearby, addressed Garp, "Garp, would you care for a drink?" Upon hearing Haki's offer, Garp regarded the woman before him and inquired, "Is this your choice, Peony?" Peony, a seldom-known nickname for Haki, caused her to momentarily falter as her glass trembled in her hand. However, she quickly regained her composure and earnestly affirmed to Garp, "Yes, indeed, this is my choice." After receiving Garp's loving punch, Yifeng became notably subdued. Yifeng, upon overhearing their conversation, secretly mused, "Based on my years of observing mistresses, it is evident that there is something deeper at play between the two. Either they share a clandestine romance, or an illicit affair." Night Maple suddenly recalled something significant. The fact that these two individuals had a romantic entanglement in the past elucidates why, back then, Xiaoqi was able to escape from Garp's grasp as a mere woman. Otherwise, how could one explain that, despite the presence of numerous formidable men, they were unable to detain a single woman? If it truly were the case that they could not, it would only imply that those men were utterly inept or perhaps involved in a clandestine affair with their esteemed patriarch, Garp. Otherwise, Xiaoqi would have long been imprisoned within the confines of Impel Down. After conversing with Xiaoqi, Garp turned to Rayleigh with a grave expression and demanded, "Rayleigh, tell me, why has that rascal Night Maple come to your establishment?" Upon hearing his grandson Night Maple utter the word donut, Garp's demeanor shifted dramatically. As if the clouds had parted to reveal sunshine, his fiery gaze fixed upon Night Maple as he exclaimed, "Indeed, what of it?" Upon witnessing Garp's moment of vulnerability, Yifeng hastily addressed him, "Consider this. As your most beloved and capable grandson, it is only natural that I would come to greet my dearest grandfather with affection. Knowing that you might be without donuts, and having heard delightful tales of the exquisite donuts from the Sabay archipelago, I resolved to procure some delectable treats for you. My intention was to surprise you upon my return to the Navy headquarters. However, I did not anticipate your swift arrival." Garp, standing there, listened as Yifeng spun elaborate reasoning, until he could no longer contain himself. He delivered a loving yet firm punch to Yifeng's head, finally silencing him. After imparting his lesson, Garp turned to face an old adversary, who was also a friend, and expressed with heartfelt nostalgia, "It has been a long time, Rayleigh." Rayleigh, who had yet to turn around, responded to Garp's words by facing him. "Indeed, the last time we met was probably 8 years ago." Garp reminisced, "Yes, how time flies. 8 years have passed in the blink of an eye." Nearby, Haki addressed Garp, "Garp, would you like something to drink?" Upon hearing Haki's offer, Garp looked at the woman before him and remarked, "Is this your choice, Xiao Yao?" Xiao Yao was a rarely known nickname for Haki. Startled by Garp's sudden use of her nickname, Haki's drink trembled in her hand, but she quickly regained her composure and replied earnestly, "Yes, indeed, that is my choice." After receiving Garp's loving punch, Yifeng had become quite subdued. After overhearing their conversation, Yifeng quietly mused to himself, drawing upon his years of observing extramarital affairs. There was no doubt in his mind that the two harbored a hidden connection, perhaps even an illicit romance. Night Maple suddenly recalled something significant. Since these two individuals had a past entanglement, it became clear why Xiaoqi had managed to escape from Garp back then. Otherwise, how could one explain how Xiaoqi, as a mere woman, eluded the grasp of such a formidable man? In other words, did these numerous men truly lack the ability to keep watch over a single woman? If they failed to do so, it could only imply that these men were either utterly inept or perhaps shared a clandestine relationship with their benefactor, Garp. Otherwise, Xiachi would have long been imprisoned within the confines of Impel Down. After conversing with Xiachi, Garp turned his attention to Rayleigh, his expression turning grave as he inquired, "Rayleigh, explain to me why this scoundrel, Knight Maple, has come to your establishment." Just as Knight Maple pondered these matters, he overheard his grandfather, Garp, questioning the reason for his visit. Hastily, he interjected, addressing Garp, "Grandfather, I have come here for Rayleigh to teach me swordsmanship." Upon hearing Knight Maple's words, Garp, without turning his head, unleashed a playful yet powerful punch upon him, then fixed his gaze on Rayleigh, insisting, "What is the true reason for his presence here?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Garp's aura surged forth, fierce and unyielding, reminiscent of a tiger roused from slumber. The force of his presence shattered all the glassware within the bar. Rayleigh, upon hearing Garp's demand, immediately released his own aura, unreservedly confronting Garp. Realizing he could gain no advantage, Rayleigh smiled and replied to Garp, "Did your grandson, Knight Maple, not just say you wish for me to teach him swordsmanship?" Garp, momentarily lost in thought, pondered Rayleigh's statement for a minute before looking up and asking, "So, did you agree to him?" Rayleigh retorted, "Do you truly believe I would acquiesce to him?" Garp, unwavering, replied, "Indeed, you would." With a smile, Rayleigh responded, "Now do you understand the answer?" After grasping the implication of Rayleigh's words, Garp retracted his imposing presence and turned towards the exit. Just as he was about to step outside, he called back into the room, "Knight Maple, come out here." Seated in anticipation of being summoned by his grandfather, Knight Maple mused whether this old man had perhaps forgotten something due to his age, as he had not called him out. Just then, a voice echoed from outside, "Knight Maple, get out here." Upon hearing that voice, filled with anger, Yifeng immediately uttered a few words to Lei Li and Xiachi before retreating in a hasty manner. As Knight Maple stepped out, Xiachi turned to Rayleigh and inquired, "What do you foresee for this child's future?" After pondering Xiachi's words in silence for a few minutes, Rayleigh finally responded slowly, "The era of the Marines and pirates may very well come to an end." Xiachi was utterly stunned by Rayleigh's declaration. Meanwhile, after leaving Xiachi's bar, Garp walked ahead with Knight Maple trailing behind him, head bowed like a timid young girl. Instead of returning to his ship, Garp led them beneath a towering tree, where he abruptly sat down on the ground. After a brief silence, he fixed his gaze on the downcast Knight Maple and asked, "What was your purpose in seeking out the Dark King Rayleigh today?" Upon hearing Garp inquire about him once more, Yifeng lifted his head and, with a hint of unease, replied, I want to have him teach me swordsmanship." "What of it?" After Yifeng's words resonated in the air, Garp remained silent, seated quietly as he regarded his grandson. Upon witnessing the expression in Garp's eyes, Yifeng felt an undeniable clarity in his heart. It was evident that the truth had been revealed. Chapter 147, A Confession Unveiled. Yifeng, observing his grandfather Garp in such a state, fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Do you truly wish to know?" After hearing Yifeng's words, Garp remained in his usual demeanor, silently gazing at him. As Yifeng perceived Garp's acquiescence, he closed his eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Garp, who had been sitting in silence, felt the familiar intensity and was stirred to his feet, gazing at Yifeng in astonishment. "Is this the Conqueror's Haki?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, it is the Conqueror's Haki." Knight Maple gazed at the astonished Garp and affirmed, "Indeed, you are absolutely correct." He had intended to weave yet another falsehood. Yet he realized that the existence of Conqueror's Haki would inevitably be uncovered. It would be wiser to disclose it now, to navigate through this moment. As long as other secrets remained concealed, all would be well. Garp, patting Knight Maple's shoulder, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha. Truly, you are my grandson. I knew I had not misjudged you. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed you possessed that kind of potential. Ha ha." As Yifeng was nearly brought to his knees by the forceful slap from Garp, he heard Garp's words, which resonated in his ears with an entirely different meaning. "Perhaps I am overthinking this." After a hearty laugh, Garp returned to his previous demeanor and, gazing at Yifeng, remarked, "However, what does this have to do with your recent theft of the Sabay archipelago in search of the Dark King, Rayleigh?" After listening to Garp's words, Yifeng plopped down onto the ground and explained, "This was an unexpected awakening during my last training session. At first, I had no idea what it was. It was only after consulting numerous materials that I came to understand. This is the Conqueror's Haki, a rare power possessed by only one in millions. Taking a deep breath, he continued, when I realized this, my initial intention was to surprise you. However, I forgot how to wield this ability. Hence, I sought someone to inquire about it. Unfortunately, I hardly know anyone at the Navy headquarters, and that is how things ended up like this. Upon hearing Yi Feng's explanation, Garp suddenly understood and said to him, So, you are looking for someone to ask about how to cultivate the Conqueror's Haki, is that correct? Yi Feng nodded and replied, Indeed, that's correct. Garp then continued, So you came to the Sabay archipelago to seek out Rayleigh, the Dark King, to teach you the Conqueror's Haki, is that so? Just as Garp was about to reprimand Yi Feng, he caught sight of Yi Feng's innocent expression. Indeed, he had ventured to the Sabay archipelago in pursuit of a surprise, seeking the former first mate of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, to impart his knowledge. Was that truly misguided? Ultimately, Garp relaxed his clenched fists, turned to face Yi Feng, and inquired, So did he teach you? Upon hearing Garp's inquiry, Yi Feng gazed in astonishment at the individual before him. He never anticipated that this cantankerous old man would undergo such a swift transformation. Could it be that the allure of this young master is simply too potent? Yi Feng candidly replied, I have taught it. Upon hearing Yi Feng's response, Garp let out a prolonged sound of contemplation. After a moment of silence lasting 2 to 3 minutes, he spoke again, Starting tomorrow, I shall personally instruct you on the mastery of Haki. After listening to Garp's words, Yi Feng nodded and replied, Understood. That day, upon returning to the Navy headquarters alongside Garp turned to Yi Feng and said, You may return now. I will go report to Sengoku. Knight Maple replied with a sentence and then departed from the location. As night fell, he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, silently contemplating what might happen in the future when Garp discovers that he is recognized as Blackbeard's brother. Perhaps he would end up killing him. Meanwhile, the slumbering Knight Maple could never have imagined that his secret venture to learn from Rayleigh could ultimately escalate into a world war. At that moment, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, he listened intently as Garp began to speak, his expression darkening as he inquired, Do you think Haki and Rayleigh have figured it out? Garp immediately affirmed, With their perspectives and strength, they have undoubtedly realized it. After a few minutes of silence, Sengoku continued, Then let Kazuru issue them a warning. Pausing for a moment, he looked seriously at Garp and added, If they dare to be uncooperative and disclose this matter, then we shall have no choice. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp gazed at him in shock. Are we to take action against them? Sengoku replied promptly, That will depend on their compliance. From these words, it became evident that they were all too aware of the implications. There was a possibility of taking action against the crew of the Pirate King. Should they strike against Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Pirate King, it would undoubtedly incite a monumental war, attracting all the former crew members of the Pirate King who were hidden in the corners of the world. While this could present an opportunity to capture all of the former subordinates of the Pirate King, it would also result in significant loss of life, a prospect Sengoku was most reluctant to confront. Yet, this was war. War necessitates death, and death is synonymous with war. However, if the future of the Navy were at stake, as the Admiral, he must take risks. If they had previously considered capturing the former subordinates of the Pirate King due to Knight Maple, Sengoku might have deliberated further. But now, such considerations were unnecessary, especially after learning from Garp that Knight Maple had unexpectedly awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Consider this, Conqueror's Haki. Throughout history, those who have awakened this power have stood atop the seas, leaving behind their legendary tales. Much like Whitebeard, who single-handedly challenged the Navy headquarters. It is now clear that to establish oneself in the New World, one must possess Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 148, The Significance of the Protagonist's Halo in the New World. Which of the 4 great emperors does not possess Conqueror's Haki? Even Charlotte Lin, the only female among the 4 emperors, dominates a corner of the New World with her formidable Conqueror's Haki, as well as her mastery of all 3 types of Haki. Otherwise, how could she possibly become one of the future Yonko? Within the Navy, it is known that only Garp possesses Conqueror's Haki. Consequently, anyone who awakens this power becomes a hot commodity, especially one who awakens it at the tender age of 12. Take, for instance, the archetype of this phenomenon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Full name, Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 20 creators of the world. A pivotal antagonist in One Piece, he once held a bounty of 340 million berries. A powerful user of the string fruit. 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family was the royal lineage of the Dressrosa Kingdom in the New World and one of the 20 kings who established the world government, the creators, also known as the Celestial Dragons. Doflamingo reclaimed his title as King of Dressrosa 10 years ago, and he is also one of the future warlords of the sea, expertly wielding the authority granted by the world government to control various industries worldwide. He dominated the human auctioning scene in Sabay archipelago and commanded numerous pirate factions, such as the Hyena Pirates, now disbanded, with only Captain Bellamy surviving, and the Heart Pirates, which have since separated. He is currently the most powerful warlord of the sea. Don Quixote Doflamingo straddles both the light and dark worlds, and due to his past as a celestial dragon, he possesses knowledge of certain secrets regarding them. Operating a clandestine human auction house, he provides slaves for the celestial dragons and wealthy aristocrats, abducting various races, engaging in arms trade in the underground world. His influence spans the globe as a middleman, known by the codename Joker. He secretly nurtures the wicked scientist Caesar Clown, producing artificial zoan-type devil fruits called Smile, and privately sells these fruits to Kaido, one of the future Yonko. Such is the legacy of a formidable villain, yet ultimately, he was brought to an end by the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, who possesses the halo of a hero. Alas, what can one do? Such is the fortune of one blessed with a protagonist's halo. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times. When Luffy first set sail, he was not aboard a ship, but rather a wooden barrel meant for storing alcohol. One must wonder how he managed to venture out to sea and breathe. Moreover, he is a devil fruit user. He should have been doomed. How did he even manage to propel the barrel? Was it through the waves? More astonishingly, Luffy was blissfully unaware of the path ahead. He drifted to a certain Navy base in the East Blue, where he fortuitously encountered the future greatest swordsman. He also discovered the future greatest navigator, Nami. In any case, he consistently finds the world's elite or those with immense potential. One begins to suspect whether he is truly the son of the great Otis Sensei. Everywhere he turns, there are surprises. It seems he simply cannot die, carelessly wandering about. Even if one were akin to Chung Yaojin and could heal, one would still be susceptible to defeat. However, should I emerge, my punitive blade would surely bring you to your knees. Would you not then sing my praises? Yet, is this perhaps a deviation from the topic? Remember, he is Luffy, a man crowned with a halo. Count the number of those who have crossed him. They either kneel or lie defeated. Those fortunate enough might find themselves and impelled down, facing a lifetime of imprisonment. Thus, do not dare to challenge the protagonist. Otherwise, you shall cease to exist. This is the might of the protagonist's halo. Chapter 149, the first encounter with Don Quixote Doflamingo. At this moment,